Black Mountain Stories presents the Chainbound Saga, created by Black Mountain Stories, in conjunction with OpenAI's ChatGPT voice synthesis, provided by Kokoro TTS. In a world where old empires lie buried, where gods keep ancient pacts, and where the dead remember every chain ever placed upon the living, one boy rises from captivity with a power the world thought forgotten. He is Valorian, the Chainbinder. And this is the story of what happens when the wounded do not seek mercy, but dominion.
Chain 5, The Red Whisper Desecration. Link 1, The Fox Road. 15 days after the Vexa line was taken, Stone Eater's Bend learned the sound of iron becoming law. Not elven mail, bright and singing beneath polished hands. Not noble plate shaped for ceremony first and war second. Not the old human armor Sir Garen Vale remembered from a world that had burned itself into history and then been erased by those who survived it. This was goblin iron. Low, heavy, ugly, useful. It came out of Orvin Hall's forge in blackened sheets and crude curves, hammered not to flatter the body but to deny the knife, the fang, the splinter, the thrown stone, the panicked spear thrust in a tunnel too narrow for elegance. The first pattern had failed by trying to remember men. The second had failed by assuming goblins could bear weight the way dead humans could. The third had made Sergeant Haven Mar curse for a full count of breath, which Orvin had apparently taken as meaningful praise, because after that the dead smith had struck the next plate flatter, lower and broader across the ribs. Now the fourth pattern passed down the line. Helmets sat along the forge wall in rows like skulls waiting for faces. Thick iron caps with cheek guards and narrow browslets. Shield rims leaned against stone in dark half-moons. Spearheads cooled in trough water that hissed and steamed. Straps were cut from boiled hide. Rivets were sorted into bowls. Goblin hands, living and shaking, lifted what they were ordered to lift. Goblin shoulders bent under weight. Goblin backs straightened when the chain reminded them that discomfort was not refusal. The armor made them look like soldiers. The chain made them obey. Valorian stood beneath the broken outer arch of Stone Eater's Bend and watched the mustering ground turn into a thing that would have frightened the Hollow 15 days ago. Good. Fear was proof that shape had entered the world. The line-bound came forward by files. Some still bore Vexa scars. Some had the hollow look of those whose old names had been placed somewhere behind them and were no longer permitted to lead. Some stared at the iron as if it were another predator. A few stared at Valorian, then away, then back again with the animal disbelief of creatures who had not yet understood that surviving one conquest did not excuse them from serving the next. Mar walked the spear line with a length of blackened haft in one hand. He had learned, unwillingly and therefore honestly, that goblin fear had to be corrected differently from human fear. Men could be shamed into straight backs if the right dead words were put into them. Goblins folded around survival. They protected bellies, throats, fingers, eyes. They did not naturally present themselves to a killing direction and call the posture courage. Mar had stopped trying to make them look brave. Now he made them look hard to kill. Shield higher, he snapped. A goblin lifted the shield too high. Mar struck the rim down. Not hiding, holding. Hiding bends the back. Bent back gives the spear your spine. Again. The goblin corrected. The chain pulled through the file, not from Mar's armor, not from the black mark on his gauntlet, not from any plate, buckle, glove, or visible sign of office. From Valorian through Valorian, by permission granted into the dead sergeant's command. Mar did not own the thread. He had been allowed to pull. The goblins felt that difference even if they did not have language for it. Their bodies knew that the voice in front of them was not the source. Mar shouted, Mar struck, Mar corrected. But when obedience became pain, the pain came from deeper than the yard. Valorian's fingers moved once. A spear file halted. No command had been spoken. Mar looked toward him, smoky eyes narrowing in the dead face beneath his battered helm. Then the sergeant gave one satisfied grunt and turned back to the line. "Good," Mar said. "Now learn to do it before he has to remind you that your legs belong to him." Farther across the yard, Sergeant Dava Rusk worked without shouting. That made her more unsettling. She had been a winter levy trainer in life. Garin had chosen her from Varros because she had known how to turn frightened farmers, hungry boys, debt-sworn widows, and half-grown sons into something that could stand beneath snow with a spear in hand, and not run when the first screaming started. Death had taken warmth from her face, but not patience from her hands. A young goblin collapsed under the weight of helmet and shoulder plate. Mar would have kicked him until standing became simpler than pain. Dava Rusk crouched instead, not kindly. Kindness had nothing to do with it. She lifted the goblin's chin, checked his eyes, pressed 2 fingers beneath the jaw, then tapped the breastplate where the weight sat wrong. "Strap too low," she said. The dead apprentice beside her adjusted it. "Again," Rusk ordered. The goblin whimpered. The chain stirred. Rusk did not raise her voice. "Again." The goblin stood, his knees trembled. "Good enough to begin," she said. "Not good enough to live." "Again." Joran Pike stood by the ration arch with 2 line-bound guards and a row of clay tokens. No goblin crossed that arch twice. No goblin left with more than a sign. No child reached the bowls until the working files had been counted. Mother Kale hated that rule. Pike had not defended it. He had only looked at the food stores, the new armor line, the smithy's hunger for fuel, the wounded, the preserved dead, the future march. The mouths added by Vexa, the mouths not yet useful, and the mouths that would become useful if they did not starve before training took hold. Then he had placed the tokens in rows and made hunger a discipline. A goblin woman tried to hide a second root beneath her sleeve. Pike saw it. Of course he saw it. His dead hand closed around her wrist before she could step away. She froze, eyes rolling toward Valorian, toward the chain, toward anything that might hurt less than the ration sergeant's silence. Pike removed the root. He placed it back in the bowl. Then he pressed a token into her palm. "Tomorrow's mouth paid today," he said. She stared at him. "You will eat less tomorrow." Her lips trembled. "Child." Pike looked toward the Mercy Ward. Mother Kale had already turned. The old healer's face changed when she understood. Pike did not soften. "Then the child eats today," he said. "You eat less tomorrow." The woman began to shake. The chain tightened before the first sob could become disorder. Mother Kale crossed the yard anyway. Valorian watched her go. She took the child from the Mercy Ward threshold, set a hand on the goblin woman's shoulder, and looked at Pike with the kind of grief that had not yet learned how useless it was against accounting. Pike held her gaze. "Food stolen from the line kills later," he said. Mother Kale's mouth hardened. "And food denied kills now." "Then count better," Pike answered. For a moment, something old and wounded moved across Mother Kale's face. Not defeat, not agreement, a recognition she despised. She took the clay token from the woman's trembling hand and placed it back on Pike's board. "My portion," she said. Pike looked to Valorian. The yard noticed. Every goblin nearby noticed. The chain listened. Valorian gave the smallest nod. Pike moved the token without comment. Mother Kale hated him for not being cruel enough to dismiss. She hated Valorian more for allowing the exchange, as if mercy were another account to be balanced. Near the eastern cut, Sergeant Albrecht Stonehand had goblins dragging broken door stone into a new angle. His hands were broad and blunt, even in death. He had been raised with stone dust in the seams of his fingers and the posture of a man who had spent his living years trusting walls only after trying to break them. He made the goblins build a shield baffle beneath the gate, then made another file attack it with dull spears. The first rush failed. Stonehand ordered the wall rebuilt. The second rush found the corner. Stonehand marked the corner with black chalk and made the builders stare at it. "Here," he said. The goblins looked at the mark. "Dead enter here." They understood that. Stonehand had learned quickly which words were wasted. Farther down the road mouth, Sergeant Mael Voss paced beside carts, straps, wheelpins, drag sledges, water skins, corpse cloths, and shield bundles. His command was movement, and movement offended him when it lacked order. He made goblins lift and lower cart poles until they did it together. He made them turn in narrow places. He made them reverse a loaded cart through a stone throat without losing a wheel. He made them march with armor, stop, kneel, drink, rise, reform, and move again. When one goblin dropped a spear to catch a slipping strap, Voss struck the spear with his boot. "Weapon first," he said. The goblin panted. "Cart falls." Then cart falls behind shield. Food. Food behind shield. Dead behind shield. Children behind shield. Everything behind shield. Weapon first. He looked toward Garin, who stood above the yard on a stone ledge in black armor that did not shine. Garin gave no visible approval. He did not need to. The sergeants did not perform for him. They extended him. Valorian understood then why Garin had needed them. A marshal without officers was a blade without a hand. A command without sergeants was only intention spoken loudly over bodies that did not yet know how to become an army. Now the chain had begun to grow bones beneath its skin. Garin stepped down from the ledge as Valorian approached. His black plate moved with a silence that made nearby goblins stare at the ground. They feared Mar's voice, Rusk's patience, Pike's tokens, Stonehend's chalk, and Voss's road drills in different ways. They feared Garin as a door fears the bar dropped across it. "My lord," Garin said. "Report." The line stands longer under weight. They still fatigue quickly. Shields are improving. Spear retention remains poor when struck from the side. Helmets reduce panic from frontal blows but increase confusion in tunnels until they learn to turn by file command rather than sight. Valorian looked across the mustering ground, and obedience. Immediate when pulled directly, improving when delegated, weakest under hunger, injury, and familiar voices. Familiar voices. Old mothers, old debts, children, clan names. Goblin fear is not simple. They do not flee only from pain, they flee toward belonging. Valorian's gaze moved to the lower chambers. Then belonging must be corrected. Garin did not answer at once. That was one of the things Valorian had come to value in him. The dead knight did not agree quickly in order to seem loyal. He sorted. At the file level, Garin said, yes. At the army level, belonging must be replaced, not merely broken. Valorian looked at him. Garin's helm turned slightly toward the Ration Arch, the forge, the road mouth, the shield baffle, the mercy ward, the dead waiting beneath black cloth, the children learning where not to stand, the goblin women watching old power become new power. A body with a weapon is not a soldier, Garin said. A frightened captive in armor is not yet a legionary. If you want them to hold when old names call them away, the chain must not only punish disobedience, it must define what they are when fear arrives. Valorian's hand flexed. Beneath the skin, black pressure gathered around old scars. The cult, he said. Yes, Garin answered, if it can produce more than noise. From the lower passage came the smell of bitter roots, old smoke, sour fermentation, and fear. Malachar had begun. The chamber beneath Stone Eater's Bend had once been used for debt hearings. That was what Myrna of Two Cuts called them when she was feeling charitable. When she was not, she called them finger rooms. Stone Eater had sat there and decided who owed, who paid, who lost a nail, a knuckle, a daughter, a tunnel share, a season of labor, a name. Valorian had not changed the room much. That was deliberate. Power entered old shapes more easily when the stone remembered being obeyed. The captured goblin grandmothers sat along the wall on low stools, wrists bound, throats marked, eyes bright with hate and terror and the stubbornness of those who had survived too much to spend fear cheaply. They were not warriors. That made them no less dangerous. Their danger was older, recipes, names, birth deaths, shrine measures. Fermentation signs, which root was harmless unless bruised under a left-handed stone, which fungus made devotion warm and which made it stupid, which bitter ash steadied the heart, which black liquor carried oath into blood. which motherline token had to be dissolved, burned, or merely touched to the bowl, which parts of Skava's first explanation had been truth, which had been child memory, and which had been deliberate damage thrown into Valorian's path like broken glass. Naka Bonemouth crouched near the central bowl, rocking slowly. She whispered into her own teeth. Myrn sat beside a flat slate with a sharpened bone stylus. Her ruined legs were wrapped beneath her. Her hands, which had once counted debts for goblin power, now wrote for Valorian. Skava stood at the rear of the chamber. She had been ordered to witness. That was worse than being ordered to speak. Rekka's soft hand's preserved body remained elsewhere beneath black cloth, named and restricted, but Skava seemed to feel the weight of her mother through every stone in the bend. Her eyes did not leave the old women. Some she knew, some knew her. One had touched her forehead when she was small enough to be carried under one arm. Another had spat at her when Blacktooth debt marked her family crooked. Another had sung over fever bowls in a voice Skava had forgotten until it entered the chamber broken by age. Now they were all being made useful. Malachar stood over the bowl like a priest in a faith that had not yet admitted what it worshipped. Aelrian stood opposite him because Valorian had ordered him to watch the spellwork. He looked sick. That too had become useful. Again, Malachar said. The oldest grandmother lifted her chin. Her ears were torn from old ring scars. Her left eye was clouded. Her mouth held 3 teeth and no surrender. Already said. You said the morning measure, Malachar replied. I asked for the war measure. The same. Naka giggled. The grandmother's eyes snapped toward her. Bowl-licking witch. Naka hissed. The chain tightened through both of them. Silence struck the chamber. Malachar sighed with genuine pleasure. That is the difficulty with folk pharmacology. Everyone lies from a different century. Aelrian's voice was flat. You are forcing old women to reconstruct enslavement liquor from clan memory. Malachar looked wounded. Not liquor, draft. There is an important distinction. There is no important distinction in hell. Then hell lacks scholarship. Aelrian stepped forward. The chain stopped him before Valorian needed to speak. Aelrian's jaw clenched, his eyes lowered with hatred sharpened by humiliation. Valorian entered the chamber. Every goblin grandmother looked at him. The room changed, not because he was large. He was still too young for what he had become. Thin, pale, dark-haired, scarred, not crowned, not armored like Garen, not robed like Malachar. No throne followed him. No banner needed to announce him. The chain did that. It moved in the room without moving. It passed through throats, ribs, wrists, old vows, fresh bindings, dead nerves, living fear. The grandmothers felt it in places where age had hidden their last ungoverned selves. Myrn's stylus stopped. Naka bent her head over the bowl. Skava's hand closed around her injured arm. Valorian looked at the oldest grandmother. What is the war measure? Her lips pressed together. The chain entered the question, not as pain first, as inevitability. The old goblin woman shook. She fought with everything age had left her. Hatred, memory, spite, clan pride, the private victory of dying with one useful thing still unspent. Valorian watched. Malachar watched more closely. Aelrian looked away. Mother Kale did not. She had come in behind Valorian and she stood near the entrance with her hands folded so tightly the knuckles had gone pale. She watched the old woman resist until resistance became trembling, and trembling became a wet breath, and the wet breath became words. Bruised nail root, the grandmother whispered. Do not cut. Cut root makes dull. Bruised root makes want. Malachar's eyes brightened. Myrn wrote, How much? Valorian asked. The grandmother cried then, not loudly, not dramatically. One tear slipped through the clouded eye and vanished into a wrinkle. Depends who drinks. Necromancer, Valorian said. Malachar made a small, appreciative sound. The grandmother swallowed. Necromancer needs bitter ash. Gravetouch fights warm. Too much root and he smiles at nothing. Too little and he bargains. Bitter ash first, black liquor after, blood last. Whose blood? She tried not to answer. The chain corrected the attempt. Master S, she gasped, or Priest S, or Motherline, depends what devotion goes toward. Valorian stepped closer. The bowl between them smelled of rot, iron, root sap, and old worship. What if devotion goes toward the chain? The grandmother stared at him. For the first time, fear overcame hatred completely. No, she whispered. Malachar leaned closer despite himself. Aorian closed his eyes. Mother Kale said, Valorian. He did not look back. The grandmother began rocking, not like Naka, not madness, prayer, an old rhythm, a den rhythm. Something from before Blacktooth, before Vexa, before Stone Eater, before debt had learned to write itself in ledgers. No, she said again. No chain in bowl. Bowl is for choosing. Wrong choosing maybe. Sick choosing maybe. But choosing. Chain has no mouth. Chain drinks all. Valorian considered her. That is why it needs a draft. Mern's stylus scratched. Skava made a sound that was almost a growl. The chain took it by the throat before it became speech. Valorian turned slightly. You object. Skava's lips peeled back from her teeth. Every instinct in her wanted to say something foolish enough to be punished. Something about mothers, about Rekka, about old women, about how some knowledge should be buried even if the dead clawed it up by the roots. Instead, because survival still lived in her like a beaten animal, she said, if you make them love it wrong, they won't serve right. Malachar paused. Valorian looked at her fully. Skava's breathing changed, but she did not retreat. Explain. Her eyes flicked to the grandmothers, then to the bowl, then to Malachar. Draft not same for warriors, dead boys, shrine wives, witches, mothers, killers, tunnel watch. You make a corpse priest drink warrior measure. He breaks or chants until he pisses blood. You make a killer drink mourning measure. He weeps instead of stabbing. You make a necromancer drink den wife measure. Naka laughed once. Skava's face twisted. He loves the master, maybe, but he starts hiding bones for gifts, starts making little deaths to prove devotion, starts thinking every corpse is prayer, bad. Malachar's smile slowly returned. That, he said softly, is the first useful thing anyone has said all morning. Skava spat at his feet. The chain punished her enough to bend her shoulders, but not enough to drop her. Valorian allowed that. Aorian noticed. Of course Aorian noticed. His horror had become precise over time. You are not only learning the recipe, Aorian said. Valorian turned back to the bowl. No. You are learning liturgy. Malachar clasped his hands in delight. Oh, that is good. Aorian looked at him with open disgust. Valorian said, faith is too unstable. Devotion is more useful. Devotion with category becomes office. Mother Kale's voice entered the room like a bell struck under cloth. You are building priests from prisoners. No, Valorian said. The old women watched him. So did Skava. So did Aorian. So did Malachar, though his gaze held anticipation rather than judgment. Valorian looked into the unfinished bowl. I am building hands that can touch what mine cannot touch everywhere at once. Malachar's delight faded into something more sober. For a breath, he looked again like the man who had once warned that Valorian was trying to conduct war through his nerves. Then the first death workers must be sorted before drinking, Malachar said. Not merely captured, sorted. Ambition, cowardice, hunger, technical skill, revulsion threshold, response to corpse smell, response to command, response to praise. A grave thief is not a corpse washer. A hedge death mage is not a shrine full of handler. A failed apprentice is not a plague chanter. Can you sort them? Yes. Can you bind them after? Malachar smiled with less humor. You can. Valorian's eyes moved to him. Malachar corrected himself. We can. The chain accepted the answer. The oldest grandmother whispered something in Goblin. Mern did not write it. Valorian looked at her. Mern's hand trembled. What did she say? Mern closed her eyes. The chain asked again. She said, Mern whispered, A bowl that teaches love to kneel will one day teach kneeling to love the bowl. Silence followed. Naka stopped rocking. Skava's face went still. Mother Kale looked as if someone had placed a knife beneath her ribs and turned it slowly. Malachar exhaled. "Well," he said, "that is either a warning or a founding hymn." Valorian looked at the unfinished draft, then at the grandmothers, then at Skava. Continue. By evening, the war chamber smelled faintly of iron, bitter root, and mapped clay. The great board had been remade since Stone Eater's fall. Talon Vayer had objected to the first version because the old goblin scratches confused root with ownership. Corvin Ash had objected to the second because the elevations lied. Audrin Pell had objected to the third because it showed roads without cart difficulty. Marathorn of the Red Board had said nothing until Valorian asked whether the fourth was sufficient. Then she had moved one piece and said, "Now it lies less." That one had remained. Blacktooth sat eastward under dark clay and scored stone, not as a number, not as a clean fortress, as depth, multiple mouths, market hollows, pens, shrines, witch holes, detrodes, food stores, side warrens, old clan tunnels, places where goblin politics had clotted over generations into something too large to break with one strike and too useful to avoid forever. The Vexa line ran toward it like a vein. Valorian stood over the board. Garen stood at his right. The four war ancients sat across the chamber in their places, as if death itself had arranged them by function. Master Talon Vayer had his cracked tablet across his knees, one long finger resting on an old campaign mark no one else could read without asking. His smoke-dark eyes rarely moved quickly. He looked at maps the way some men listened to confessions. Dame Corvin Ash held a tower piece in one hand and a sharpened stone peg in the other. She had already marked likely choke points around Blacktooth with small cuts that made the clay look moody. Audrin Pell had 3 slates, 2 styluses, and no patience for anyone who used the word soon without explaining what would feed it. Marathorn of the Red Board leaned over the red-painted section of the war table, chin propped on one dead hand, expression faintly amused in the way a blade might be amused by soft cloth. Aorian stood behind Valorian and to the left, as he often did now when magical, political, or elven interpretation might become useful. He had not stopped looking unsettled since the draft chamber. Malachar lounged near the wall with the posture of a man trying to appear decorative while listening with his entire soul. Mother Kale stood because she had refused the seat offered to her. Perrin waited near the rear with a water tray he had not been ordered to set down. Skava stood under guard near the side passage. She had been summoned for Blacktooth, not trusted with it. Dusk lay half in shadow near Valorian's feet, head on paws, eyes open. No one called the meeting a council. The last time Talon had insisted on the difference between serving and advising, Valorian had allowed it because useful truth sometimes needed room enough to stand before it bent. Now the room knew the shape of that bargain. Valorian looked to Audrin first, Blacktooth. Audrin touched his stylus to the board. "No." Mar, who stood near the door with his arms folded, made a sound. Mara smiled without looking up. Valorian's gaze did not leave Audrin. "No," Audrin repeated. "Not yet. The Vexa line gives approach, not capacity. Armor slows the line, carts multiply. Food strain increases. Forge output remains insufficient for replacement plates, spearheads, hinges, wheel bands, and collar work at the same time. The newly bound obey, but obedience under march is not yet obedience under exhaustion. We can reach Blacktooth. Reaching is not taking, taking is not holding." Talon Vayer inclined his head slightly. Blacktooth is not Stone Eater's Bend enlarged. It is political memory. Strike poorly, and those who hate each other may agree to fear you together. Corvin Ash placed the tower piece over one of the marked mouths. Depth favors them, narrow entries, internal markets, side passages, shrines, places for fire, places for collapse, places for children to carry knives where soldiers cannot turn shields. Crude attack feeds them bodies. Garen's helm shifted a fraction. The line can hold a prepared front. It cannot yet solve a living maze. Valorian listened. Marathorn moved a black commander piece 1 square toward Blacktooth, then stopped it with the tip of 1 finger. Fear outran us. The room stilled, she continued. Useful in small places, dangerous before large ones. Every hollow between here and Blacktooth has now heard something, not truth, better, fragments, dead mothers, bound sons, Stone Eater fallen, Vexa broken, a pale master, a black knight. Goblins wearing iron for the enemy. Some will surrender faster because of that. Others will prepare faster. Blacktooth is large enough to make fear administrative. Skava's eyes lowered. She knew that was true. Valorian said, then fear must be shaped before it arrives. Yes, Mara said, and it must arrive from more than one direction. Corvin tapped the west flank of the map. Goblin roads are watched. Audrin added, and expensive. Talon said, and expected. Garen said, then do not use only goblin roads. Perrin's ears moved. It was slight, almost nothing, but Dusk saw it. So did Valorian. The room did not turn at once. That would have been mercy. Instead, the realization moved through the chamber slowly, like cold water finding cracks. Mara's smoky eyes lifted. Audrin's stylus stopped. Corvin looked not at Perrin, but at the unmarked green-brown section north of the Vexa line where the map became less certain and more dangerous. The deep wood's edge. Aelrian understood second, and his face tightened. Mother Kale understood before Perrin spoke. Her hand went to the bell charm at her throat. No, she said quietly. Valorian looked at her. She did not look away. You have goblin roads, she said. You have dead roads. You have debt roads. Leave the old clan paths alone. Perrin had gone very still. He held the water tray in both hands. One cup trembled against another with a tiny clay sound. Valorian looked at him. What roads? Perrin swallowed. The chain stirred. Not hard, not yet. His body knew the question before his mind finished begging it not to be asked. Fox roads, he whispered. Skava looked at him, not with pity, with recognition. She knew the exact shape of that wound. Valorian stepped away from the map. Perrin's tail lowered. Where? Mother Kale moved as if to stand between them. Garen's helm turned. He did not threaten her. He did not need to. She stopped anyway, because stopping was the only way to keep the room from proving what it already was. Perrin's lips parted. No sound came. The chain tightened inside him. He bent slightly at the waist. Valorian watched, and for a moment his face held no anger, only attention. Answer. Perrin made a small sound that might have been pain or apology. Northeast of Vexa throat, he said. Past Raydroot Rise, before the old storm pines, there is a fox settlement. Talon's finger moved across his tablet. Corvin leaned forward. Audrin reached for a clean slate. Mara did not move at all. Valorian said, name. Perrin shook his head once. The chain corrected him. His eyes filled. Red whispered Den. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Aelrian whispered something in Elven that sounded less like a word than a wound. Valorian returned to the map. There is no mark here. Perrin's voice was thin. It is not a goblin place. Size. Perrin flinched at the word. Valorian did not correct himself. Important, Perrin said. Not the largest, not small. Old enough for bells, old enough for shrine stones. It watches 3 fox paths and 1 bad goblin path no goblin likes unless starving or chased. Corvin Ash placed a small blank stone where Perrin's gaze had fixed. Defenses. Not walls like goblins, thorn screens, sent warnings. Hollow logs, watch nests. Bell lines, burrows for children. Shrine court in center, elders near the red tree. Mother Kale said, stop. Perrin did. Valorian did not look at her. Continue. The chain made the word long. Perrin continued. They have runners, sentreators, pathkeepers, some bow hunters, mostly knives, slings, short spears. They do not fight in shield lines, they scatter. They come back behind you, they cut straps, they blind animals. They lead enemies into syncroute and old snow pits. Male Voss, standing beyond the doorway, listened harder at the mention of straps. Audrin's stylus moved. Food? Audrin asked. Perrin looked at him with something almost grateful because logistics hurt less than names. Dried vole, root cakes, berry leathers, smoked mushrooms, hidden caches, not enough for an army, enough for runners. Water. 3 springs, 1 sacred, 1 bitter, 1 hidden. Corvin asked, entrances. Perrin's face twisted. Everywhere, that is the point. Marathorn laughed softly. No warmth lived in it. Good. Mother Kale rounded on her. Good. Mara looked at her. Yes. A place without walls teaches better than another door. You are discussing a sanctuary. I am discussing a route. It is both. Mara's eyes returned to the map. Then it is more valuable. Mother Kale looked at Valorian. He had not reacted to the word sanctuary the way she had hoped. She should have known better by now. Red Whisper is beast folk ground, she said. Not goblin debt, not blacktooth rot, not stone eater's tax. They are not part of this war. Valorian touched the unmarked place on the board. Then they have been fortunate. Perrin made a sound. The chain stopped him before it became protest. Valorian looked to the 4 ancients. Talen. The dead campaign historian's finger rested on the edge of his tablet. Taking Red Whisper gives story before strategy. Goblins learn the chain moves beyond goblin roads. Beast folk learn neutrality is not a wall. Blacktooth learns its flank is no longer private. Dangerous if mismanaged. Useful if made exemplary. Corvin. No walls, harder to trap whole. Easier to poison roots, cut bells, seize shrine center, hold children's burrows, turn scattered defense into hostile geometry. Need scent countermeasures, need guides, need silence. Perrin trembled. Do not call it geometry, Mother Kale said. Corvin looked at her, not unkindly, because kindness was not present in what remained of her. All places where bodies may be moved are geometry. Audrin. Audrin's stylus had already filled half the slate. Small force, fast, heavy armor limited. Road column discipline unsuitable beyond first approach. Use light files, selected line-bound, dusk, Perrin under close command. Scava if goblin path needed. Malachar only if death preparation is intended. Supplies must be carried in narrow loads. No carts past Red Root rise unless path widen, which ruins surprise. Valorian's eyes moved to Mara. She smiled faintly. You already know. Say it. Blacktooth expects hunger from Vexa. It expects debt claims, dead collectors, goblin terror, maybe a direct attempt when your arrogance outpaces Audrin's patience. It does not expect you to step sideways into a people who still believe not being goblins protects them from goblin consequences. Perrin whispered, they did not do anything. Valorian looked at him. That was worse than being ignored. Perrin lowered his eyes, but the sentence had already entered the room. Valorian considered him for a long moment. Then he said, neither did Mara. Silence took the chamber by the throat. Aorian went white. Mother Kale's face changed in a way that made even Malachar stop smiling. Perrin stared at Valorian with horror too intimate to become anger. Valorian's voice remained level. Innocence is not protection. It is only a condition other powers may choose to respect. Mother Kale said, and you choose not to. I choose not to rely on it. That is not the same thing. No, Valorian said, it is more honest. Scava laughed once. It was a broken, ugly sound. Everyone looked at her. She did not care. Now he knows, she said, staring at Perrin. Now he knows what being useful feels like. Perrin's mouth trembled. Skava's face twisted as soon as the words left her, as if she had meant to wound him and found herself bleeding from the same cut. Mother Kale stepped toward Perrin. The chain stopped her only when Valorian's attention moved, not harshly. A reminder, she froze. Perrin remained where he was, water tray still in his hands, though no one had drunk. Valorian looked again at the map. Blacktooth waits beneath stone, he said. We will not begin beneath stone. Garin bowed his helm by a fraction. The army continues drilling. Marv, spears, rusk, raw armor files, pike, rations and march portions, stone-handed, bend defenses and portable baffles, Vaz, road discipline for narrow movement. Garin accepted each order as it fell into place. The ancients. Valorian looked across the table. Talon shapes the reason, Corvin shapes the taking, Adrin shapes the carrying, Mara shapes the lesson. The four dead advisors inclined their heads in their own ways. Not humble, not free, useful. For Red Whisper, Valorian continued, we do not march as conquerors. Mother Kale's face tightened with sudden, terrible hope. Then Valorian finished. We arrive as weather. Mara's smile returned. Malachar exhaled with delight. Aerion closed his eyes. Perrin looked at the blank stone Corvin had placed on the board and saw not a mark, but home reduced to a target. Valorian's hand hovered over it. The chain stirred through the room, through goblin throats in the yard, through dead sergeants making soldiers from captives, through old women finishing a bowl that would teach future slaves to call obedience devotion, through Garin's silent armor, through the four ancients who watched Conquest become sequels, through Skava, who understood too well, through Mother Kale, who understood sacred ground well enough to grieve before it was touched, through Perrin, who knew the scent of red leaves after rain, the sound of fox bells under wind, the place where children hid during thunder, the old shrine beneath the red tree, the path around the bitter spring, and the warning charm that meant strangers must turn back unless invited by blood. Valorian placed one finger on the unmarked clay. Show me the Fox Road. Perrin tried to hold the last map inside himself. The chain opened his memory like a door, and in the silence that followed before the first line was drawn, Stone Eater's Bend seemed to lean toward the deep woods. Blacktooth waited beneath stone, but the road around it ran under red leaves, old bells, and foxbone charms. Perrin knew the way, and now so did the chain. Chain 5. The Red Whisper Desecration. Link 2. Under the towering trees. The deep woods did not begin all at once. That was the first lie maps told. On the clay board in Stone Eater's Bend, the forest had been a boundary. A darkened sweep of green-black beyond goblin scratches and uncertain route lines. A place the stylus entered, hesitated, and became less confident. A place where roads thinned. A place where Blacktooth's nearest veins bent away from older things they did not own. But the world did not obey maps. The deep woods began by degrees. First, the air changed. The forge smoke of Stone Eater's Bend faded behind them. The sour rot of Goblin Hollows thinned. The road lost the old traffic stink of death, iron, mushrooms, wet hide, and bodies made to live too close beneath stone. Wind moved differently past the Vexa line. It did not hurry through tunnels or crawl along low cuts. It descended from high branches they could not yet see and carried with it the smell of resin, snowmelt, old bark, wet leaves, and something animal enough to make the line-bound goblins tighten their grips around spear hafts. Then the ground changed. The Goblin Road, if it deserved the name, narrowed from a used trail into a memory of passage. Roots crossed it like buried limbs rising through skin. Stones broke the track in uneven teeth. Moss covered old footprints. Thin red fungus grew along the north sides of trunks and stones, not much at first, then more often until the earth seemed to have been marked by quiet wounds. Perrin walked near the front because Valorian had placed him there, not as a scout, as a key. A leather cord had been tied around his wrist, not to bind him physically, because physical bonds had become ornamental under Valorian's rule, but to remind the eyes of the column why the foxboy was there. A strip of red cloth hung from the cord. Perrin had stared at it when it was tied on him, and gone so still that Mother Kale had taken one step forward before the chain stopped her from making the mistake of calling Mercy authority. Now the cloth moved whenever his hand trembled. Dusk ranged ahead through the undergrowth. Not far. That was unusual. The great black beast did not like the trees. She did not fear them as prey feared cover or as goblins feared things without det marks. Dusk feared little in any ordinary sense. She had run through blood, corpse smoke, screams, iron, narrow tunnels, and the unnatural cold that gathered when Valorians will entered a room. But here, beneath the first outer ranks of the forest, she moved with a predator's caution sharpened by instincts older than command. Twice she stopped and looked upward. Both times Valorian followed her gaze. Both times he saw only branches. The trees grew larger as they advanced. At first they were merely old, broad trunks, bark split deep enough to hide a hand, roots thick as goblin bodies. Then the road dipped beyond a frost-slit ridge, and the true edge of the deep woods rose before them. The column stopped without command. Even Mar did not shout at once. The trees ahead were not trees as Valorian had known them. They were pillars. They were walls that had chosen to grow leaves. They rose out of the earth in red-brown and black-gray towers, each trunk wide enough that a house might have been carved into it without killing the tree. Their roots climbed over stones, buried themselves through fallen logs, gripped the ground in vast knuckled fists, and vanished beneath moss older than the language the goblins used to curse. High above, branches tangled into a roof that caught daylight and broke it into green dusk. Snow clung in cold pockets where sun could not reach. Curtains of dark lichen hung like funeral veils. Hollow sounds moved overhead, too distant to name. The line-bound goblins stared upward. Their helmets made the movement awkward. Mar struck one shield. The crack rang small beneath the trees, too small. The forest accepted the sound and made nothing of it. Eyes forward, Mar growled, the file corrected, not because Mar had reminded them, because the chain had. Valorian watched the correction move through them. It was less clean here than in the yard, not weaker, different. The chain still held flesh and will, but the place around them did not echo obedience the way Stone Eater's Bend had begun to do. The forest did not know Valorian's law. It had not learned his pressure. It did not carry his marks in stone, ration, forge, chain post, or sleeping fear. It had its own old grammar. That interested him. Garen rode Nightfall beside the column's left flank. The dead charger's hooves did not sink into the moss, though wet earth darkened beneath every step as if remembering weight after it passed. Nightfall's head lifted at the tree line. Black smoke moved in the hollow sockets of its eyes. The horse did not refuse, but it slowed. Garen noticed, so did Valorian. "Report," Valorian said. Garen's helm turned toward the forest. "The ground does not welcome the dead." Malachar, walking behind with two corpse handlers and a covered bone case, smiled as if someone had finally begun speaking politely. "Most ground does not. It merely lacks the strength to be rude." Mother Kale looked at him with disgust. Malachar accepted it as attention. Perrin whispered, "We should not be here." No one answered quickly. That gave the sentence room enough to become true. The column had been chosen carefully, not the full weight of Stone Eater's Bend, not the new army in all its iron. Valorian had listened to Audrin because Audrin had been correct in the way stones were correct. Not inspiring, but painful to ignore. Too many bodies would break the route. Too much iron would slow the march. Too many carts would reveal passage, snap roots, sink in moss, and turn stealth into repair work. So Valorian had brought a narrowed hand of the chain. Garen and Nightfall, Mar for spear discipline, Male Voss for road order. A file of selected line-bound in partial armor, shield-bearing, quiet because command left them no other shape. Dusk. Malachar and two newly sorted deathworkers whose obedience still smelled of bitter root and fear. Mother Kale, because Valorian expected wounded, and because sacred places were more useful when someone present understood why they mattered. Aorian, because elven education sometimes recognized old laws even when elven courage did nothing with them. Skava, because goblin paths might still turn under the roots. Perrin, because Red Whisper Den could not be found by those who only knew how to conquer. And behind them, moving carefully under Male Voss's dead patience, came three narrow pack sledges built without wheels, carrying food, cord, hide, black iron stakes, water skins, folded cloth, bone dust sealed in wax, and two small covered jars Malachar had not explained to anyone but Valorian. Mother Kale had seen the jars. She had not asked. That was one of the ways Valorian knew she suspected enough to be useful. They entered beneath the first true trees. The sound changed at once. The army did not become silent. Armies never did. Leather creaked. Armor shifted. Goblin breath rasped behind helmet slits. Spear shafts tapped against shield rims until Mar turned and glared the sound out of them. Pack sledges whispered across wet moss. Somewhere behind them, one of the death workers muttered the first line of a grave count under his breath until Malachar tapped two fingers against the man's jaw and smiled. But the forest swallowed the column differently than tunnels did. Stone returned sound. Would listen. Every noise seemed to travel upward into unseen branches and vanish among things that had been watching since before goblin debt shrines learned to frighten children. Perrin knew the path. He tried not to. That was the worst part. The chain did not have to drag every answer out of him. Some knowledge betrayed him by living too close to the surface. His body turned before his mouth did. His ears twitched toward old warning knots before his eyes admitted seeing them. He slowed near a patch of frost-hollow ground because some child version of him had once been told never to step there after thaw. He avoided a fallen white limb without thinking, though to everyone else it looked like every other dead branch beneath the moss. Valorian watched and learned from each flinch. "Why not there?" he asked once. Perrin stopped, his throat moved, the chain weighted inside him. "Syncroot," he said. Male Voss looked at the ground, nothing marked it. The dead road master stepped forward, took a spear from a goblin and pressed the butt into the moss. The ground gave slowly, not like mud, like a mouth deciding whether to open. Voss withdrew the spear. Black wetness clung to the wood. "Mark it," he said. A line-bound goblin drove a small stake beside the patch. Perrin looked ill. "Those marks are not for us," he whispered. Valorian turned his head. Perrin's ears flattened. "They are for children," he said, "for runners. For old ones who cannot smell it anymore. Now they are for us." Perrin's hands curled, the red cloth at his wrist shook. Mother Kale moved closer to him as the column resumed. "You do not have to look at every sign," she murmured. The chain tightened because comfort had begun to lean toward permission. Valorian let it tighten. Perrin felt it and looked away from her. Mother Kale's face hardened. "You cannot own every kindness before it is given," she said. Valorian did not look back. "I do not need to own every kindness. That will surprise many who have met you." Aorian's eyes moved sharply between them. Mar grunted under his breath. It might have been amusement. It might have been a cough remembered from a living throat. Valorian walked on. For a time, the forest let them pass. Then the first bell sounded. It was so small that most of the goblins did not hear it. Dusk did. She stopped mid-step, lips drawing back from her teeth. Perrin stopped too. His face changed completely. Not fear first. Recognition. A tiny red bead hung from a nearly invisible cord between two branches above the path. It was carved from bone or seed or old polished root, no larger than the first joint of a child's finger. When the wind moved through the branches, it tapped once against a hollow twig. Tick, the sound vanished. Perrin's eyes filled before he could stop them. "What is it?" Aorian asked softly. Perrin did not answer. The chain supplied pressure. "First warning," he whispered. "Not danger, stranger." Male Voss looked upward. "Cut it." No, Perrin said too quickly. The chain punished speed before Valorian did. Perrin bent, breath catching. Mother Kale stepped toward him again. Valorian lifted one hand. She stopped. Perrin swallowed pain and spoke carefully. If you cut it, they know you saw it. If you lave it, they think maybe you passed under by mistake. Maybe traveler, maybe beast, maybe lost goblin. Mar looked around at the armored file, the dead horse, the Black Panther, the corpse workers, and Valorian. "Aye," he said, "we look like a lost goblin." Perrin flinched. Valorian studied the cord, "Do not cut it." Voss's dead face betrayed no irritation, but his hand left the knife at his belt. The column passed beneath the warning bell. It tapped once more after Valorian crossed. Tick. This time everyone heard it. The second sign came as sent, not to Valorian, not to most of the goblins. Dusk smelled it and gave a low rumble. Perrin smelled it and nearly stumbled. Skava, walking behind him, watched his tail drop and understood enough to become cruel because cruelty was easier than pity. "Home stinks," she muttered. Perrin did not answer. Skava regretted it almost immediately. That made her angrier. Aorian said, "What is it?" Perrin's voice was thin. "Red leaf oil, bitter smoke, Denmark." "Meaning?" His lips trembled. "Family ground." The forest seemed to grow larger around the words. Family ground. Valorian considered the phrase with the same attention he had once given the chainbind's first hesitation. Goblin territory was often debt, fear, hunger, force, old shrines made practical by threat. Elven territory was law, title, ward, lineage, property hidden behind beauty. Human territory, if the dead were to be believed, had once been oath, road, farm, fortress, record, grave, and name. Beastfolk ground was different, not weaker. Different. It declared itself through scent, warning, memory, kinship, path, season, and permission. A place made from belonging. Garen had said belonging must be replaced, not merely broken. Valorian looked at Perrin. Perrin felt the attention and shrank without moving. Yes, Valorian thought, this was why they had come, not only for scouts, for a new language of ownership. The farther they traveled, the less the goblin world mattered. No toll stones, no finger marks, no dead scratches, no squat shrine posts smeared with old blood. Instead, red cloth appeared in slivers tied under leaves where only those taught to search by scent and angle would notice. Tiny bone charms hung from roots with one side carved smooth, the other marked by claw. Hollow logs lay in places that seemed accidental, until male Voss stepped too near one and three birds burst out together from a distant tree, warning something unseen. Twice Dava Rusk would have been useful, Valorian thought, because the goblin file began to tire under armor and forest strain, but this was not a training march. This was a road taken from someone who had not given it. Around midday, the raven appeared. It sat high on a dead branch above a splitroot crossing. Large, too large perhaps, black as wet coal with eyes that held a pale gray shine. It did not startle when dusk stared at it. It did not fly when Garen passed beneath. It watched Valorian as if it had been waiting less for his arrival than for the shape of him to become visible through the trees. Malachar noticed second after dusk. His smile faded by one careful degree. "Ah," he said. Valorian looked up. The raven looked down. No one spoke for several breaths. Perrin did not look up. That told Valorian more than the bird did. "You know it," Valorian said. Perrin shook his head. The chain tightened. He gasped. "I know what it means," he whispered. "Not it. I do not know it. I do not know if anyone knows it." Mother Kale's bell charm moved under her fingers. "Raven folk?" Valorian asked. Mother Kale did not answer at once. The raven tilted its head. Aorian's voice came quietly. "Not necessarily." Some old beast folk traditions distinguish between people, messengers, masks, and watchers. A raven may be a bird. A raven folk may be a person. A raven on a sacred boundary may be neither in any safe way. Malachar clasped his hands behind his back. How refreshingly imprecise. Mother Kale said, "Do not mock what may be listening." Malachar looked up at the raven. My apologies to the possible bird, possible person, possible mask, possible watcher. The raven blinked once. Malachar's smile returned too quickly. Valorian said, "What does it mean?" Perrin whispered, "Turn back." Mar snorted. The raven spread its wings, not fully, only enough that the branch beneath it seemed suddenly too small for what perched there. Dusk growled. Nightfall stamped once and black frost spread under one hoof before vanishing into moss. The raven folded its wings again. Valorian walked on. By late light, the trees opened where they should not have opened. Perrin stopped before the others saw why. The path descended through two great roots grown together like an arch. Beyond them, the forest floor dipped into a broad hollow, cupped between towering red-barked trees. Moss roofs hid beneath brush. Hollow trunks had been shaped into doorways without looking shaped. Root houses clung to the slopes, their entrances half covered by woven branches and hanging leaves. Narrow bridges of braided vine crossed between low boughs. Small smoke holes breathed thin blue lines into the canopy. Burrow mouths opened and vanished in shadow. Red cloth strips fluttered from hidden cords. Bone bells hung everywhere, most still, some turning slowly though no wind moved inside the hollow. Red whispered den. It was not a fortress. That was its defense. A fortress announced the terms by which it might be taken. Wall. Gate, tower, ditch, angle, weak point. Red Whisper did not announce. It hid in the grammar of the forest and trusted that anyone who did not belong would pass by without understanding what had been spared. For one impossible moment, Valorian saw no soldiers, only people. Foxkin moved in the hollow below, smaller than elves, slighter than most goblins, though taller through the leg and lighter in movement. Red, gray, russet, black-tipped, pale-bellied. Ears turning toward sounds before faces follow. Tails low or high depending on age and task. Children were being pulled under root awnings. An old fox woman with white around her muzzle gathered bowls from a drying rack with shaking hands. Two young hunters stood on a branch bridge with short bows drawn but not yet aimed. A runner vanished into a hollow trunk. Another appeared from somewhere Valorian had not seen, crossed half the settlement without touching open ground, and disappeared behind a red tree at the center. The red tree was older than the houses, older than the bridges, older than the warning cords. Its bark was the color of dark blood under rain. Its trunk rose from a circular shrine court marked by stones, antlers, feathers, old beads, and dozens of small carved fox bones hung on red thread. 3 bells hung from its lowest branch, not goblin bells, not dead bells, thin, dark old bells that seemed to hold silence more carefully than sound. Mother Kale inhaled sharply. Perrin made a sound so small only Valorian dusk and perhaps the raven heard it. A child below looked up, then another, then an elder. For one breath, Red Whisper then saw Perrin. Everything stopped, not because of Valorian, because of Perrin. The old fox woman at the drying rack dropped a bowl. It struck the root floor and broke. The sound shattered the hollow. Bells rang, not one, all of them. Tiny warning bells, root bells, bone bells, branch bells, bells too small to be seen and too many to count. The sound moved through Red Whisper den like rain becoming panic. Children vanished into burrows. Hunters raised bows. Elders turned toward the red tree. Runners moved. Foxkin appeared where empty brush had been. Perrin stepped forward without permission. The chain stopped him. He folded around the pane with a breathless cry. Below, several foxkin saw it. Whatever hope had crossed their faces at the sight of him changed. Now they saw the red cloth on his wrist, the line bound behind him, the dead knight, the black wolf, the pale boy, the corpse smoke, the iron. Perrin's ears flattened against his head. "I am sorry," he whispered. No one below could hear him. Valorian heard, he did not answer. Garen moved Nightfall beside him. Orders. Valorian looked down into the hollow. He saw escaped roots, not all of them, enough. He saw children being moved through root tunnels. He saw hunters trying to look brave while calculating distance. He saw elders gathering near the shrine because old law had taught them that center meant protection. He saw no shield line, no siege discipline. No prepared killing ground in the human or goblin sense, but he saw warning, memory, kinship. A people built to scatter and return after danger forgot them. A people almost impossible to hold if allowed to become motion. Seal movement, Valorian said. Do not enter. Garen's helm turned. Do not enter. Not yet. Garen accepted the distinction at once. Mar. The first sergeant moved before Garen finished saying his name. Shield filed down the left root. No charge, hold. Voss. Male Voss raised one hand behind the column. Pack sledges down. Path discipline. No wheels, no shouting, no loose straps. Any goblin who breaks formation loses mouth privilege for a day. Pike was not present to appreciate the phrasing. Dusk, Valorian said. The black beast looked at him. Run the high edge, do not take children. Dusk's lips peeled back, not agreement, understanding. She vanished into brush. Perrin turned toward Valorian, horrified. Please. Valorian did not look at him. Garen, no slaughter. Skava's eyes snapped toward him. Mother Kale, S2. Even Perrin went still in confusion before fear returned. Garen said, define restraint. Runners stopped. Hunters disarmed. Elders contained. Children untouched unless used as cover. Mar growled from the left, and if they stab. Then they learned stabbing does not change ownership. Perrin whispered, they are not yours. Valorian finally looked at him. Not yet. A horn sounded from below, not a war horn, a warning call made from hollow bone. The red tree answered, or something beneath it did. The air thickened. Every bell in Red Whisper Den went silent at once. The sudden absence of sound struck harder than the warning had. Malachar's face changed. Aelrian's hand went to the old wart scar at his wrist. Mother Kale stepped back. Garen's sword came half an inch from its sheath. Dusk snarled from somewhere unseen above the hollow. The ground between Valorian's force and Red Whisper Den shimmered, not like elven wards. Elven magic wrote itself in line, light, script, geometry, arrogance. This was not written, it was remembered. The moss brightened. The roots darkened. Red threads snapped taut between stones, branches, burrows, bells, and the shrine tree. Scent became visible for one impossible instant, thin silver-red trails crossing the hollow like breath caught in winter. Fox bones turned toward the ridge. The three dark bells under the red tree rang without moving. Then the barrier rose. It did not rise as a wall. It rose as refusal. The air curved around Red Whisper Den, clear and deep and old. Leaves caught against it and did not fall. A thrown stone from one frightened line-bound struck the unseen boundary and dropped straight down, not bounced back, not shattered, simply denied continuation. Nightfall stepped forward once and stopped before Garen touched the reins. Black smoke curled from the dead horse's nostrils and flattened against the invisible curve. Malachar lifted one hand experimentally. Grave smoke seeped between his fingers. It reached toward the barrier. The smoke recoiled, not violently, with disgust. Malachar's eyebrows rose. How rude, he murmured. Mother Kale breathed, sanctuary law. The raven descended. It came from above the red tree, though Valorian had not seen it fly there. It landed on the lowest branch between the three dark bells. The foxkin below bowed their heads. Not all, some were too afraid. Some held children, some held knives, but enough bowed to show this was known, if not understood. The raven looked at Valorian. Then it changed. Feathers unfolded like a cloak turning inside out. Wings narrowed into arms. Blackness drew itself downward around a tall, human-like shape standing upon the branch without bending it. The figure wore a mantle of layered black feathers over a body too slender to be human and too still to be merely beast folk. Its hands were pale. Its hair, if hair it was, fell in black strands threaded with gray. Its face held the suggestion of a beak only when viewed from the wrong angle, and eyes like winter sky seen through smoke. When it spoke, the bells did not ring. The silence did, child of chains. The words entered the hollow. the ridge, the roots, and the bones under the red tree at once. The line-bound goblins shuddered. Perrin fell to his knees, not from the chain, from recognition older than fear. Valorian remained standing. The raven-shaped figure looked at the dead behind him, the bound before him, the wolf in the brush, the necromancer smiling too little, the healer grieving too early, the elf who knew enough to be afraid. Then it looked back to Valorian. You have passed upon holy ground. The forest seemed to lean closer. Your dead have no purchase here. Nightfall's smoke flattened again against the barrier. Your grave smoke has no tongue here. Malachar's smile died completely. Your bindings have no law over root, bell, den, or shrine. Valorian's fingers moved once. The chain stirred through those already his, only those already his. The barrier did not answer. These people, the raven said, stand beneath the forest's protection. The foxkin held their breath. Perrin's shoulders shook. You may not proceed. No one spoke, not Mar, not Garen, not Malachar, not Mother Kale. The world held itself between law and answer. Valorian looked at the barrier. He looked at the red tree. He looked at Perrin kneeling inside his own terror, not inside sanctuary, not truly, because the boy was still on Valorian's side of the boundary. The red cloth at Perrin's wrist lay against the moss like a wound. Then Valorian looked at the ground just outside the barrier. Moss, roots, tiny white flowers growing between old stones, a small carved foxbone half hidden under leaves, a scent post wrapped in red thread, a place where protection touched the world. He understood. The raven had not lied. He could not simply step forward and make the holy ground obey. His dead could not march through it. Malachar's death smoke recoiled. The line-bound could stand under the chain, but the chain had no law over the place itself. Not yet. Valorian lowered his gaze to his own hands. The scarred fingers, the old marks, the black pressure waiting beneath the skin. He thought of Ashfinger Shrine, of Detoths, of Graveloam, of the first time death had moved through soil instead of body, of Malachar saying not raised, death called into ground. Mother Kale seemed to understand at the same moment. No, she said. The raven's pale eyes narrowed. Valorian knelt, not in reverence, in reach. The moss beneath his knees recoiled before he touched it. Child of chains, the raven said, and for the first time there was warning inside the title, do not. Valorian placed both hands on the earth outside the barrier. The ground was cold, alive, full. He felt roots beneath the surface. Moisture, buried seeds, old fur, old ash, dropped teeth from children, food scraps, generations of passing feet, the shed warmth of dens, the memory of Bell, the stubborn claim of a people who had survived by asking the world to overlook them. He did not command it. That would have been the chain. This was not command. This was violation. Black smoke poured from his palms. The first flower died. Its stem curled inward. White petals grayed, then blackened, then fell without wind. Mother Kale made a sound as if something had struck her. Perrin lifted his head. No, he whispered. The smoke sank, not upward, down, into moss, into root hair, into wet soil, into the thin living skin between holy ground and the rest of the world. The barrier brightened. The raven spread its arms. The fox bells rang once. Valorian pressed harder. Blackness threaded outward from his hands in thin veins. Grass wilted. Moss shrank away in a widening circle. Red thread snapped on the nearest scent post. The carved foxbone cracked down the center. A root no thicker than a finger surfaced through the soil, twisting like a worm, then stiffened into dead gray. The barrier held, so Valorian killed more. He did not strike the wall. He did not waste strength on refusal. He began taking away what refusal stood upon. The circle widened. Leaves curled at the edges. Small insects rose from the moss and dropped dead before they cleared the smoke. A foxkin child screamed from inside the den. Perrin tried to stand. The chain forced him down, not brutally, precisely. He remained nailing where he could see everything. That was the cruelty. Mother Kale stepped toward Valorian. Garen moved before she reached him. He did not draw, he only stood in her path. The healer stared up at the black lance with open hatred. Move. Garen's voice was low. "I cannot." "You can." "No," he said, "I cannot." Behind him, Valorian's smoke reached the first outer root of the red tree's boundary. The barrier flashed red. The raven's form blurred at the edges. "Stop," the raven said. Valorian's face remained calm. The smoke deepened. The ground around his hands turned black and glossy, not burned but empty. The scent changed from leaf rot and snowmelt to grave-cold earth opened too early. A strip of living moss beyond the barrier withered though he had not touched it. The barrier flickered where its edge met the dying ring. Malachar whispered, almost reverently, "There." Aelrian looked at him in horror. "Do not sound proud." "I am not proud," Malachar said. "I am academically overwhelmed." Perrin began to cry, not loudly, not like a child, like someone whose body had realized before his mind that home could be hurt. Below, the foxskin elders gathered at the red tree. One old foxman raised both hands and began chanting. Others joined. The three dark bells under the red tree rang without movement, slow and heavy now, each note pushing back against the black veins creeping under the barrier's edge. Valorian's hands sank deeper. His fingers disappeared into earth. Black smoke poured up around his wrists. For the first time, pain crossed his face. Not much. Enough that Aelrian saw it. Enough that Mother Kale saw it. Enough that the raven saw it and understood that this was not effortless and therefore not accidental. Valorian was paying a cost. He simply considered the price acceptable. The raven descended from the branch. It did not fly. It stepped down through the air, feather mantle spreading around it, and stood on the other side of the barrier directly before Valorian. Only the invisible curve separated them. Up close, its human-like face was stranger, too still, too old, too young. Its eyes held not anger exactly, but recognition arriving too late to prevent injury. "You do not understand what watches beneath these roots," it said. Valorian looked up at it. Black smoke moved from the corners of his eyes like breath in winter. "Then it may watch me pass." The raven's expression changed, perhaps grief, perhaps contempt. Perhaps the old patience of a forest that had outlived thousands of violent things and had just discovered a new species of wound. "You think trespass is victory." Valorian's fingers curled inside the soil. A root snapped beneath the surface. The barrier flickered again. "No," he said. "I think a locked door proves only that something behind it fears entry." The raven's eyes sharpened. "These people are under protection. Protection that requires their jailer to remain merciful is only delay." Mother Kale flinched, not because he was wrong, because of where he had learned it. The raven lifted one pale hand. Inside the barrier, the red tree groaned. For a moment, the forest answered. Wind slammed down through the towering branches. Leaves tore free in a spiral. The bells rang hard enough to make line-bound goblins cry out. Dusk snarled from the high edge. Nightfall reared, black smoke streaming from its mane. Mar drove a shield into the ground and barked a command that kept the file from breaking. Garen drew half his sword, not against the wind, but against panic. The gust struck Valorian. It cut his cheek. Blood ran down pale skin and vanished into black smoke. His hands remained buried. The wind died. The dead ring around him widened another handspan. The raven stared. Valorian said, "No one bars my path." The words were quiet, that made them worse. He pushed both hands deeper. The ground blackened to the barrier's edge. For one breath, the invisible wall held perfect. Then a hairline crack of dark smoke appeared along its lower curve. The foxskin inside cried out. The elder's chant faltered. Perrin made a strangled sound and tried again to rise. The chain held him. Skava looked away. That was perhaps the closest thing she could offer him. Mother Kale began to pray, not to Valorian, not to the forest. Perhaps not to anyone who would answer. The words came from an old mercy tongue, soft and wounded and useless against what was happening, but she spoke them anyway because silence would have made her complicit in a language she refused to learn. Malachar watched the crack with terrible focus. Aelrian watched Valorian. Garen watched the line, male Voss watched the road, Mar watched the goblins, and the raven watched the child at the center of the dying ring. For all their power, each of them understood a different part of the moment. Valorian understood the whole of what he needed. The barrier had not fallen. Good, a thing that fell too quickly taught too little. It had weakened. It could be starved. It could be surrounded by death until sanctuary became a shrinking island inside a grave. He withdrew his hands from the soil. Black earth clung to his fingers like wet ash. The smoke did not fully vanish. It remained in the ground, threading through the dead circle at the barrier's edge. The wound stayed. The forest did not heal around it. Not yet. Valorian stood. Perrin stared at the blackened ring. Inside Red Whisper Den, elders held each other upright. Hunters lowered bows they had never truly believed would matter. Children cried under root roofs. The red tree still stood, but several of its lowest leaves had curled dark at the tips. The raven's human-like shape stepped backward. Feathers began to return along its arms. This was not conquest, it said. Valorian looked at it. No. The raven's eyes narrowed. Valorian said it was notice. For a moment, even Malachar did not smile. The raven's body folded into black wings. But before the transformation completed, it spoke again, and this time the voice did not fill the hollow. It entered Valorian alone, or seemed to. Child of chains, on this day the forest has seen you. Its beak formed. Its wings opened. It will not forget the hand that wounded its root. The raven lifted from the red tree without disturbing a single bell. And when it answers, it will not answer as a wall. Then it flew upward into the towering forest, higher, higher, until black wings vanished into green dusk and old branches closed around the warning. The barrier remained. The wound remained. Valorian turned from Red Whisper Den and looked at Garen. Camp at the ridge. Perrin's head snapped toward him. No, he whispered. Valorian did not look at him. Seal the paths, no one leaves, no one enters, no arrows unless fired upon. No children taken at the burrows. If runners break through, dusk stops them alive if possible. Garen bowed his helm, and the barrier. Valorian looked back at the black ring around the holy ground. We wait. Mother Kale stared at him. The horror in her face changed as she understood. You are going to make them watch it die. Valorian answered without turning. I am going to let them choose how much of it dies before they open. Perrin broke then, not loudly enough to shake the forest, not dramatically enough to stop an army. He folded forward until his forehead touched the moss, and the sound that came out of him was small, fox-like, and terrible. Below, behind the barrier, someone called a name. Not Perrin, not the name Valorian used, an older name, a home name. Perrin heard it. So did Valorian. The chain tightened before the boy could answer. The bells of Red Whisper Den trembled without ringing. Above them all, unseen in the old canopy, something moved from branch to branch, carrying warning deeper into the forest than goblin roads had ever gone. Blacktooth waited beneath stone, but now the deep woods had seen the chain. And the first root had died. Chain 5. The Red Whisper Desecration. Link 3. The forest sends teeth. Night came differently under the towering trees. It did not fall. It gathered. In the open world, darkness crossed the land like a curtain drawn by distance. It moved from horizon to hill, from road to field, from valley to wall, until the sun became memory and men lit fires to pretend they had bargained with the dark instead of merely delayed it. The deep woods did not bother with that courtesy. Its darkness was already there. Daylight only borrowed narrow places between branches. It entered in green fragments, touched moss, root, bark, iron, face, and blade, then withdrew before anything living could grow confident in it. When evening came, the borrowed light did not depart so much as stop arguing. Shadows rose from under roots. They thickened between trunks. They slid down from the hanging lichen in long black sheets. They filled the spaces behind armor, behind eyes, beneath shields, beneath tongues. By full night, Valorian's camp at the ridge did not feel placed within the forest. It felt surrounded by something that had chosen not to close its hand yet. The black ring around Red Whisper's barrier still smoked. Not heavily, not like fire, not like forge ash or goblin cook pits or the corpse steam that followed Malachar when he grew careless with the sealed jars at his belt. The smoke from Valorian's desecration moved low across the ground, clinging to moss and dead roots, vanishing where the sanctuary barrier still held and thickening where the soil had already been wounded. It did not rise because it was not trying to escape. It was settling. That disturbed Mother Kale most of all. She stood near the edge of the camp with her hands folded around the bell charm at her throat, watching the dead ring breathe. Behind the barrier, Red Whisper Den had gone nearly silent. The foxskin had withdrawn into root houses, burrow mouths, shrine shadows, and the shelter of the red tree whose lowest leaves had begun to curl black along their tips. Their bells no longer rang warning. They had been ringing too long, perhaps, or the elders had ordered silence, or the forest itself had decided that sound gave away fear. Perrin sat where Valorian had left him, not tied, not guarded in any ordinary way. He did not need to be. The chain held him with more precision than rope could manage. It allowed him to breathe. It allowed him to lower his head. It allowed him to look toward Red Whisper when looking did not become movement. It allowed him to hear the home name someone had cried through the barrier before the bells fell silent. It did not allow him to answer. That had become its own punishment. Not pain, not constant, not visible enough to draw pity from those who did not know what silence could do. Just absence where a son, cousin, nephew, child, or lost thing should have been allowed to say, "I am here." Every so often Perrin's lips moved. No sound came. Skava watched him from across the camp and hated herself for understanding. The line-bound goblins held the outer half-circle under Mar's direction, shields set facing the trees, spears angled toward gaps between roots. Their armor was not full-field gear. Audrin would not have permitted that much iron on a narrow forest move, and Male Voss would have dragged the extra weight back to Stone Eater's Bend by its straps if anyone had tried. Still, the selected goblins wore heavy caps, breastplates, shoulder guards, and shield rims enough to look like soldiers when seen by firelight. They did not feel like soldiers, not yet. A soldier feared and stood. The line-bound feared and were held standing. Mar walked behind them with a short spear in one hand and a temper sharpened by hours of forest silence. "Shield does not drift because your eyes do," he growled. A goblin corrected his angle. Mar struck the rim anyway. "Better before I speak." The goblin flinched. The chain tightened through the file. Mar's dead eyes moved along the line. He knew fear by posture now. Goblin fear sat differently from human fear. It sank into knees. It hid in shoulders. It tried to become smaller than the thing looking for it. Mar hated that not because he expected courage, but because a small body left gaps. "Roots do not stab you," he said. "Shadows do not stab you. The thing inside shadow stabs you. Shield covers the thing, not your imagination." No one answered. That was wise. Male Voss did not stand with the spear files. He stood where the camp could break. There was always such a place. Every road column had one, even when fools called the camp circular. Carts made weakness. Pack sledges made weakness. Water skins made weakness. The wounded made weakness. Sleep made weakness. Firelight made men look toward flame and away from dark. Fear made everyone think the nearest path backward was theirs alone. Voss had arranged the 3 pack sledges behind a low root and 2 stone outcrops so that they became less cargo than barrier. He had ordered the food wrapped twice, the water tied low, the corpse case buried under a hide, and the spare spear bundles lashed beneath a shield instead of stacked where frightened hands could scatter them. 2 line-bound stood by the supplies, neither chosen for bravery. Voss had chosen them because both obeyed quickly when confused. That was more useful. Above the camp, on a thick root shelf overlooking the ridge, dusk crouched without sound. The panther's violet-black body disappeared whenever she stopped moving. Only the smoky darkness of her eyes showed when firelight touched them at the wrong angle. Her tail moved once slowly, then stilled. She had refused the camp's center after sunset. Valorian had not ordered her down. He understood hunting well enough now to know that a predator who chose height had heard a question the rest of the camp had not. Garen was not at the outer line. That troubled the goblins. It did not trouble Mar. A marshal should not spend the first part of night showing frightened troops where to place their feet. Mar had cursed men into living long before Valorian dragged him from the dead. He could curse goblins a little farther if required. Garen had placed himself beyond the camp's rear darkness with nightfall, where the ridge narrowed into the path back toward the goblin road, not because he feared retreat, because if the forest sent something intelligent, it would not only come from the direction everyone watched. Valorian sat near the blackened ring with Malachar, Aelrian, and the two newly sorted death workers. No fire burned near them. Valorian had not needed one. Malachar preferred the dark because it flattered his profession. Aelrian preferred the dark because it hid his face when he understood too much. The Deathworkers preferred anything they were told to prefer. One still smelled faintly of devotion draft, bitter ash, and the sweat of a man trying to love obedience before terror punished him for failing to do so quickly enough. Malachar had placed 3 shallow bowls in the black soil where Valorian's hands had entered the ground. Each bowl contained a different failure. In the first, a curl of moss had been placed over corpse wax. It had blackened from the root outward. In the second, a strip of red thread had been soaked in grave water. It had refused to darken until Malachar whispered over it, and then it had snapped so suddenly that one of the death workers had crossed himself in a religion he no longer possessed permission to practice. In the third, a tiny foxbone charm lay cracked down the center. That one held Malachar's attention. "It resists like a vow," he murmured. Aelrian's voice was cold. "It is a vow. Objects do not vow. Places do, families do. Names do. Old magic does not require your permission to have grammar." Malachar's eyes brightened. "There is the academy boy. I was beginning to worry the day's crimes had made you dull." Aelrian looked at Valorian. "This is not only deathcraft." Valorian did not look up from the charm. "No. You are not merely killing sacred ground. You are teaching your deathcraft to read it." "Yes." Aelrian swallowed. Malachar smiled into the dark. From Red Whisper Den, beyond the wounded barrier, one of the 3 dark bells under the red tree gave a sound without moving. Not a ring, a strain. Perrin lifted his head. Mother Kale did too. Dusk rose on the root shelf. The panther did not growl. That was worse. Mar stopped walking. "Shields," he said. The goblin file stiffened. Voss turned his head toward the deeper trees. Nothing moved. For 3 breaths, the camp listened. Then one of the line bound at the far left vanished. No cry, no clash, no warning. He had been standing between 2 roots with shield forward and spear angled correctly. Then the shadow behind him became larger than shadow should have been, and something gray-black flowed over his back, clamped one hand around his helmet, another around his throat, and pulled him backward into the undergrowth with such sudden force that his spear remained standing in the moss for one impossible heartbeat after he was gone. The scream came after, short, wet, cut off beneath teeth. Mar was already moving, close left. The goblins hesitated. Mar struck the nearest shield so hard the rim bent, close left. The chain caught the command and dragged obedience through the file. Shields slammed together, uneven but present. Spears dropped. A second shadow hit the formation before the last shield settled. The thing came on all 4s, not a wolf, not a man, wolfkin. It moved with the long, low violence of a body that had never been ashamed of the ground. Shoulders higher than any goblin's chest, arms too long, hands broad and clawed, fingers gripping moss and root as easily as feet. Hind legs bent for springing, not marching. A mane of gray-black fur ran from skull to spine, tangled with bone beads, old leaves, and strips of hide. Its muzzle was long, lips peeled back from yellow-white teeth. Its eyes caught firelight and returned nothing civilized. It struck the shield line with its whole body. The first goblin flew backward. The second held only because the chain held him. The wolfkin's jaws closed on the top of a shield and tore. Iron shrieked. Mar drove his spear into its shoulder. The point went in. The wolfkin did not retreat. It surged forward along the shaft, claws raking over shield rims, mouth snapping from Mar's face with such speed that a living sergeant might have flinched. Mar headbutted it. Helm met snout with a crack. The wolfkin recoiled half a step. Mar slammed the broken spear haft sideways into its mouth and roared, now. The goblin stabbed. Not well, not bravely. Enough. 3 spearheads entered fur, ribs, flank. One snapped against bone. The wolfkin twisted, tearing a shield aside, and would have dragged 2 goblins down with it if Dusk had not fallen from the root shelf like night-given claws. The panther struck the wolfkin's back. Violet-black muscle and gray fur rolled across the moss. Dusk bit behind its neck, claws carving down its side. The wolfkin bucked, snapped, twisted with shocking flexibility and caught one of her forelegs in both hands. It tried to break the limb. Dusk opened its cheek from eye to jaw. The wolfkin howled. The sound woke the forest. Answering howls rose from every direction. The camp broke into motion. Not panic yet. Almost. Wolfkin came from the dark in pieces. One dropped from a leaning trunk onto a goblin file and crushed 2 beneath its weight before spears found it. One came belly-low through dead leaves and tore the ankle from a line-bound who had forgotten Voss's warning about watching only at eye height. One leapt over the pack sledges and landed among the water skins, where male Voss met it with a short axe, a road master's baton, and no patience whatsoever. Voss was not Mar. He did not shout because shouting wasted breath and told ambushers where command lived. He struck the wolfkin's wrist as it reached for the water lashings. Bone cracked. The creature snarled and spun, faster than any goblin, claws tearing across Voss's breastplate and scraping sparks from dead iron. Voss stepped into the blow instead of away from it, locked one boot behind a root and drove his axe into the creature's thigh. The wolfkin's leg folded. It hit the ground on 3 limbs and kept coming. Voss took the impact against his shoulder, was driven back 1 step, then stopped. Not because he was stronger. Because death had removed the body's opinion from the matter. Cargo holds, he said. The 2 line-bound guarding the supplies stared. Voss looked at them. Cargo holds. The chain turned the words into function. The goblins moved. One threw himself across the water skins because he had been ordered to hold cargo, and his mind did not know the difference between protecting it and becoming part of it. The wolfkin grabbed him by the back of the armor and tore him aside. Voss used the opening to drive his axe into the creature's other knee. It finally fell low enough for him to bring the baton down across its skull. Once, twice. The 3rd strike broke the baton. The wolfkin bit through the goblin guard's throat before Voss buried the axe under its jaw. At the left line, Mar lost his spear and took a claw across the face deep enough to open dead skin from brow to cheekbone. No blood came, only blackened flesh and a glimpse of bone beneath. Ugly bastard, Mar snarled. The wolfkin in front of him snapped again. Mar shoved his forearm into its mouth. Teeth closed, armor buckled. Mar drove a dagger into its ear. The creature convulsed. A goblin beside him screamed and turned. Mar caught the goblin by the back of the helmet with his bitten arm and slammed him forward into the shield wall. Stand wrong and die useful, Mar barked. The goblin sobbed and lifted his shield. A second wave hit before the first had finished dying. This one came smarter. 2 wolfkin attacked the front. One struck from above. One circled the rear, not toward food, not toward escape, but toward Perrin. Perrin saw it. So did Skava. The wolfkin moved on all 4s along a route, silent despite size, eyes fixed on the fox boy kneeling near the camp's wounded center. It did not smell him as prey. Its ears were forward. Its teeth were bared, but not in feeding hunger, recognition. Packlaw had heard something from the forest, take the fox or kill the chain on him. Perrin tried to move. The chain held. For 1 heartbeat, the wolfkin was almost upon him. Then Skava hit it from the side with a shield she had not been given permission to carry. That permission came an instant too late to matter. She had moved before Valorian's attention turned. The chain punished her mid-strike, her body seized, the shield still connected. The blow did not stop the wolfkin. It changed its angle. Its jaws closed where Perrin's neck had been and found Skava's shoulder instead. She screamed. The wolfkin lifted her off the ground by the bite. Perrin made a sound that was nearly his home name answering itself. Dusk came out of the dark and struck the wolfkin's flank. Panther and wolfkin crashed through a dead fern patch. Skava fell hard, blood spilling black in the firelight, one arm hanging wrong. Perrin crawled toward her because the chain allowed that much, perhaps because Valorian had not yet decided whether stopping him taught more than watching him try. Dusk and the wolfkin rolled toward the blackened ring. That changed the fight. The wolfkin's hind paw touched the desecrated soil. With a yelp, not fear. Pain, Dusk felt the opening and tore into its throat. This time the wolfkin did not rise. Valorian had stood. Aerion had not seen him move from sitting to standing. One moment he was beside the bowls. The next he was upright, eyes fixed not on the dead wolfkin, not on Skava's wound, not on the goblins dying at the edge of camp. On the way the wolfkin had recoiled from the dead ring. Malachar saw it too. "Oh," he breathed. Aerion's horror sharpened. "Do not." Valorian looked toward him. Aerion's mouth tightened. "Whatever conclusion you have just reached, do not." Another wolfkin broke the line. Mar went down under it, not defeated, buried. The creature slammed him into the moss, jaws snapping for the gap beneath his helm. Mar got one hand under its throat and held it off while its claws raked his armor in shrieking lines. A goblin stabbed too early and struck Mar's shoulder instead. Mar cursed with enough force that several line-bound corrected their shields out of reflex. Male Voss tried to reach him and was stopped by two more coming through the pack sledges. The camp's left side began to fold. The nightfall entered the firelight. No horn announced Garen, no shout, no command, only hoofbeats. Not many, 3 perhaps, enough. The dead charger came through the narrow rear path as if the forest itself had become a gate and Garen had decided it was open. Nightfall's black hooves struck moss without sinking. Smoke streamed from its mane. Its head was low, not charging in wild fury but driving forward beneath command. The first wolfkin turned toward the sound. Garen's lance took it through the chest. The impact lifted the creature from all fours and drove it backward into a tree so hard the bark split. The lance punched through rib, lung, spine, and red wood. The wolfkin's claws scraped along the shaft. Its jaws opened, closed, opened again. Garen released the lance. He did not slow. Nightfall carried him into the second wolfkin. Garen drew his sword as he passed, black blade clearing the scabbard with a sound like a door bolt drawn in a tomb. He struck downward once. The wolfkin's forelimb came away at the elbow. The creature hit the ground, rolled, and tried to rise on 3 limbs. Nightfall trampled it, not like a horse panicking, like a verdict. Garen turned in the saddle. The camp reorganized around his presence before he spoke. That was command. Mar. The sergeant under the wolfkin heard him. Somehow through teeth, claws, pressure, and his own crushed armor, Mar answered, busy. "Stop indulging it." Mar's dead face twisted into something that might have been a grin. He drove his knee up into the wolfkin's belly, rolled with the creature's weight instead of against it, and let its own forward pressure carry it over his shoulder. It landed badly. The shield line stabbed it before it could correct. Voss. "Cargo holds," Voss said. "Road." "Contested." "Make it boring." Voss buried his axe into another wolfkin's ribs, braced his boot against its chest, and kicked the body off the blade. "Road will become boring," he said. Garen turned Nightfall toward the largest wolfkin. This one had not entered the camp fully. It stood at the edge of the firelight on all fours, shoulders rolling under gray-white fur, muzzle marked with old scars, one ear torn, both eyes fixed on Garen. Bone charms hung from its mane, not fox charms, heavier, teeth, claws, a strip of dark hide marked by white handprints. It was larger than the others, not because it had been fed better, but because violence had selected it and allowed it to continue. It rose slowly onto its hind legs, not fully upright, enough to show that it could. Its chest expanded, it howled. The sound hit the camp like a physical thing. The line-bound trembled. One dropped his spear. Mar threw his broken dagger into the goblin's foot. The goblin screamed and remembered his shield. The great wolfkin dropped back to all fours and charged Garen. Nightfall met it. The collision shook the ridge. The wolfkin struck the dead charger's chest with both forelimbs and drove claws deep into black hide that no longer bled properly. Nightfall staggered one step. Garen's sword came down. The wolfkin twisted under the strike with impossible speed, jaws snapping around the lower edge of Garen's shield. It tore the shield sideways, nearly pulling the black lance from the saddle. Nearly. Garen let go of the shield. The wolfkin fell back with it. Garen dismounted before the creature could use the opening. Black plate hit moss. The wolfkin lunged. Garen stepped inside the bite. His sword struck the creature across the muzzle, not to kill, but to turn the head. The wolfkin's jaws snapped shut on empty air. Garen's gauntleted hand seized the mane behind its skull. It dragged forward. He let it. Its claws struck his breastplate and scored black metal deep enough to expose old silver beneath. Garen's boot drove into its foreleg joint. The joint bent the wrong way. The wolfkin howled and struck him with its other arm. Garen slid half a step, that was all. Mar saw it from the shield line, so did Voss. So did every goblin with enough terror left to notice. The black lance could be moved, not easily, not like a living man, but moved. The great wolfkin hit him again. This time Garen's shoulder turned. His sword dipped. The wolfkin lunged for the gap. Then dusk crossed the camp in a violet-black blur and hit the creature's side. The panther's weight drove it off Garen, but the wolfkin was too large to fall. Twisted and caught Dusk across the ribs with one clawed hand, throwing her aside before she could fix her jaws. Dusk landed on all fours, slid, and struck again low. Garen came from above. Mar came from the left with a spear he had taken from a goblin without asking. Voss came from the right with his axe. For several breaths, no one else existed in the fight. The wolfkin moved like fury given flesh. On all fours, then half risen, then low again, changing height faster than shield training could follow. It snapped at Mar, clawed Garen, kicked Voss, and avoided Dusk's jaws by throwing itself backward against a tree and springing off the trunk. Its body was not disciplined in any human sense. It was pack memory, hunt memory, border violence, the grammar of teeth and root and night. Mar stabbed it in the flank. It bit the spear in half. Voss hamstrung its rear leg. It used the failing leg to pivot and nearly took his head off. Garen drove his sword through its shoulder. It pushed deeper along the blade to reach him. Dusk finally caught its throat, not fully. Enough. The wolfkin screamed, and the sound called the remaining pack toward it. That was when Valorian spoke, alive. The word entered the camp like cold water. Mar stared at him over the great wolfkin's thrashing back. What? Valorian walked forward, alive. Malachar followed with visible reluctance. You do understand, the grave walker said. That dead would be simpler. Yes, and safer. Yes, and less likely to remove portions of people we currently find useful. Valorian's eyes remained on the great wolfkin, alive. Malachar sighed, of course. Aelrian grabbed his sleeve. If you bind them here. Malachar glanced down at the hand on his sleeve with mild interest. Aelrian released him as if touching rock. If you bind them here, Aelrian continued, you do not know their law. Pack law is not goblin debt. It may backlash through the others. Valorian looked at the remaining wolfkins circling the camp. They had slowed, not from fear alone, from confusion. The great one was pinned but not dead. Pack instinct held them near. The black ring hurt them. The dead did not flee. The panther did not smell like prey. The boy at the center smelled like command and grave soil and something they had been sent to stop. Good, Valorian said. Aelrian went still. Malachar laughed softly. You are getting worse. "No," Valorian said. "I am getting better at recognizing doors." He lifted both hands. The chain did not leap first. He did not own them yet. He had no old command inside their ribs, no oath buried in their tongues, no devotion draft softening loyalty into a wound, no collar, no submission, no first permission. So Malachar acted first. The grave walker opened one of the sealed jars. The smell that emerged made the nearest goblin vomit inside his helmet. Grave salt vapor crawled along the ground in a pale sheet, not smoke. Powder made breath. Corpse ash, bone lime, bitter mineral, and something wet enough to remember burial. It flowed toward the great wolfkin pinned between Garen, Dusk, Mar, and Voss. The creature smelled it in panic, not fear of death, fear of wrong death. Its body thrashed with such force that Mar lost his grip and was thrown backward. Voss drove his axe through the already damaged hind leg and pinned it to the root. Garen seized the wolfkin behind the skull with both hands and forced its head down. Dusk's claws sank deeper into its shoulder. The panther snarled into its ear, smoky eyes burning. Malachar spoke 3 words in a language the living should not have had to hear. The grave salt vapor struck the wolfkin's mouth and nose. Its howl broke. The limbs did not stop moving. They forgot agreement. That was Malachar's art, not domination, interruption, a deadening of signals. A corpse lie told to living muscle, not enough to kill, enough to make strength arrive late and leave early. Valorian stepped closer. The great wolfkin's eyes rolled toward him. They were not human. They were not stupid. They understood enemy. Valorian reached for the place where panic met pack law. The chain entered like a hook seeking meat that had not yet been cut. The wolfkin resisted so violently that 3 line-bound goblins screamed, not because they were touched, because the chain recoiled through Valorian's existing web and every bound thing near him felt the attempt. Arian fell to one knee. Perrin cried out. Skava clutched her wounded shoulder and cursed in goblin. Valorian's face tightened. The great wolfkin bucked hard enough to lift Voss's axe from the root. Garen drove it down again with one boot. "Hold," he said. Mar slammed his whole body across the creature's ribs and snarled. "You heard the marshal." The chain tried again. This time Valorian did not seek obedience first. He sought pain, not to punish, to locate. Pain had borders, borders made maps, maps made entry. The wolfkin's body had been broken in places. Thigh, shoulder, mouth, breath, pride, pack call. Malachar's grave salt had slowed the limbs. Garen's strength held the head down, Dusk held the shoulder. Voss held the leg, Mar held the body. The creature was still not defeated in spirit. But defeat of spirit was not the door Valorian needed. A first chain did not require surrender, only purchase. Black links flashed into the air around Valorian's hands, not thrown wide, not theatrical, short, precise. They entered the wolfkin at the throat, chest, spine, and wounded leg. The creature's eyes went wide. It made a sound no wolfkin had made in the camp before, not howl, not snarl, refusal given shape. Then the chain closed. The great wolfkin slammed its head into the ground so hard moss and black soil jumped beneath its jaw. The remaining pack went mad. 3 lunged at once. Garen looked up. Line. Mar rolled away from the bound wolfkin and came to his feet with no weapon. Shields. The line-bound formed badly, but formed. The first wolfkin hit the shield wall and went over it. Male Voss had expected that. He had ordered the rear goblins to kneel with spears angled upward. The wolfkin landed on points. It still killed 1 goblin before it died. The second reached Valorian. Dusk intercepted it. Panther and wolfkin vanished into the dark beyond the dead ring, both moving too fast for the firelight to keep them whole. The third broke toward Perrin. Skava, wounded and pale, tried to rise. Perrin did not move, not because he was calm. Because the chain had taught him by then that movement toward those he loved created worse consequences. The wolfkin came low, jaws open. Then black chain struck from Valorian's hand. This one had already committed. Its charge carried it into the binding rather than away from it. The chain caught throat and forelimbs, tightened and drove it into the moss 10 steps short of Perrin. It thrashed, snapping at links it could not bite. Valorian turned his head slightly toward Malachar. Keep it breathing. Malachar opened his second jar. Everyone wants miracles from the corpse man. The rest of the pack withdrew. Not fled, withdrew. That distinction mattered. They melted backward into the trees, carrying wounded, dragging one body that still kicked, leaving 3 dead behind and 2 bound in the camp. Their howls retreated into the deep woods, not defeated enough to vanish, not victorious enough to remain. Silence returned in pieces, first the outer dark, then the trees. Then the line-bound breathing too hard inside their helmets, then the wounded, then the dying. The camp counted itself, not by numbers, by absence. A shield without a bearer, a spear still standing where the first goblin had vanished, blood soaking moss near the pack sledges. A dead line-bound folded over water skins he had been ordered to protect and had protected by becoming weight across them. Another goblin lay with his throat torn open, hands still locked around his shield strap. A third crawled until Male Voss placed one boot gently, almost gently, on the shield before him. Stop. The goblin stopped, bleeding. The goblin made a wet sound. Voss looked toward Mother Kale. She was already moving. Do not touch the black ring, Valorian said. Her eyes flashed toward him. I know what unholy ground is. Good. It is not good. She knelt beside the wounded goblin anyway. Mar stood over one of the dead wolfkin, half his face torn open, one arm crushed at the forearm where teeth had buckled armor around dead bone. He looked down at the corpse, then spat black fluid from a mouth that no longer needed spit. Fast. Garen walked to him. Report. Mar laughed once, fast. Useful. Mar looked toward the bound great wolfkin, still twitching under chains, grave salt, Dusk's claw marks, Voss's axe wound, and Valorian's attention. Worse than useful. Garen accepted that. Male Voss crouched beside the pack sledges and checked every strap before checking his own torn breastplate. Garen noticed, you are damaged. Cargo held, Voss said. That was not the report requested. Voss looked down at the claw marks across his side as if they belonged to someone else. I am damaged, Cargo held. Garen's dead face gave nothing away, but his helm inclined a fraction. Acceptable. Dusk returned from the trees, dragging a wolfkin by the scruff of its neck. Alive, barely. The panther's violet-black fur was torn along one shoulder. Blood darkened one flank. None of it slowed her enough to matter. She dropped the wolfkin near Valorian and placed one paw on its spine as if claiming the right to finish what she had brought. Valorian looked at her. Hold. Dusk's claws flexed. The wolfkin beneath her whined, not like a dog, like a proud thing discovering a new depth of helplessness. Dusk held. Valorian walked among the captured wolfkin, 3 alive, the great scarred one. The one Dusk had dragged back, the one chained before Perrin. More had escaped. That was acceptable. Fear needed carriers. Wounded pride carried farther than corpses. Malachar moved between the captives with grave salt, black thread, and the bright-eyed hunger of a man watching a new category open. They do not bind like goblins, he said. No. Pack law will interfere. Yes. Blood hierarchy, scent recognition, dominance reflex, territory memory, moon cycle maybe, though I refuse to assume folk nonsense is nonsense until it fails to become useful. Pain will not root the same way. Fear may produce frenzy instead of stillness. Valorian looked at the great wolfkin. Its eyes were fixed on him. Hate, good, hate had structure. What do they understand? Valorian asked. Perrin answered before he could stop himself. Strength. Every eye turned toward him. He flinched. The chain did not punish him. Valorian waited. Perrin swallowed. His face was wet, his voice shook. Not just strength. Packrite who stands, who protects, who feeds, who hunts, who gives kill, who takes blame, who does not run when teeth come. The great wolfkin's ears moved. It understood some of the tone, perhaps, or Perrin's scent, or the fact that he spoke of things that belonged to the forest and not the camp. Valorian considered. Then we do not begin by making them kneel." Malachar looked almost disappointed. Garen said no. Valorian turned toward him. Garen's armor was scored by deep claw marks. One plate near the ribs had been partly peeled back. Nightfall stood behind him with gouges in its dead chest and smoke drifting from the wounds. Garen looked at the great wolfkin. "We begin by making them lose." Mar grunted approval. Voss said nothing, but his hand tightened on the broken baton at his belt. Valorian smiled faintly. "Good." From beyond the barrier, a foxbell rang. Everyone turned. The sound was not warning this time. It was breaking. One of the 3 dark bells under the red tree had cracked. The note trembled through Red Whisper Den like a throat failing mid-prayer. The barrier flickered from root to branch, from branch to stone, from stone to bone charm, from bone charm to the blackened ring Valorian had left at its edge. Inside the sanctuary, Foxkin elders staggered. The red tree shed 3 blackened leaves. Perrin stood halfway before the chain reminded him of his place. He froze. Behind the barrier, the same voice that had called his home name cried out again, this time in fear rather than recognition. Mother Kale whispered, "No." The barrier did not fall completely. Not yet, it sagged. That was worse. A wall that holds can be trusted. A wall that breaks can be mourned. A wall that weakens teaches everyone behind it to measure their remaining time in breaths. The black crack along the lower curve widened. Red Whisper's outer moss died in a thin line inside the barrier. Valorian watched. The Greymaw attack had done what waiting alone would have done by dawn, perhaps. Or perhaps the forest's answer had cost the sanctuary strength. The elders had held the barrier while fear, prayer, desecration, and battle tore at every meaning supporting it. The ground outside was dead. The ring remained. The bells were cracking. The Foxkin had watched Greymaw come with teeth and watched Valorian's dead hold. Now they watched him chain the teeth. The great wolfkin thrashed once against its bindings. Valorian did not look away from Red Whisper. "Bring them where the den can see." Garen gave the order without asking which them. Mar, Voss, Dusk, and the line-bound dragged the bound wolfkin toward the edge of the blackened ring, careful not to step into the deepest part of the dead soil. The Great One fought until Garen struck it behind the skull with the pommel of his sword. Not enough to kill, enough to remind. The Foxkin saw. Children pressed against elders behind the failing shimmer. Hunters held bows they had not fired. Old faces turned toward the wolfkin and found no rescue there. Perrin stared at the bound Greymaw, then at Valorian. Understanding moved through him with visible pain. The forest had sent teeth. Valorian had not merely survived them, he had made them part of the lesson. Valorian stepped to the edge of the wounded barrier. Black soil smoked beneath his boots. Red Whisper Den looked back at him from behind dying protection. He raised one hand, not to cast, not yet, to show the chain. The links appeared in the air around his fingers, black and quiet and waiting. The great wolfkin's head jerked downward. The second followed. The third resisted until Dusk placed one paw against its neck and pressed. Then it lowered too. Behind the barrier, the Foxkin made sounds too soft to be called speech. Valorian let them look. He wanted them to understand before he entered. Understanding made obedience cleaner. The cracked bell under the red tree gave one last broken note. The barrier failed at the base. Not everywhere. Enough. A gap opened where black root met holy ground, narrow at first, then widening with each breath as the dead ring drank the law that had resisted it. Cold air rushed out of Red Whisper Den. It smelled of fear, smoke, old bells, children, root homes, and sacred ground beginning to die. Garen stepped beside Valorian. His armor was torn, his sword was black, his voice held no excitement. "Orders, my lord." Valorian looked through the gap. Perrin shook behind him. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Skava held her wounded shoulder and watched with the empty face of someone seeing another people reach the place hers had already passed. Malachar smiled at the captured wolfkin like a man reading the first line of a forbidden book. Dusk crouched low, violet-black body tense, smoky eyes fixed on the opening. Valorian lowered his hand. "Prepare the line." Garen bowed his helm. The black lance turned to Mar and Voss. "Shields forward, no slaughter unless ordered, runners alive, elders contained, children untouched, hunters disarmed." Mar rolled his damaged shoulder. "Aye." Voss checked the straps on the nearest pack sledge, as if the end of Sanctuary were also a road problem. "It will hold." Valorian looked once more at the gap in Red Whisper's protection. The forest had answered. The chain had endured. Greymaw had been made to kneel. And Red Whisper Den, hidden for generations beneath root, bell, scent, and holy law, stood open at last. Valorian stepped forward. "Now," he said, "we take what the forest tried to hide." Chain 5. The Red Whisper Desecration. Link 4. What the forest tried to hide. The barrier did not die loudly. That made it worse. A wall should break with thunder. Stone should split. Gates should buckle. Towers should fall in a language even children understand. There should be a sound large enough to tell the frightened that something has ended and a new fear may begin. Red Whisper's protection failed like an old hand opening. One cracked bell gave a final, tired note under the red tree. The sound moved through the hollow and came apart before it reached the ridge. Red thread sagged between branch, root, stone, and bone charm. Silver-red scent lines that had glimmered faintly in the air all night dimmed into nothing. The lower curve of the sanctuary barrier thinned first, not shattered, not pierced, but worn away where Valorian's blackened ring had drunk at its edge through the long hours of waiting, fighting, and prayer. Then the ward lowered, not all at once. Enough. A gap opened where dead root touched holy ground. The foxskin saw it. The chain saw it. Perrin saw it and made no sound, because the sound that belonged to him was somewhere behind his teeth, where the chain had closed its hand. Valorian stood before the opening with black soil still staining the seams of his fingers. Behind him, the captured Greymaw wolfkin strained under chains, grave salt, wounds, and humiliation. Near them, Dusk crouched low, violet-black body still except for the slow flex of her claws. The Duskstalker watched the gap as if the settlement beyond it were a burrow, and she had been told not to enter until the prey understood the rules. Garen stepped forward beside Valorian. His armor bore the knight's violence plainly. Claw marks scored black plate. One shoulder ridge had been partly peeled back. Nightfall stood behind him with gouges in its dead chest and smoke leaking from wounds that would have killed a living horse several times over. The black lance looked not weakened by damage, but clarified by it, as if violence had scraped away everything that was not command. Mar came up on Valorian's left with half his dead face open to bone, one forearm crushed where wolfkin teeth had bent armor around it, and a spear he had taken from a line bound because his own had been broken into memory. Male Voss stood near the pack sledges, checking the road line even now, because a camp did not cease needing orders simply because Sanctuary had ended. The goblins held behind them in a shielded half-ring. Some were dead. Some would soon join the dead if Mother Kale could not keep them from crossing that narrow line before Malachar found them useful in another direction. Some had watched Wolfkin tear through the dark, and survived only because command had reached their bodies faster than panic did. They stood now with spears forward, shields trembling, helmets low. The armor made them look like soldiers. The chain made them stay. Inside Red Whisper Den, Foxkin gathered around the red tree, not in formation. They did not know formations that way. Their fear arranged itself by family, elders before children, hunters near the outer roots, mothers and fathers at burrow mouths. Runners half-crouched where paths might still exist if the world had not changed. Young Foxkin with knives too small to matter stood in front of smaller ones because courage, among people without shields, sometimes took the shape of a body placed where it would die first. Valorian saw all of it. Useful, terrible perhaps, but useful. Garen's voice was low. "Orders, my lord." Valorian looked through the gap. "Take them alive." Mar made a sound in his throat, Not objection, calculation made ugly. Hunters. Disarm. Runners. Stop. Elders. Contain. Children. Valorian's eyes moved briefly to Mother Kale. She stood several paces behind him, face white with anger and sleeplessness, hands stained from treating goblin wounds all night. She had heard the question before it was spoken. She was already prepared to hate the answer. Valorian said, "Untouched unless used against us." Mother Kale closed her eyes. That was not mercy, she knew it, so did he. Garen turned his helm toward Mar and Voss. Shield files, narrow entry, no pursuit beyond sight, no killing unless ordered or required to prevent escape. Mar rolled his damaged shoulder and spat black fluid into the moss. Aye. Voss lifted 2 fingers toward the pack line. Restraints forward, water after binding, no loose knives, no scattered sacks. Any goblin who breaks line to loot loses the hand after return. Several line-bound straightened. They believed him, that was wise. Valorian stepped through the gap first. The blackened ring smoked under his feet. The sanctuary ground beyond it recoiled without being able to refuse. The air inside Red Whisper Den was warmer than the ridge, thick with fear, root sap, smoke, old bells, and the smell of too many bodies kept still in too little space. He felt the difference at once. The ward was broken but not gone. Pieces of old protection still clung to stone, branch, burrow, scent post, and shrine. The place remembered safety even as safety failed. That interested him. He did not reach for the chain immediately. Not yet. A hunter loosed an arrow. It was a good shot. Fast, low, aimed not at Valorian's chest but at the throat, where armor would not help and arrogance often forgot the body remained mortal. Dusk crossed the gap like a thrown shadow. The arrow vanished under her paw. The Duskstalker struck the hunter from the branch bridge before the second arrow left the string. She did not tear his throat out. Valorian had ordered alive. So she struck him with enough force to break the bow, the bridge rail, and perhaps several ribs, and pinned him beneath one black-clawed paw while he gasped and tried to remember breathing. The foxkin screamed. Then the chain entered Red Whisper Den. Not all at once. Valorian did not throw power wildly into the settlement like a net over birds. That would have been wasteful, and the place still resisted in fragments. Instead, he took the nearest wolf first. An elder with a white muzzle and a red thread bracelet raised a bone knife and stepped toward him with shaking hands. Valorian looked at her. Black links moved from his fingers into the space between them. She stiffened, her mouth open. For a heartbeat, she fought with everything age had not taken. Family memory, den rite, shrine law, the old stubbornness of a people who had survived by being too hidden to kneel. Then the chain found the fear beneath resistance and closed around it. Her knife fell. She dropped to her knees. The settlement broke differently after that. Some cried out, some lunged, some ran, some froze. Mar's shield file entered hard through the gap and expanded like a wedge. Goblin iron pushed into foxkin root space. Spears did not stab forward unless needed. They angled, blocked, caught clothing, forced hunters away from burrow mouths, made open ground out of paths that had never been meant for soldiers. Male Voss moved behind them with restraints and rode discipline. Left burrow sealed. Not entered, mark it. A line bound drove a black iron stake beside the burrow mouth. Bridge cut. Another goblin sliced a vine line. A fox runner above slipped, caught herself, and found Mar beneath her with one hand raised. Down, Mar said. She spat in his face. He did not flinch. The chain took her knees before his patience ran out. She fell from the low branch into two goblin shields and was pinned without a blade entering her. Garen walked through the center after the wedge widened. Not hurried, not ceremonial, present. That was enough. Red Whisper's hunters had seen Wolfkin strike him in the night and fail to make him fall. They had seen Greymaw dragged bound to the barrier. They had seen black armor hold where living bodies broke. Now he came beneath their shrine tree with sword drawn but lowered, and the sight of him did more than shouting would have. A young foxskin male rushed him anyway. Short spear, good footwork, fast. Garin turned the spearhead aside with his swords flat, stepped inside the thrust, caught the shaft under one arm, and struck the youth across the temple with the pommel. The foxskin fell bonelessly to the moss, alive. Garin looked down at him. "Brave," he said. Then to a line bound beside him. "Bind him before bravery returns." The goblin obeyed. At the shrine court, the last organized resistance formed around the red tree. Elders, hunters, a few mothers with knives, children behind them. Red thread charms, bone bells. The cracked dark bell hanging lower than the rest split down one side like a throat opened by song. Perrin entered last, not by choice. Valorian allowed him to walk because dragging him would have made the wrong lesson. Red Whisper needed to see him standing. Needed to understand that he had not merely led the chain there. He had survived doing it. Survival, Valorian had learned, could be made into accusation if placed properly. The old foxwoman whose bowl had broken when she first saw him stepped forward from the shrine court. Her face was wet, her ears were low, her hands were empty. She said the home name again, not loudly. Perrin stopped as if struck. The chain tightened, his mouth opened. No answer came. The old woman understood then. Whatever hope had survived the barrier, the night attack, the failed ward, the blackened roots, the chained greymaw, and the iron wedge of goblins entering Red Whisper Den. That understanding killed the last clean piece of it. She looked past Perrin to Valorian. "What have you done to him?" Valorian answered because the question was useful. "I kept him alive." The old woman's mouth trembled. "That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters before power." Mother Kale moved then. She crossed behind Perrin and placed a hand on his shoulder. The chain stirred. Valorian let the gesture stand. Perrin shook under her hand. The old foxwoman saw that too. Saw that comfort required permission from the thing that had stolen his voice. Her eyes changed, not surrender, not hatred only. A wound learning shape. Valorian stepped into the shrine court. The foxskin backed away. Not enough. No one ever backed away enough from what had already arrived. "Red Whisper Den is taken," he said. The words did not echo. The trees refused to carry them farther than the hollow. That too was interesting. "You will not be slaughtered." A sound moved through the gathered foxskin. Not relief, suspicion with teeth. "You will be bound." Now the sound became sharper. Every hunter, every runner, every elder, every mother, every father, every child old enough to understand a command, and every child too young to understand why obedience will save them pain. Perrin made a broken sound. Mother Kale's hand tightened on his shoulder. Aorian, standing near the edge of the court, looked as if each word had entered him separately. Skava watched from behind a shield file, her wounded shoulder wrapped, her eyes empty in the way they became when someone else's people reached the same cliff hers had already been thrown from. The old foxwoman lifted her chin. "Children do not swear." Valorian looked at her. "No," he said, "they learn." A hunter lunged from behind the shrine stones. Dusk hit him before Garin did. The panther did not kill him. She drove him into the moss so hard his knife spun away into the roots. The children behind the old woman screamed. One ran toward the burrow mouth. The chain took the mother first. She froze mid-reach, eyes wide with horror as her own body ceased being quick enough to save what she loved. Valorian took the child second. Gently, if the word could survive what he used it to describe. The child stopped running, turned, walked back, sat where Valorian pointed. The settlement understood, not because of pain, because of precision. Pain would have taught them Valorian was cruel. They already knew that. Precision taught them he was close, in hand, in breath. In the small space between a child deciding to run and the child's foot touching moss. That broke more resistance than screaming would have. The binding of Red Whisper Den began beneath the red tree. No numbers were written, not yet. Talon was not there to make record, and Valorian did not trust first counts taken from panic. He did not need numbers to understand possession. The den came to him in categories: hunters, Runners, sentreators, burrow keepers, elders, children, herbal hands. Bell tenders, trap setters, mothers who knew hiding places, old ones who knew why paths bent, young ones who knew where children had been sent. Wounded, defiant, silent, useful. The chain entered them one by one at first, then by clusters once their fear made similar shapes. It did not fit them like it fit goblins. Goblin obedience tangled around debt, hunger, fear of bigger teeth, and old tyrants. Foxkin resistance moved through kinship, scent, den right, and the desperate belief that hiding had moral force because it had kept children alive. Valorian adjusted. A mother's will resisted differently than a hunter's. A runner's body fought command through motion before thought. A child's obedience had to be written around terror without breaking function. An elder's resistance was mostly memory and could not be crushed without losing useful knowledge. So he did not crush all of it. He placed hooks, stay, silence, no flight, no weapons, no warning calls, no hidden exits unspoken when asked. No harm to the chain's servants, no self-killing, no killing children to spare them bondage. That last clause made Mother Kale turn away. The old foxwoman tried to bite through her own tongue when she heard it. The chain stopped her jaw. Valorian watched the lesson settle. Good. The worst choices had to be anticipated before grief invented them. Malachar came through after the living were contained. The goblin dead were brought to the blackened ring. Those who had died in the night attack lay stiff beneath dark cloth, armor dented, throats opened, limbs twisted by gray violence. The Foxkin watched from the shrine court because Valorian wanted them to see what service meant after death. The line-bound watched because Valorian wanted them to understand that dying did not excuse them from usefulness. Perrin watched because the chain allowed no mercy from witnessing. Malachar knelt among the goblin corpses with the care of a gardener inspecting roots. "This will be ugly," he said. Mar, standing nearby with one arm bound in a temporary iron brace, snorted. "That your professional estimate?" "My professional estimate is that these bodies were mauled by wolfkin, dragged through moss, bled badly, and left too long before preparation." "So ugly." "Yes," Malachar said, "but obedient ugliness is still preferable to decorative rot." He opened his bone case. The first goblin dead rose badly. Its head lolled because the throat had been torn too deeply for ordinary posture. Malachar corrected the neck with black thread and a muttered complaint. The second rose on one good leg and one ruined one, and Male Voss immediately judged it unfit for road duty but useful for carrying small burdens under supervision. The third came up with fingers still locked in the shape of a shield strap. Garen watched that one. "Keep him with the line," he said. Malachar glanced back. "Sentiment, Sir Garen." "No, roll memory." The corpse's dead fingers flexed around an invisible grip. Malachar smiled. "Ah, better." Valorian raised the remaining goblin dead with Malachar guiding the rough places. Not true soldiers yet, not grave-grafted, not hale, not noble dead. Just dead goblins made to stand, carry, drag, hold, and remind the living that the chain did not waste what fear had paid for. The Foxkin saw the dead rise. Children hid their faces. Elders closed their eyes. Hunters stared with open hatred. Perrin looked at the ground and shook silently until Mother Kale murmured something too low for Valorian to hear. He could have made her repeat it. He did not. Some prayers were less dangerous left unanswered. By midday, Red Whisper Den no longer belonged to itself. The bells had been removed first, not destroyed, removed. Valorian had learned enough from the barrier not to mistake sacred instruments for decoration. The cracked dark bell was wrapped in black cloth and placed under Malachar's supervision. The uncracked bells were bound in red thread, then sealed in a packed case so they could not ring without permission. The red tree still stood. Valorian did not cut it. Mother Kale watched him, suspicion sharp through exhaustion. "You leave it." "For now." "Why?" Valorian looked up through the blackened leaves. "Because a dead shrine teaches one lesson. A living shrine under command teaches many. She said nothing. Perrin heard, so did every foxkin close enough to understand. Valorian did not need to explain further. The force march began before the settlement had finished grieving. That was deliberate. Grief rooted people. Valorian wanted them moving before Red Whisper could become a shape strong enough to resist inside them. Families were kept near enough to prevent immediate madness, separated enough to prevent whispers from becoming plans. Hunters were bound at the wrists and throat. Runners walked under direct chain pressure. Children were placed where Perrin and Mother Kale could keep them from panic, which made both of them useful in the most obscene way possible. Perrin walked among his own people with a voice the chain allowed only when it served order. This way. Stay close. Do not run. Carry him. Do not look at the wolfkin. Hold your brother's hand. Each sentence took something from him. Valorian let him spend. Dusk moved along the flank, violet-black body sliding between roots and brush, always near enough that escape learned to die before becoming a tempt. The captured Greymaw wolfkin were dragged or driven behind the front file, chained heavily, muzzled with black iron and grave thread, watched by Garen, Mar, and the Panther in shifting turns. They did not walk like prisoners, not yet. They fought every command until exhaustion made struggle intermittent rather than gone. Good. Valorian did not want them mistaken for broken, not by the foxkin, not by the goblins, not by himself. The return road out of the deep woods was slower than the approach. Everything had weight now, not numbers. Weight, bound foxkin, wounded goblins, raised dead, captured wolfkin. Packed bells, sealed shrine objects. Food caches taken from Red Whisper and added to the chain stores. Herb's Mother Kale insisted be carried properly because medicine did not cease being medicine when stolen. Trap cords, send toils, root charms. Children too tired to walk and too frightened to be carried by strangers until Perrin told them they would be hurt less if they let themselves be lifted. Male Voss hated the march. That meant he gave it his full devotion. He placed foxskin runners under guard, but used them to identify bad footing. He ordered Goblin Dead to drag the heaviest bundles because the living stumbled when overloaded. He made the wounded ride on pack sledges only after stores were redistributed so food would not arrive late because Mercy had sat in the wrong place. He marked syncroute, branch drop, hidden burrow exits, and false trails with the same practical disgust he gave broken wheel pins. Road is worse leaving, Mar said after the third halt. Voss did not look up from tightening a strap. Road is honest leaving. We were poorer entering. Mar looked back at the long, broken bound line. I, rich now. Perrin heard, his ears lowered. Skava, walking near him with her injured shoulder bound tight, said nothing. For once, that was not cruelty. The first real strategic discussion came when they cleared the oldest trees and the air began to remember Goblin Rock. They stopped near a stony rise where the deep woods could still see them, but no longer seemed to breathe directly against their backs. Red Whisper's captives were arranged under guard. The Goblin Dead stood in a loose file where Malachar had left them, heads tilted, limbs wrong, waiting without impatience. The bound Greymaw lay under chains near a black root, one still growling low behind its muzzle whenever dusk passed. Valorian looked back toward the forest. No raven showed itself. That did not comfort him. Garen came to stand beside him. For a moment they watched the trees together. Then Garen said, "We should not return with this force." Valorian's eyes remained on the green-black wall. No. Mar grunted from behind them. Next time, bring things that like biting back. Male Voss said, and roads that can carry them. Malachar, seated on a stone while one of his death workers stitched a torn sleeve with shaking hands, said, and more corpse handlers. I dislike being rushed by geography. Aorian looked at him. That is what concerns you. Many things concern me. I ration them according to utility. Mother Kale stood with the foxkin children. She did not join the circle, but she listened. Perrin listened because his people were now the subject of the road even when no one said his name. Skava listened because Blacktooth had returned to every conversation like an old toothache. Garen said, "The deep woods is not only terrain, it calls help." Greymaw, Valorian said. "First answer," Garen corrected, "not last." That echoed the raven closely enough that Aorian's face tightened. Mar scratched at the torn side of his dead face with a broken fingernail. "Goblins held because you held them, not because they were ready." "True," Garen said, "armor helped." "Yes. Not enough." "No." Mar looked at the bound wolfkin. "Need shock troops, real ones. Things that hit before being hit scares the line stupid." Valorian studied the Greymaw. The great scarred one stared back, hatred undiminished by exhaustion. "Wolfkin." "Some," Garen said, "if they can be made to obey without losing what makes them useful." Malachar lifted one finger, a magnificent sentence, applicable to everyone really. Garen ignored him. Goblins can become line, labor, tunnel, alchemy, scout, trap, and supply. They are not enough for forest war. They are not enough for orcs. They are not enough for enemies who decide pain is invitation. Mar nodded once. Orcs. The word changed the air, not because orcs were present, because every military mind there understood what the word meant. Aorian spoke quietly. "You said before that orcs are not goblins with larger bodies." Valorian's gaze remained on the forest. "No." Garen said, "Orcs will not break correctly under pain alone." Mar added, "May enjoy trying." Malachar smiled, "Barbaric if true. Fascinating if inconvenient." Mael Voss said, "They will also need better roads, better stores, better iron, better repair, and stronger restraints." Valorian looked toward the pack sledges, toward the foxskin, toward the dead goblins, toward the bound Greymaw, toward the distant direction of Blacktooth beneath stone. "Blacktooth first," he said. Skava's head lifted. The words entered her like cold water. Garen gave no sign of surprise. No forest return until Blacktooth. "Not deep," Valorian said. "Not like this. Red Whisper gives us eyes at the edge. It gives runners, scent, hidden paths, warning signs, herbs, child handlers, trap hands, and knowledge of what the forest hears before we do. But the forest took too much for too little ground." Mother Kale's voice came from behind them. "You call that too little." Valorian turned. She stood among bound children and grieving foxkin, her face carved by fury and exhaustion. He answered her directly. "Yes." Perrin flinched. Mother Kale stared at him. "You took a people. I took a settlement. You bound children. I did. You raised the dead who died following you. Yes. You poisoned a shrine. Yes. And it is still too little." Valorian looked back toward the trees. For what comes next? Mother Kale seemed to have no answer to that, not because he had convinced her, but because the scale of his hunger had exhausted ordinary accusation. Garen continued where mercy failed. "Blacktooth gives depth, more goblin lines, more tunnels, more stores, more smithwork even if crude, more alchemy, more mouths, hands, and fear. Once Blacktooth falls, lesser goblin settlements may not require full storming." Skava's lips curled. "Some will kneel because they hate Blacktooth enough to enjoy watching it crawl." Valorian looked at her, and others. She looked away. "Others will kneel because if Blacktooth crawls, they know they are smaller." Mar grinned with half a ruined mouth. "Good lesson." Aorian said, "And after Blacktooth." Valorian's eyes moved to the rough western memory of the map they had left behind in Stone Eater's Bend. "The other major goblin holds." "Both?" Aorian asked. "Yes." "Then orcs." Yes. Malachar's smile thinned. You make it sound very neat. It will not be. No, Malachar said. It will be educational. Male Voss tightened another strap as if the word education had offended the rogue. Orcs mean steel, he said. Everyone looked at him. Voss did not seem to notice. Goblin iron bends if badly made, holds if thick, thick slows. Better steel changes march weight, spear quality, collar strength, chain links, hinges, blades, cart bands, armor repair, nail stock. Orc lands may not give obedience quickly. But if their smiths are what stories say, taking them changes everything that moves. Orvin Hall was not present, but his absence seemed to answer from every dented plate and repaired spear in the column. Garen said, superior smiths, better war metal, stronger shock bodies, harder wills, more dangerous binding. Then not before Blacktooth, Audrin would have said if he had been there. Valorian almost heard the dead logistician's voice anyway, not before food, not before roads, not before holding what has already been taken. That too was useful. No, Valorian said, not before Blacktooth. Not before consolidation. The word settled strangely among them. Consolidation. It sounded cleaner than what it meant, sorting captives, binding children, armoring goblins, training line troops, raising useful dead, recruiting and binding death workers, completing the devotion draft procedures, turning Red Whisper Foxskin into runners and scent scouts, breaking Blacktooth, taking the other goblin powers, making fear administrative, preparing for orcs, preparing for steel. Preparing to return to the forest, with something the forest could not answer by sending teeth alone. The great Greymaw Wolfkin growled behind its muzzle. Valorian looked at it. You heard him, Malachar said lightly. Consolidation first. Your personal humiliation will be scheduled appropriately. The Wolfkin lunged against the chains. Dusk struck it across the muzzle with one paw. It went still, eyes burning. Perrin watched the exchange with hollow horror. His people stood bound behind him. His home's bells lay packed under black cloth. The forest had not saved Red Whisper. Greymaw had not saved Red Whisper. The road back to Goblin lands had begun, and each step took his people farther from the sense that had taught them who they were. Valorian walked to him. Perrin stiffened. Your people will live, Valorian said. Perrin looked up slowly. His face held no gratitude, only a question too broken to speak. Valorian answered it anyway. They will run roads, carry messages, read trails, gather herbs, watch children, find paths, warn camps, mark danger. They will eat. They will be protected from worse powers by belonging to mine. Perrin's voice came out raw. Worse powers. Valorian looked back at the deep woods. The forest failed you. Perrin's eyes filled. No, he whispered. You heard it until it could not hold. Yes. The word was not apology. It was possession of fact. Perrin's breath shook. Valorian said, remember that when you teach them where running ends. Perrin closed his eyes. The chain allowed that. At dusk, they resumed the march. Red Whisper moved under guard through the outer trees, past warning bells that had no one left free to answer them, past scent posts that now marked roads for the chain, past syncroute and hidden burrow paths spoken aloud by trembling mouths. The goblin dead carried burdens behind the living. The captured Greymaw were dragged under black restraint. Mar limped because his dead leg had been damaged and refused to bend correctly. Voss walked beside the pack line with the posture of a man offended by every route. Garen rode Nightfall at the rear, Black Helm turned toward the forest that watched them leave. Mother Kale walked among children. Skava walked near Perrin. Neither spoke for a long time. Then Skava said, it gets quieter. Perrin did not look at her. What? After, she said, when they stop crying where you can hear. He said nothing. Skava's jaw worked. I thought quiet meant I was getting stronger. Perrin looked at her then. She stared ahead. It did not. The chain did not punish that. Perhaps because it was not rebellion. Perhaps because Valorian, walking at the head of the column, permitted truths that made obedience heavier. Behind them, somewhere under the towering trees, a raven called once. Only once. Every foxkin in the column heard it. Every wolfkin strained against its chains. Dusk looked back from the flank, smoky eyes narrowing. Valorian did not turn. He had what he came for, not enough, never enough, but enough to teach the next lesson. Blacktooth waited beneath stone. The other goblin holds waited beyond it. Orc lands waited farther still, with stronger bodies, harder wills, better smiths, and steel that might one day clothe a true army. The deep woods watched him leave with its first wound blackening under the red tree. Valorian walked toward goblin lands with foxkin bound behind him, wolfkin chained at his mercy, goblin dead carrying stolen bells, and the shape of the next war arranging itself in his mind. The forest had sent teeth. Next time he would bring jaws. Chain 6. The Cult of the Chain Bound. Link 1. The First Acolytes. Stone Eater's Bend did not cheer when Red Whisper returned in chains. It was not the sort of place that knew how. The Hollow had once understood victory in goblin terms. Teeth shone. Debt shouted. Food stolen from the defeated before the blood cooled. Children made to watch which old names no longer protected them. A chief's mark scraped from stone and replaced by another mark only slightly less ugly. Songs if the drunk survived long enough to remember the words. Knives in the dark afterward, because goblin victory was never finished while anyone still had cousins. Valorian had given the Bend a different language. When the column came back from the deep wood's edge, the Hollow counted without celebration. Not by number, by weight, foxkin, raised goblin dead, captured graymaw, stolen bells, red thread charms wrapped in black cloth, herbs under Mother Kale's furious supervision, shrine objects sealed in wax and bone, wounded line-bound limping beneath iron, Mar with his dead face torn open and one arm braced in black splinting. Male Voss walking beside the pack sledges, as if every root in the world had personally insulted him and would be corrected in proper order. Garen in cloth-scored black plate, Nightfall beside him, both looking less damaged than proven. Dusk moving along the flank with violet-black fur torn in two places, smoky eyes bright, tail low, not from fear but from the remaining nearness of forest law, and Perrin. Perrin walked near the foxkin children because Valorian had placed him there. That more than any spear made Red Whisper's people understand the shape of their captivity. They had seen soldiers before, goblins, raiders, debt collectors, hunters from unfriendly clans, border thieves who thought hidden people were easy prey until the forest gave them sinku, silent arrows and paths that returned them to the same tree until thirst taught apology. They understood enemies. They did not yet understand a familiar voice made into a gate. Perrin spoke when ordered, this way, stop there, do not touch the black stakes, children together, elders to the left, hunters kneel. No, do not run, please, do not run, every please cost him. Valorian allowed the word when it improved compliance. That was the worst thing. If he had forbidden Perrin gentleness completely, Red Whisper could have hated cleanly. If he had made the Foxboy cruel, they could have named him broken and turned away from him in grief. But Perrin remained Perrin enough to hurt them. He still softened his voice for children, still recognized a limp before it became a fall, still moved toward panic with the instinct of someone who had spent captivity keeping smaller terrors from becoming larger ones. Valorian had not destroyed that. He had placed it in service. Mother Kale saw it and understood too well. She walked behind the children with her hands full of bandages, herbs, and useless rage. Useless because she still healed. Useless because every life she preserved became another life the chain could use. Useless because Valorian did not need to mock her mercy. He had learned to assign it work. The foxkin were processed outside the old debt hall first, not as goblins had been processed. That distinction mattered. Goblin captives had been sorted by labor, debt, strength, hunger, fear, and usefulness under iron. Foxkin required other categories. Valorian stood in the upper gallery while the first ordering began. watching as the Bend learned a new kind of prisoner. Hunters were disarmed and kept apart from one another until packless frustration made them shake. Runners were placed under direct watch because their bodies looked for exits even while their eyes were lowered. Sentreators were blindfolded for the first passage through the Bend, not because the cloth prevented smell, but because sight helped them make maps too quickly. Elders were seated together but not close enough to whisper without permission. Belltenders were stripped of red thread, bone chimes, and hidden charms. Herbal hands were taken to Mother Kale, who hated Valorian for noticing that her hatred did not make her less useful at identifying which plants mattered. Children were given water before oaths. That was deliberate too. A thirsty child wept harder. A watered child listened longer. Valorian had learned from Audrin that mercy and efficiency often shared a road for several steps before parting. Perrin was made to stand beside the sorting table. He named functions, not numbers. That one knows high paths. She tends cough rude. He is not a hunter. He only carries arrows for his brothers. She hears bell differences. No, not him. He will run if placed near shadow. That child bites. Mar looked up from where he was inspecting a file of newly armored goblins near the yard. Then don't put fingers near its mouth. Perrin closed his eyes. The child in question bared small teeth at Mar. Mar stared back. For a breath, no one moved. Then Mar grunted. Good. The child looked confused enough to stop biting the air. Perrin looked at Mar with something like hatred, though it lacked strength. Mar looked at him. What? They are children. Lie. You are frightening them. Lie. Perrin's voice trembled. Why? Mar's dead face, torn and braced, turned toward the mustering yard where goblins in iron learned to lift shields without tangling their elbows. Because fear, they understand now, may keep them alive when worse arrives. Perrin looked away. Mar did not soften, but he did not laugh either. In the lower chambers, the devotion draft was completed before sunset, not perfected. Malachar objected to the word completed because it suggested an end to refinement. He preferred stabilized, which he said with a scholar's careful pleasure while surrounded by bowls, old goblin women, sour black liquor, bruised meal root, bitter ash, motherline residue, grave salt, and 3 failed attempts that had left 1 rat dead. 1 acolyte candidate vomiting prayers into a basin, and Naka bone mouth giggling until the chain silenced her jaw. The captured goblin grandmother sat along the wall like a row of curses that had grown bones. They had given the recipe, not willingly. Not completely, never completely if choice had been left in them. Each measure had been dragged from memory, pride, spite, correction, contradiction, Skava's bitter knowledge, Mern's ledger hand, Naka's cracked muttering, Malachar's questions, and Valorian's patience. Now the bowl was ready. The liquid inside was not beautiful. That disappointed Malachar faintly. It was black-brown with an oily sheen and faint red threads that did not mix properly no matter how long the stirrer turned. It smelled of roots, old smoke, iron, sour fruit, grave-cold ash, and something almost sweet beneath the rock. The sweetness made Aorian step back. That is wrong, he said. Malachar looked delighted. Most useful things are. Aorian's face twisted. It is reaching. Precisely. No, not like a spell, like hunger. Malachar leaned over the bowl with renewed interest. Say more. I do not want to help you improve it. And yet you already have. Aorian's hands curled at his sides. Valorian entered then, and the argument died in the way arguments often died around him. Not because every speaker feared pain equally. Because words near Valorian had consequences beyond being heard. The 4 acolytes knelt on the stone before the bowl. They had not been named in the ledgers yet. Valorian had forbidden it. Names created early illusions. A named servant could begin to imagine that the name had survived binding intact, that personhood and office remained equal weights on a balanced scale. These four were not being raised into individuality. They were being reduced into function until function became devotion. They were grave workers by prior trade or adjacent crime. One had washed plague dead in a border shrine until the shrine burned for reasons no one confessed. One had stolen burial teeth from roadside cairns and sold them to hedge witches. One had been a failed apprentice to a corpse priest who taught preservation with more enthusiasm than restraint. One had followed Malachar's rumor before Valorian found him and had tried to run when he understood that service was not recruitment. All four had been afraid. Fear was acceptable. Fear was the door. The draft taught them to decorate the room beyond it. Malachar moved among them with a small black cup. "Drink," he said to the first. The acolyte drank. His throat worked once, twice. His eyes watered, then the chain moved. Valorian did not raise his hand dramatically. He did not need to. The draft had softened the inner places where terror usually knotted itself around self-preservation. It did not make obedience. Aelrian had been correct about that much. It did not make faith either. Valorian had known that before he began. It made surrender feel warm for one terrible breath. The chain entered during that breath. The first acolyte gasped. His spine arched. Malachar watched carefully, smiling less than usual because technique mattered more than delight here. "Do not crush the revulsion response completely," he murmured. "He still needs to handle corpses without mistaking decay for holiness." Valorian adjusted. The acolyte sobbed, then laughed. The sound made Aelrian flinch. The second drank, the third, the fourth. Each reacted differently. One wept through the whole binding, whispering gratitude in a voice that belonged to panic-wearing ceremonial cloth. One stared at Valorian with widening eyes as if chains had become light behind his skull. One vomited black draft onto the floor and tried to lick it back up until Malachar clicked his tongue and told him dignity remained useful in priestly functions. One simply bowed his head to the stone and did not raise it again until ordered. When it was done, the four acolytes knelt in a row. Sweat soaked their collars, their faces were gray, their eyes were too bright. Their bodies trembled not from resistance now, but from the new confusion of wanting the thing that owned them to notice they wanted correctly. Aelrian whispered, "No." No one answered. The first acolyte lifted his head. The chain did not force the words. That was what made them terrible. "My lord," he said, voice shaking with devotion too fresh to know shame, "the chainbender, what bidding do you require?" The second acolyte repeated it, then the third, then the fourth, not perfectly together. That would come later. "My lord, the chainbender, what bidding do you require?" "My lord, the chainbender, what bidding do you require?" "My lord, the chainbender, what bidding do you require?" Mother Kale stood in the doorway. She had come for medicine and found a church being born. Her face went still. Malachar noticed her expression and seemed, for once, almost sober. "There," he said softly, "prototype." Valorian looked down at the kneeling acolytes. They were not enough. Of course they were not enough. 4 draft-bound grave servants did not make a religion. They did not make an order capable of processing a race. They did not make death obey at scale. They did not raise Blacktooth, subdue orcs, take the other goblin holds, harvest steel, bind gods, or make the deep woods lower its eyes. But they proved the line could be crossed. Theory had become procedure. Procedure had produced office. Office could multiply. "The cult of the chain-bound begins here," Valorian said. The words settled into the chamber. The goblin grandmothers lowered their eyes, not in reverence, in defeat perhaps, or calculation. Mern's stylus hovered over the slate, waiting. Valorian continued, "You will wash the dead, sort the dead. Prepare grave salt, maintain preservation cloth, carry bells only when ordered, keep draft bowls under Malachar's authority, mark corpse ledgers, teach the bound the first responses, record failures, hide nothing." The acolytes bowed lower with each command. "Yes, my lord the chainbender." Aelrian stepped forward before fear could educate him out of the mistake. You cannot let them call you that. Valorian turned to him. Aelrian's face was pale, but his eyes held. You cannot build worship around enslavement and pretend it is administration. Malachar looked amused again. Why not? Administration has worshipped itself for centuries. Aelrian did not look at him. You know what this becomes. Valorian studied him. That was worse than anger. Yes. You are making a faith out of damage. I am making damage useful. You are making them love bondage. No, Valorian said. The draft makes love easier to misplace. The chain makes bondage inescapable. The cult will teach them the proper name for both. Aelrian stared at him. For a moment, he looked less like Valeth's son and more like the young elf who had once believed knowledge itself might be clean if placed in educated hands. Then Valorian said, "You have watched enough." Aelrian's expression changed, not because he understood, because the chain inside him did. Come. Valorian left the lower chamber. Aelrian followed because obedience had entered before refusal could put on language. They passed through the processing yard, where Red Whisper Foxkin were being assigned to first functions under guard. Perrin stood beside Mother Kale now, helping a Foxkin child hold a bowl with both hands. The child would not look at him. Perrin accepted that as if it were deserved. Beyond them, Garen stood with Mar and Mael Voss at the edge of the mustering ground. Dava Rusk had resumed control of the raw armor files during their absence. Joran Pike had already created a separate ration board for Foxkin because Foxkin bodies did not eat like goblins, and Pike disliked waste more than he disliked complication. Albric Stonehand was inspecting new holding posts with the expression of a dead man finding old work in new cruelty. The bend had become louder since Red Whisper returned. Not chaotic, busier. That mattered. A raiding camp grew noisy and then burned itself out. A state learned how to make noise repeat. Valorian led Aelrian into the old stone chamber that had become the first magical workroom. It was not worthy of the name yet. That irritated him. White Hollow had possessed sealed laboratories behind polished doors, spell crystal lamps, mirrors turned inward, silver script cut into floors by hands that thought beauty excused ownership. Valorian had learned magic in cellars, pain, stolen books, and the long shadow of a father who believed teaching was a form of possession. Stone Eater's Bend had no such elegance. Its magical chamber had been carved from practical goblin stone and improved by force. Aelrian had marked the first stable warding circle reluctantly. Malachar had ruined 2 sections of it with grave salt, then insisted the damage was not ruin but expansion. Valorian had added black chain script along the central floor, not enough to dominate the room fully, but enough that any spell cast there did so under the awareness of ownership. Shelves held scavenged components: bone, iron, salt, black thread, dried fungus, fox herbs, goblin inks, elven glass taken from Aelrian's old travel stores. A cracked spell crystal that still worked if struck gently and insulted by no one. Aelrian stopped at the threshold. Valorian looked back. In. Aelrian entered. The door closed behind him. No one else was present. That frightened him more than an audience would have. Valorian walked to the center circle. You are going to begin pulling your weight. Aelrian almost laughed. It came out hollow. My weight. Yes. I have been chained, corrected, used as translator, witness, magical stabilizer, and unwilling tutor since White Hollow. And now you will become useful at scale. Aelrian's jaw tightened. Valorian gestured to the room. Malachar will oversee Deathcraft under me. The Acolytes will carry corpse work, draft procedure, and cult maintenance. Garen will command the line. The Ancients advise war. The Sergeants make obedience practical. Mother Kale preserves what would otherwise be wasted. Perrin gives us soft infrastructure. Skava gives goblin memory even when she hates the giving. He looked at Aorian. "You will build the magical core." Aorian went very still. "No." The chain did not punish him, not yet. Valorian allowed the word because some refusals were more useful before they became pain. Aorian swallowed. "No." "I know what you are doing." "Good. I will not help you create an academy for slavery." "You will not create an academy." Aorian's eyes narrowed despite fear. Valorian said, "Academies produce scholars, I need casters." "That is worse. It is more immediate." Aorian took one step back. The chain stopped the second. Valorian continued: fire, frost, lightning, wards, counterwards, signal work, heat discipline, smoke shaping, battlefield light. Spell geometry that can be taught to those too stupid, frightened, or damaged to understand theory but obedient enough to repeat form. "I am not well versed in war magic." "Then you will learn." Aorian's mouth worked once before words came. "You speak as if elven war magic is a list of tools you can place on a ration board. Fire, frost, lightning. As if battlefield spellcraft is only violence with prettier grammar. War mages train for decades. Some train for centuries. They learn formation casting, counterpressure, friendly line spacing, shield weaving, heat bleed, backlash control, elemental drift, signal concealment, the ethics of." He stopped. Valorian's expression had changed at the last phrase. "Not much. Enough. The ethics of burning people cleanly?" Valorian asked. Aorian's face flushed. "The ethics of not burning your own line." "Then teach that." "You are not listening." "I am listening very carefully." "No," Aorian said. His voice shook now, but anger carried it. "You are harvesting. That is all you do. You harvest death from Malachar, discipline from Garen, mercy from Kale, grief from Perrin, goblin knowledge from Skava and the grandmothers, now elven magic from me." Valorian watched him. Aorian's breath came harder. "At least admit it." Valorian stepped closer. "I have never denied being taught by what I take." That silenced him for a breath. Then Aorian said, quieter, Valith would have been proud of that sentence. The room changed. The cracked spell crystal hummed faintly on the shelf. Black chain script darkened along the floor. Aorian realized what he had said only after saying it, and the old survival reflex tried to lower his eyes. He forced them up instead. Valorian's face remained calm. That was not comfort. "No," Valorian said. Aorian's throat moved. Valith believed making and owning were the same thing. He was wrong. Aorian said nothing. Valorian stepped into the center circle. "I own first, then I make." The chain struck Aorian to his knees, not with the full cruelty it could have used. That would have ended the lesson too quickly. It took his breath, bent his spine, opened pain through the old binding scars, and held him aware enough to hear. Valorian crouched before him. "You will teach fire." Aorian gasped. "You will teach frost." His hands shook against the stone. "You will teach lightning." Aorian's teeth clenched. "You will teach wards and the breaking of wards. You will teach signal, shield, heat, smoke, light, pressure, and every form of elven magical discipline that can be made useful before Blacktooth." "I do not know enough," Aorian forced out. "Then you will learn before your students need it." "What students?" Valorian's eyes moved toward the yard beyond the closed door. Aorian followed the direction despite himself. He imagined goblins in iron, foxskin runners, draft-bound acolytes. Future necromancers, bound elves if Valorian found them. Children who would grow up hearing commands before lullabies. A magical core built not from willing apprentices but from sordid capacity and obedience. Horror made the shape clear. Valorian saw the moment he understood. "Selected candidates," Valorian said. "Not many at first, those who can sense heat. Those who see ward lines, those who can repeat gesture, those whose fear does not ruin focus. you will identify them. You will train them. You will write forms simple enough to survive bad hands. Aorian whispered, you will kill them. You say that like acceptable waste. No, Valorian said, like expected cost. Aorian closed his eyes. The chain eased enough for him to breathe fully. That mercy was calculated. He hated knowing that. Valorian stood. You have spent too long as witness. Aorian remained on his knees. I thought you wanted witnesses. I do. Then why this? Because witnesses remember what was done. Valorian looked around the crude chamber, the stolen components, the black script, the first ugly skeleton of a magical institution. Servants make it continue. Aorian lifted his head slowly. There was hatred in him. Good. Hatred kept the mind awake. You cannot force me to become a war mage overnight, he said. No. Valorian walked to the shelf and lifted the cracked spell crystal. It pulsed faintly between his fingers. But I can force you to begin. He placed the crystal in the center of the floor. Fire. Aorian stared. Valorian's voice cooled. Show me the first form. For a moment, Aorian did not move. The chain waited, not burning yet, only present. Aorian lifted one trembling hand. His fingers shaped an old elven gesture, elegant despite exhaustion, a half circle of thumb and third finger, two fingers extended, wrist turned inward to prevent heat spill through the caster's own palm. A tiny flame appeared above the cracked crystal. It was weak, steady, beautiful. Valorian watched the fire, not with wonder, with hunger arranged into attention. Again, he said. Aorian's eyes closed. The flame went out. The chain tightened. The flame returned. Beyond the chamber, Stone Eater's Bend continued to change. In the lower room, the first acolytes knelt and asked what bidding the chainbender required. In the yard, Foxkin learned that running had become a permission. In the forge, goblin iron took new shape. In the dead storage, raised bodies waited for assignment. In the ration hall, Joran Pike made hunger legible. In the training yard, Davarusk taught fear to repeat itself until it looked like discipline. At the walls, Albric Stonehand made the bend harder to retake. On the road line, Mael Voss corrected the paths by which Conquest would move. Near the mustering ground, Garen stood in black armor and watched the army become something old human doctrine could advise but not contain. In the Mercy Ward, Mother Kale saved lives Valorian would spend carefully. Near the Foxkin holding posts, Perrin spoke softly to children who no longer looked at him as home. And beneath the stone, in a chamber that smelled of grave salt, iron, root, and stolen magic, Aorian raised a flame because the chain had told him to begin. Valorian watched until the shape stabilized. Then he said the word that made the future larger. Again. Chain 6. The Cult of the Chain Bound. Link 2. The Siege of Many Mouths. Blacktooth did not sit on the map like a fortress. That was the first insult it offered to human doctrine. A fortress wanted to be drawn. Walls, gates, towers, roads, killing fields, water source, storehouse, inner keep, outer ditch. A siege theorist could hate a fortress honestly because a fortress declared its arrogance in lines. Blacktooth refused lines. On the clay map, it appeared first as Saga made it. A crooked knot of black thumb marks under the old road, half erased by her own hesitation. Then Myrn of Tucuts added side holes with a stylus held between two ruined fingers. Then one of the captured Blacktooth-adjacent deck goblins was dragged in and made to add 3 false exits, 2 real ones, and 1 smoke vent he insisted was cursed, until the chain taught him that superstition did not excuse omission. Then Perrin stood at the table with his ears low and marked paths the Foxkin runners had smelled from the outer ridges. Then Mael Voss corrected all of them because paths without load, water, and return lanes were stories, not roads. By the time the council gathered, Blacktooth no longer looked like a place. It looked like a diseased root system. Above-ground structures clustered where the old road broke and dipped. Huts, Smoke sheds, pens, scavenger yards, bone racks, market pits, watch platforms lashed to ruined stone, cook fires, slave holes, refuse banks, storage roofs hidden under patched hides, low houses with roofs reinforced by stolen boards and bad iron, defensive fences that were less walls than warnings of where traps began. Below them, the warren ran deep. Not endlessly, nothing did. But deep enough to punish men who thought courage could breathe without air. Tunnels, cellars, crawlways. Door chambers, shrines, debt pits, hidden bolt holes, old trade drains, alchemical rooms, bone witch hollows, market passages, collapsed roads reopened by goblin hands, new tunnels pretending to be old tunnels pretending to be dead, smoke holes dug where breath needed escape and fear needed somewhere to flee. Blacktooth was not a hole, it was many mouths. Valorian stood at the head of the war table and looked upon it without speaking. Around him, the chain's council gathered in layers of usefulness. Garen stood to his right, black armor repaired only enough to return function. Deep gray claw marks still scored the plates, because Orvin Hall had argued that polishing them smooth before Blacktooth would waste time and insult evidence. Mar stood behind the marshal with one arm still braced, his torn face stitched in black thread more for structure than beauty. Mael Voss stood near the lower edge of the map with road tablets, strap counts, and a small pile of stones he used to represent burdens because he trusted stones more than promises. The four-war ancients sat where the light was worst. Talon Vayer with the cracked tablet across his knees, dry-eyed and grave, as if every conquest already belonged to record and merely waited to be written correctly. Dame Corvin Ash with her tower piece and the expression of a woman offended by bad angles. Audrin Pell with stylus ready and patience already exhausted by people who had not yet spoken. Mara Thorn of the Red Board with the red board across her lap, not looking at Blacktooth as a place to be taken, but as a mistake trying to disguise itself as opportunity. Malachar sat lower than he needed to, surrounded by the four acolytes. They knelt behind him in draft-stained black cloth, heads bowed, hands folded, eyes too bright. They had begun to smell faintly of grave salt, ash, and devotion. When Valorian entered, all four had bent forward with one voice not yet trained into perfect unity. "My lord, the Chainbender, what bidding do you require?" No one in the room had mistaken that for ordinary loyalty. Aorian stood apart, pale from sleeplessness and spell work, one hand bandaged where the first forced lightning form had burned through 2 fingers before he corrected the angle. He had stopped saying he was not well versed in war magic. Valorian had not accepted the objection the first time, and Aorian was too intelligent to waste it twice. Mother Kale stood at the rear because she had been summoned and refused to kneel. Valorian had allowed that for now. Skava stood beside the goblin witnesses, jaw tight, eyes fixed anywhere except the Blacktooth center. She had seen maps of enemies before. She had also seen maps become graves. Perrin stood near the Foxskin runners. That was cruel by design. The Foxskin had not yet learned how to look like soldiers. Their bodies still carried Red Whisper's habits, weight light, shoulders ready to twist away, eyes searching for cover, hands falling unconsciously toward knives they no longer possessed. But their bows had been returned under guard, and that changed them. A bound creature with a tool it knew became both more useful and more visibly captive. Valorian looked to Corvin first. "Speak." Corvin Ash leaned forward and placed her tower piece not on Blacktooth, but beside it. A siege engine would be vanity. No one had proposed one in this council, but Corvin liked killing poor ideas before they found parents. "Explain," Valorian said. "A thrower breaks a wall. Blacktooth does not depend on one wall. A ram breaks a gate. Blacktooth does not depend on one gate. Towers, mantlets, stone hurlers, high engines, later perhaps against dwarven holds or surface cities that understand dignity. Here they become timber, rope, burden, and delay." Audrin Pell made a small mark on his slate. "Correct." Corvin continued, "Blacktooth must not be stormed as a tunnel city either. If you send the line underground, you trade command for corners. You trade formation for crawling. You trade armor for exhaustion. The defenders know the terms. They know which floor gives way, which chamber smokes badly, which wall is false, where a child can pass and a soldier cannot. They will make courage arrive one body at a time and kill it in order. Mar grunted, "Good place to die stupid." Corvin looked at him, "Yes." Mar seemed satisfied. Valorian's gaze moved to the clay map. "Then the tunnels are not the battlefield." "No," Corvin said, "they are pressure chambers." Mara's eyes shifted faintly. Now the council listened harder. Corvin touched the outer marks around Blacktooth. "There are 3 fights, outer, middle, inner. If they are confused, Blacktooth wins by making every gain temporary." She moved one bone chip onto the surface sprawl. Outer Blacktooth. Houses, pens, markets, smoke sheds, visible mouths, low fences, trap yards, watch platforms, slave holes, outer stores. This is taken above ground, not rushed, taken and held, every visible mouth marked, every roof checked, every pen emptied or sealed, every surface fighter either bound, killed, or driven inward by design. She moved a second chip deeper. Middle Blacktooth. Barracks, shrine hollows, alchemy pits, store chambers, bone witch rooms, main tunnel arteries. This is where the Warren tries to become itself. You do not chase it, you close escape ends. You poison comfort, you deny hidden movement. You raise what dead can be reached. You force living bodies toward chosen exits. The third chip went into the inner knot. Inner Blacktooth. Ruler's seat, last guards, deep court, hostage pits, ledgers, old names, final shrines. Whatever chief, debt lord, witchring, or ruler holds Blacktooth's obedience will be there or will pretend not to be. That fight will be slow. Audrin looked up, and expensive. Corvin did not blink. Yes. Valorian looked to Audrin. The logistics ancient dipped his stylus once. Collapse every tunnel and you destroy what you came to take. Skava's eyes moved despite herself. Audrin continued, food stores, ledgers, poison rooms, smith corners, hidden trade goods, prisoners, children, mapped routes, future roads, usable chambers. You do not collapse Blacktooth, you collapse escape. He placed small dark stones on the clay lines. Escape ends, air lies, false exits, rear mouths. Those must be sealed, broken, smoked, watched, or made too costly to use. But the body of Blacktooth must remain enough intact to feed its own conquest afterward. Malachar smiled. Beautiful, starve the options, preserve the corpse. Audrin looked at him with open dislike. Preserve the infrastructure. Many corpses are infrastructure. Not when they block carts. Male Voss nodded once. Bodies block flow. Malachar sighed. Everyone in this army becomes duller near roads. Voss ignored him. Valorian turned to Talon. The old historian's fingers rested on the cracked tablet. Human underroad campaigns failed most often when commanders sought heroism underground, Talon said. Men pursued fleeing enemies into drainage works, mine roads, culverts, smugglers' tunnels, plague vaults, and burial approaches. They found victory ahead of them and death beside them. The lesson repeated until enough noble sons died for common sense to become doctrine. Aorian's mouth tightened faintly. Talon did not look at him. Air wins subterranean wars before steel does. Exit wins before courage. Hunger wins before glory. Knowledge of depth is more useful than depth itself. Let the enemy believe the tunnel protects him until the tunnel begins choosing where he may breathe. Valorian listened. That was useful. Mara leaned over the red board. And Blacktooth will adapt. She moved a red piece into the outer district. They will not only flee. They will send false surrenders. They will send dead children. They will send coughing prisoners ahead of knifemen. They will drive sick ones toward your line hoping mercy makes a gap. They will send fire through their own houses. They will collapse chambers with your dead inside and claim triumph. They will open a mouth you did not map and make your foxkin chase it. They will kill their own tunnel guides before you can take them. They will make every moral hesitation into terrain. Mother Kale's face hardened. Do not look at me when you say that. Mara looked at her anyway. You are terrain. The room went still. Mother Kale's voice lowered. I am not his. No, Mara said. You are not. That is why you are still useful in ways he cannot manufacture. Valorian watched Mother Kale absorb that. Not comfort, not insult, doctrine. Mara continued. If Blacktooth sends children through the open mouth, your line must know before the battle whether it opens, closes, or receives. If the answer is decided while bodies are already moving, Blacktooth will make the decision for you. Garen spoke for the first time. The line receives what is ordered to be received. Mara looked at him. And if pity breaks the order? Mar laughed once, then pity gets someone killed. Garen's helm turned slightly toward Mar, not sufficient. Mar stopped laughing. Garen looked at Valorian. The open mouth must have 3 lanes, combatant contained, non-combatant seized, unknown stopped. No one passes behind the line unsorted. No one is killed simply for emerging. No one is allowed to choose where they go. Mother Kale's expression twisted. That is not mercy. No, Garen said. It is how mercy survives contact with panic. The sentence landed strangely. Even Mother Kale had no immediate answer. Valorian turned toward the foxkin. Perrin lowered his eyes before being ordered. Look at the map, Valorian said. Perrin did. His throat moved. The foxkin runners behind him did the same, some slower than others. The chain did not yank them forward. It did not need to, not yet. Valorian pointed to the marked mouths. You have smelled the outer paths. One foxkin woman, older than Perrin but younger than the elders, answered because Perrin could not do all their speaking forever. Yes, my lord. She almost choked on the last words. The chain allowed almost. Are these complete? No, my lord. Skava's eyes narrowed. Mars did too. Valorian asked why. The foxkin woman glanced at Perrin. He gave the smallest nod. Blacktooth stinks too much. Mar barked a laugh. She flinched. Valorian lifted one finger and Mar stopped. The foxkin continued more quickly now. Smoke, rot, oil, old blood, bitter pits, many goblins, many fires, bad drains. Some exits smell like refuse only. Some refuse smells like exits. We can find air movement. We can find fresh foot. We can find fear paths after alarm, but not all before. Audrin made a note. Useful honesty. Valorian looked at Perrin. You agree. Perrin did not want to. That made the answer cleaner. Yes. Then what do your people need? The question frightened him more than accusation would have. Perrin looked at the map, then at the foxkin, then at the goblin witnesses, then at Valorian. Pairs, he said. Explain. They work better in pairs. One watches ground, one watches air, or one smells and one remembers turns. If alone, they rush. If in big groups, they argue silently and follow the boldest. Pairs are better. Male Voss made a mark. Pairs under goblin escort. Perrin's ears flattened. They will move slower. Voss said, slower is not always worse. Perrin swallowed. Not goblin escort close. Behind, far enough not to muddy scent, close enough to stop running. Mar grinned. He knows captivity now. Perrin's face tightened. Valorian said nothing. Perrin continued because the chain had taught him that usefulness delayed worse things. They can mark mouths with cut bark, thread, centoil, chalk if you have it, bone pins if not. But if Blacktooth knows they mark, they will change paths. Mara nodded. Then they mark for us, not for themselves. Marks must mislead if captured. Talon's stylus scratched. Corvin said, good. Perrin seemed wounded by the praise. Valorian let that stand. Then Garen turned toward the foxskin bows stacked under guard near the chamber wall. Archery. The room shifted again. This was not a moral question. That made it easier for some and worse for others. Garen said, "They know bows." Perrin answered before the foxskin woman could. "Yes." "Can they shoot in line?" Perrin hesitated. Mar's eyes narrowed. "Careful," the sergeant said. Question was not poetry. Perrin looked at him, then back to Garen. "Yes, they can learn." That satisfied Valorian more than reluctance would have. Garen nodded. "Good." Perrin's voice turned sharper despite fear. "They are hunters, watchers," some defended Red Whisper. "They know how to draw and hit. They do not know your commands." "Then they will learn commands," Mar said. This time Perrin did not argue. Garen looked to Mar. "Report." Mar stepped forward with the contemptuous confidence of a dead sergeant discussing bodies he had already begun to correct. "They hold bows properly. Most draw light, some draw strong. Eyes good, hands fast. Too much picking targets before order. Too much shifting feet. Too much looking for cover after every shot. Not cowards, just not line trained. Give them spacing, command words, and fear behind them. They'll loose together." Perrin's jaw tightened at fear behind them. Mar noticed. Truth does not become cruel because you dislike hearing it. Mother Kale said, "It often does in your mouth." Mar looked at her. "Aye." Garen continued, "Volley fire requires timing. Not culture, not nobility, not courage beyond a moment. Draw, hold, loose, reset. If they can hear, obey, and keep their hands from choosing targets without order, they can volley." Mara said, "Behind the goblin shield line. They need not receive the charge. That improves their chance of remaining useful." Corvin placed a small row of reed slivers behind the shield markers. First rank crouched or kneeling where the ground allows. Second rank standing. If terrain prevents ranks, then 2 staggered lines with clear lanes. No ornament. No hunting independence once command begins. Aorian spoke reluctantly. Wind in the exit mouth may disrupt arrows if smoke is flowing outward too strongly. Garen looked at him. Correction. Aorian seemed to hate being useful. Keep the archers outside the direct smoke stream. Slightly elevated if there are roofs or built earth. If not, offset them behind the shield wall and use angled fire into the mouth after emergence, not into smoke. Fire through dense, irritant vapor wastes arrows. Mar grunted, "Useful elf." Aorian looked away. Valorian asked, "Can war magic guide volley fire?" Aorian's answer came carefully. "Not guide, not yet. Not without ruining their instincts and mine. But I can make signal light visible through smoke if the smoke is not too thick. Red for draw, white for hold, blue for loose or sound. Bell, drum, whistle. Light is better if shouting fails." The acolytes behind Malachar stirred at the mention of bells. Valorian noticed, so did Mother Kale. Malachar smiled. "The cult can carry signal bells." "No," Mother Kale said. The word cut harder than expected. Malachar turned toward her. "No." Her hands were clenched, not Red Whisper bells. The room grew quiet. The stolen bells lay under black cloth in another chamber. Everyone knew it. No one had mentioned them. Mother Kale looked at Valorian. "You took them. You broke their protection. You bound their children. Use their bows if you must. Use their paths because you will. But if you make sanctuary bells call volleys over trapped bodies, you will not be building an army. You will be teaching the world that every holy sound near you becomes a butcher's signal." Malachar looked delighted. Aorian looked sick. Perrin looked at the floor. Valorian considered her. The answer mattered, not morally, structurally. "The Red Whisper bells remain sealed," he said. Mother Kale blinked once. She had not expected the concession. Valorian turned to the acolytes. "New bells will be forged." The first acolyte bowed until his forehead touched stone. "Yes, my lord the chainbender." Valorian looked back to Aeorian. Light signals, bell signals, both. Aeorian nodded once, not agreement. Compliance, Adrin cleared his throat. Volley training consumes arrows. The room returned to its more comfortable cruelty. Voss said, "Recoverable if fired into packed ground, less recoverable into bodies, less still into tunnels." Orvin Hall, who had been standing near the forge entrance like a dead shadow with a hammer, finally spoke. "Need straight shafts, better fletching. Fox hands can make their own if watched." Perrin's head lifted. "They can." Orvin looked at him. "Then they will." That settled another piece into place. Valorian looked down at Blacktooth. "Stage 1. Corvin answered. Outer Blacktooth is isolated first. Foxkin pairs locate mouths and mark approach paths. Goblin line advances through surface structures, not tunnels. Shield baffles at visible mouths. Dead labor clears traps after living scouts identify likely lines. No looting, no deep pursuit. Any visible mouth not selected for use is blocked, watched, or collapsed at the escape end if confirmed. Adrin added, stores preserved where possible. Water identified before burning anything. Food protected from smoke contamination. Captives sorted quickly or they become drag on the assault. Mara said, expect false emptiness. Blacktooth will abandon outer structures that are trapped, then counterstrike when the line begins celebrating. Mar snorted, no celebrating. Garen said, correct. Valorian said, stage 2. Corvin moved more stones. Middle Blacktooth, collapse escape ends, not all tunnels, ends, rear mouths, side holes, the paths that allow defenders to disappear behind us. Bitter smoke enters chosen tunnels. I bite, not killing vapor. We need movement, not corpses blocking every passage. Malachar lifted a finger. I object to the implication that corpses are not movement. Corvin ignored him. The Acolytes and Gravewalker assist with raising reachable dead inside disturbed sections. Not a full city rising. Reachable dead, killed defenders, old pit bodies, forgotten dead, collapsed shaft dead, anything close enough to answer without breaking the ritual. Malachar's smile sharpened, chain ghouls. Aeorian looked at him. Do not say it like you are naming a pet. I am naming an improvement. Valorian did not correct the term. That was correction enough. Garen said purpose. Malachar spread his hands. Pressure, confusion, rear seizure, ankle work, fear, disruption of barricades. Movement from behind while smoke moves from below, and shield line waits before them. Adrin said, embodies to later process. See, he understands. I understand cost. Cost is the dreariest word for opportunity. Voss said, cost decides whether opportunity arrives with wheels. Malachar sighed again. Valorian said, stage 3. The room changed. Even Skava looked up now. Corvin's hand moved to the inner knot. Inner Blacktooth cannot be planned completely from this table. It must be reached with enough preserved force to adapt. The ruler's seat will be defended by the most loyal, the most frightened, or the most trapped. Bone witches likely, debt ledgers, hostages, escape sanctum, hidden shrine, possibly a kill chamber disguised as surrender hall. Talon said, the ruler must not merely die. Skava's lips pressed together. Valorian looked at her. She did not want to speak. The chain asked. Skava inhaled sharply. Blacktooth does not obey one body, she said. Not like Stone Eater's bend. The ruler matters, but Blacktooth obeys ledgers, food, fear, names, who owes who knows which child is hidden where, who can poison which den. Kill the ruler and every debt holder becomes a little ruler until you chain them too. Talon nodded. Correct. Skava hated being correct for them. Mara moved a red piece into the inner knot. So stage 3 is not only ruler capture, it is ledger capture, shrine capture, food capture, hostage capture, debt capture. Valorian's eyes darkened with attention. Debt capture. Myrn of Two Cuts made a quiet sound near the wall. He knew that phrase would become work. Valorian turned to him. You will prepare for it. Myrn bowed his head. Yes, Chain Lord. Not Chain Lord, one of the acolytes whispered before he could stop himself. The room turned toward him. The acolyte began trembling. Valorian looked at him. What should he say? The acolyte pressed his forehead to the ground. My lord, the chainbender. Myrn's ruined mouth tightened. Valorian let the silence stretch until every servant in the room understood the correction. Then he looked back to the map. Again. Myrn swallowed. Yes, my lord, the chainbender. The acolyte shuddered with gratitude. Aorian looked ill. The council continued. By the time the candles burned low, Blacktooth had been turned from place into sequence. Foxskin runners in pairs. Goblin escort behind, not close enough to ruin scent. False marks prepared for captured scouts. Outer structures taken and held. Visible mouths blocked. Escape ends collapsed. Selected mouth kept open. Bitter smoke prepared. I bite vapor tested under Aorian's warnings so fire did not eat air too quickly. Acolytes assigned to grave salt, corpse thread, and chain ghoul maintenance under Malachar. Dusk assigned to flank breaks and runner interception, never tunnel pursuit unless Valorian himself ordered it. Mar assigned to drilling the shield wall at the open mouth, until goblins learned that panic coming toward them did not mean panic belonged to them. Voss assigned to flow, wounded lanes, captive lanes, corpse lanes, water movement, arrow supply, shield replacement, smoke pot delivery, withdrawal paths. Garen assigned to the whole violence of receiving Blacktooth as it was forced into daylight. The Foxskin archery question returned near the end because Garen did not leave uncertainty alive. He ordered the bows brought in. A small group of Foxskin were made to stand in the yard under torchlight. Perrin stood near them, not commanding but translating fear before it became mistake. Mar stood before them with a black baton. Garen watched from the side. Aorian stood on the upper step with a dim crystal in hand. The targets were not men, not yet, bundles of straw, old shields. Painted slats marked as torchbearer, runner, witch hand, captain. Mar walked the line. Feet. The Foxskin shifted, not dancing, standing. Perrin said softly, he means brace wider. I mean feet, Mar snapped. Perrin went silent. Garen said, let him translate until they no longer need it. Mar grunted, fine, feet means brace wider. A Foxskin child too young for the line and too stubborn to be kept away whispered something from behind Mother Kale. Perrin almost smiled. Almost, Mar raised the baton. Draw. The Foxskin drew, not together, not badly, just separately. Mar's baton cracked against the nearest post. Together. Perrin translated, they tried again. Draw. Better hold. 3 loosed immediately. Mar stared at them. The Foxskin stared back with visible horror. Mar pointed at the arrows. Did I say loose? No one answered. Then why is the target offended? Perrin closed his eyes. Garen said again. They did it again, and again, and again. Draw, hold, loose. The first volleys were ragged, then less ragged. Then close enough that the straw bundles received arrows in clusters instead of conversation. They did not become human archers in one night. They did not need to. They only needed to learn that a bow could obey a voice before it obeyed instinct. Aorian lifted the crystal. Red light glowed. Draw, Garen said. The Foxskin drew. White light. Hold. They held blue light, loose. The arrows struck, not perfectly, together enough. Mar looked back at Garen. They can volley. Perrin's face was unreadable. Garen nodded. Then they will. Mother Kale watched the Foxskin lower their bows. They were hunters yesterday, she said. Valorian stood beside her, unseen until he spoke. "They are hunters now." She did not look at him. "No, now they hunt what you point at." "Yes." Her hands folded around the bell charm at her throat. "Every answer you give is a wound with clean edges." Valorian watched the next volley strike. Clean edges heal better. She turned on him then. "They scar better." He considered that. Scars remember shape. Below them, Mar gave the command again. "Draw, hold, loose." The foxskin volley struck the target, marked which hand hard enough to knock it backward. Behind the line, one of the acolytes whispered praise under his breath. "My lord, the chainbender." No one corrected him. By dawn, Link doctrine had become order, not hope, not certainty. Order. In the war chamber, Corvin's stones marked sealed mouths. Audrin's slate marked supply burdens. Talin's tablet held precedent. Mara's red board held warnings written as moves. Garen's command board held formations. Mar's yard held bruised obedience. Voss's road chart held the path by which the army would not strangle itself before Blacktooth could try. Malachar's acolytes slept kneeling because no one had told them, yet that devotion did not require discomfort. Aeorian's signal crystal lay wrapped beside arrow bundles. Perrin's foxskin stood with sore fingers and empty faces, having learned that volley fire was not difficult. Only what it meant was difficult. Valorian remained at the map after the others withdrew. Skava stayed because the chain had not released her. She looked at Blacktooth's inner knot. "You think this plan makes it clean?" Valorian did not look at her. "No." "You think it makes it yours?" "Yes." Her mouth twisted. "Blacktooth will not come out because smoke hurts." "No." "They will throw others out first." "Yes." "They will send children." "Yes." "They will poison their own tunnels." "Yes." "They will burn food if they think you want it." "Some." "They will kill ledgers." Valorian turned then. Skava's eyes burned. "Can ledgers be killed?" he asked. She hesitated, then understood the question, her voice lowered. "If the keepers die before speaking, if dead bones burn, if names are swallowed, if old women bite tongues, if children are hidden deep enough." "Yes." Valorian looked toward the lower chambers, where the cult of the chain-bound had begun learning to preserve what fear tried to destroy. "Then we take the keepers early." Skava went pale. That was answer enough. Outside, the first morning drill began. Mar's voice carried over the bend. "Draw." A pause, hold. A longer pause, loose. Arrows struck straw in the gray light. In the dead yard, Malachar's acolytes began grinding grave salt. In the forge, Orvan Hall corrected arrowheads, shield rims, and tunnel spikes. In the ration hall, Joran Pike counted food for an army that would need to wait while Blacktooth choked. At the walls, Albric Stonehand designed collapses that would kill exits without destroying prizes. At the road posts, Mael Voss placed burdens into columns. In the training yard, Dava Rusk made frightened goblins repeat shield locks until fear learned rhythm. Garen stood above it all, black armor still scarred from Greymore claws, watching the army become ready for something worse than a raid. Valorian placed one finger on the map's largest open mouth. Blacktooth had survived because it could disappear into itself. He would not follow it into darkness. He would close every road by which darkness escaped. Then he would fill the dark with smoke, dead hands, hunger, and command, until Blacktooth came into the light by the only mouth left to it. And there, at last, the chain would be waiting. Chain 6. The Cult of the Chain Bound. Link 3. Outer Blacktooth. Blacktooth announced itself before it could be seen. Not with horns, not with banners, with smell. Rot under smoke, oil under rot, sour mash, old blood, wet ash. Goblin sweat layered over generations until the air itself seemed to have learned bad habits. charred fungus, tan high, poison herbs drying beneath too many roofs, waste pits left near cook fires because Blacktooth had never believed cleanliness useful unless it could be sold. The foxkin smelled it first. They stopped along the broken road in pairs, exactly as Perrin had said they would. One watching ground, one watching air, noses lifting, ears shifting, hands low near bows they had been permitted to carry and forbidden to own. Behind them, goblin escorts halted at the proper distance, far enough not to muddy the scent, close enough that no runner forgot the chain had reached farther than Red Whisper. Perrin stood among the forward scent pairs with his face empty from use. He had learned over the march that exhaustion could become a kind of obedience even before the chain spoke. His people listened when he translated command because they still knew his voice. They hated him for that. They needed him for that. Valorian had left both truths alive. Behind the foxkin, the army came in ordered pieces, not vast enough to be empire, too changed to be a raid. Line-bound goblins in black-marked iron advanced in rowed files, shields wrapped, spears bundled, helmets low. Raised dead carried smoke pots, bitterroot bundles, collapsed stakes, shield baffles, water skins, arrow crates, and black iron restraints. The four acolytes walked near Malachar beneath hoods stained by grave salt and draft sweat, each carrying a portion of the deathwork like sacred burden. Dusk moved off the road where shadow and brush permitted violet-black body appearing and vanishing between trunks, a Duskstalker's patience wrapped around Valorian's command. The captured Greymaw were not brought to the front. Not yet. Garen had advised against spending terror too early. Valorian had agreed. Terror, like food, could be wasted by poor timing. Outer Blacktooth lay ahead where the old human road sagged into a ruined trade hollow. It was not a city by human measure, and not a den by foxkin measure. It sprawled in the ugly compromise goblins made when they wanted concealment, trade, storage, and threat at once. Low houses leaned against stone foundations older than anyone living there. Smoke sheds clustered beside patched hide roofs. Pens sat half-sunk into mud. Scavenger yards crawled with bad iron, broken wheels, bone racks, and refuse heaps sorted by usefulness rather than filth. Watch platforms stood on leaning poles. Hanging charms marked trap lines. Cook fires burned under cover. Several visible tunnel mouths opened beneath roof structures, old drains, slanted cellars, and a cracked road arch where black soot stained the stones. There were more mouths than those. Everyone knew it. That was why the command tent stood where it did. Valorian had not placed himself in the first line. That had surprised some of the goblins and disappointed others. A master who led every charge was easier to understand than one who watched many charges become one in tension. Goblins understood teeth. They understood size. They understood the chief who struck first and ate first and dared the next knife to test him. They were learning something worse. The command tent had been raised on a stony rise overlooking the outer sprawl. It was not elegant. Canvas stretched over black stakes. A half-wall of lashed shields protected the rear. The front had been left open to the battlefield below. Clay boards marked slates, scent cloths, road tablets, signal crystals, and carved mouth markers covered the central table. Thin black cords ran from the table's edge to small iron rings hammered into the ground, each ring corresponding to a command element below. They were not necessary for the chain. They were necessary for minds that still preferred seeing command pretend to have shape. Valorian stood at the center of the tent. Garen stood beside him, left hand bare. The lesser hand had been marked more heavily for this battle. Black chain script circled the dead marshal's gauntlet, across knuckle, wrist, palm, and the inner seam where Valorian had ceded delegated authority. It was not the master hand. It could not bind what Valorian had not bound. It could not free. It could not overrule. It could not make new law. But where the chain had already entered, Garen could command. That made him more dangerous than any captain below. The four war ancients had been placed behind the table in their frames and chairs. Talon Vayer held his cracked tablet. Corvin Ash studied the mouth markers with the look of someone already offended by the enemy's poor architecture. Audrin Pell counted with his stylus before anyone asked him to. Marathorn of the Redboard watched the whole valley and not the map, because the map showed what they thought Blacktooth was, while the valley would show what Blacktooth did to protect the lie. Arion stood at the signal post with 2 crystals, one red-white-blue for the foxskin volleys, one cold green for withdrawal and halt. His bandaged fingers trembled only when no one looked directly at them. Malachar stood near the rear with his acolytes, each kneeling until called. He had protested being kept from the first corpse work below, then stopped protesting when Valorian reminded him that Blacktooth would produce more dead than his vanity could personally greet. Mother Kale was not in the tent. She had refused. Valorian had placed her in the Mercy Ward behind the second supply line, where refusal could become triage. Skava stood near the table because Blacktooth was partly hers to explain and partly hers to dread. Myrn of Tukut sat beside her with ledgers, name slates, and a face gray with old fear. Perrin remained forward with the foxskin. That too was deliberate. Garen lifted his lesser hand. Below, the first shield file stopped without sound, not because they had seen him, because command had reached their armor, their collars, their bones, and the fear seated around their wills. A pressure moved from the tent down the slope through the bound formations. Spears lowered, shields lifted, knees bent. The line breathed once, together. Aorian whispered before he could stop himself. Human war magic. Garen did not turn. Chain command, he said, Aorian's mouth shut. Valorian looked toward outer Blacktooth. Begin. Garen's fingers closed. The first movement started. Foxskin pairs slipped ahead along the broken flanks, not running as hunters now, but working. They marked air holes with chalk cuts, false paths with crossed thread, suspected traps with bone pins driven low where only the approaching files would see them. Behind them, goblin escorts waited with shields half raised. More than once a foxskin paused too long near a brush gap, body remembering freedom. Each time Perrin's voice moved softly through the forward chain of runners. Mark it. Back. Do not test him. Please. The please reached the command tent only as shape, not sound. Valorian felt it anyway. He allowed it. The first alarm inside Blacktooth came late, too late for a place that called itself dangerous. A watch goblin on a leaning platform saw the outer foxskin pair and blew a cracked horn. The note came out warped, half-choked by surprise. Doors opened. Smoke curtains dropped. Figures moved beneath roofs and between refused piles. A sling stone snapped from the shadow of a drying shed and struck a foxskin runner in the shoulder. The runner fell. The pairmate turned back. Perrin took one step forward. Garen's lesser hand opened. Below, the goblin escort nearest the fallen runner moved before panic became decision. Shields up, 2 bodies forward. One dragged the wounded foxskin back by the harness strap. The pairmate was forced with them, stumbling, snarling, not allowed to be brave in the wrong direction. Garen said, "First correction holds." Talon made a mark. Mar's voice rose from below, carried not by shouting alone but by command pressure through the line. Shields forward, not at the sky, forward. The first line-bound files entered the outer sprawl. They did not charge. That was Garen's first victory. Goblin instinct wanted to rush loot, rush weakness, rush fear, rush any opening before another goblin claimed it. The chain held instinct in place while Mar turned it into movement. Shield baffles rolled ahead on low, dead-carried frames. Raised goblin dead pushed them through mud and refuse while living line-bound advanced behind. Sling stones struck the baffles. One shattered against a black-marked shield rim. Another broke a dead carrier's jaw. The corpse kept pushing because the jaw had no strategic opinion. A tunnel mouth beneath a smoke shed opened. Goblins poured out, not many enough to matter to the whole field. Enough to matter to the first file. They came shrieking, half-armored, hooked blades low, shields made from warped boards and bad iron. They expected the old answer: collision, fear, bite, scramble, knife work in mud. They met a line. The first Blacktooth goblin hit the shield wall and bounced back as if he had struck a door. The second tried to dive beneath. Mar's command cracked through the chain. Knees. The front rank dropped half a measure. Spears came down. The diving goblin disappeared under points. The third threw powder. Aorian saw the arm motion before the pouch opened. "Wind left," he said sharply. Valorian looked at him. Aorian lifted his burned hand and snapped 2 fingers through a spell form he had learned too quickly and hated too much. A short gust struck the powder cloud sideways. It burst against a refuse heap instead of Mar's file, hissing green where it touched old bones. Malachar leaned toward him. Useful. Aorian did not answer. Garen's lesser hand pulsed. Second file advanced. Below, the second file moved without a shouted order, not perfectly. One goblin stumbled. Mar hit him with the flat of a spear haft before the chain needed to hurt him. Feet remember before pain reminds. The goblin corrected. Corvin touched one marker on the clay board. Smoke shed mouth engaged. Do not enter. Garen's fingers moved. Below, a black iron stake was driven beside the smoke shed mouth. Acolyte trained dead brought the first choke frame forward. Goblin hands locked it into place under shield cover. The mouth remained open enough to watch, not open enough to become a road. Outer Blacktooth began to understand. This was not a raid. It had no rhythm they knew. A second horn sounded deeper inside, then a third. Smoke thickened from low roofs as Blacktooth tried to blind the surface. That had been expected. Audrin had written Smoke response on 3 boards before dawn, and complained that no one respected air until it was gone. Aorian lifted the white crystal. Wind forms are ready. Valorian said, not yet. Aorian's eyes flicked toward the advancing files. They will lose sight. Not yet. Mara spoke from behind the table. He wants to see whether Blacktooth thinks Smoke is attack or escape. Aorian hated that she was right. The smoke moved strangely, not outward in one wall. It curled toward 2 side sheds and a sunken pen. Corvin's eyes narrowed. Hidden vents. Perrin's forward pair had missed them, not failure. Confirmation that Blacktooth stank too much. Garen's lesser hand tightened. Foxskin reserve. Mark side smoke. The order passed through command elements below. Not directly to every Foxskin because Garen did not yet hold them as cleanly as Goblin line. It moved through bound captains, Perrin, and the chain's pressure seated around the Red Whisper captives. 2 Foxskin pairs broke from the second scent line and moved toward the smoke curl. One made it, the other stopped, not from fear, from an arrow through the throat. The shot came from a roof vent. Perrin's cry carried even to the tent. Valorian did not look at him. Garen's hand closed sharply. Aorian lifted the red crystal before being told. Red, the Foxskin bow line behind the first shield formation drew. White, they held. Blue, they loosed. The volley was not beautiful, it was effective. Arrows rose from behind the goblin shields and struck the roofline, vent mouths, and slat gaps where Garen's watchers had marked movement. A Blacktooth archer tumbled from the roof, struck a hanging bone rack, and dragged half of it down in a clattering rain. Another vanished backward with an arrow in his eye. A third dropped low and survived, which Mar would later consider an insult to be corrected by a second volley. Perrin stood frozen below, staring at the Foxskin body with the arrow in its throat. Garen's lesser hand did not touch him. Valorian did. A thin black pressure moved through the chain, not pain, not yet, attention. Perrin turned away from the dead runner and lifted his hand. The remaining Foxskin saw. He pointed to the smoke curl. They moved. Skava whispered, "You are using grief as a signal." Valorian watched the field. Yes. She looked at him with something like nausea. Mara said, "And Blacktooth is watching him do it." That mattered. Valorian's eyes sharpened. Explain. Mara pointed with one red-marked finger. Their archers targeted a Foxskin marker, not a goblin officer. They are learning what you value. Garen said, "Then they will be punished for accurate observation." His lesser hand flexed. Below, Mar received the order as if it had been spoken into his bones. Roof line. The foxskin volley shifted. Red, white, blue. The second volley struck cleaner because volley fire was not mysterious, because bows obeyed hands, hands obeyed fear, and fear had begun to learn timing. The roof line went silent. Outer Blacktooth answered with fire. A burning cart came down the left lane, shoved from behind a hide-covered shed by goblins screaming with either courage or someone else's knife at their backs. It rolled crookedly, sparks flying, oil sloshing in cracked pots tied to its sides. If it reached the shield baffles, it would splash fire across the first file and turn the narrow advance into a burning knot. Audrin said, "There." Not alarm, irritation, as if fire carts were an accounting error he had already warned against. Garen's hand opened, then closed 2 fingers. Voss moved. He had been waiting behind the left lane with dead haulers and 2 hooked chains precisely because carts, bodies, wounded prisoners, and panic were all road problems pretending to be different. At his order, the dead haulers stepped into the lane carrying wet hides on poles. The first hide struck the cart's side and began to smoke. The second tangled in the wheel. Voss himself drove a hooked chain into the front axle, braced his foot against a stone, and gave the road behind him one cold command. Pull! Living goblins, dead goblins, and 2 bound foxskin haulers pulled together because the chain did not care whether cooperation offended them. The burning cart lurched sideways. It struck a refuse bank, burst open, and spilled fire where no friendly line stood. Blacktooth goblins cheered too early. Dusk came through the smoke. The Duskstalker hit the goblin push crew from the flank, violet-black body low, claws flashing once, twice, then gone before the next sling stone could find her. She did not linger. Valorian had not ordered slaughter in the alleys. Her work was break, not feast. From the command tent, Talon made another mark. Enemy throws fire before committing reserves. Corvin added, outer commanders lack patience. Skava said, Blacktooth outer bosses always lack patience. They are placed outside because the inner ones trust them least. Every face turned toward her. She realized too late that she had given something useful without being forced. Valorian said, continue. Skava's jaw tightened. The chain waited, she spoke. Outer bosses want to prove they should be deeper. They overstrike, take heads, show teeth, waste bodies. Inner Blacktooth lets them spend themselves first. Mara's eyes sharpened. So the outer section is not merely defense. No, Skava said bitterly, it is a test chamber. Corvin moved a piece. Then we must not mistake early collapse for full weakness. Garen said, agreed. The first surface house fell soon after, not from fire, from discipline. Line-bound goblins under Mars' correction reached its door and did not enter. One shield covered the opening. One spear hooked the hanging hide. One dead laborer dragged the hide aside. A foxskin archer shot through the gap at the hand, reaching for a powder jar. A second spear knocked the jar away. Then 2 goblins entered, turned right and left exactly as drilled, and found only 2 defenders and 3 cowering bodies beneath a table. They did not kill the cowering bodies. That surprised Blacktooth more than killing would have. The defenders were dragged out alive. The cowering bodies were seized, marked unknown, and passed backward into the sorting lane under guard. Mother Kale's mercy ward would receive them only after Garen's command confirmed they carried no knives, poison bladders, or false surrender marks. That took time. Audrin approved of time when it prevented future cost. Mar hated the delay and obeyed it anyway. Another house followed, then a smoke shed, then the sunken pen. Outer Blacktooth did not fall, it loosened. That was the danger point. Mara noticed first. Hold the center. Garen's lesser hand paused over the command rings. Why? They are giving. Corvin looked up. That is desired. No, Mara said. They are giving incorrectly. Valorian watched the field. Below, Blacktooth fighters were retreating from two surface lanes faster than expected, dropping slings, leaving powder jars, abandoning cover that should have cost more to take. Skava's face went pale. They are opening a pull. Garen did not ask what that meant. He felt enough through her tone. Center halt. His lesser hand closed. The center advance stopped. Not one file, all of it. The halt struck the line like a black drumbeat. Shields locked, spears lower. The living wanted to keep moving because retreating enemies invited pursuit. The chain made wanting irrelevant. 3 breaths later, the ground collapsed where the center file would have stepped. The old road section dropped into darkness with a roar of stone, mud, sharpened stakes, and old smoke. A hidden pit opened wide enough to swallow a file in half a shield baffle. Dust burst upward. Goblin laughter shrieked from beneath the far roof. Mar stared at the pit, then looked up toward the command tent. Even from the rise, Valorian could feel his approval. "Good halt," Mar said. Garen did not respond. He was already giving the next order. "Mark pit, flank right, no pursuit through center. Foxskin eyes on far roofs." Red, white, blue, arrows struck again. The goblin laughter cut off. Mara leaned back. "Now they know we are not stupid." Audrin said, "Unfortunate." Aorian glanced at him. Audrin did not explain. He rarely explained statements that should have been obvious. Valorian understood. A stupid enemy spent traps cheaply. An intelligent enemy forced better traps to be saved. Outer Blacktooth became harder after that. The initial surprise faded. The defenders adjusted. Smoke began to flow through prepared channels. Sling crews moved under roof cover. A group of Blacktooth knife runners emerged from a refuse crawl behind the second supply lane and nearly reached the arrow crates before Dusk and Voss closed the gap from opposite directions. Dusk arrived as shadow. Voss arrived as consequence. The Duskstalker killed the first runner because it had already leapt with a hooked blade toward a foxskin bow carrier. Voss took the second alive by dropping a weighted net over him and ordering 2 dead haulers to stand on the corners. The third swallowed something before capture and died with green foam bubbling from his mouth. Malachar, watching from the tent, sighed. "Wasteful." Skava said, "Message capsule." Malachar brightened, "Less wasteful." Valorian turned. Skava stared at the dead runner below. Some carry messages in teeth. Some in poisoned bladders, some in skin. If he died fast, maybe it dissolved. Mern of Two Cuts made a frightened sound. Valorian looked at him. Mern's stylus shook. "Blacktooth runner craft, my lord the Chainbender." Some messages are meant to die with mouth. Some are meant to poison reader. Some are meant to stain hand. Some are only to prove root existed. Malachar clapped softly once. "Oh, I adore them." "No," Valorian said. Malachar stopped. Valorian's eyes stayed on the dead runner. "You will dissect him later." "I adore them later, then." Garen's lesser hand moved again. Runner lanes double guarded. No corpse touched except by acolyte or ordered handler. The command passed. Below, the first acolyte received it and bowed as if the order had been a blessing. "My lord, the Chainbenders will descend." Mar, close enough to hear, barked, "Move before I bless you with a boot." The acolyte moved quickly. Useful fanaticism Garen had already observed still required pacing. The battle widened through the morning. Outer houses were seized. Visible mouths were marked. 2 were blocked. One was smoke-tested and found connected to a deeper artery. One was collapsed at the far escape end after Foxskin Pairs confirmed airflow and Albric Stonehand's dead engineers placed the braces wrong on purpose in exactly the correct place. The first chain ghouls were not raised yet. Valorian waited. Malachar disliked waiting. So did the acolytes, though their dislike expressed itself as trembling eagerness rather than complaint. Valorian watched the field and felt the pattern forming. Not enough dead in the right place. Not enough panic moving inward. Not enough Blacktooth confidence broken. Deathwork used too early became spectacle. Deathwork used at the right moment became structure. Garen understood. He did not ask. By midday, the outer sprawl had been divided into held sections and contested pockets. The command tent smelled of wax, iron, wet canvas, old dead, and distant smoke. Reports came by runner, chain pressure, signal flags, and the unpleasant method of bound goblins being forced to remember what they had just seen until Valorian drew the memory from them with a touch. The table changed constantly. Mouth markers moved. Red danger stones multiplied. Audrin's burdens grew uglier. Corvin's angles narrowed. Talen's notes became denser. Mara's red pieces crept toward the places no one wanted them. Aelrian's signal crystals had become warm from use. His burned fingers shook badly now. Valorian noticed. "Can you continue?" Aelrian almost said no. The chain did not tighten. That made the answer his yes. Good. Aelrian looked at him with hatred, then lifted red again. Draw, white, hold, blue, loose. The foxskin volley struck a sling crew trying to shift across the top of the smoke shed. One fell, one crawled, one ducked back alive. Mar's voice rose from below. Again. Red, white, blue. The second volley killed the crawler and drove the hidden one into a goblin spear file waiting at the shed door. Perrin stood near the archers now, speaking timing because his people obeyed his voice faster than Mar's. His face looked dead in a way no necromancy had yet achieved. Draw. His people drew, hold. They held, his throat moved, loose. They loosed. Valorian watched him through the smoke-hazed distance. Useful, painfully useful. The first major counterstroke came after the sixth held mouth. A horn sounded from within Blacktooth, not cracked, deep. The outer bosses had finished failing. Someone deeper had begun speaking. The surface defenders changed at once. No more scattered shrieking. No more premature fire carts. No more sling crews wasting stones at shield baffles. Goblins began to fall back in disciplined clumps, ugly but real. Roof holes closed. Smoke vents shifted. The visible tunnel mouth stopped producing fighters and started producing obstacles. Chained bodies, rolling thorn barrels, or slick boards, screaming prisoners shoved toward the line with hands bound and mouths gagged. Mother Kale's warning arrived as if called by Mara's prophecy. Children came first, not many, enough. They stumbled from a low smoke mouth marked for blocking, coughing, eyes streaming, hands tied with gut cord. Behind them, something moved in the dark, not visible enough for arrows. Close enough to use them as cover. The goblin line wavered, not from mercy alone, from confusion. Mar felt the hesitation and shouted, "Shields hold." Garen's lesser hand struck through the line. Combatant contained, non-combatant seized, unknown stopped. The doctrine held because it had been decided before the children appeared. Two shield bearers advanced under cover. A dead hauler moved with them carrying a hooked pole. The children were dragged sideways, not gently, not cruelly, out of the open lane. A foxskin archer above them had a clear shot into the mouth behind. Perrin saw what waited there. Blade. The word carried through the forward command. Red, white, blue. The volley entered the darkness over the children's heads. Something inside screamed. Then the shield file sealed the mouth with a baffle before a second hidden rush could emerge. In the command tent, Mother Kale was absent. Valorian was glad, not because her anger would have mattered to the decision, because the decision had worked and he did not require grief to admire function. Mara looked at Garen. Good. Garen said, "Prepared cruelty spends fewer children." Aelrian closed his eyes. No one corrected the phrase. By late afternoon, outer Blacktooth began to crack. The surface sprawl had not been conquered yet, but it had lost freedom of movement. Its visible mouths were marked, blocked, watched, or measured for smoke. Its outer houses no longer communicated cleanly. Its fire lanes had failed. Its false retreat had been halted. Its hidden pit had been exposed. Its child cover tactic had not opened the line. Its runners were dying before reaching the rear paths. Its smoke no longer blinded only the attackers. Still, Blacktooth remained dangerous. That was why Valorian had not moved the main body down. not yet. Garen's lesser hand hovered over the command rings. Middle pressure soon, Corvin said. Audrin frowned. Not until water reaches left file. Corvin looked at him. Audrin did not look up. Dry soldiers disobey slower but collapse faster. Mar's voice came through a runner report at nearly the same time. Left file thirsty, holding, bad mood. Audrin lifted one brow. Valorian gestured. Voss received the water order before the spoken word finished forming. The road column shifted. Water moved forward under shield cover, not gloriously, not dramatically, necessarily. Talon said, "This is the difference between battle and seizure." Valorian looked at him. The old historian continued. Battle seeks victory over force. Seizure takes possession of bodies. Conquest requires that the water arrive. Audrin said, "At last, one of you says something sensible." Malachar made a faint gagging sound. The sun began to lower behind the smoke. Outer Blacktooth glowed in patches. Firelight, spell light, signal light, burning oil where it had spilled uselessly, torch glare beneath roofs, red crystals flaring draw, white hole blew loose. The command tent became the mind above many hands. Garen's lesser hand closed, opened, corrected, halted, advanced, redirected, and steadied. Through him, the chain did not merely punish, it arranged. A spear file straightened before panic broke it. A baffled crew stopped before entering a kill angle Corvin marked. A foxkin volley held an extra breath because Aelrian's light had not yet turned. A goblin captain did not pursue a fleeing Blacktooth knifeman because Garen's command entered his shoulder and made turning impossible. A dead hauler kept carrying water after 3 arrows entered its chest. An acolyte knelt beside a corpse and waited, shaking with devotion, because Valorian had not yet given permission to raise. Everything wanted to become chaos. The chain made it wait. Then Blacktooth made its first true mistake. A large outer mouth beneath the cracked road arch opened from within. Not a small door, not a smoke vent, a real mouth. Defenders surged out, shielded by wet hides and ugly iron, pushing a barricade of chained prisoners before them. Behind the prisoners came hookmen, slingmen, and 2 figures wearing bone masks blackened with old soot. Skava inhaled sharply. Witch hands. Malachar leaned forward, at last. The bone-masked figures lifted jars. Aelrian shouted down. Garen's lesser hand slammed shut. The forward file dropped. The jars burst above them. Green fire crawled across the air where faces had been. One goblin screamed as the edge of it touched his helmet and melted through the iron rim. Mar grabbed him by the back of the neck, slammed his head into mud, and shoved wet earth over the flame before it reached skin. The bone masks lifted second jars. Valorian raised his master hand, not to bind Blacktooth, not yet, to open permission. Now. Malachar's smile vanished into concentration. The acolytes cried out together, "My lord, the chainbenders will descend." Grave salt struck the air. The first corpse under the road arch moved, not one of Valorian's dead, Blacktooth's. An old body half buried in the refuse beneath the arch jerked upright, skin splitting, jaw hanging, fingers clawing toward the nearest living ankle. Then another. Then 2 freshly killed defenders near the barricade. Then the melted helm goblin whose last breath had left only moments before and whose body had not yet learned it was permitted rest. Chain ghouls rose badly, quickly. Enough. The road arch became a place where the dead remembered command before Blacktooth understood death had changed sides. The first bone-masked witch hand turned. A chain ghoul bit into his calf. The jar fell. Green fire burst inside the barricade. Prisoners screamed. Garen's lesser hand moved. Separate lanes, receive the prisoners, kill the witch hands. Red, white, blue, the foxkin volley struck the arch mouth. One bone mask shattered, the other ducked, dusk reached him. The Duskstalker crossed the barricade, prisoners, fire, ghouls, and mud in one low, violent rush. She hit the second witch hand from behind and drove him into the arch stones. His jar rolled free. A dead goblin hand closed around it and held it still because Malachar, laughing now, had thought to command even that. Mars' shield file advanced 3 steps, not more, 3. Enough to take the prisoners, not enough to enter the mouth. The prisoners were dragged sideways. The witch hands died or were taken. The chain ghouls pulled 3 Blacktooth defenders down before collapsing under spear blows from their former allies. The arch mouth remained open. Smoking, choked, exposed, Corvin stood. There. Audrin looked pained. It will cost. Mara's red board tilted toward the arch. It will cost more if delayed. Talon said, first true breach of outer confidence. Garen looked at Valorian. The lesser hand waited. Valorian studied the arch mouth, the smoke, the corpses, the prisoners, the foxkin bow line, Mars' shield file, Voss's water lanes, Aeorian's shaking signal light, Malachar's acolytes trembling with the ecstasy of first field success, and Skava's face as Blacktooth began to become real beneath its own disguises. Take the arch, Valorian said. Garen's lesser hand closed. Below, the line moved. Outer Blacktooth had opened one mouth too wide. The chain entered through it. Chain 6. The Cult of the Chain Bound. Link 4. The Chill of the Grave. Outer Blacktooth did not fall. It was taken apart. That distinction mattered. A fallen place could still pretend dignity. A gate broken by storm, a wall lost to ladders, a tower burned at sunset. These things could be remembered later as defeat by strength. A place taken apart had no such comfort. It learned piece by piece that every cleverness could be named, every escape cut, every mouth marked, every hidden passage given a watcher, every panic route turned into a lane that led somewhere worse. By the time the road arch belonged to the chain, outer Blacktooth had ceased to be a shield. It had become a skin peeled back from the body beneath. Smoke moved through the seized surface sprawl in dirty layers. Some of it belonged to Blacktooth, some to Valorian's bitter pots, some to burning oil that had spilled uselessly into refuse banks and now smoldered like old hatred under wet hides. The first houses had been marked. The visible mouths had been staked, blocked, watched, or left open only under command. The outer pens had been emptied. The first prisoners had been sorted. The first dead had been denied rest. The arch mouth remained open. It breathed, not like a cave, not like a cellar, like something wounded and refusing to make sound. From beneath it came the smell of Middle Blacktooth. It was thicker than the outer sprawl. Older, less wind-touched, the stink of bodies that had lived too long underground in fires that had burned without sky. Hot stone, fungus rot, grease, sour torch smoke, goblin breath, alchemical bite, hidden water, old blood kept damp by earth. And beneath that, faint but unmistakable now that the outer smoke had shifted aside, the smell of deep stores. Food. Valorian noticed it. So did Audrin, though he was not in the front line. The old logistician's warning lived in every water lane, every corpse hauler, every marked storage roof, every order not to burn what could feed Conquest. Battle was never only bodies. Battle was always what bodies would eat afterward. Garen stood beneath the arch with his sword low and his lesser hand open. The command tent still watched from the rise, but the battle had outgrown distance. Outer Blacktooth could be managed from above because its pieces were visible enough to be moved like markers. Middle Blacktooth hid too much. Its first breath had already changed the air around the arch. Commands sent from Canvas arrived a heartbeat later than judgment. Reports came dirty, confused, and half-blind. Smoke made flags lies. Noise made shouts expensive. The chain carried obedience, but obedience still needed the correct shape before it became useful. So the marshal had come down. He did not ride nightfall into the arch. The dead charger remained outside with the held reserve, black hooves planted in ash mud, smoke leaking from old claw wounds. Head turned toward the mouth as if insulted by stone too low for mounted war. Garen entered on foot. Black plate, sword, shield, lesser hand. A night-shaped tomb walking into a goblin throat. Mar waited 2 lines behind him, half his face torn and black-threaded, arm braced, temper intact. "Middle smells worse," Mar said. Garen did not look back. "It is deeper. Depth has opinions. Then we correct them." Mar grinned. The first shield file entered, not far, 3 steps under the arch, 5, 7, enough for the outer light to weaken and the inner dark to show its first teeth. Middle Blacktooth was not a clean tunnel. That would have been too honest. It began as a broad underroad chamber, old stonework widened by goblin cutting and made uglier by use. The ceiling was high enough for spears in some places and low enough to break rhythm in others. Wooden platforms had been lashed to side walls. Rope bridges crossed overhead. Burrows and crawl mouths opened behind hanging hides. Smoke channels ran through cracked clay pipes. Side chambers glowed with dim fire. Ladders rose into black holes. Refuse pits had been covered with planks where friendly feet knew how to step and enemies did not. The main floor sloped downward into a district of half-built chambers, barricades, low houses carved partly from earth, and roofed alleys that ran under stone, as if the surface city had grown roots. Blacktooth's middle was not a place to charge. It was a place to be separated. Garen lifted his lesser hand. The front file stopped. A sling stone cracked against the shield of the 3rd goblin from the left. He flinched. The chain corrected him before Mar did. "Hold," Garen said. The word did not need volume. It moved through iron marks, collars, fear, and delegated command. The line held, spears stayed low, shields kept angles. From the darkness ahead, Blacktooth laughed, not the outer laughter. Not the shrill delight of knife runners and smokeshed bosses. This was lower, more numerous. Worse because it waited until the line had already stopped. A voice called from the middle dark, "Chain dogs at the mouth." Another answered from above, "Send them deeper." The first barricade rolled into view. It came from the right side lane, shoved by goblins behind wet hides. It was made of doors, planks, wagon boards, bone racks, old shields, and iron hooks tied outward like teeth. Behind it moved spearpoints. Above it, sling crews crouched on a platform half hidden by smoke. Garen's hand moved. Baffle left, spears brace, archers wait. The front line adjusted, not perfectly, enough. Then the floor opened beneath the second rank. Not a great collapse, not the road pit trick from the outer section. A narrow strip hidden under mud and cracked boards dropped away with a wooden snap. One line-bound vanished to the waist. Another fell shoulder-deep and screamed as something below seized his leg. Mar moved before anyone asked him to. He stepped onto the edge of the failing boards, grabbed the first goblin by the back of the armor, and hauled him up with his good arm. The second was dragged downward faster. Mar drove his boot into the trapped goblin's face to pin him against the edge, then thrust his spear straight down into the dark below. Something shrieked, the trapped goblin sobbed. Mar pulled him up by the helmet crest. "You scream after you are out," Mar snarled. The goblin continued screaming. Mar struck him once, the scream stopped. "Good." The barricade hit, the line bent, not broke, bent. Hooks caught shield rims. Blacktooth spearpoints thrust through gaps. Sling stones rained from above. One shield baffle jammed on the broken floor strip. A line-bound slipped in another goblin's blood and took a hook through the cheek under his helmet. He dropped his spear. Mar's command cracked through him. "Hand!" The goblin's empty hand seized the hook instead of his own wound. "Pull." He pulled. The Blacktooth goblin on the far side lost his grip and came forward into 3 spearpoints. Garen stepped into the pressure. His sword moved once, cutting the first hook free from a shield rim, twice taking the hand behind it, third flat against a wet hide, not to cut but to drive the barricade inward half a step. His lesser hand closed and the front file pushed with him. The barricade shifted, only a little. Middle Blacktooth pushed back. From the overhead platform, the sling crews changed stones. Not stone, clay bulbs. Aurion saw them from the arch mouth. He had come down behind Valorian, though every instinct in him wanted distance from what would happen next. His bandaged fingers were wrapped around a signal crystal, but his attention was on the bulbs, the way they caught torchlight, the faint green seam around each neck. "Gas," he said. Valorian turned his head. Aorian lifted his burned hand. Down. Garen's lesser hand struck the line. The front shields rose overhead. The clay bulbs shattered against them. Green vapor splashed outward, thick and low. The first goblin who inhaled began coughing hard enough to drop to one knee. The second tried to turn away and found Mar's boot blocking retreat. The vapor rolled toward the arch, seeking air. Aorian cursed in Elven and cut both hands through a ward shape. Not fire, not wind alone. A curved pressure form snapped into being above the front line, crude by Elven standards and ugly by his own, but fast enough. The green vapor hit it, flattened, and slid sideways into a refuse hollow where dead rats began twitching. Malachar, behind Valorian, leaned around him to look. Useful. Aorian did not answer. Valorian watched the ward shape hold for 3 breaths, then fray. Again. Aorian's jaw tightened. The chain weighted around his spine. He raised the form again. The barricade stopped moving. That was the first bad sign. Blacktooth was no longer pushing to break through. It was holding them in place. Mara's warning arrived from behind by runner and chain pressure both. They are fixing the line. Garen already knew. He felt it in the resistance. The barricade was not meant to win. It was meant to make Valorian's first line stay exactly where Middle Blacktooth wanted it. The overhead sling crews, side gas pockets, hidden floor strips, and wet hides had not been arranged to defeat the chain in one stroke. They were arranged to create a killing rhythm. Garen spoke without turning. "My lord." Valorian stepped under the arch. The air changed, not magically at first, socially. Bound goblins felt him before they saw him. Fear straightened. Pain became attentive. Even the wounded stopped believing their wounds were the largest things present. The chain's pressure deepened through the line, not replacing Garen's command but filling the space above it. Mar grinned through torn black stitches. "Now we start." Valorian walked to Garen's side. The barricade pressed. The sling crews lifted more bulbs. The side chambers began to open. A deeper horn sounded. Then Middle Blacktooth showed its strength. Goblins emerged in disciplined clusters, shielded by low iron plates and hide screens moving from side mouths not yet marked. They did not shriek. They did not rush. They advanced in ugly, compact knots behind hooked poles, throat cloths tied high, eyes rimmed with black paste against their own smoke. Behind them came smaller figures carrying jars and braided cords. Above them, bone-masked witch hands marked the air with ash lines. Skava, who had come down despite herself and now stood behind the second baffle line, went pale. "Those are not outer fighters." Garen said no. "They are middle teeth." Mar snorted, "Then we pull them." The first compact knot struck the left file, not like a rabble, like a wedge. 3 hide shields forward, 2 hooks low, 2 spears high, 1 powder carrier behind. The line-bound held the first impact and nearly lost the second when the hooks caught their ankles instead of their shields. A goblin fell backward. Another stepped into the gap too slowly. Garen's lesser hand flashed. The replacement body moved faster than thought. Gap closed, the wedge hit again. This time the powder carrier threw red dust into the shield gap. A line-bound's eyes began bleeding. He screamed and dropped his shield. Mar killed the powder carrier with a thrown spear. Shields do not drop because eyes complain. The blinded goblin tried to lift the shield. Too late. A spear entered his throat. He fell. The line sealed over him. That was when the dead below the floor strip began screaming. Not Valorian's dead. Blacktooth's dead. Something had been buried under the chamber. Old bodies, dead corpses, failed prisoners, perhaps even defenders killed and left beneath the boards as warning or convenience. They stirred in the dark, not yet raised, but aware. Malachar heard them first. His amusement vanished. Oh. Valorian looked at him. Malachar's eyes were bright now, but not playful. They have corpse wards. Aelrian's face tightened. Against you. Against anyone sensible enough to notice what they sit on. Malachar tilted his head as if listening to a choir drowning underground. Crude, old, goblin, effective because contempt is expensive. A bone-masked witch hand above the barricade lifted both arms. The buried dead screamed louder. The line-bound nearest the floor strip staggered, not from sound, from pressure. The dead below were being used as ballast against raising, anchored, twisted into refusal. Blacktooth had prepared for corpse theft at least enough to make it difficult. Malachar's smile returned, smaller and sharper. They have prepared for corpses. Valorian's eyes darkened. Can you break it? Yes. How long? Malachar glanced at the acolytes. The four stood behind him, shaking with devotion and fear, each carrying black thread, grave salt, and small bone knives. They had never worked under this much noise. Never under sling fire, never with enemy corpse wards pushing back, never while living allies coughed, bled, and died 10 paces away. Longer if they panic, Malachar said. The first acolyte dropped to his knees at once. My lord the chainbender, what bidding do you require? The other three followed. Their voices trembled, not from reluctance, from hunger. Aelrian stared at them as if the battlefield had opened another pit. Valorian looked into middle Blacktooth. The barricade held. The compact knots advanced. The witch hands chanted. The buried dead screamed below the floor. The first line was holding, but holding was not the same as taking. The foxskin archers behind the mouth had poor angles now. Their volleys could strike platforms and side openings, but not the deeper knots without risking friendly backs. Dusk prowled along the right flank, unable to enter fully without being pinned by spears from 3 sides. Mar had already lost bodies. Garen was spending command faster than Blacktooth was spending fear. Good. The enemy was real. That made the lesson worth learning. Valorian raised his master hand. Raise what they buried. The acolytes bowed until their foreheads struck blood-wet stone. Malachar opened his bone case. Not from the top, he snapped. Do not tug at the ward like children pulling a tooth. Under, around, through the rot pockets. First acolyte, salt line. Second, thread the fresh dead. Third, listen for the old ones who still have jaws. Fourth, if you vomit, do it away from the circle. The fourth acolyte made a strangled sound of gratitude. Yes, Master Grave Walker. Malachar paused, then smiled faintly. Acceptable. Valorian placed one hand on the broken stone beside the floor strip. Black chain lines moved beneath his skin. The dead below noticed him, so did the ward. It pushed back not intelligently, stubbornly. Goblin magic had always been practical before it became pretty. These corpse wards had been made from warning bones, old detoths, refusal knots, bitter ash, and perhaps the last curses of those buried in the wrong place. They did not understand Valorian. They did not need to. They understood theft and said no. Valorian pressed harder. The chain entered the cracks. Malachar's grave salt followed, pale and dry against wet stone. The first acolyte crawled on hands and knees under sling fire, laying the salt line with reverent precision. A stone clipped his shoulder. He staggered, smiled, kept crawling. The second acolyte tied black thread around the wrist of the freshly dead line-bound whose throat had been open, whispering commands with tears of joy running through soot on his face. The third pressed both ears to the floor and began naming where the old dead lay by sound alone. The fourth vomited, turned aside as instructed, and then cut his own palm to wet a dead tooth. Aelrian looked at Malachar. You are letting them improvise blood substitution in the field. Malachar's voice was tight with concentration. I am letting them learn that devotion without technique is noise. It may kill them. Then they will become simpler tools. Aelrian recoiled, Valorian did not. The ward cracked, not visibly, everything underfoot felt it. The buried dead stopped screaming. For one impossible heartbeat, middle Blacktooth went quiet beneath the noise. Then the floor began to knock, once, twice, many times. The first chain ghoul came up through the broken strip where Mar had rescued the trapped goblin. It had no eyes, it did not need them. Old skin split against old bone. Fingers clawed upward through rot-soft boards. Its jaw hung sideways, but the chain had found enough of a mouth to command biting. It seized the ankle of a blacktooth hookman from below and pulled. The hookman screamed and drove his spear down into the corpse's head. The corpse did not care quickly enough. A second hand emerged behind the barricade. Then another. Then a fresh dead goblin from the powder line sat upright with red dust still smeared across his teeth and sank those teeth into the calf of his former shield mate. A buried debtor clawed through a refused seam and dragged a jar-bearer backward into the dark. The line-bound corpse with the open throat stood behind Valorian's file, turned not toward allies, but toward the enemy wedge because the second acolyte had threaded him correctly. Malachar exhaled. There. The chain ghouls rose badly. They rose beautifully. They were not soldiers. They did not form ranks. They did not understand honor, pain, retreat, or posture. They crawled, lunged, bit, pulled, blocked, and seized. They entered the spaces living fighters had trusted because the dead had been beneath those spaces all along. Blacktooth's middle defenders struck them with disciplined fury, but every blow spent downward was a blow not spent forward. Every goblin who turned to hack at an ankle hand exposed his shoulder to Mar's line. Every witch hand who shifted focus to reinforce the corpse ward stopped chanting against the living. Garen felt the opening. Advance 3. His lesser hand closed. The line advanced 3 steps, not 4, not glory, 3. Enough to put spearpoints past the barricade's hook line. The compact blacktooth wedge buckled. A foxkin volley struck the overhead platform in the same breath, arrows punching through smoke into exposed sling crews as Aelrian's blue light flared. Outer doctrine and deathcraft met in the middle dark. Blacktooth reeled, then it did not fall. From deeper below came a drum, slow, heavy. The chain ghouls nearest the middle lane stopped, not all, enough. Their heads turned toward the sound as if something under the earth had called them by an older name than Valorian's. Malachar's expression changed. No. Valorian looked at him. The Gravewalker's eyes narrowed behind the bone mask. They have a dead drum. Aelrian's voice was sharp. A what? Crude corpse cadence, not command, interference. It reminds dead flesh of weight, burial, downwardness. Malachar bared his teeth. I hate them slightly less now. The drum sounded again. The chain ghouls slowed. Blacktooth defenders rallied. Bone-masked witch hands lifted new jars, this time black glazed and sealed with wax. The compact knots drew back in order, not fleeing, making room. Garen's lesser hand tightened. The line braced. One of the jars shattered at the front. Heat burst outward, not flame, heat. Thick, wet, suffocating heat that rolled across the shield line and made every living goblin gasp as if the chamber had become a cook pit. Sweat sprang under helmets. Breath shortened. The green gas from earlier mixed with the heat and became sharper. The chain ghouls nearest the burst did not burn, but their old flesh sagged, softened, slowed. Blacktooth had not merely prepared for corpses. It had prepared answers. A second heat jar burst near the left file. A foxkin archer above the arch collapsed from the sudden air change. Aelrian swore and lifted both hands. Backflow. Valorian turned. What? If they keep bursting heat jars in enclosed lanes, your bitter smoke and grave cold residue will backflow unpredictably. Their gas, our smoke, corpse vapor, living breath. It will not matter who owns the magic if the air dies. Audrin would have said air wins subterranean wars. He was not there, he had already said it enough. Garen looked at Valorian. My lord, the line can hold, it cannot breathe indefinitely. Mar below shouted without looking back. Then give it something dead to breathe. Malachar laughed once. That laugh was not amused, it was recognition. Valorian looked deeper into middle Blacktooth. The drum sounded again, dead slowed, living sweated. Blacktooth rallied behind heat, smoke, corpse wards, and disciplined knots. The first plan had opened the middle. It would not take it. Valorian stepped forward until the blackened floor cracked beneath his boot. Chill. Malachar went very still. Aelrian looked at Valorian. No. The word came too quickly to be strategy. Valorian did not turn. Malachar spoke more carefully. My lord, that branch is less obedient indoors. Explain. The grave is not winter. It does not cool politely. It remembers the absence of living heat. It will favor the dead, yes. It will slow the living, yes. It will answer the heat jars beautifully, which is why I am smiling inside my soul. But your line is living. Your foxkin are living. Your acolytes, embarrassingly, remain living. Your goblin army will slow with the enemy unless we shape it. Aelrian said, you cannot shape death cold like frost. Valorian looked at him then teach it borders. That is not how deathcraft works. Malachar turned his bone mask toward him. No, but it may be how elven arrogance works. Aelrian's eyes flashed. I am not drawing ward corridors through active grave cold in a hostile tunnel district, while goblin corpse wards are still resisting. Valorian's voice was quiet. My army is standing inside your hesitation. Aelrian froze. The chain did not strike him. It did not need to. He looked past Valorian to the front line, to goblins choking behind shields, to foxkin archers rubbing numb or burned fingers, to Perrin dragging a collapsed runner away from smoke, to Mar holding bodies in place by violence and command, to Garen standing where heat and corpse pressure met, silent and waiting for a tool he did not yet have. To the acolytes kneeling in blood, wanting to be useful so badly they might kill everyone around them with devotion if no one gave their obedience shape. Aelrian lifted his burned hand. His voice became thin. I need space. Garen's lesser hand moved. The second file widened by half steps. Shield baffles shifted. Dead haulers dragged two bodies clear of the floor circle. Mar snarled at anyone too slow. The acolytes crawled into the positions Malachar assigned with gestures quick as knife cuts. Aelrian knelt in the filth beside Valorian. I can make lanes, he said. Not warmth, lanes, boundaries. If the cold crosses, the living in those lanes may still slow. Acceptable, Valorian said. No, it is not acceptable, it is merely less catastrophic. Valorian almost smiled. Begin. Aelrian placed both hands on the stone. Elven spell geometry did not belong there. That was clear from the first motion. His fingers wanted polished surfaces, measured circles, sigil spacing, clean air, known anchors, and prepared lines. Middle Blacktooth offered blood, broken boards, goblin ash, bone dust, refuse water, heat vapor, hostile corpse wards, and the pressure of Valorian's chain humming beside his bones. Made the first line anyway. A thin white gold thread of ward light traced across the floor, not bright enough to comfort, only clear enough to divide. It ran from arch mouth to first baffle, then another from baffle to left shield post, then another along the right lane where dusk-weighted smoky eyes narrowed at the magic. Aelrian gasped. The lines flickered. Valorian placed his master hand against the stone inside the first ward lane. Malachar placed grave salt along the outer curve. The acolytes bowed. My lord, the chainbender, what bidding do you require? Valorian answered, open the grave. They did. The chill of the grave did not arrive as wind. Wind belonged to weather. This came as memory. The first sign was sound. Metal stopped ringing clearly. It became dull, short, as if every strike occurred beneath soil. The second sign was breath. Every living throat in Middle Blacktooth exhaled white at once, not in clouds, but in thin, shocked ghosts that vanished too slowly. The third sign was fire. Torches shrank. Oil flames tightened into blue-edged beads. Heat jars still steaming on the ground cracked along their sides as the wet heat inside them met something older than temperature. Then the cold entered flesh. Blacktooth felt it first because Valorian aimed it forward and because Malachar, for all his vanity, knew the angle of a grave when shown a body to place in it. The compact knot slowed. Hooks dipped. Fingers stiffened around spear shafts. Wet throat cloths froze against mouths. A goblin tried to shout an order and coughed instead, breath fogging through the black paste around his eyes. Another lifted a jar and dropped it because his grip no longer remembered itself quickly enough. The dead drum sounded again from below, but the beat came slower now, each strike swallowed by the cold before it could teach flesh downwardness. The chain ghouls changed. They did not become faster, they became more certain. The heat had softened them. The drum had slowed them. The chill gave them home. Their bodies crackled as frost rime formed along old wounds, black nails, broken teeth, empty eye sockets. One crawled through a spilled heat slick and left ice in its handprints. Another rose with a spear through its ribs and did not bother removing it before biting into the wrist of a witch hand whose fingers had gone too numb to complete the ash sign. Mar laughed not loudly, enough, better. Then one of his own, line-bound, dropped his spear. Mar turned. The goblin's fingers were blue-gray around the knuckles. Another shield dipped. A third shuddered so hard his helmet rattled. The chill had reached the friendly lane. Aorian cried out. The ward light along the left corridor flickered, bent inward, and nearly went out. I told you. Valorian's eyes stayed on the cold. Correct it. I am trying. The chain tightened. Aorian's spine arched. The ward line steadied for one breath, then frayed again. Pain does not improve geometry, Aorian spat. Valorian released pressure, not mercy, efficiency. Malachar snapped at the first acolyte. Salt outside the lane, not inside it. Are you blessing the goblins or killing them? The first acolyte sobbed. Forgive me, Master Gravewalker. Later correct. The acolyte crawled forward under a sling stone that struck his hood and split the scalp beneath. He smiled through blood and dragged the salt line outward. The chill shifted with it reluctantly, like a corpse being pulled by the feet. Aorian seized the correction. His burned fingers opened through a second shape. Heat lanes, he said through clenched teeth. Not fire. Body heat kept from bleeding outward. Keep them narrow. Valorian understood at once. Garen. The marshal's lesser hand closed. Below, the line compacted, not into panic, into lanes. Goblins moved closer than they liked. Shields overlapped, spears adjusted to shorter thrusts. Foxskin archers at the rear were ordered behind marked posts where wardlight gave them space enough to draw. The cold remained around them, but no longer inside them as deeply. Their breath still fogged, fingers still hurt, but shields rose again. Mar struck the spearless goblin's hand with the flat of his blade. Pick it up. I cannot feel. Good, then it will not distract you. The goblin picked up the spear. Garen stepped into the first heat lane. The chill covered his armor in pale rime. He did not slow. Of course he did not. The Black Lance walked where living bodies would have stumbled and where the dead found welcome. His sword lifted, his lesser hand opened. Behind him, the shield line advanced. This time the cold went before them. Blacktooth's compact knots tried to withdraw to inner barricades. The chain ghouls rose behind them. Foxskin volleys struck from the warmer lane near the arch mouth, arrows passing over goblin shields into slowed targets. The shots were not elegant. They did not need to be. Draw, hold, loose again. The blue signal flashed through grave haze and smoke, and bound Foxskin released because command had become stronger than instinct. Perrin stood among them, voice raw. Draw. White light, hold. Blue light, loose. Arrows hissed into cold air. One struck a jar bearer in the throat. The jar fell and shattered harmlessly under a chain ghoul's foot. Another volley struck the platform supports above the left lane, not to kill, but to make the sling crew abandon height. A third struck the exposed hands of goblins trying to cut loose a hidden gate. Aorian held the heat lanes and hated himself for their effectiveness. His spellwork changed as the battle moved. At first, the lanes were thin, desperate lines of ward light. Then he began anchoring them to bodies because stone shifted too much under Blacktooth's traps. Shield rims, baffle frames, Garen's armor, Mars' braced arm, even Dusk's collar for one dangerous breath until the Duskstalker turned her smoky eyes toward him and made him understand that some anchors should ask permission even when enslaved. He changed the line, quickly. Dusk went forward along the right edge of the cold. The chill did not suit her. It dulled scent, stiffened blood, and made living prey smell too close to dead things. She hated it. Valorian felt her dislike through the bond like a claw dragged across stone. He did not force her deeper than needed. Flank only, he ordered. Dusk accepted that. A blacktooth knife group tried to use the right lane's fogged edge to circle behind the baffles. Dusk found them. The first died before he knew the panther was there. The second was driven screaming into the cold, where a chain ghoul caught him by both knees. The third fled back into a side mouth and was sealed inside by a dead hauler with a collapsed stake. Middle Blacktooth began to lose its shape. That did not mean it lost its will. The deeper horn sounded again. Then the dead drum stopped. For a moment, everyone felt triumph approach. Mara would have mistrusted it. She was not at the front. Valorian mistrusted it for a different reason. Blacktooth had not run out of answers. It had decided one answer was no longer worth preserving. The floor beneath the central barricade burst upward, not from collapse, from release. A heat chamber below had been opened deliberately. Steam and red vapor roared into the cold, not enough to overcome the chill, but enough to create blindness. The ward lanes flared. Aorian screamed as one line snapped and cut across his palm like wire. Several line-bound staggered. A foxkin volley loosed early into smoke and struck nothing. Chain ghouls vanished in the vapor, their silhouettes thrashing. Then Blacktooth's middle guard charged. They came through their own steam with throat cloths frozen stiff and eyes wild from cold, but they came. Better armored than the outer fighters, larger, scarred, some with iron plates sewn into leather, some with bone charms nailed directly through ear and cheek, some carrying hooked axes meant to pull shields open. Behind them came two bone-masked witch hands, dragging a bound prisoner between them. The prisoner was old. Goblin female Skava made a sound. Valorian heard it. The witch hands cut the old goblin's throat over a black bowl. The steam darkened. Malachar cursed. Blood heat. Aorian's face twisted. What does that mean? It means they are not ignorant. The dark steam struck the first ward lane. Aorian's heat corridor buckled. The friendly line took the chill and the blood heat at once. Some goblins gasped from cold, some from sudden wet warmth, bodies confused and weakening. The middle guard hit them in that confusion. For the first time, Valorian's line was driven back. Only 2 steps. Enough. Mar went down under 3 attackers and came up with one of them held by the throat, using the living goblin as a shield while stabbing another through the belly. Garen met the largest of the middle guard at the lane center, sword against hooked axe, black plate steaming where blood heat met grave cold. The guard was strong, stronger than the outer bosses, strong enough to push Garen's sword back half a handspin before the marshal adjusted. Garen's helm turned slightly, not surprise, measuring. He stepped inside the axe, let the hook scrape across his shoulder plate, and drove his sword through the guard's lower ribs. The goblin bit at his helm. Garen headbutted him once precisely and pushed the body off the blade with his shield. Line, Garen said. The word entered the chain, but the line was struggling. The chill could not be widened without freezing allies. The heat lanes were breaking. The middle guard was using steam and blood to disrupt the boundary. The acolytes were overreaching. The 4th acolyte stood from his circle, eyes shining, hands raised too high. My lord, the chainbender, I can call deeper. Malachar turned sharply. No. The acolyte called anyway, not out of disobedience as ordinary people understood it. Out of devotion without discipline. He reached below the reachable dead, into older bodies, into deeper refusal, into something Blacktooth had buried not for convenience but warning. The floor answered. Every corpse in the immediate chamber shuddered. So did the living. A pressure rose that did not belong to Valorian, Malachar, or the chain. Aorian felt it as a wrong chord beneath the ward lines. Malachar struck the fourth acolyte across the face so hard the young grave worker fell into blood. Idiot. The thing below knocked once. The chill recoiled, Valorian's eyes narrowed. What is it? Malachar's voice was lower now. Not now. What is it? Something the intersection buried deep enough that even Blacktooth did not want to speak to it during a battle. The pressure knocked again. Blacktooth's middle guard heard it. They went pale, that was useful. Valorian looked toward the deeper dark, then to the fourth acolyte who lay trembling in ecstasy and terror. Seal what you opened. The acolyte sobbed, My lord, I only wished. The chain closed around his throat, not enough to kill, enough to clarify devotion. Seal it, Valorian said. Malachar dragged him back to the circle by the collar. Now you learn the first law of graves, the grave walker hissed. Not everything that answers is yours. The fourth acolyte pressed bloody hands to the floor and began to repair what he had damaged. The pressure below faded, not gone, closed over. For now, Aorian was shaking. That is beneath inner Blacktooth. Valorian looked at him. You felt it. Yes. Can you map it? Aorian stared at him as if sanity were a country far behind them. No. The chain stirred. Aorian swallowed, not during this. Valorian accepted that because the battle still existed. Later. Aorian closed his eyes. That word had become one of his least favorite promises. The middle guard's countercharge had spent itself against the moment of disruption. They had bloodied the line, driven it back, broken one heat lane, forced the acolytes into error, revealed something buried beneath Blacktooth that the campaign had not accounted for. They had not broken Garen. That was the difference. The marshal stood at the center lane with frost-grimed armor, steam curling from his sword, lesser hand open, and the calm of a dead man who had found the battle's new shape. My lord, he said. Valorian already knew. Advance. Garen turned toward the line. His voice did not rise much. It did not need to. Cold is not permission to loosen shields. The line bound straightened. Blood is not permission to step back. Mar laughed and shoved two goblins forward. Listen to the marshal, he is being kind. Garen's lesser hand closed, the shield line advanced. Aorian rebuilt the heat lanes narrower and uglier now, using shield rims, baffle hooks, and black iron stakes as anchors. He no longer tried to make the geometry beautiful. Beauty wasted time, he made it survive. Malachar corrected the acolytes with brutal precision. Reachable dead only, fresh thread. Salt outside the lane. Do not pull from below unless you enjoy being eaten by history. The first and second acolytes obeyed perfectly. The third shook but held. The fourth wept while sealing the deeper knock beneath layers of salt, ash, and chain pressure, whispering praise between apologies. Valorian stood at the center of it and drew the chill forward, not wider, deeper. He let Aorian give it borders, let Malachar give it grammar, let the acolytes give it hands, let Garen give it formation. Let the line-bound give it bodies to move behind. Let the foxskin give it arrows. Let dusk give it teeth along the edge. The middle chamber became a grave with lanes through it. Blacktooth's defenders slowed, then faltered, then began to break in disciplined pieces, each piece trying to retreat deeper before the cold took fingers, before the chain grooves took ankles, before the arrows took exposed throats, before the black-armored marshal reached them with sword and command. The first middle barricade fell, not with a cheer, with a sound like wet wood giving up. The second held longer. Mar led the push there, cursing goblins into the correct places, using the dead as braces and the living as pressure, losing bodies where the hooks were worst and replacing them before fear learned the gap. The third barricade was abandoned before the line reached it. Mara's warning echoed in Valorian's memory. They are giving incorrectly. This time, Valorian did not allow pursuit. Hold. Garen's hand closed. The line stopped. A heartbeat later, the abandoned barricade burst outward with black fire from within. The flame struck empty air, rolled across the cold, and dyed blue against Aelrian's ward edge. Aelrian sagged but did not fall. Valorian looked at him. Aelrian's voice was hoarse. "I am still useful." "Yes. I hate you. Yes." The chain did not punish that. There was no need. By the time the last light from the outer arch faded into evening, Middle Blacktooth had lost its first ring. Not all. Enough. The chain held the arch, the underroad chamber, the first barricade line, two side lanes, the smoke shed artery, and the mouth of the old market passage. Blacktooth still held deeper chambers, Bone Witch hollows, store gates, the inner descent, and whatever had knocked beneath the floor when the fourth acolyte reached too far. The dead were still rising in places. The chill remained, but narrower now, shaped into pockets and corridors. Frost clung to stone. Torches burned small. Breath fogged. Bodies steamed. Wounded goblins whimpered until Mother Kale's assistants dragged them back toward warmth. Foxskin archers flexed aching fingers and looked at Perrin with a new kind of fear, because he had commanded them through the volley, and they had obeyed, and Blacktooth bodies lay where their arrows had made them fall. Garin stood among the taken barricades. He had not left the front since entering it. Mar leaned on a spear near him, dead face ruined further, entirely pleased. Middle bites. Garin looked deeper into the dark. Yes. Inner will bite harder. Yes. Good. Garin's helm turned slightly. Mar shrugged. Better than pretending this is work for children. Valorian came up behind them with Malachar, Aelrian, and the acolytes. The fourth acolyte could barely stand. Malachar had not permitted him to be carried. Devotion should learn the weight of error. The first held grave salt. The second held corpse thread. The third held a bowl filled with black frost scraped from the ward edge. Aelrian's hands were bleeding through the bandages. Valorian looked into the deeper mouth of Middle Blacktooth. From far below, beneath stone, wood, smoke, and old bodies, something knocked once, very softly. The fourth acolyte began shaking. Malachar said nothing. Aelrian whispered, "It knows we heard it." Garin lifted his sword, not toward the sound, toward the line. Secure the taken ground. Valorian's eyes remained on the dark. Yes. No one advanced farther that night. That was not mercy. It was possession. Outer Blacktooth had been peeled away. Middle Blacktooth had been entered, bloodied, frozen, and made to yield its first ring. The dead of Blacktooth now crawled under chain command. The living of Blacktooth now knew the air itself could be turned against them, and beneath the inner dark, something buried deep enough to frighten its own city had knocked from under the grave. Valorian listened until the sound did not come again. Then he smiled faintly. "Tomorrow," he said. Behind him, the acolytes bowed. "My lord the Chainbender," they whispered, trembling with fear and worship. "What bidding do you require?" Valorian looked toward Inner Blacktooth. Everything they thought buried. Chain 6. The Cult of the Chain Bound. Link 5. The Contract Blades. Inner Blacktooth was easier to reach than Middle Blacktooth. That was its first deception. The morning after the chill of the grave, Valorian expected the deeper mouths to resist like wounded animals. He expected traps upon traps, false retreats, smoke bends, hidden pits, corpse wards nested under corpse wards, and goblins fighting for every handspin of tunnel, because a people who survived underground should have known better than to surrender depth. Blacktooth did not give him that. It gave him passages, not clean passages. Not safe, never safe, but open enough. The first descent beyond the captured middle barricades had been abandoned. The second had been burned from within and left smoking, its side holes sealed not against the chain, but against pursuit from the rear. The third had bodies in it, but no living defenders. The fourth held jars wired to trip cords, all of them visible enough that Corvin called them insults. The fifth had been collapsed badly, too fast. blocking one narrow store chamber and crushing several Blacktooth goblins who had not been warned in time. Mar looked at the wreckage and grunted. Running inwards. Garen stood beside him, black armor rimed in old frost, sword lowered, lesser hand still marked by the battle's pressure. Yes. Not routing. No. Making us think they are. Yes. Mar smiled with half a ruined face. Good, I hate when they make it boring. Behind them, Aelrian leaned against a cracked stone post, pale from ward work, burned hands wrapped in new bandages. He had slept poorly, if the brief unconsciousness between pain and command could be called sleep. The heat lanes from the previous battle had left his nerves trembling. Every time the frost still clinging to the tunnel walls caught torchlight, his fingers twitched as if the spell geometry had not yet released him. Malachar walked near the acolytes and forbade the fourth acolyte from touching anything dead without permission. That instruction had to be repeated, often. The acolyte accepted correction with tears in his eyes and gratitude in his mouth, which made Mar threaten to knock his teeth out if he thanked anyone for slowing the column again. The deeper knock had not returned. No one spoke of it unless duty required. When a corpse hand found a lower seam beneath the market passage and began scraping grave salt along it, Malachar struck the hand away and said one sentence clearly enough for every acolyte to hear. Reachable dead only. The first acolyte bowed, the second bowed. The third whispered the phrase like prayer. The fourth said it through split lips. Reachable dead only. Malachar looked at him, and the fourth swallowed. You do not go digging after things buried too deep. Good, Malachar said. Perhaps you will survive long enough to become useful instead of enthusiastic. Valorian heard the lesson and did not correct it. That mattered. There were battles to win before curiosity became conquest. Blacktooth first. Everything below Blacktooth could wait in the dark and learn patience. The inner approach narrowed after the abandoned passages, not into crawl tunnels but into a constructed descent. Old roadstone appeared beneath goblin mud. Human stone, perhaps, though altered beyond clean memory. Steps broad enough for trade carts had been cut down and recut by goblin hands until they sloped unevenly toward the ruler's seat. Debt cords hung from the ceiling in thick curtains, bone tags, teeth, copper scrap, old names scratched into bits of slate, blackened finger joints, knots of hide, child-sized bracelets, rusted keys, and beads that might once have belonged to someone who believed ownership ended at death. Skava stopped at the first curtain. Her face changed. Not fear exactly. Recognition turned poisonous. Valorian looked at her. Speak. She did not want to. The chain waited. These are not decoration, she said. Myrn of Two Cuts, seated on a drag sledge behind her, made a thin sound of agreement. Skava's eyes moved over the cords. Outer debt hangs outside because it wants to be seen. Toll cords, market cords, warning cords, these are inner debts, hostage debts, blood debts, food debts, motherline debts, who belongs because someone else ate, who owes because someone else lived, who can be killed if another den breaks promise. Garen looked down the descending hall. Then the ruler's power is ahead. Yes. Talin would have wanted every cord copied. Audrin would have asked how long that would take and whether the food lanes could bear the delay. Mara would have asked which cords Blacktooth wanted them to touch. Corvin would have asked what the cords hid. Valorian asked none of those first. Can they be moved? Skava looked at him sharply. Yes. Can they be burned? Yes. Can they be lied about? Skava's mouth tightened. Yes. Then they are a battlefield. She looked away. That is what Blacktooth always knew. Valorian lifted his master hand. No chain lashed out, not yet. Secure them. Myrn swallowed. All my lord the chainbender. All that can be taken without halting the line. Myrn bowed his head. Yes, my lord the chainbender. The title still sounded wrong in his mouth. The nearby acolytes shivered with approval. Valorian moved on. The deeper hall did not fight him much. That was worse than resistance. It wanted him confident. The first guard chamber had only the old, the wounded, and several young goblins with knives tied to their wrists so they could not drop them without cutting themselves. Garen halted the line before Mar could turn disgust into speed. Combatant, contained, non-combatant, seized, unknown, stopped. The lanes held. The knives were cut free. The chamber was taken. The second guard chamber had no guards. Only food keys hung above a pit. Voss, who had come forward now that movement mattered more than fighting, looked at the keys, then at the floor, then at the walls. No one touches them. Mar looked disappointed. Voss pointed to a narrow slit near the ceiling. Oil drop. A dead hauler was ordered to tug one key with a hook. Black oil spilled from the slit and burned blue where it struck the stone. Mar grunted. Useful roadman. Voss did not dignify the compliment by receiving it. The third chamber held prisoners, not many enough to be the whole hostage reserve, too many to ignore. Bound goblins, starved debtors, 2 foxskin from some other hidden place that Perrin did not know, and a scarred coyote child whose eyes held no trust for anyone with hands. Blacktooth had left them where Valorian would have to either slow, kill, or step over them. Mother Kale was not there. That made the choice simpler and uglier. Garen looked to Valorian. Lane. Seize and mark, no release, no delay. The prisoners were dragged aside under guard. The coyote child bit a line bound hard enough to draw blood through a glove. Mar looked down. The child bared teeth. Mar said, "Good," and moved on. Perrin, farther back with the foxskin bow line, heard and closed his eyes. The fourth chamber finally resisted, properly. A knot of inner Blacktooth guards waited behind a low barricade built across the base of the descent. They were better armored than the middle guard, though not as many. Their shields were thick. Their throat cloths were treated against smoke. Their eyes were blackened against irritants. Their spears were short and heavy, made for holding corridors. Bonewitch hands stood behind them with no jars visible, only knives and bowls. Garen stopped the line. Mar stepped beside him. Finally, the inner guards did not shout, they did not taunt. That alone marked them as dangerous. Valorian considered them. They are buying time. Skava answered from behind, voice low. The ruler is preparing the seat. For flight. Maybe. Mern shook his head weakly. For burning, for bargaining, for killing the ledgers, for killing the keepers, for making victory arrive hungry. Garen said, then this barricade must fall quickly. Aorian lifted a shaking hand. No chill. Valorian looked at him. Aorian forced himself to continue. Too narrow, too many debt cords, too many prisoners behind us. Too many unknown vapors. We use cold here, and we may preserve the barricade better than we break it. Malachar tilted his head. He is right, tragically. Mar sighed, so steel. Garen said steel. The fight for the fourth chamber lasted less time than Middle Blacktooth and cost more per breath. The inner guards held like something trained by punishment that had learned to become punishment in return. The first push failed, not badly but clearly. The shield line struck the barricade and found hooks beneath it, braced from the floor. The second push met ash thrown low, not into eyes but underfoot, turning old blood slick as oil. A line-bound slipped and was pulled over the barricade before Mar could catch him. His scream ended behind shields. Garen entered on the third push. He did not order grandeur, he ordered angle. Left shields down, right spears over, dead brace center. The raised goblin dead moved into the press where living bodies would have feared the hooks. One was dragged apart. Another held because dead fingers did not open when tendons split. The center barricade shifted the width of a hand. That was enough. Mar drove the first wedge into the gap with his own body, shoulder first, cursing the living for having bones that complained. Garen followed with sword and shield. The black lance's blade did not flash. There was no room. It punched, chopped, shortened, corrected. He fought like a gate being installed where the enemy had preferred a wall. Dusk took the upper route. No one had seen it. No one except Valorian. The Duskstalker slipped along a side ledge above the deck cords, violet black body flattening into shadow, smoky eyes fixed on a bone witch hand lifting a bowl. The witch hand inhaled to speak. Dusk landed on him. The bowl broke before the word could. Foxskin arrows struck the second witch hand a heartbeat later. Not in a fancy volley, not as poetry. They were given draw, hold, loose, and the arrows obeyed the hands that obeyed the command. The barricade cracked. The inner guards fell back in order, not far enough. Valorian stepped forward and raised the chain. The nearest guard froze mid-retreat, legs locked, throat seized, spear shaking in both hands. His eyes bulged with fury as he tried to move. The chain had already entered him through fear, exhaustion, and the collapse of command around him. Valorian took the opening and made it permanent. The second guard tried to cut the bound one down. Garen cut his wrist off. Mar punched him in the throat with the butt of a spear. Wasteful. The fourth chamber fell. Beyond it, inner Blacktooth opened. Not grandly. Goblin rulers did not build palaces to impress the sky. They built them to control what came below. The ruler's seat lay in an old under-road hall widened into a crude court. Human stone pillars had been carved with goblin teeth marks, debt symbols, and black soot spirals. Platforms rose along the sides where ledger keepers crouched behind bone screens. Hostage pits lined the lower edges, covered with grates. Smoke vents fed upward through chimney shafts. Food keys hung on chains behind the throne. Debt cords covered the rear wall so thickly that it looked less like a wall than a curtain made of obligations. The throne itself was not a throne in the elven sense. It was a chair built from doors. Old doors from conquered holes, sealed pens, debt rooms, market stalls, shrine cells, and perhaps several places no longer alive enough to remember being places. Each plank had marks cut into it. Names, oaths, prices, punishments. Children traded. Food owed, blood counted. The chair stood on a raised stone platform beneath a black tooth-shaped rock that jutted downward from the ceiling. Under that hanging stone sat the ruler of Blacktooth. He was smaller than Valorian expected. That made sense. Goblins often mistook size for authority until authority learned to use size as furniture. The ruler wore layered hides, black iron finger rings, tooth cords, and a collar made from the jawbones of other goblins. One eye was milky. The other was bright and furious. His ears had been cut and pierced with debt tags. His hands were long, thin, and stained black to the wrists. On either side of him stood the reason inner Blacktooth had not needed a maze. Orcs, 2 of them. They did not crouch. They did not fidget. They did not snarl for performance. They stood with the stillness of bodies that knew exactly how much violence they contained and did not need to spill any of it early. They were too large for the hall in a way that made the hall look dishonest. Not giant, not monstrous in the simple sense. Worse, built, heavy shoulders, thick necks, arms corded with muscle and scar. Skin the color of dark olive ash under torchlight, tusks short and brutal, not decorative. Hair braided back with iron rings. Old scars crossed their chests and arms in deliberate channels, some darkened with war paste, some raised like cord beneath the skin. Their armor was not Blacktooth work. It was clan iron, layered plates, broad leather, dark steel edges, fewer pieces than a human knight would wear and more confidence than most walls deserved. One held a two-handed cleaver axe with a blade as wide as a goblin shield. The other carried a broad spear and a round iron shield scarred by blows that had not killed him. Contract cords hung from their wrists, not goblin debt cords, or cords, thicker, cleaner, knotted with steel rings and red-black leather. Paid service made visible, not slavery, not friendship, terms. Mar stopped smiling. Those are not goblins. Garen's helm turned slightly. No. Aorian went still behind Valorian. Malachar made a soft, pleased sound and then wisely swallowed the rest of it. The ruler of Blacktooth smiled. It was an ugly thing, but not stupid. Chain Man comes. Valorian walked into the court until the first line of debt cords brushed the air above him. The chain moved under his skin. Blacktooth is taken. The ruler laughed. Somewhere above, ledger keepers shifted behind bone screens. Outer bitten, middle bled. Inner stands. His good eye flicked toward Garen, toward Dusk, toward the acolytes, toward Aelrian, toward the foxskin bow line appearing at the hall entrance, toward Skava. He smiled wider when he saw Skava. Little Vexa mouth, still alive. Skava's face hardened. The ruler lifted one black-stained hand. Good, witness matters. Valorian said, kneel. The court waited. The ruler's smile did not move. No. The chain struck toward him and stopped. Not because the ruler resisted alone, because both orcs moved, not far, not dramatically. The axe orc stepped half a pace in front of the platform. The spear orc set his shield. Their body magic rose like heat from stone. Aelrian felt it before anyone named it, not spellwork, not war, not any scholastic casting he had learned to hate properly. It was internal, flesh-deep, bone-deep. The orcs' bodies changed their answer to the world. Muscles tightened without bunching. Breath deepened, blood heat increased. Old scars darkened, not glowing exactly, but remembering where power had been taught to flow. Pain, before it arrived, began losing authority. Valorian's chain touched the edge of that focus and found no easy door. The Axork smiled. Not happily, hungrily. Small king paid for 2 deaths, he said. His voice was deep enough to make the debt cords tremble. The spear orc's eyes remained on Garen. We have not spent them. Mar murmured, I like them. Garen said, do not. The ruler of Blacktooth leaned back on the door throne. See, Blacktooth buys better than fear. Valorian looked at the orcs. What are your terms? The ruler's smile faltered. The Axork's eyes shifted, only slightly. The spear orc answered, guard the little king until death, release, or broken pay. Whose death? The spear orc's tusks showed. Ours or his? Release. He may release, we may accept. Witnessed. Broken pay. The ruler snapped, they are paid. The orcs did not look at him. That was interesting. Valorian stepped closer. Garen moved with him. Dusk lowered herself near the right edge of the hall, tail still, smoky eyes fixed on the spear orc's shield hand. Aelrian whispered, do not let them close together. Valorian heard. Garen did too. The Axork came first. No roar, 1 step, then violence. The cleaver axe crossed the space between platform and line with impossible economy for so large a weapon. Garen met it with shield and sword. The impact drove sound through the court like a struck bell. Garen moved, not much, enough for everyone to see. Black plate slid half a step across the stone. Mar's eyes widened, the Axork pushed. Garen's shield rim bent inward, the orc's scars darkened. His arms thickened with held force. The body magic did not flare outward. It closed inward, making flesh into gate, bone into brace, pain into something postponed. Garen cut under the axe. The blade opened the orc's side. The wound closed around blood almost at once. Not healed, contained, the orc laughed. Now he roared, not in rage, in approval. Dead Iron Man. Garen adjusted his stance. Contract blade. The orc swung again. This time Garen did not meet full force. He turned it. Let the axe glance across shield, stepped inside, drove his sword toward the throat. The orc caught the blade edge against the side of his neck, not with hand, but with muscle hardened so violently the cut stopped shallow. Mar muttered, that is rude. The spear orc moved toward Valorian. Dusk struck first. The Duskstalker came low, violet-black body crossing the floor like shadow thrown under a door. The spear orc did not panic. He turned the shield down, not toward her head, but toward her shoulder. Dusk twisted away from the first check and raked claws across his thigh. The claws bit. The muscle beneath locked. The spear point drove toward her ribs. Aeorion's ward line flashed between them just long enough to turn the thrust aside. Dusk rolled, landed, and hissed. Not fear, insult. The spear orc looked past her at Aeorion. Elf tricks. Aeorion's burned fingers trembled. Yes, he said, voice thin. Unfortunately. The spear orc charged him. Valorion's chain lashed out. It struck the orc's chest and tightened. The orc stopped for one breath. Only one. His body magic gathered around the pressure like a fist closing over a blade. Pain hit him and became focus. The chain tightened. The orc took another step. Aeorion's face changed. He is using it. Valorion's eyes narrowed. The orc took another step. Pain alone was not a door. Good. The spear orc lifted his weapon. A chain ghoul grabbed his ankle from behind. The orc looked down and crushed its skull under one heel without breaking stride. The first acolyte gasped with something like religious offense. Malachar said, "Do not take it personally. Your ghoul was badly made." The spear came for Valorian. Garen could not help. The Axorc had locked him in a brutal exchange near the platform, each strike measuring a war the chain had not yet learned how to own. Dusk leapt again. The spear orc turned shield into her path, but this time Valorian moved with her. Black chains snapped around the shield rim, not to bind the orc. To hold the shield half a breath too low, Dusk hit his upper chest. Both went sideways. The orc did not fall. He slammed his shoulder into a pillar, trapping Dusk between shield, stone, and body. She clawed his face, drawing blood across one eye. He snarled and drove his forehead into her skull hard enough that the sound made Perrin flinch from the hall entrance. Valorian stepped in, hand to sternum. The chain entered. The orc's body resisted like iron remembering mountain. Valorian's old marks flared. Pain shot through his ribs, spine, throat, wrists. The chain scraped against internal war magic that had no schooling, no spell circle, no core language Aeorion could diagram cleanly. It was breath, oath, blood heat, scar path, battle focus, and the old orc refusal to let hurt dictate terms. The spear orc smiled through clenched teeth. Not enough. Valorian's expression did not change. No. The chain withdrew half an inch. The orc's smile widened. Then Garen's voice cut across the court. Contract. Valorian understood before the next breath. The orc's body was closed. His oath was not. Valorian turned his head toward the throne. The Blacktooth ruler had stopped smiling. During the fight, his hands had moved, not toward escape, toward the cords behind him. A bone witch beside the throne had lifted a black bowl under the door chair, and two ledger keepers above had begun cutting deck cords with frantic knives. Behind the orcs, hidden nozzles opened in the platform. Dark vapor began to seep around their feet. The Axorc smelled it, so did the spear orc. The spear orc's one good eye shifted toward the ruler. The ruler shouted, "Hold." The vapor thickened. Aeorion coughed. Malachar laughed once, delighted and disgusted. Oh, he is poisoning his own contract. The Axorc's voice dropped. Little king. The ruler's good eye widened. It is only sleep smoke. The spear orc inhaled once, his face hardened. Liar. The contract cords around their wrists tightened by themselves. Not with magic the chain owned. With law, orc law, paid service had terms. Guard until death, release, or broken pay. A master who poisoned his contracted blades to prevent defeat did not preserve contract. He confessed fear by treachery. The Axorc drove Garen back with one huge shove and turned toward the throne. The ruler screamed, "Guard me." The orc took one step toward him. The contract cord snapped, not fully. One ring broke, that was the door. Valorian struck, not with pain, with seizure. The chain entered through the broken contract before the orc's body magic could close it. Black links wrapped wrist, throat, sternum, spine. The Axorc turned back too late. Garen hit him from behind with the shield edge across the knee, not to kill, not even to maim beyond use, but to force the body's magic into too many answers at once. Muscle hardened around the knee. Breath deepened to suppress pain. Blood heat surged against poison vapor. The broken contract burned in his wrist. Valorian placed his master hand against the orc's chest. The Axork roared. The chain drove inward. His body tried to make pain glorious. The chain did not argue with pain. It took the oath space. For a moment the whole court held still around the sound of an orc refusing to kneel. Then his knee struck stone. The impact cracked a floor tile. He did not bow his head. The chain did not yet demand it. The spear orc saw him kneel and lunged toward Valorian. Dusk came off the pillar like night with teeth. Aorian, bleeding from the nose now, shaped a ward cage around the spear tip. Not enough to stop the thrust, enough to slow it. Garen moved through the slowed line and struck the shaft with both hands on his sword. The spear point slammed into the ground beside Valorian instead of through his back. Mar and 3 line-bound drove hooked poles into the spear orc's legs. He tore one pole free and hurled the goblin holding it into a ledger screen. Malachar snapped at the acolytes. Grave salt under his feet, not his skin, feet. The first and second obeyed. The third hesitated. The fourth, desperate to be forgiven for reaching too deep the day before, crawled straight under the spear orc's reach and scattered salt across the stone. The orc kicked him in the ribs. Something cracked. The acolyte smiled with blood on his teeth. "My lord, the chainbender," he gasped. "What bidding?" "Move," Mar barked, dragging him back by the hood before the orc could crush him fully. Valorian turned from the kneeling Axork to the spear orc. The ruler of Blacktooth had begun screaming orders no one trusted. "Kill them, kill him. Burn the cords, burn the records, kill the keepers." That was his second mistake. Ledger keepers froze. Bone witches hesitated. The orcs heard. The spear orc looked at the ruler, then at the hostages in the pits, then at the poison vapor curling around the throne, then at the Axork kneeling under a chain that had not killed him. His contract cord tightened. The ruler shrieked, "I paid you." The spear orc's face darkened. "You break pay." The second ring snapped. Valorian was already there. This binding was uglier. The spear orc expected it. He drove his shield into Valorian's chest before the chain could see. Valorian hit the floor hard enough that old slave scars flared white beneath his skin. Dusk tore into the orc's shield arm. Garen struck his knee. Aorian's ward cage collapsed inward. Malachar threw grave salt into the wound Dusk had opened. The acolytes chanted, not cleanly, not well, but together. "My lord the chainbender, my lord the chainbender, my lord the chainbender." Valorian rose under the sound. The spear orc tried to step back. The chain caught his broken contract. This time, Valorian drove it through throat and spine. The orc's breath stopped. His body magic surged to restore it. That gave the chain another path. Heart, sternum, scar lines, wrist cord, broken oath, defeat witnessed. The spear orc struck Valorian once in the face, not enough to stop him, enough to split his lip and make the whole hall see that the chainbender could bleed. Valorian smiled with blood on his teeth. The chain closed. The spear orc went down on one knee beside the first, not bowing, not broken, bound. The court did not understand what it had seen. That was why it broke. Blacktooth goblins had seen fear bindings, pain bindings, chain corrections. Dead things rising, cold turning breath white. They had seen the outer bosses die and the middle teeth fail, but the orcs had been different in their minds, paid blades, contracted deaths, wore bodies from beyond goblin debts. The ruler's proof that Blacktooth could buy strength the chain had not yet learned. Now both knelt, not dead, worse for Blacktooth. Own, the ruler of Blacktooth, stood. For the first time he looked small. "Burn them," he whispered. No one moved, he screamed it. "Burn the cords. Burn the ledgers, kill the keepers. Kill everything." Mara would have called that the final confession of a ruler who no longer expected to rule. Garen did not wait for analysis. His lesser hand opened. Seize the keepers, preserve the ledgers, shield the pits, kill no one who can be made to answer. The line moved. Foxskin arrows struck the ledger screens above the hands of cutters, pinning sleeves to wood without killing where killing would waste knowledge. Mar led a file up the side platform, shield first, spear second, profanity everywhere. Dusk hit the bone witch nearest the black bowl and dragged him away from the poisoned nozzles. Malachar sent 2 chain ghouls under the throne platform to plug the vapor pipes with their own bodies. Aorian, shaking, sealed the poison flow with a ward so ugly he looked personally offended by its existence. The ruler turned to flee through the deck curtain. Skava moved. She did not know she had until she did. One moment she stood behind Valorian, wounded memory and chained witness. The next, she was at the edge of the platform with a fallen spear in both hands. She did not strike the ruler through the back. The chain would have stopped her if murder wasted too much. Instead, she hooked the spear behind his ankle and pulled. The ruler of Blacktooth fell off the door throne. He hit the stone hard. His jaw cracked. Skava stood over him, breathing like she had run from Vexa to Red Whisper and back again. He looked up at her with one good eye, little Vexa mouth. Skava raised the spear. Valorian's chain tightened around her wrist. She froze, not because she did not want to kill him, because Valorian wanted him alive. The ruler smiled through blood. That smile ended when Valorian stepped onto the platform. The orcs remained kneeling behind him. The sight followed the ruler's eye. Understanding ruined him. Valorian crouched. "You kept ledgers." The ruler spat blood. Valorian did not blink. "You kept debts." The ruler's jaw worked. "You kept names." Behind him, Myrn of Two Cuts had begun sobbing softly while copying the first seized chords under guard. Valorian placed one hand on the ruler's throat. "You kept Blacktooth alive by making every life inside it owe something." The ruler whispered, "Mine." Valorian's fingers tightened. "No." The chain entered. The ruler resisted. He was not weak. That deserved acknowledgement, if not respect. His will had held markets, pens, deep stores, smoke pits, war packs, bone witches, debt cords, hostage pits, and contracted orcs. He had ruled not by size but by knowledge. He had survived long enough to buy strength and bury enough secrets that even his own city feared its depths. But he had betrayed his strongest blades. He had ordered his ledgers burned. He had shown everyone in the room that Blacktooth mattered less to him than not being owned. That was not strength the chain could not use. It was opening. Valorian bound him through throat and ledger, through fear and possession, through the collapsing belief that his debt still answered him. The ruler of Blacktooth stiffened, his good eye bulged. The Milky One wept blood, then his forehead touched the stone, not willingly, not beautifully, finally. Inner Blacktooth went silent. For one breath, no one moved. Then the first acolyte fell prostrate. "My lord, the Chainbender." The second followed, the third. The fourth, coughing blood from cracked ribs, dragged himself low and whispered it like salvation. "My lord, the Chainbender." Mar looked at the kneeling orcs, then at the kneeling ruler, then at Garen. Good room. Garen's sword remained raised. Not finished. He was right. The seizure lasted the rest of the day. Ledger keepers were dragged down and bound before they could swallow names. Debt cords were cut carefully, wrapped, copied, sealed, and placed under Myrn's shaking supervision. Hostage pits were opened one at a time, each body marked, sorted, restrained, and counted by category rather than number. Food keys were taken. Poison stores were sealed. Bone witches were separated from bowls, ash, charms, and one another. Inner guards who still fought were killed if necessary and raised if useful. Those who surrendered were bound where they knelt. Blacktooth did not fall as a place. It became inventory. That was worse. Near dusk, Valorian stood in the ruler's hall with blood drying on his mouth and the two orcs kneeling before him. They had not lowered their heads. The chain could force it. He did not yet. The axe-orc's side still bled where Garen had cut him. The wound had clamped but not healed. His breath came slow and deep, every inhale an act of defiance. The spear-orc's eye was swollen from Dusk's claws. His shield arm shook from strain. Both contract cords hung broken from their wrists beneath the first black marks of the chain. Garen stood near Valorian. Dusk crouched at the edge of the platform, watching the spear-orc with open dislike. Aorian stood farther back, one hand pressed to the wall, sick with exhaustion. Malachar studied the orcs as if he had discovered a corpse that objected to becoming educational. Valorian looked at the Axorc first. Name. The orc's jaw tightened, the chain tightened, his teeth ground together. For a moment pain entered him and found no throne. His body took it, wrapped it, burned it into focus. Valorian felt the resistance and understood more than the orc intended to teach. Pain was not the door. The chain moved to the broken contract space. The orc's breath caught. Braca, he said. The name came like a stone dropped into a pit. Valorian looked to the spear orc. Name. The spear orc smiled through blood. Make me. Valorian did not punish him immediately. He looked toward Garen. The marshal understood. He stepped forward and placed his sword point beneath the orc's chin. Not cutting, lifting, making refusal become posture. You are defeated, Garen said. The spear orc's smile faded. That reached him more cleanly than pain. The chain followed. Voron, he said. Valorian looked between them. You were paid for 2 deaths. Braca's eyes burned. Yes. The one who paid broke contract. Yes. You were defeated before witness. Voron's tusks showed. Yes. You are bound. Silence, not denial, hatred. Then Braca said, bound to what? Aorian lifted his head. The question changed the room. Goblins asked who owned them now. Foxkin asked where running ended. Acolytes asked what bidding was required. Orcs asked what they were bound to. Valorian looked down at him. War. Voron's swollen eye narrowed. Valorian continued. Blacktooth is not the end, it is supply. The remaining goblin holds will kneel. The orc lands will be taken. The dwarves will be reached. The deep woods will be entered again. Every enemy becomes road, iron, body, spell, corpse, or lesson. Braca's breathing changed, not submission, recognition. Valorian saw it, Garen saw it, Aorian saw it and looked ill. Voron's bloody mouth curved slowly. You are no den king. No. No wall chief, no pit lord, no eater of one hill. Valorian waited. Voron looked at the ruined Blacktooth throne, at the bound goblin ruler bleeding beside it, at the seized ledgers, at the foxkin archers under command, at the dead working under grave salt. At Garen's black armor, at Dusk's smoky eyes, at the acolytes whispering worship to the chain, then back to Valorian. You mean to make the world fight you. Valorian's voice was quiet. I mean to make it kneel. Braca smiled. It was not pleasant, it was not loyal, not yet, but it was the first expression either orc had worn that did not belong to resistance. Good. Aorian whispered, no. Valorian did not look at him. Garen did. The elf's face was pale with a different horror now. You found slaves who can mistake conquest for dignity. Valorian turned at last. No. The chain hummed through the hall. I found warriors who understand that dignity is decided by victory. Aorian had no answer that mattered to power. Garen looked at the 2 orcs for a long moment. They will obey better in war than in peace. Valorian's gaze returned to Blacktooth's bound ruler, then to the seized ledgers, then to the debt cords being carried out under guard. Then they will not be given peace. The orcs heard. Braca lowered his head first, not to the floor, only enough. Voron followed slower. The chain accepted the gesture without mistaking it for surrender. That was wise. Night settled over Blacktooth's inner hall. Outer Blacktooth was held. Middle Blacktooth was frozen, scarred, and occupied. Inner Blacktooth had lost its ruler, ledgers, food keys, hostage pits, witch hands, and contracted blades. The city still breathed in pockets, still resisted in corners, still hid bodies, names, poisons, tunnels, and truths. But its center had been taken, and once the center was taken, every remaining mouth had to decide whether it still belonged to Blacktooth, or whether Blacktooth had become a word the chain now owned. Valorian stood beneath the hanging black tooth of stone and looked over what had been seized. Goblins nailing. Foxkin watching, dead waiting, acolytes worshiping, Aeolian shaking, Garen measuring, dusk crouched like night made loyal. Two orcs bound and smiling faintly because the war ahead was larger than the chain behind them. The ruler of Blacktooth pressed his forehead to the stone because the chain required it. Valorian placed one foot on the door throne, not sitting, not yet. A throne was a thing lesser rulers needed to prove that a room understood them. Valorian did not need the room to understand. He needed it to obey. Begin the sorting, he said. Garen bowed his helm. Myrn sobbed over the first ledger chord. The acolytes answered together. My lord the chainbender, what bidding do you require? Valorian looked toward the broken contract cords on the orc's wrists, then toward the deeper roads beyond Blacktooth. Prepare the next war. Chain 7. Iron and Graves. Link 1. 2 months of iron. 2 months passed and Goblin lands learned the sound of hammers. Not one hammer, not a smith's rhythm in a single smoky den, not the sharp little ring of a knife maker hiding poor iron beneath better soot, not the ugly tap of a goblin fixing a hinge badly enough that it would break when fear leaned on it. Hammers, hundreds of them, hammers above Blacktooth, hammers below Blacktooth, hammers in Stone Eater's Bend, hammers in the old market pits. Hammers in the Ormouth's Foreman Rook Vale had opened wider with dead patience and living misery. Hammers inside forges built from torn gates, broken door thrones, melted hooks, captured hinges, debt rings, chain scrap, and every useless piece of ceremonial cruelty Orvin Hall had ordered stripped from goblin walls and made useful. Goblin lands had once listened for knives in the dark. Now they listened for iron. The sound did not mean safety. It meant order, that was worse. Blacktooth had not become peaceful after it fell. It had become scheduled. Its mouths were numbered. Its roads were marked. Its corpse pits were sealed, opened, counted, salted, or forbidden according to Malachar's judgment and Valorian's patience. Its debt cords had been copied until Myrn of Two Cuts could no longer sleep without muttering names through cracked lips. Its food routes had been seized by Audrin Pell and made answerable to measures instead of threats. Its hostage pits had been emptied only to be replaced by sorting pens, because Valorian did not mistake release for mercy, and did not waste bodies by pretending they had become innocent. Outer Blacktooth became barracks. Middle Blacktooth became drill chambers, storage veins, corpse yards, and heat lanes marked with Aelrian's resentful ward geometry. Inner Blacktooth became administration. No one called it that at first. Goblins had words for ledgers, debts, hoards, ruler seats, knife tables, tribute walls, and food holes. They did not have a clean word for a conquered place being made into a machine that could remember more than its masters had ever allowed. Talon Vayer called it administration. Audrin called it stomach. Corvin Ash called it possession. Marathorn of the Red Board called it the beginning of failure if Valorian believed seizure and control were the same thing. Valorian listened to them all. Then he ordered the hammers to continue. The first month had been sorting. The second had been manufacture. By the end of the second, the goblin lands beneath Valorian did not look conquered in the old way. No banners hung over every hole. No soft throne had been raised. No songs were demanded from the living. There were no festivals of obedience, though the acolytes would have invented them if Malachar had not threatened to bury them upright in instructional silence. Instead, there were racks, spear racks, shield racks, helmet racks, throat collar racks, plate stacks, rivet trays, leather strap piles, bundle after bundle of low-profile shoulder guards made ugly and repeatable. Iron caps shaped for goblin skulls, not human pride. Short spearheads made for underthrusts in tunnels. Shield rims thick enough to survive hooks. Forearm guards hammered flat and bent around goblin bone. Chest slabs that could be strapped over leather without needing the wearer to understand beauty, courage, or tradition. Orvin Hall did not make armor beautiful. He made it repeatable. That became one of the first laws of the forge. The dead master smith stood in the largest Blacktooth forge chamber beneath a ceiling blackened by old smoke and new industry. He wore no noble apron, No badge, no ornaments. His authority was soot, posture, and the fact that when he struck iron, every living goblin nearby understood that the blow had more sense in it than they did. His dead hands remembered work better than most living hands remembered their own names. Around him, goblin smiths labored in rows. Some had once worked for Blacktooth. Some had belonged to Stone Eater's Bend. Some had been pulled from lesser dens, now submitting supplies rather than fighters. Some were not smiths at all, merely hands with enough finger strength to hold tongs and enough fear to learn. Orvin used them all. He had divided the forge by task because goblins left together became gossip, theft, sabotage, and accidental fire. One line cut leather, one punched rivet holes, one hammered rivets, one shaped caps, one worked shield rims, one carried bad pieces to the remelt pile under armed watch, one collected slag, one fed charcoal, one learned bellows. The bellows line cried often. Orvin did not care. A goblin boy with burned cheeks brought a shoulder plate forward. It was nearly right. The curve matched the pattern. The rivet spacing was only slightly wrong. The edge had been thinned too much. Orvin took it. Looked at it, bent it between both hands. The plate cracked. The boy whimpered. Orvin dropped the broken piece into the remelt basket. Again. The goblin stared. Orvin turned his dead head toward him. Again means the hand repeats until the work stops lying. The boy ran back to the pattern bench. Aelrian, who had been dragged to the forge to inspect wardetching on command plates, watched with hollow eyes. You are teaching them craft through terror. Orvin did not answer. Valorian did. Terror brought them to the bench. Repetition keeps them there. Aelrian looked toward the lines of workers. Some trembled, some sweated. Some stole glances at the guards, but some no longer needed correction before each motion. One goblin reached for a rivet tray without looking. Another adjusted a strap because the previous piece had failed inspection. A third slapped the hand of a younger worker away from hot metal before Orvin noticed. That was the worst part. The system was learning to correct itself. You are pleased, Aelrian said. Valorian looked across the forge. I am observing. No, you are pleased. Valorian did not deny it. At the far side of the chamber, chain-marked plates cooled in rows. Their black etchings were not deep yet, not alive enough to carry full command without a proper hand, but they remembered the principle. Armor received order, marked hands corrected, the line-bound obeyed. What had been discovery at Stone Eater's Bend was procedure now. Procedure was how horror became civilization. Outside the forge, the living army drilled. Not all of it, never all at once. Audrin forbade it. Food, work, guard rotations, corpse processing, mine labor, and road discipline would have collapsed if every goblin with a spear had been pulled into ranks just so Garen could admire the shape of an army. Garen did not admire shapes, he measured use. So the drilling rotated, files from Blacktooth, files from Stone Eater's Bend, files from Vexa remnants, files from lesser submitted dens, old line mixed into raw bodies, new armor issued by rack and pattern, not by worth. Worth came afterward. The drill yard had once been an outer Blacktooth trade court where debtors were displayed and buyers argued over bodies beneath smoke awnings. The awnings were gone. The hooks had been melted. The stones had been cleaned badly, then stained again by training blood. Shield lines moved across them from dawn until torchlight, short steps, low shoulders, spears under, shields close. Mar walked the yard like a curse with boots. Lower. A new Blacktooth goblin flinched and dropped his spear entirely. Mar stared. The goblin began shaking. Mar inhaled. Before he could speak, a smaller goblin in older armor snapped his own spear sideways and struck the fallen shaft back into the recruit's hands. Under, Duth hissed. Always under. The recruit fumbled the spear. Duth struck him again. Hands remember or hands break. Mar's mouth remained half open, then closed. He looked at Duth. Duth did not look back. His shield stayed close. His shoulders stayed low. His stance was ugly, compact, and correct. The crude chest plate he wore had been hammered twice since Stone Eater's Bend, adjusted after Vexa, patched after the Greymo Night, scarred at outer Blacktooth, dented in middle Blacktooth, and restrapped after inner Blacktooth because one of the orcs had broken 3 goblins into the file near him and Duth had remained standing while younger bodies tried to become floor. He was still small, still goblin. Still sharp-faced, yellow-eyed, twitchy around open spaces, quick to count exits, quicker to hide food if Pike's dead clerks were not watching. But he did not step out of line. That had become the difference. A goblin in the next rank lifted his shield too high, exposing his lower belly. Duth saw it. Down. The goblin hesitated. Duth's spear butt cracked against his ankle. Down means down before Mar says it. The shield dropped. Mar tilted his head. Dava Rusk, watching from the side with a training slate in one dead hand, made a mark. Mar saw the mark. What? Dava did not look up. You saw it. I see many ugly things. You saw that one become useful. Mar looked back at Duth. Duth had already returned his attention forward. The raw goblin beside him was breathing too fast. Duth leaned sideways just enough to speak without turning his head. Fear later. The recruit swallowed. Now stand. The recruit stood. Mar's ruined face twisted into something that might have been discussed if usefulness had not ruined it. Dumb little bastard. Dava finally looked at him. Which one? Mar did not answer. The drill continued. Beyond the yard, food grew where goblins had once thrown bones. That was Mother Kale's accusation, though she did not say it every day because saying the truth too often did not make it less true. The seed mother of Varos had done more in 2 months to pacify goblin lands than half of Valorian's punishments. Not because she was merciful. She was dead. Mercy had to pass through Mother Kale or Skava or Perrin if it wanted a living voice. The seed mother had patience. That was more dangerous. She stood in the grave-loam terraces beneath Blacktooth's outer slope, a dead farm matriarch with soil beneath her nails, and a preserved seed jar hanging from her belt. Around her, goblins dug channels, mixed rot, turned mushroom beds, sorted root knots, and carried black loam from corpse-fed pits under the supervision of Pike's ration guards and Mother Kale's unwilling assistance. The terraces were not beautiful. They were damp, black, and practical. Bone dust mixed into soil. Dead leaves and corpse ash measured carefully. Mushroom beds stacked in cool hollows. Root crops divided by drainage lines. Water redirected through channels first opened by goblins and then corrected by dead memory. Blight patches burned when necessary. Waste was sorted. Rot was not allowed to choose its own direction. The seed mother moved slowly between beds, too slowly for Valorian, exactly slowly enough for the food. A goblin worker tried to dump a basket of grave loam into the wrong trench because it was nearer and he thought no one was looking. The seed mother stopped. The whole terrace seemed to notice. She turned her dead face toward him. He froze. Pike's quarter-line dead did not shout. They rarely needed to. The goblin lifted the basket again with trembling arms and carried it to the correct trench. Mother Kale watched from the path above, her hands tucked into her sleeves. Children ate more regularly now. That was the cruelty of it. The chain had not made the world kinder. It had made food arrive on schedule more often than goblin freedom had managed. Stone Eater's old hunger, Vex's terrified stores, Blacktooth's hoarded egg paste, corpse-fed loam, mushroom discipline, root cycles, drainage, ration punishment, and dead agriculture had become one system. A monstrous system, a blasphemous one, but bowls filled. Mother Kale hated that most. Perrin stood beside her, tail low, ears angled toward the drill yard where foxskin bow lines practiced under command crystals instead of bells. "You're thinking it again," he said. Mother Kale did not look at him. "What am I thinking?" "That fewer children are hungry." Her jaw tightened. "Yes. And that it should matter." "Yes. And that it does not forgive him." She closed her eyes. "No. Below them, the seed mother pressed 2 dead fingers into the loam, lifted them, smelled the soil, and pointed to the drainage channel. A goblin crew corrected the slope at once. Perrin watched. Still matters. Mother Kale opened her eyes again. That is what makes it unbearable. Far beneath the terraces, the dead were being counted, not by number alone. Number had become too small a way to think. The corpse yards of Blacktooth had spread into 3 levels of old storage chambers, sealed smoke pits, and newly cut cold rooms. Malachar called them instructional halls until Aorian told him that phrase made him want to vomit. After that, Malachar called them instructional halls more often. The first acolyte kept grave salt, the second kept thread, the third kept condition marks. The fourth was not allowed to open sealed pits without another acolyte watching him, and Malachar close enough to break his fingers if enthusiasm outran doctrine. Reachable dead only. The phrase had been scratched into 3 walls. Not as prayer, as warning. Goblin dead lay in rows, piles, bundles, sacks, bone racks, and shallow carts. Not all could be used. Some had rotted too far. Some had been burned badly. Some were cursed with local rites not worth breaking yet. Some were too broken for anything but loam. Some still had debt cords tied around bones, which Myrn insisted must be read before Malachar removed them, because names had become tools and tools were no longer wasted. Valorian had not gained an undead army in 2 months. He had gained the beginning of an undead administration. That was more important. Corpse labor was easiest. Dead haulers, dead brace carriers, dead miners who could hold beams without breath, dead pit crawlers sent into smoke vents, dead bodies used to plug poison gaps, dead arms that could turn wheels until tendons snapped and then be rethreaded if enough hand remained. Chain ghouls were faster and worse. Battlefield dead raised for pressure, tunnel disruption, pursuit, and terror. Useful, ugly, imprecise. Malachar loved them as one loves a successful insult. Dead shield files took longer. They needed enough structure to hold formation, enough armor not to fall apart, enough command thread not to wander into friendly ranks, and enough preserved role memory to understand that standing still could be an act of war. The buried reserves took the most patience. The buried muster had begun as a doctrine. Now it became geography, under roads, near tunnel mouths, beneath old refuse banks, outside store gates, under snow root edges where future enemies might retreat, under dead market squares. In sealed crawl lines beneath Blacktooth's approaches, the dead were placed, salted, chained lightly, and told to wait. Not all of them would rise well. Not all of them needed to. The point was not elegance. The point was that future battlefields would already contain Valorian's answer before anyone asked the question. Aorian stood at the entrance of the largest corpse hall and looked down at a row of dead goblins being fitted with crude shields. You are burying an army under your own roads. Valorian stood beside him. Yes. One collapse, one failed seal, one corrupted thread, one acolyte reaching too deep again. The fourth remembers. The fourth worships his own correction. That is not the same as wisdom. Malachar, several paces away, smiled behind his bone mask. Wisdom is overrated. Fear supervised by technique is sufficient for apprentices. Aorian did not look at him. These things will wake beneath living settlements. Valorian watched a dead goblin's fingers close around a shield grip. They will wake when called. And if called wrongly, then the caller will be corrected. Aorian's laugh was bitter and short. You are building failure into the ground. No, Valorian said. I am building response. Across the chamber, the first acolyte bowed over a corpse and whispered, My lord, the chainbender, what bidding do you require? The corpse did not answer. Not yet. Valorian looked away. The dead are not the legion, he said. Aorian's eyes shifted. Valorian turned toward the stair that led upward, toward the forge noise, the drill yard, the food terraces, the road maps, the living files, the goblin veterans beginning to correct raw recruits before sergeants could spend breath. They are what the Legion leaves behind and what waits before it arrives. Aelrian said nothing. There were fewer answers in him lately, not fewer thoughts, fewer answers. That evening, before the full council was called to Valorian's presence, Garen summoned his command dead to the old underroad chamber that now served as the Marshal's Hall. It had once been one of Blacktooth's toll courts. The side walls still bore shallow cuts where debt cords had hung. Orvin had ordered an iron table assembled there from 3-door slabs and support braces, because the old goblin table had been carved with poison grooves and insultingly poor joinery. A map of goblin lands lay across it, pinned beneath iron weights. Blacktooth sat at the center, not as a drawing of a city, but as a knot of roads, food marks, corpse pits, troop yards, forge mouths, and controlled tunnels. Stone Eater's Bend lay behind it, Vexa behind that, Red Whisper marked at the deep wood's edge. Beyond Blacktooth, 2 greater goblin holds remained, each represented not by precise numbers but by weight. A quarter. The rest was Straggle, Flight, Rumor, Cave Family, Knife Band, and places too poor to conquer unless they sat on a useful road. Garen stood at the head of the table, black plate, quiet helm, sword at his side. Lesser hand resting against the table's edge as if the iron beneath it understood rank by proximity. Mar stood to his right, arms crossed, ruined face sour. Dava Rusk stood opposite him, training slate tucked beneath one arm. Joran Pike had brought 3 ration tablets despite the meeting not being about food. Pike brought ration tablets to every meeting because all meetings eventually lied about food. Albric Stonehand stood with his remaining arm hooked through a support brace, studying the chamber roof instead of the map. Male Voss arrived last, carrying road dust on boots that no longer needed cleaning but seemed to gather it anyway out of professional spite. No war ancients yet. This was not theory. This was command. Garen began. The first living formations are no longer provisional. Mar snorted, some are. Garen looked at him. Mar shrugged. Raw Blacktooth bodies still move like frightened sacks with teeth. Dava said, better than 2 weeks ago. Worse than rocks. Rocks do not learn. Mar smiled. Rocks also do not hide ration cakes in their boots. Pike's head turned. Which file? Mar looked at him. That was not the point. Which file? Dava answered without emotion. 3rd Blacktooth intake, lower yard, I handled it. Pike made a mark anyway. Garen waited. Silence returned because he required it and because the dead under him still remembered armies where silence before command mattered. The 1st Legion will need living ranks beneath dead sergeants, Garen said. No one spoke at once. That was how he knew they had all been thinking it. Voss tapped one finger on the map near the road marks. March files already choose louder goblins if we do not assign them. Better to choose for them. Stonehand said, armor racks need file responsibility. Raw bodies stack shields wrong. Old line corrects faster than forge guards. Pike said, ration theft decreases when veteran line bound stand inside the food queue. Mar looked at him. You notice that? I notice food. Dava's dead eyes remained on Garen. Raw recruits copy survivors. They do not copy speeches. Garen nodded once. Names. This time everyone looked at Mar. Mar scowled. What? Dava said, you have one. I have many things. Most are complaints. You have a name. Mar looked toward the map as if hoping it would change the subject. It did not. Garen waited. Mar hated being forced into sincerity more than he hated incompetent recruits. It made his ruined face look almost alive with irritation. Doth, he said finally. No one laughed. That made it worse. Mar pointed one blackened finger at the table. I know. Garen said, speak. Mar's jaw worked. I know Duth was a dumbass. Dava's mouth almost moved. Almost. Mar continued quickly, as if speed might make praise less poisonous. He shook if I breathed too loud. Dropped spear twice in the early drills. Tried to hide behind a shield smaller than his own ribs. First time armor corrected him, he looked like his soul had pissed itself. Pike said, did it. Mar ignored him, but he stood at Vexa. He did not break when the Greymaw hit the camp. At Outer Blacktooth, he closed a gap before I had to take his head off for seeing it and doing nothing. In Middle Blacktooth, he kept his shield when heat hit the lane. Inner Blacktooth, when the orc threw bodies into his file, he stayed in place long enough for two raw ones to remember they had legs for standing. Garen did not move. Mar exhaled through his nose, and now he corrects others. Dava set her training slate down. He does. Mar looked annoyed that agreement had arrived. He knows the line. He knows the signals. He knows not to step over corpse salt unless told. He keeps raw goblins from lifting spears like idiots. They listen because he is one of them and because he has dents they recognize. Stonehand grunted, dense matter. Voss said, so does survival. Pike said, so does ration order. Mar rounded on him. Everything is food to you. Pike's stare was flat, yes. Garen lifted one hand slightly. The room returned to order. Mar looked back at him. I do not know if this legion promotes the living. I do not know if slaves get rank. But if they do, Duth has earned it. And if they do not, we should invent something before the raw bodies decide there is no difference between standing and surviving. The chamber held the words. Outside, distant hammers continued. Iron did not care that a new institution had just been proposed. Garen looked down at the map, then at his sergeants. A rank without authority is decoration. Mar's eyes narrowed, then give him authority. Over what? Living files. Nothing more. Dava said formation correction, drill repetition, shield spacing, spear angle, silence under signal. Stonehand added armor care. Pike added ration queue reporting. Voss added march position and pace. Mar muttered, give him the whole army, why don't we? Garen said, no command over dead. Obviously, no command over Foxskin. Would not trust him with Foxskin tails anyway. No command over Acolytes. Mar made a disgusted sound. I would promote a bucket before I put Duth over Acolytes. No independent punishment without marked permission. That one made Mar pause. Then what good is rank? Correction is not punishment. Mar's ruined smile returned. It can be. Garen's helm turned fully toward him. Mar. I fine, he corrects, reports, holds file, drills raw bodies. No cutting fingers off unless someone higher says the fingers are excess. Dava said he needs a visible mark. Stonehand nodded, shoulder band, easier to see in file than collar. Collar vanishes under shield line. Pike said ration token. Everyone looked at him. Pike stared back. If rank changes duty, it changes ration movement, not more food, different queue. File leaders collect and distribute under guard. Mar pointed at him. There, that is why everyone hates quartermasters. Pike said, and why armies survive them. Garen looked to Voss, march use. Voss tapped the road from Blacktooth toward the nearest remaining hold. Place one veteran every few raw bodies in column. If Duth holds one file well, others may be chosen later. Do not let living rank spread faster than discipline. Goblins will imitate authority before understanding duty. Mara would have said the same thing with sharper edges. Garen nodded. The title. Mar looked irritated again. What? The rank needs title. Goblin who finally stands. Dava said no. Useful bastard. No. Small sergeant. Garen said no. Mar shrugged, then why ask me? Silence, then Stonehand, still looking at the ceiling brace, said, Chain Corporal. The words settled, not noble, not kind, not free, correct. Mar tasted them and grimaced because they fit. Chain Corporal doth. Dava nodded once, Pike made a mark. Voss said, works in column. Garen looked at the iron table. Chain Corporal, authority over living file correction under Sergeant Command. Rank mark on shoulder. Ration responsibility by file. Armor responsibility by rack. No independent command beyond assigned formation. Mar folded his arms again. So we are doing it. We are taking it to Valorian. Mar made a face. He will like it. Dava looked at him. That bothers you. Yes. Garen lifted his hand from the table. Bring Duth after the council is called. Mar's smile returned, cruel and almost proud. Can I tell him he is being punished first? Garen paused, no. Mar sighed, you take joy from command. No, Garen said, I preserve use. The command dead left the chamber in ordered silence. Mar remained a moment longer. Garen did not turn. You have more to say. Mar hated that Garen always knew. He is still a goblin. Yes. Still afraid. Yes. Still might hide food if Pike blinks too long. Yes. Still a slave. Garen turned then. His helm gave nothing away. That was why it made the words heavier. So are we. Mar looked at him. For once, he did not answer quickly. Garen continued. Rank does not free him, it places him where he is most useful. Mar looked toward the drill yard passage where shield impacts echoed faintly. Does that trouble you? Mar laughed once. No. That is what troubles me. By the time Valorian entered the inner command hall, the larger council had already gathered. The room had been Blacktooth's ruler court 2 months before. The door throne remained, but Valorian had not sat in it. He had ordered it stripped, braced, and turned into a raised map platform. The hanging black tooth of stone still jutted from the ceiling above it, casting a jagged shadow over the table below. The bound ruler of Blacktooth was not present. He was kept elsewhere, alive, useful, and corrected whenever his memory tried to become private. Around the platform stood the machinery of Valorian's new power. Garen black and still, Mar with his hands behind his back, Dava Rusk, Joran Pike, Albric Stonehand, Mael Voss. The 4 war ancients behind them, Talon Vayer with campaign memory silent in his dead eyes, Corvin Ash tracing fortification lines without touching the map, Audrin Pell watching supply marks instead of troop marks, Marathorn of the Red Board looking at everything as if searching for the flaw that would kill them later. Orvin stood near the forge reports, soot blackened and silent. The Seed Mother stood near no one, soil still under her dead nails. Malachar lounged where no one had invited him, the 4 acolytes arranged behind him in draft-stained black cloth. Aelrian stood near a ward pillar, pale and unwilling. Mother Kale stood with Perrin and Skava near the rear, present because food, prisoners, foxskin, goblin households, and mercy had all been made into subjects of war. Braca and Voron stood under guard near the right wall, not kneeling, not any more unless ordered. The 2 orcs wore chain marks over broken contract cords. Their posture remained defiant, but their eyes moved differently now when maps were open. They listened when roads became targets. They listened when enemies were named. They listened best when Garen spoke of future battle. Valorian noticed, so did everyone who mattered. Dusk crouched near the platform steps, violet black body half in shadow, smoky eyes fixed on the orcs whenever they breathed too loudly. Valorian took his place beneath the hanging stone, not on the throne remnant before it. Report. Audrin began because food came before glory unless fools wish to die with banners in their hands. Food panic has lessened, not ended. Valorian looked toward the Seed Mother. She did not speak quickly. She never did. Bed's root, mushrooms answer. Water listens poorly in the lower western cuts. Grave loam is strong where the dead were recent. Old dead make bitter growth unless ash is balanced. Mother Kale's face tightened. The Seed Mother continued. Storage improves when theft is punished before hunger grows clever. Pike nodded. Mother Kale looked at him with open hatred. Pike accepted it as one accepts weather. Audrin placed 3 black stones on the map. Blacktooth stores carry the core. Stone Eater's Bend supports the western roads. Vexa remains thin but stable. Submitted dens are unreliable until their food workers are replaced or watched. We can feed the Forge expansion if troop rotation remains disciplined. Can we march? Audrin's dead eyes lifted. Yes. Not easily, not without cost, not as far as ambition wants. Only yes. Valorian accepted that as honesty. Orvan's report came next. He did not speak until a goblin assistant placed 3 armor pieces on the table, an iron cap, a throat collar, and a low shoulder plate. Caps repeat well enough, collars acceptable, shield rims improved, spearheads consistent if the 3rd forge stops overheating the bloom. Shoulder plates crack when rushed, chest slabs hold. Rivets remain poor because goblin fingers hurry when watched and steel when not watched. Mar said cut off fingers. Orvan looked at him. Then who holds the rivets? Mar shrugged, other fingers. Orvan ignored him. The first pattern is ugly. Garen said, is it useful? Yes. Then ugly is irrelevant. Orvan's dead mouth almost approved. Almost. Aorian looked at the armor pieces. The black chain etchings on them had become finer than before, not decorative, not alive in the way Valorian's visible chains were alive, but receptive, like iron taught to wait for command. You have improved the marks, Aorian said. Valorian did not look at him. You have helped. Aorian's jaw tightened. I was compelled. Yes, that distinction still exists. For you. Malachar smiled. The acolytes watched the exchange with the desperate attention of believers, hoping cruelty might become doctrine if repeated clearly enough. Garen turned the council toward troop readiness. The living First Legion is not complete. Mar muttered, thank the dead. Garen continued. It exists in parts, old line cadres, Blacktooth intakes, Bend files, Vexa remnants, Foxkin bow corps, road escorts, corpse teams, forge guards, ration guards. The issue is not bodies, it is reliability. Mara said reliability is created by habit, hierarchy, fear, and reward. You have 3. Valorian looked at her. Speak plainly. You have fear, you have habit forming. You have hierarchy among the dead. You do not yet have reward among the living. Aorian turned slightly. He saw where this was going before Mar enjoyed it. Garen said, that is why we bring a recommendation. Valorian waited. Mar stepped forward. He did not kneel. He was dead, bound, and too useful for unnecessary gestures unless Valorian required them. My lord, the Chainbender. The acolytes stirred at the title. Mar hated that too. There is a goblin, Duth, old line, first armor test body, been with the shield files since the early drills. I know him, Valorian said. He is still ugly. Most of the room did not react. Voron smiled faintly. Mar pointed backward toward the drill yard passage. But he stands. More than that, he makes others stand, corrects spear angle, keeps shields low, hits raw bodies before I have to. Held at Blacktooth when better-looking cowards tried becoming corpses ahead of schedule. Valorian's eyes sharpened. Mar continued. I recommend promotion. That word changed the chamber more than a shouted warning would have. Skava looked up, Perrin's ears angled forward. Mother Kale's face tightened in confusion first, then something darker. Aelrian stared at Mar as if the sergeant had opened a door that should have remained stone. Valorian said, "To what?" "Chain Corporal." The title entered the room and did not leave. Garen spoke before anyone else could. Authority over living file correction under sergeant command. Drill, shield spacing, spear angle, file discipline, armor care, ration distribution by file, report of cowardice and theft. No command over dead, no command over foxskin, no command over acolytes, no independent punishment without marked hand permission. Mar looked disappointed at that last part all over again. Valorian considered. Aelrian spoke softly. "You are giving slaves ambition." No one moved, even the orcs looked at him. Aelrian's face was pale, but his voice held. "You have already given them fear, hunger, formation, marks, armor that receives command. Now you would give them a ladder inside the prison and call the climbing useful." Valorian turned toward him. "I am not calling it useful." Aelrian's eyes narrowed. Valorian continued, "I am making it useful." Aelrian's burned hands closed slowly. "You understand what this becomes?" "Yes." "They will begin to measure themselves by obedience." "Yes." "They will police each other." "Yes." "They will become proud of surviving inside the thing that owns them." Valorian stepped closer to the table. "No." Aelrian's mouth tightened. Valorian looked toward the drill yard, where distant goblin voices answered Dava's cadence. "They will become proud of being harder to waste." That silenced the room for one breath. Then Valorian looked back at Aelrian. "I am giving obedience a ladder." Mother Kale closed her eyes, not because she had no answer, because she did, because it would change nothing. Garen bowed his helm slightly. "The rank will improve training scale." Pike said, "and ration discipline." Stonehand said, "and armor maintenance." Voss said, "and march order." Dava said, "and recruitment shock." Raw goblins copy those who survived what they fear. Mara's voice came from behind them. "It also creates identity." Valorian looked to her. She met his gaze without fear because death and the chain had left her enough sharpness to be dangerous in conversation. Identity is stronger than pain when it has time to root. A goblin who fears punishment will obey while watched. A goblin who believes himself old line will correct another goblin when no sergeant sees. That is useful. It is also the beginning of a culture you may not fully control by pain alone once it grows. Mar snorted. "It is goblin culture, kick it." Mara did not look at him. Cultures that survive being kicked learn where to stand. Valorian almost smiled. "Then we will teach this one formation." He looked to Garen, "Bring him." Mar went himself. That mattered, though he would have denied it until someone broke his jaw to improve honesty. The council waited. Outside, the hammers continued. The whole conquered region seemed to breathe through them. Iron drawn, iron heated, iron struck, iron cooled, iron marked, iron issued. Beneath the hammers were other sounds, shovels in grave loam, dead feet in corpse halls, foxskin bowstrings, goblin drill cadence, orc breathing, children eating, ledgers being copied, roads being measured. The empire had not yet become vast enough to frighten elves properly, or deep enough to crack dwarven gates, or strong enough to swallow orc clans whole. But it had become large enough to continue when Valorian was not in the room. That was the change. Mar returned with Duth. Duth entered like a goblin trying not to enter like a goblin. His body wanted to crouch lower than discipline allowed. His eyes wanted to count exits. His fingers wanted to touch the ration knot at his belt, the shield strap, the old dent on his chest plate, the place where Blacktooth blood had stained the leather and never fully left. He did none of those things, mostly. His right eye flicked toward dusk and away again. Wise, Mar shoved him forward. Duth stumbled one step, recovered, and snapped into shield stance though he had not brought a shield. Mar's mouth twitched. Look at him, almost tragic. Duth kept staring forward. Valorian looked down at him. The goblin had changed, not much to an elf, not much to an orc, not much to a human knight from the old world who had seen men hold bridges under arrows. But to Valorian, who had watched the first trembling line-bound learn what armor could do to a body, the change was clear. Fear had not left Duth. Fear had been organized. That was better. Duth, Valorian said. Duth dropped to one knee. The motion was immediate, clean, too practiced to be panic alone. My lord, the chainbender. The acolyte shivered. Mar rolled his eyes. Valorian said, stand. Duth stood. Tell me what you are. Duth froze. The question was too large. Goblin instincts ran visibly through him. Prisoner, slave, line-bound. Alive because obedience had not yet killed him. Old line, Mar's target, Garen's file. Blacktooth survivor, nothing, useful, terrified, hungry, proud of nothing because pride could be taken. The chain waited, Duth swallowed. Line-bound, my lord. Valorian said nothing. Duth's eyes flicked to Mar. Mar glared. Duth corrected himself before pain came. Old line, my lord. Mar's glare softened into something cruelly satisfied. Valorian stepped closer. What does old line do? Duth's answer came faster this time. Stands. What else? Shield closed, spear under. Fear later, dead forward, living holds. A faint sound came from Dava Rusk. Approval, perhaps, or recognition that a lesson had become phrase. Valorian looked toward Mar. Mar shrugged. He listened sometimes. Valorian looked back to Duth. Do raw goblins listen to you? Duth hesitated. Truth became dangerous. Yes, my lord. Why? Duth's mouth opened. Closed, he did not know how to say because I survived before them and they are afraid of what I know. He did not know how to say because Mar hits harder after I fail and they would rather I hit first. He did not know how to say because when I tell them how not to die, sometimes they do not die. He did not know how to say because I was nothing and now new goblins look at my dents as if dents are a kind of name. So he said the simplest thing, because I stood before they came. The chamber held that. Valorian looked at Garen. Garen inclined his helm. Valorian raised his master hand. Duth stiffened. The chain moved, not as punishment. That made him more afraid. An iron shoulder band lay on the table beside the armor pieces. Stonehand had made it quickly from a trimmed plate, ugly and solid, with a small chain mark etched along its rim. Not full command, not officer authority, a sign, a receiver. A reminder that rank in the chain was not honor given freely but burden fastened. Valorian touched it, the black etching deepened. Aelrian looked away. Valorian lifted the band and stepped behind Duth. Duth's breathing became sharp. Mar said, if you piss yourself, I will demote you before you are promoted. Duth stopped breathing altogether. The band locked onto his left shoulder strap, not by buckle alone, by chain. Duth gasped as the mark entered the armor and through the armor the command structure around him, not like the first plate at Stone Eater's Bend. That had dragged his body into obedience. This did something more precise. It gave him a place to stand above others and below command. That place had edges. The chain showed him the edges. He could correct. He could not free. He could report. He could not decide punishment. He could command file posture. He could not command battle. He could take ration bundles for his assigned file. He could not hide one. He could strike a spear down. He could not cut a throat unless ordered. He could stand before raw goblins and be more than them. He could never forget why. Duth shook, but he did not fall. Valorian stepped back. Duth of the old line. The goblin's eyes widened. You are chain corporal. Silence, then Mar barked, answer. Duth dropped to one knee again. This time the motion was not as clean. Something in him had become too full too quickly. My lord, the chainbender. Valorian looked at him. What bidding do you require? The acolytes stared as if a goblin had stolen holy words. Valorian did not correct him, not because doth meant them the same way, because usefulness did not require purity. Stand, chain corporal. Doth stood, Valorian turned to the room. Living ranks begin with him, not as reward, as structure. Aelrian whispered, that is worse. Valorian heard, yes. Garen spoke next, voice carrying the cold weight of military law. Chain Corporal Duth will take old line file responsibility under Sergeant Mar and Sergeant Rusk. His conduct will determine whether further living ranks are issued. Mar leaned toward Duth, no pressure. Duth stared forward with terror sharpened into attention. Pike stepped up and handed him a small ration token marked by file. Duth took it like it might bite. It will be checked, Pike said. Duth nodded quickly. Stonehand handed him a shield strap marker. Your file stores shields wrong. I break the shoulder band off and make Orvin reissue it to someone less disappointing. Duth nodded again. Voss gave him a road cord. Column spacing, no drift. Duth nodded. Dava Rusk stepped forward last. She did not hand him anything. She looked down at him. Teach what kept you alive, not what made you afraid. Duth did not understand the distinction fully, but he felt that he was supposed to. Yes, Sergeant. Mar clapped him on the back hard enough to nearly knock him forward. Look at that, he speaks rank now. Duth recovered his stance. That mattered, Mar noticed. So did Garen, so did Valorian. Braca from the wall gave a low, amused grunt. Voran looked at Duth with something like contempt first, then revised it into curiosity. The orc spoke. Small chain rank. Duth's ears flattened. Voran smiled, but he stands. Mar pointed at the orc. You do not encourage him. That is my mistake to manage. Voran's smile widened. Dusk growled softly because the orc was enjoying the room too much. Valorian let the sound pass. The council resumed after Duth was sent out, though no one mistook the promotion for a small matter anymore. It had become a hinge. Reports followed. The two remaining goblin holds were placed under discussion. One controlled ore routes and old shaft networks. The other held marsh stores, poison beds, and lesser tunnel shrines. Neither was Blacktooth. Neither could pretend Blacktooth had not fallen unless their rulers had chosen stupidity as burial cloth. Mara argued that one could be made to kneel through ledgers, food pressure, and the public use of Blacktooth's bound ruler. Corvin argued that the other would burn its own entrances before surrendering and should be approached with dead labor ahead of living files. Adrin asked how much food each surrender would cost. Pike answered before the question finished. Voss marked roads. Stonehand marked temporary forts. Orvin marked forge mouths. The Seed Mother marked soil. Malachar marked corpse pits. Aelrian marked lay pressure and ward risk. Garen marked formations. Valorian marked ownership. The two orcs listened longest when the second hold's fighting strength was discussed. Braca finally spoke. They will run if you show them Blacktooth's little king. Skava flinched at the phrase. Valorian looked at him. Goblins. Braca nodded. Most. Voran added, some will fight because running after fear is shame. Mar laughed, you know goblins poorly. Voran looked at him, I know warriors. Mar's grin sharpened, that is the problem. Valorian watched the orcs, bound, resistant, useful in war. Less useful in stillness, better when pointed toward an enemy. That was a lesson too, not yet a legion. Not yet a culture under the chain, but a beginning, just as Duth was a beginning, just as Orvin's ugly armor was a beginning, just as the Seed Mother's grave loam was a beginning, just as the buried dead under the roads were a beginning. The chain no longer advanced by Valorian's hand alone. It advanced by procedures, by ranks, by hunger measured, by iron repeated, by dead placed, by living corrected, by fear given shape until shape became habit and habit began calling itself pride. Late that night after the council ended, Valorian stood alone above the drill yard. Not truly alone. Dusk crouched in the shadow beside him. Garen waited several paces back. Aorian remained because the chain had not allowed him to leave yet, and because some part of him could not stop watching the thing he hated become more coherent. Below, torchlight cut the yard into lanes. Duth stood before a file of raw goblins. His new shoulder band caught the light. He looked too small for the rank. That was fitting. All beginnings look too small until they survive. A raw goblin lifted his shield wrong. Duth struck it down, close. The goblin obeyed. Another shifted his foot backward. Duth hooked the ankle and pulled it into line. Old line does not step back. "You are not old line," the recruit muttered. Duth went still. For a moment the old goblin returned. The one who might have looked to Mar, to Garen, to Pain, to the chain, to someone larger to answer insult for him. He did not. He stepped close to the recruit. "No," Duth said, "you are not." Then he struck the recruit's shield with his spear butt. Again. The file repeated the stance. Mar watched from the edge of the yard, arms folded, pretending not to be satisfied. Aorian's voice came quietly from beside Valorian. "It is working." Valorian looked down at the yard. Yes. That was not admiration. "No. It should frighten you." Valorian's eyes remained on Duth. "It does not." "That is because you think control is the same as understanding." Valorian turned slightly. Aorian looked older than he had 2 months before, not in face. Elves did not give time that victory so easily, but in the way he held his shoulders, in the way his anger now carried exhaustion behind it, in the way horror had stopped arriving as surprise and begun arriving as confirmation. "You are teaching them to become proud of obedience," Aorian said. Valorian answered without looking away. "I am teaching them to survive command." "You are building a people inside a chain." "I am building a legion." "Legions become people if they last long enough." Valorian looked at him then. Aorian did not retreat from the gaze. Valorian said, "Then it will be a people that knows where to stand." Below, Duth struck another shield. Again. The word traveled across the yard. Again. The forge hammers answered from beyond the wall. Again. In the corpse halls, dead hands were threaded for future rising. Again, in the grave loam terraces, water moved through corrected channels. Again. On the roads, markers were set toward the remaining holds. Again. In Blacktooth's old court, maps waited beneath iron weights. Again. The first chain corporal drilled raw goblins until their feet remembered the line better than their fear remembered flight. Garen stepped up beside Valorian. "Duth will not be enough." "No. Others will need choosing." "Yes. Some will fail." "Yes. Some will abuse rank." "They will be corrected." "Some will become proud." Valorian looked back down at the yard. "That is the point." Garen said nothing for a time. Then quietly, "Pride can hold where fear thins." Valorian nodded. Aorian closed his eyes. The hammers continued. 2 months after Blacktooth, Valorian had not yet conquered the world. He had not challenged the High Elves. He had not broken Dwarven gates. He had not taken the Orc clans. He had not returned to the deep woods with an army strong enough to make the old trees regret having roots. Not yet. But he had done something quieter and more dangerous than victory. He had made Conquest repeatable. Iron could be issued. Food could be scheduled. Roads could be seeded. Dead could be stored. Ranks could be invented. Cowards could become cadre. Obedience could be given a ladder. Below him, Chain Corporal Duth of the old line raised his spear. The raw goblins raised theirs after him, not perfectly, not nobly, not freely, together. Valorian watched until the line held without Mar speaking. Only then did he turn toward the map room where the 2 remaining goblin holds waited in charcoal and iron. Blacktooth had been a war. The next holds would be arithmetic, and the first legion was learning how to count. Chain 7. Iron and Graves. Link 2. The dead knock first. Rustmaw did not close its gates when Valorian came. It closed its mouths. That was the difference between a city built for walls and a hole dug by goblins who had never trusted sky. From the ridge above the eastern approach, Rustmaw looked less like a settlement than an infection in the hills. Dark holes opened between red-stained stone ribs. Smoke leaked from slits in the ground. Mine wheels creaked under hide roofs. Rope cranes sagged over shaft mouths. Scrap piles rose like ugly little hills around the outer yards. Ore mud ran in orange streaks down the drainage cuts. Bone charms hung from vent poles. Low palisades marked the places goblins wanted enemies to see. The real entrances hid beneath tilted sheds, refuse banks, cracked kiln yards, and the roots of thorn trees that had long ago learned not to drink too deeply from the poisoned runoff. Rustmaw was not Blacktooth. That was the first thing every commander agreed on. It was smaller. That was the second thing. It was not weaker in the ways fools meant when they said smaller. Rustmaw's wealth was underfoot. Ore seams, old shafts, charcoal roots, hidden smelting pits, goblin diggers who could smell bad stone before it fell. Bad smiths who were still better than no smiths, scrap stock, wheel houses, collapsed human cuts reopened badly, deep crawl tunnels that led toward places even Blacktooth's ledgers described with grudging uncertainty. Blacktooth had been a city of debt, mouths, stores, markets, smoke, and fear. Rustmaw was a city of holes. Valorian wanted the holes, so he did not attack them first. The First Legion arrived before dawn and made no war cry. That unnerved Rustmaw more than banners would have. Goblins knew shouting. They knew raid screams. They knew taunts from above and knives from below. They knew smoke sent ahead of panic. They knew small bosses proving courage by spending other bodies loudly. They knew Blacktooth threats and Vexa bargains and Stone Eater's little cruelties. Noise belonged to Goblin War. The chain came quietly. Male Voss placed the road columns before the sun cleared the ridge. Carts first into covered hollows. Spear files after. Shield files to mouth roads. Foxskin runners in pairs along scent paths. Dead haulers to the low ground where wheels would sink if left to living judgment. Pikes ration guards at the rear kitchens before anyone hungry had time to discover opportunity. Stone hands worked crews to ditch lines. Corvin's markers to the visible gates. Audrin's black stones on the map. Garen's hand above all of it. The hold watched from slits and roof gaps. It waited for the charge. The charge did not come. Instead, the roads closed, not all at once. That would have been dramatic, and drama left gaps where discipline should stand. The South Mule cut closed first, though Rustmaw did not learn it until 3 runners tried to slip through Thorn Wash and found foxskin arrows already waiting in silence. 1 died. 1 was taken. 1 ran backward into his own warning cry and brought fear home earlier than Valorian had intended, but not earlier than Voss could use. The old kiln road closed next. Dead labor dragged burned carts across it and braced them with stakes while living goblins stood behind shields and watched the mouths of Rustmaw for sally parties. Nothing came. The hold still expected attack at the main gate and could not understand why the chain spent bodies blocking an ugly road used mostly by charcoal boys and thieves. Because Audrin had marked charcoal, because Orvin had marked smelting, because Blacktooth's ledgers had named the road Rustmaw claimed not to need. The western runoff ditch closed before mid-morning, not with walls, with corpse posts. 3 dead bodies, each chain threaded through spine and wrists, were driven upright into the mud at intervals where crawl space narrowed. Their arms were stretched outward and fastened with iron hooks. They did not fight. They did not move unless something living touched them. When the first Rustmaw child-sized runner tried to squeeze through afternoon, all 3 dead heads turned at once. The runner began screaming before the dead had seized him. The scream carried into Rustmaw. Mar, standing with the old line at the nearest shield post, looked toward Duth. Do not look pleased. Duth kept his shield close. I am not pleased, Sergeant. You sound pleased. I am learning, Sergeant. Mar's ruined mouth twitched. That is worse. Duth did not answer because chain corporals did not waste breath when raw files were watching. His shoulder band caught the dull morning light. Around him stood a mixed file: old line, bend bodies, blacktooth intakes, and new Rustmaw deserters already collared during the outer road seizures. The raw ones flinched every time a corpse post moved. Duth struck one shield rim with his spear butt, eyes forward. A blacktooth recruit whispered, "It is looking at us." Duth did not turn. Dead looks were ordered. It was a child. This time Duth's eyes shifted, not soft, not kind, harder than they had been 2 months before, dead forward, living holds. The recruit swallowed and faced front. Mar heard it. He said nothing. That was almost praise. By midday, Rustmaw had discovered something worse than attack. It had discovered measure. Every visible mouth had a watcher. Every watcher had rotation. Every rotation had rations. Every ration had guard. Every guard had file. Every file had an old line body or a dead sergeant's mark somewhere near enough to make panic expensive. Foxkin moved in the brush beyond Goblin sight. Red, brown, and gray shapes slipping along scent roads Rustmaw had thought belonged to its own smugglers. Dusk prowled the ravines and made even the foxkin uncomfortable, because she did not hunt like a wolfkin or scout like a fox person. She appeared where things were about to flee and made fleeing into meat. Braca and Voron stood in reserve on the northern slope. They hated reserve. That was why Garen put them there. "Enemy inside," Braca said for the third time. Garen did not look at him. "Yes." "We are outside." "Yes." Voron rolled one shoulder, chain marks dark against old contract scars. "Outside is for waiting bodies." Mar, passing behind them, barked a laugh. "You two are learning quickly." Voron showed tusks. "Point us." "When there is something worth breaking." Braca looked down at the mouths of Rustmaw. "There is." Garen turned his helm slightly then. "No, there is something worth taking." The orcs disliked the distinction. They listened anyway. That was what mattered. Valorian watched the encirclement from a stone rise beneath a black awning made from captured hides and old blacktooth toll cloth. The map table before him had been assembled from wagon boards and held down with iron weights. Rustmaw's mouths were marked in charcoal, red or dust, black cord, bone pins, and fragments of slate taken from Blacktooth's ledgers. Every time a scout returned, Talon adjusted memory. Every time a path closed, Voss moved a cord. Every time food was mentioned, Pike looked irritated before anyone lied. Corvin marked angles of attack that would not be used yet. Mara marked the places where patience could become arrogance. Audrin stood over the whole thing like hunger given a dead body. "The hold's outer stores are likely not central," he said. "If Blacktooth's ledgers are accurate, Rustmaw keeps show stores near the visible gate and true grain in the lower north pits." Skava stood near the rear, arms folded around herself. "If the ledger is old..." Audrin moved one black stone slightly. Then they moved food after Blacktooth fell. Pike said they did. Everyone looked at him. Pike placed a small gray token on the northwest road. 3 carts from lesser dens disappeared into Rustmaw before our forward runners arrived. Not enough for long confidence. Enough for a ruler to lie to his workers. Mara nodded. "Then hunger is not yet in the belly, it is in the argument." Valorian looked toward the hold. "Good." Aorian stood nearby, pale beneath the ridge wind. He had been pale more often lately, not from weakness alone, from accumulation, from being present when each new horror did not replace the last but joined it. Blacktooth's first corpse wards, the chill of the grave. The 4th acolyte's deeper knock, the orc bindings. Duth's promotion, the forge marks, now Rustmaw being measured like a throat before strangling. "You call that good," Aorian said. Valorian did not look at him. Hunger that reaches politics before bodies preserves labor. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Perrin looked away from her because pity had become another thing the chain could spend if one let it show too clearly. Malachar, standing farther down the ridge among corpse wagons covered in tarred cloth, laughed softly. He is right. Aelrian's head turned. Malachar's bone mask hid his mouth, but not the fever-bright pleasure in his eyes. That is the worst part, Malachar continued. A starving miner is a ruined tool. A frightened miner is a negotiating condition. A dead miner is labor, yes, but a living miner remembers shafts. Skill rots slower inside the breathing. Mother Kale whispered, "Do you hear yourself?" Malachar bowed slightly. Constantly, it is one of my better qualities. The first acolyte stepped beside him with a grave salt bowl held in both hands. Chainbender, what bidding do you require? The shorter phrase moved differently through the air. No courtly fat, no extra reverence, function and surrender. The other acolytes repeated it behind him, and behind them stood the new corpse assistants. Black-clothed goblins, draft-stained novices, bound body washers, bone counters, thread carriers, salt boys, cart handlers, and shroud cutters. They were not all true acolytes, not yet. Some were terrified. Some were hungry for status. Some had been selected because their hands were steady around dead things. Some because Malachar said they were too unpleasant to waste on ordinary labor. They stood around the wagons. Wagons, wagons and wagons, wagons from Blacktooth, wagons from Vexa, wagons from Stone Eater's Bend. Wagons from corpse yards, punishment pits, battlefields, collapsed tunnels, deck graves, old road burials, stripped shallow tombs, and the first buried muster caches that Malachar judged expendable enough to move. Not all the dead Valorian possessed, not even close, but enough that the road behind the ridge looked like a funeral procession that had forgotten grief and learned logistics. The dead lay under cloth, some whole, some bundled, some only bone, some tied by wrist, ankle, jaw, spine. Some already threaded, some waiting for salt, some marked with warning signs because they had answered badly in testing. Some stacked by intended use. Labor, pit fill, shield dead, ghouls, bone files, corpse knots. Not yet abominations, Malachar had insisted that morning. Abomination is a craft word, he had said. Do not spend it on every heap with ambition. Mar had told him all heaps looked the same once they tried to bite someone. Malachar had replied that this was why sergeants should not be allowed to name doctrine. The wagons waited below Valorian's ridge. Rustmall saw them by afternoon. That changed the hold. It was visible even from distance. The first hours of encirclement had brought ordinary fear, movement behind slits. Shouting between mouths. Smoke signals cut short when foxskin arrows struck vent poles. A few probing sorties, 2 failed runner attempts. One minor tunnel mouth collapsed from inside too early and trapped Rustmall bodies in the wrong place, which Corvin marked as evidence of frightened command. Then the corpse wagons rolled forward, slowly, not toward the main gate only, toward every meaningful mouth. Dead oxen pulled some carts. Living goblins pulled others under guard. Dead haulers dragged the heaviest loads where wheels could not manage stone. The cult walked between them with grave salt bowls and corpse thread. The acolytes did not chant constantly. That would have cheapened it. They chanted when Valorian raised his hand. Chainbender, what bidding do you require? Valorian looked at Rustmall. The dead will knock first. The first acolyte smiled so brightly that Aelrian looked sick. The first wave was not glorious. That made it worse. Malachar began with labor dead. Old corpses, fresh corpses, skeletons with wire-bound joints, goblin dead with tools tied into their hands, bodies that could stand, walk, fall, crawl, push, and be spent without asking the chain to waste elegance on them. Grave salt marked their brows. Black thread ran through wrists. Some had jawbones wired shut. Some hung open in permanent surprise. Some carried shields, some carried planks, some carried stones, some carried nothing but their own weight. They went down the slope in loose files. No drums, no horns, no living scream. Only the scrape of dead feet, the creak of thread, the clatter of bones that had not yet learned silence, and the low sound of Malachar's instructions passing through acolyte mouths. Pit fill forward. The dead walked, Rusmal fired. Arrows struck dead flesh and stayed there. Darts clicked against bone. A clay bulb shattered in the middle of the first corpse file, spreading yellow gas low across the approach. The dead entered it without slowing. Behind them, living Legion files remained outside its reach, shield steady. A raw goblin in Duth's file whimpered. Duth struck his shoulder with the flat of his spear. Living holds. The goblin sucked air through teeth. Dead forward, he whispered. Duth did not praise him, but he did not strike him again. The first trap opened 30 paces from the lower or mouth. A false road section dropped away. 6 dead fell into the pit. Spikes broke through ribs, hips, skulls, and old leather. One corpse continued crawling along the spikes because its arms remained useful. A second fell across the gap and jerked as its thread pulled tight. A third landed on its back and kept moving its legs in the air, obedient to a command its body could no longer perform. The pit was marked. Dead haulers moved forward with planks. Rusmal fired harder. The dead placed planks. 2 fell. 3 rose badly. 1 crawled into the pit and became part of the bridge. Malachar watched through a bone spyglass. Note the second row. Too much knee memory. They hesitate at drops. The third acolyte scratched a mark onto a slate. Aelrian stared at him. You are taking notes. Malachar lowered the spyglass. Yes. They are corpses. Badly prepared corpses, therefore notes. Aelrian's face went bloodless in a way that had nothing to do with fear for himself. You are learning how to spend them better. Of course. Mother Kale turned away. Skava did not. She watched the first dead bridge become usable under arrow fire and looked as if another part of goblin life had been taken from her and given a purpose too large to mourn properly. The first wave reached the lower or mouth by late afternoon. It did not enter. It tested. Bodies pushed against barricades. Skeleton hands searched for wire traps. Dead fingers pulled hooks. Corpse backs accepted falling stones. One dead goblin carried a black salt bowl under an arrow slit and held it there until defenders dumped oil on him. The oil burned. The corpse stood long enough for Aelrian to see firelight in the holes where eyes had been and then collapsed against the mouth, burning there, smoke climbing into Rusmal's own vent. The hold cheered when the corpse fell. Then the smoke went inward. The cheering stopped. Corvin marked the effect. Unintentional. Malachar smiled. Initially. Valorian said, repeat it intentionally. Aelrian said, you are turning failed corpses into smoke plugs. Valorian watched another dead body dragged into place. Yes. The second wave began at dusk. Chain ghouls. Mar disliked them, not because they frightened him. Mar had died too thoroughly to give fear easy purchase. He disliked them because they had no line discipline and therefore offended the part of him that believed even horror should keep formation if it wanted to be useful. They came from the wagons uncovered, not in ranks, in clusters. Fresh enough to move fast, broken enough not to care, ugly enough that even goblins under Valorian flinched when the grave salt woke them. Their mouths worked before sound came. Their fingers clawed at cartboards. A few had to be speared in place until the chain caught properly. One rose with its head backward and still found the direction of Rusmal when Valorian pointed. The acolytes were shaking, from strain, from awe, from the terrible joy of seeing their rights leave the chamber and become campaign. The first acolyte raised both black-stained hands. Chambender, what bidding do you require? Valorian's master hand opened. Bite the mouths. The chain ghouls went. Rusmal did not cheer this time. The ghouls ran low, crawled, lunged, dragged themselves through culvert cuts, climbed over pit bridges made from the first wave, threw themselves into murder holes and swarmed barricade seams where living bodies would have paused to avoid hooks. They did not avoid hooks. They took hooks into arms, ribs, jaws, and kept pulling. Defenders stabbed down through roof slits. The ghouls seized spear shafts and refused to release. Rustmore goblins hacked fingers away. The fingers kept twitching. At the West Refuse mouth, 3 ghouls squeezed through a drainage line too low for armored goblins. Rustmore defenders had left it half-blocked, expecting rats, children, or smoke. They got dead hands. The first defender inside screamed as something without a full jaw bit into his ankle and pulled his foot through the gap until bone broke. The second defender tried to hack the ghoul apart. Another ghoul came through beneath the first, then another. The mouth closed from inside, not taken, closed. Rustmore had to collapse that passage to stop them. Corvin marked the collapse. Vice marked the lost exit. Audrin moved 1 food stone farther from Rustmore. Pike said, "They just buried one of their own roots." No one celebrated, that would have been too small. Below the ridge, Duth's file held while the ghouls passed close enough for raw goblins to smell the open dead. A blacktooth recruit vomited behind his shield. Mar saw, Duth saw first. Wipe mouth. The recruit shook. Wipe mouth or breathe it. The recruit wiped his mouth. Duth leaned close. You run from dead, you run into Mar. The recruit looked toward Mar. Mar smiled. The recruit chose the dead. Good. The night became siege in earnest. Rustmore tried 3 sallies. The first came from a kiln shed that had not been marked as a mouth. Foxkin had marked it anyway. Perrin's runners caught the scent before the door lifted. The chain-bound line shifted before the first Rustmore fighter emerged. Old line shields closed. New armor took the first darts. Duth's file braced on the left edge while Dava's command snapped through the formation. Rustmore goblins burst out expecting to strike corpse wagons. They hit shield wall, not a beautiful wall. Not a human wall. Low, crooked, ugly, goblin-shaped, short spears under shield rims, hook catchers ready. Dense in the front rank from Blacktooth and earlier wars. Old line bodies placed where panic would have spread. Raw goblins breathing too fast but still there because every path backward contained someone worse than the enemy. Duth's spear entered the first Rustmore goblin under the ribs. He did not chase when the body fell, he held. A raw recruit beside him lunged too far. Duth hooked the back of his collar and yanked him into line. Dead forward, living holds. The recruit snarled, he was open. You were open. The second Rustmore goblin tried to use that moment. Mar killed him with a thrown spear and glared at Duth as if Duth had arranged the inconvenience personally. Duth lowered his head. Correction accepted, Sergeant. Mar blinked, then barked, do not get polite, it makes you sound like Pike. Pike, 30 paces behind them, said, Pike survives. The second sally struck the northern slope. That was when Garen used the orcs. Braca and Voron had waited all day like banked fires forced to pretend they were stones. When the Rustmore warfile came out of the north shaft under smoke cover, heavy with cleavers and black ore axes, Garen did not send the nearest goblin file first. He lifted his lesser hand. Braca, Voron. The 2 orcs moved before he finished. Not like ghouls, not like goblins, not like knights. They ran with heavy, brutal purpose, body magic gathering beneath skin, scar lines darkening, breath deepening. The Rustmore warfile saw them and faltered for half a heartbeat because goblins knew what orcs were in the way small things knew storm hooves. Braca hit the front rank with his axe. The shield broke. The goblin behind it did not merely fall. He ceased to occupy the place where resistance had been. Voron drove his shield into the next cluster and turned the whole sally sideways into the waiting goblin spear line. The first legion closed around the redirected force like a trap learning its own mouth. Valorian watched from the ridge. The orcs obeyed best when the order pointed toward an enemy. That remained true. The third sally did not come out fully. Rustmore opened a high vent and poured fire down toward a corpse wagon. Aelrian stopped it, not because he wished to save the corpses. That was almost worse. He stopped it because Valorian had already decided that wagon was material, and the chain made his hands answer before his disgust could become delay. A ward unfolded over the corpse wagon, white gold and sharp-edged, ugly from haste but strong enough. Fire splashed across it and rolled down both sides, igniting mud and old grass instead of the dead. Aorion's face twisted. Malachar looked delighted. Excellent. The preservation of dead assets through elven wardcraft. I never dreamed my education would become this offensive. Aorion turned on him. I hope every grave you touch learns to hate you. Malachar bowed. Many already have. It has not slowed my work. The third wave began before midnight, shield dead. These were not ghouls, Mar hated them less. They rose from wagons in rows, more carefully prepared, older corpses reinforced with wire strap, plate scraps, shield grips nailed or bound into hands. Some still had enough flesh to hold shape. Some were mostly bone beneath armor. Their heads had been marked with black ash lines. Their ankles tied short so they would not overstride. Their shields were crude, thick, and ugly. They marched badly, but they marched. That changed the siege again. Rustmaw defenders had begun adjusting to ghouls, sealing low mouths, stabbing downward, avoiding fingers, burning crawl lines. Then the shield dead came to the main or gate in formation, and the defenders had to remember arrows. Arrows struck shields, darts struck shields, stones struck shields, oil struck shields. The shield dead did not raise them perfectly, but they did not lower them from fear. They did not look at one another when the first body fell. They did not break because the body beside them burned. They stepped into impact with the hideous patience of things that had no future except command. Behind them came corpse labor with stakes and hooks. Behind corpse labor came more shield dead. Behind those waited the living First Legion, unspent, fed, armored, watching. That was what broke the first Rustmaw voices, not the dead alone, the waiting living. A defender shouted from behind the gate, voice cracking through smoke. Send your soldiers, chain dog. No one answered. The shield dead continued. Another voice shouted, coward. Mar looked offended. Are they talking to us? Duth said they want living close. Mar looked at him. Duth realized he had spoken without permission. Chain corporal, Mar said. Yes, sergeant. Why do they want living close? Duth swallowed, so killing matters. Mar grinned, good. Then Mar shouted toward the gate, you are not worth spending the living yet. That answer carried. Rustmaw understood it. The shield dead reached the gate brace and began placing hooks. Defenders above poured boiling runoff. Steam rose, dead hands slipped. A few fell, more stepped forward. One shield dead caught a hook in both hands and held it while arrows turned its ribs into a nest. A corpse laborer behind it hammered a stake through the hook ring and into wood. Another did the same. Another, not enough to break the gate, enough to make the gate tired. Corvin watched, would fatigue after repeated pull. Stonehand nodded. Brace line above will crack before gate does. Orvin said, preserve hinges if possible. Mar stared at him, in the middle of a siege. Orvin did not look at him. Good hinges are rarer than brave goblins. Mar opened his mouth, closed it, fair. Near the ridge, Mother Kale had gone pale enough that Perrin stood closer without touching her. Skava stood on her other side. The three watched the shield dead work under boiling runoff and arrows, while living goblin files stood safe behind them. Mother Kale whispered, this is what he meant. Perrin did not ask, she said it anyway. When he began burying them near the woods, when he made storage out of the dead, this is what it was for. Skava's voice was flat, no. Mother Kale looked at her. Skava kept watching the gate. This is only the first thing it was for. Mother Kale flinched, Perrin's tail lowered. Below, the dead pulled again. The gate brace cracked. Rustmaw screamed behind it, not defeat, anger, fear. Command, the sound of rulers discovering that their defenses could be exhausted by things that did not understand courage. Valorian did not order the breach widened. Not yet. Enough, he said. Malachar turned. My lord. Valorian looked at him. Withdraw the third wave before collapse. Malachar's eyes sharpened with understanding. Cruelty could be artistry when applied with restraint. You want them to repair it. I want them to spend night repairing what dead hands will touch again tomorrow. Malachar's smile was almost reverent, beautiful. Aorian whispered, "No, it is not." Valorian looked at him. Aorian's voice shook now, not from fear of punishment but from the strain of watching correct logic serve desecration. "It is efficient. That is not beauty." Valorian turned back to the gate. Efficiency is beauty when it survives opposition. Aorian had no answer. The shield dead withdrew. Some had to be dragged by dead haulers. Some turned too slowly and were struck down by Rusmont defenders who mistook the withdrawal for weakness. Those defenders cheered again. Then they spent the rest of the night repairing the brace. The First Legion slept in rotations. The dead did not sleep. The cult worked by corpse lantern. Rusmont worked by fear. At dawn, the fourth wave was prepared. This time even Malachar was quiet. The corpse knots lay beneath heavy tarred sheets on the largest wagons. They were not true abominations, he had insisted. Not yet. True abominations required better stitching, stronger central anchoring, more reliable command thread, and ideally bodies selected for purpose rather than availability. These were siege knots, corpse masses. Moving barricades made from bodies too broken for file work and too intact for loam. Arms braided through rib cages. Spine bundles tied with black cord. Bone frames wired into push shapes. Shields nailed into dead backs. Jawless skulls used as anchor points. Feet facing too many directions until the chain taught them one. They were horrible. They were also crude. Malachar hated that the crudeness was visible. Aorian hated that Malachar cared about aesthetics. The first acolyte approached Valorian with grave salt on his face and both hands black to the wrist. "Chainbender, what bidding do you require?" Valorian looked down at the corpse knots. "Make them carry the gate's fear back into the gate." The acolyte trembled, not from confusion, from joy. "Yes, Chainbender." The sheets came off. Rusmont saw. The hold went silent before the wave moved. That silence mattered more than screams. The corpse knots rolled, dragged, crawled, lurched, and hauled themselves forward under command. They did not move like animals. They did not move like soldiers. They moved like bad decisions made obedient. One had 6 arms on one side and dragged itself in a curve until the acolytes corrected its direction. Another carried 3 shields across its front, each nailed to a different rib cage. One used 2 dead bodies as legs and left parts of both behind in the mud. Another had a skull turned outward from its side, and that skull's mouth worked soundlessly as if trying to object to employment. Mar stared. "That is a heap with ambition." Malachar, overhearing, snapped, "That is not the term." "It is now." The first corpse knot reached the outer pit line and fell in. That was its purpose. It filled badly, then better as a second knot crawled over it and became more bridge than creature. Rusmont defenders fired into the mass. Arrows vanished. Darts did nothing. Fire caught but burned slowly because the corpses had been packed with wet gravecloth and ash. The smell rose thick enough to make living goblins gag behind shields. Duth's file held, barely. The raw recruit who had vomited the day before went green again. Duth did not strike him, breathed through teeth. The recruit tried, eyes forward. The recruit's eyes kept drifting toward the corpse knot. Duth leaned close. "You want to be in it." The recruit snapped forward. "Good." Aorian heard from the ridge and looked at Duth as if the goblin had become another wound. "You see," he said to Valorian. Valorian watched the corpse knots reach the main gate. "I see many things. You are not the only one changing them now." "No, that should concern you." "It does not, because you think every change bends toward you." Valorian finally looked at him. "No, because I have given them nowhere else to stand. The corpse knots hit the gate, not as a ram, as weight. They pressed, seized, hooked, clogged, and climbed. Rusmal poured fire, the corpse knots burned. Rusmal dropped stones, the corpse knots absorbed them. Rusmal hacked limbs apart through murder slits. The severed parts remained in the mechanism, jamming shutters, blocking slits, clogging murder holes, making further defense harder because every dead piece became an obstacle shaped by Valorian's intention. Then the chain ghouls came under them. Not many, enough. They crawled beneath the corpse knots, through the bridge of bodies under the smoke, through the places defenders could no longer see because dead mass covered their own defenses. The west side of the main gate opened from inside for half a breath. Not fully. Not enough to prove it could. A Rusmal defender shrieked, "Close it." Another screamed, "They are under the gate." A third shouted, "Burn the lower brace." Corvin's eyes sharpened. They may burn their own gate. Orvin said, "Wasteful." Mara said, "Panic chooses waste before surrender." Valorian raised one finger. The Living Legion did not advance. That was the hardest command of the day. Garen felt the eagerness in the new files. Fear and bloodlust tasted similar through the chain when both wanted motion. Mar felt it in the twitch of shields. Duth felt it in the recruit beside him leaning forward. Braca and Voron practically radiated insult at being held back while a gate half yawned. "Hold," Garen said. The First Legion held, not perfectly, enough. That was the victory Valorian watched most closely. The dead spent themselves at the gate, the living did not. Inside Rustmal, politics broke before the gate did. By afternoon, 3 flags emerged from 3 different mouths. Not surrender flags. Goblin holds did not share enough dignity for that. One was a blackened oarcloth tied to a shovel. One was a strip of hide painted with ash circles. One was a child's shirt tied to a spear. They came from different factions. That mattered. Voss marked the mouths. Mara smiled faintly. There, hunger reached argument. Pike said, "Soon belly." Audrin said, "Not if we use the argument quickly." Valorian ordered the waves halted. The dead stopped where they were. That was worse than withdrawal. Corpse knots smoldered at the gate. Shield dead stood in rows under arrow slits. Ghouls scratched beneath lower barricades. Labor dead held planks over pits. Skeletons stood in runoff mud with darts in their ribs. Every mouth of Rustmal could see something dead waiting. The envoys came out near evening. 6 goblins, 3 factions. One shaft chief with iron dust around his eyes and 2 finger rings cut from ore tokens. One warfile boss in heavy hide, jaw scarred, carrying an axe he plainly wished to use. One pit priest or witch, though goblin distinctions around religion and craft often collapsed wherever blood was convenient. She wore black stone beads, ash paste, and a necklace of cracked minor teeth. 3 witnesses behind them. No children, that was wise. They were brought before Valorian under guard while the dead remained visible behind them. The shaft chief knelt first, not fully, enough to show he understood the arithmetic and hated it. The warfile boss did not kneel. Braca and Voron watched him with interest. The Orwitch stared at the corpse knots and whispered something in a goblin dialect so old Skava had to listen twice before translating. She says the earth will spit him out. Malachar turned his bone mask toward her, not if he salts correctly. Aorian closed his eyes. The shaft chief spoke first. Rustmal talks. Valorian looked at him. Rustmal is late. The chief swallowed. Rustmal has mouths, many mouths, some talk faster. Blacktooth had more. The chief flinched. Good. The warfile boss spat to the side. Blacktooth ruler was old worm. Mar grinned, a live worm. The boss's eyes flicked toward Mar. Mar leaned forward, bound worm. That reached them. Valorian gestured. 2 guards brought forward a cord from Blacktooth's ledgers, not the whole ledger. 1 cord, 1 slate, enough. Myrn of 2 Cuts came with it, shaking as always, but less useless than he had once been. He read the marks in a thin voice. Rustmaw's charcoal debt to Blacktooth, Rustmaw's or lies, Rustmaw's hidden North Pit grain, Rustmaw's tunnel oath after the broken flood year, Rustmaw's sale of collapsed shaft widows to Blacktooth debt pens. The shaft chief closed his eyes. The Orwitch began breathing hard. The Warfile boss said, lies. Myrn looked at him. For once, the old goblin did not flinch. No. The word was small, it held. Valorian looked at the envoys. Your mines are counted, your food is measured, your dead wait beneath you. Your mouths are held, your runners are taken, your gates are tired. Your defenders spend fire against corpses while my living army eats. The Warfile boss tightened his grip on the axe. Valorian's eyes moved to him. Swing. The command was soft. Everyone felt it. The boss did not swing. He wanted to. That was not the same. Voron chuckled, not warrior. The boss's eyes snapped toward him. Voron stepped forward one pace, tool with noise. Bracca's tusks showed. The boss's hand shook around the axe. Valorian let the insult work. Then he said, Rustmaw will open its mouths, its shaft maps will be surrendered, its food pits will be sealed under pike, its ore stores will be counted under Orvin. Its miners will remain living unless they choose uselessness. Its dead will be transferred to Malachar. Its war files will be bound. Its priests will surrender all lower rights for inspection. The Orwitch hissed. Lower rights feed the stone. Malachar said, then I look forward to correcting their diet. Valorian continued. Those who kneel now remain useful. Those who force entry become material. The envoys understood material. The corpse knots smoked behind him to help. The shaft chief bowed lower. Rustmaw opens. The Warfile boss snarled, no. There it was. No conquest ended without someone choosing to become lessened. The boss lifted his axe and turned, not toward Valorian, but toward the shaft chief. He meant to kill surrender before it became contagious. Bracca moved, not because Valorian ordered him aloud. Because Garen's lesser hand released exactly enough permission, and because the orc had been waiting all day for something honest. The Warfile boss was fast, for a goblin. Bracca caught his axe arm at the wrist and squeezed. Bone broke. The boss screamed and tried to bite him. Bracca headbutted him once. The goblin dropped to his knees. Voron looked disappointed. Short argument. Mar said most are when done properly. Valorian looked at the kneeling boss. Bound. The chain took him through fear, pain, witnessed failure, and the sudden collapse of his belief that refusal made him larger than the room. Compared to orcs, compared to Malachar, compared to Aelrian, compared to the first broken kings of goblin mouths, he was easy. That was also part of the lesson. The Orwitch watched him stiffen. Then she knelt. Rustmaw opened before nightfall, not all mouths, not honestly. That would have been too convenient. 3 mouths opened. 2 stayed closed and were later discovered to contain Warfile holdouts. 1 shaft entrance had been trapped before surrender and cost 6 dead laborers, no living troops, and 1 hour of Malachar complaining about wasteful corpse damage. 1 hidden smoke vent released black vapor into a dead shield file and accomplished nothing except proving the vent existed. 1 lower priest chamber burned its own records and was sealed until the fumes died, but the hold opened. The living First Legion entered second. The dead entered first. That was Valorian's order. Shield dead through the main gate, ghouls through low mouths, corpse labor into shafts, skeletons ahead of living files to trigger floor traps and trip wires. Dead miners from Rook's teams, testing bad supports before living miners were allowed near them. Chain ghouls crawling into side holes where defenders might hide with knives. The living followed in disciplined files, shields close, spears under, breath held when doth ordered, eyes forward when Mar passed, steps steady when Garen's lesser hand moved through the marks. Rustmaw became occupied without becoming a ruin. That was the point. Orvin entered the first smelting chamber and said nothing for a long moment. The goblin smiths kneeling there trembled as if silence might be worse than insult. Orvin picked up a hammer, weighed it, looked at the head, looked at the handle, looked at the forge. Then dropped the hammer into a scrap basket. Trash. The smiths flinched. He pointed to the ore pile. Usable. That was the nearest thing to celebration anyone would receive. The seed mother entered the lower storage pits and found fungus stores growing too close to run off rot. She pointed. Goblins moved. Pike sealed 2 grain chambers and executed no one because fear had arrived ahead of theft. Mother Kale watched living miners being sorted and realized that Valorian had preserved more lives by spending corpses than another conqueror might have preserved by mercy. She hated him for that, more than if he had simply slaughtered them. Aelrian entered the main or hall after the living files had secured it and stopped at the sight of the dead standing in place where the first wave had been ordered to wait. They were everywhere, in pits, at braces, against gates, under barricades, across false floors, in the dark mouths of tunnels, some still burning faintly, some broken but not released, some standing with arrows through faces that no longer mattered. The first acolyte moved among them with a slate, recording losses by usefulness rather than grief. Aelrian looked at Valorian. You have made corpses into siege currency. Valorian looked across the taken hall. No. Aelrian's laugh was bitter. No. I have made corpses into terms. Malachar approached, delighted and exhausted, grave salt crusted along his sleeves. A technically defensible distinction. Aelrian turned on him. Do not help him make language around this. Malachar's eyes shone. That is precisely what I am for. Outside Rustmaw, the last light faded over the ring that had not needed to close for long. The hold had fallen in a day and a night, not because Rustmaw lacked teeth, because Valorian had not fed those teeth anything valuable until the jaw tired. By midnight, the main mouths were marked with chain signs. The shaft chiefs were collared. The war files were separated. The Orwich's rights were sealed for Malachar and Aelrian to examine, one with interest and one with disgust. Food pits were counted, ore stores marked, dead sorted, living miners assigned under guard, Rustmaw's maps copied, its hidden roads compared to Blacktooth's ledgers, its useless decorations stripped for melting. Duth stood at the main or gate with his file. The raw recruit who had vomited twice still held shield, badly, but held. Duth stepped in front of him and corrected the angle with 2 fingers instead of a strike. The recruit blinked. Duth noticed Mar watching and struck the shield after all. Do not make me look soft. Yes, Chain Corporal. The title sounded strange from another goblin's mouth. Duth's ears twitched. He did not smile. Old Line did not smile in formation. Above them on the ridge, Valorian stood with Garen as corpse wagons began moving again, not back empty. Some returned with damaged dead for reworking. Some carried Rustmaw dead for sorting. Some carried old bones from lower pits. Some carried usable tools. Some carried nothing yet because Voss had already assigned them to tomorrow's shaft work. The siege had spent corpses. The Conquest had gained more. That was the horror of the arithmetic. Garen looked down at Rustmaw. The living held. Yes. The dead advanced. Yes. The hold surrendered before full breach. Yes. The doctrine works. Valorian's eyes remained on the opened mouths below. Yes. Garen was quiet for several breaths. Then he said, "It will change how enemies think of battle." Valorian looked at him. Garen continued. "They will understand killing. Our first wave does not reduce us." Good. They will target the wagons. Yes. They will target Malachar. He will enjoy feeling important. They will target the acolytes. They will learn guards. They will target supply. Audrin expects it. They will burn their own dead. Valorian's gaze shifted toward the corpse yards being marked below. Then they will spend fuel. Garen accepted that. Aorian, standing behind them, looked as pale as Mother Kale now. "You hear what you are becoming." Valorian did not turn. "Yes." "No, you hear strategy. You hear doctrine, you hear efficiency. You do not hear the thing underneath." Valorian waited, Aorian's voice lowered. "You have made death cheaper than courage." Below, the corpse wagons creaked. The dead moved under command. The living held their lines. Rustmaw's mouths breathed only because Valorian permitted it. Valorian finally turned. "No," he said. "I have made courage spend itself against death before it reaches the living." Aorian's mouth tightened. "That is worse." Valorian looked back down. "Yes." The next morning, Rustmaw's shaft bells rang under chain order. Not for alarm. For work, Orvan's teams entered the forges. Rook's dead miners entered the lower shafts. Pike sealed food. Voss marked roads deeper east. Stonehand began redesigning the taken mouth so Rustmaw could be defended by the same army that had strangled it. The Seed Mother inspected fungus chambers. Malachar claimed the corpse pits with the satisfaction of a scholar receiving a private library. The acolytes gathered near the first dead wagon of the morning, hands blackened, faces exhausted, eyes burning. The first acolyte bowed. "Chambender, what bidding do you require?" Valorian looked toward the last remaining great goblin hold on the map. Then to the corpse wagons. Then to the living First Legion standing unspent beyond Rustmaw's opened mouths. "Load them." The acolytes bowed lower. Behind them, the dead began to move. Blacktooth had taught goblin lands that Valorian could enter any mouth. Rustmaw taught them something worse. He no longer needed to enter first. Chain 7. Iron and Graves. Link 3. The only victor. The last great goblin hold sent no army. That was how everyone knew Rustmaw had already done its work. No sally came down the road. No smoke challenge rose from the marsh mouths. No bone drums answered from hidden pits. No knife bands struck the supply wagons. No desperate runners came through the thorn gullies with warning cuts on their faces and lies on their tongues. Instead, 3 foxskin runners returned before noon with mud on their legs, fear in their scent, and the same message carried 3 ways so no one could pretend accident had shaped it. The last hold wanted terms, not surrender. Goblins hated clean words when dirty ones still had somewhere to hide. Terms, that meant the last hold had seen enough. Blacktooth had shown that Valorian could enter the largest mouth. Rustmaw had shown that he no longer needed to enter first. The corpse wagons had gone ahead of rumor, and rumor had done what corpses could not. By the time the last hold received the first survivors who had fled Rustmaw's outer pits, it did not hear of a battle. It heard of arithmetic. The dead had been spent, the living had waited, the gates had tired, the hold had opened. Now the last great goblin power in the region had counted its food, counted its mouths, counted its children, counted its dead, and discovered that none of those numbers argued in its favor. So it sent for terms. Valorian received the news in Rustmaw's upper ore hall, where the air still tasted of iron, smoke, hot stone, and corpse salt. The hall had once belonged to Rustmaw's shaft chiefs. Its ceiling was low for orcs, high for goblins, and cracked where old human supports had been cut down and replaced by goblin repair work that Orvan had already condemned twice in silence and once aloud. Ore carts stood in rows along one wall. New chain marks had been painted over old shaft symbols. A forge team worked beyond a half-open door, hammering badly under Orvan's correction. Dead miners moved in the lower shafts where living miners would have choked on bad air. Rustmaw smiths knelt before racks of confiscated tools, waiting to be told which ones they were permitted to keep. Outside, corpse wagons were being loaded, not unloaded, loaded. That was the part that made the hall feel less like a captured settlement and more like a moving appetite. Rustmaw had given Valorian ore, miners, shafts, stores, maps, and survivors. It had also given him dead. Bodies from the gate, Bodies from the first failed sorties, bodies from collapsed tunnels, bodies from older shaft disasters the rulers had sealed and lied about, bodies found beneath punishment slabs, bodies discovered inside pits where miners had been dumped when ore mattered more than breath, bodies pulled from bad water, bodies carried in bundles by bone, by rope, by hook, by cart. The cult of the chain-bound worked among them. The first acolyte walked beside a wagon with a slate and black thread bundle. The second knelt near a row of corpses, tying wrists by purpose rather than kin. The third marked condition: labor, pit fill, shield dead, ghoul, loam, study, forbidden. The fourth moved more slowly than the others because cracked ribs had not stopped hurting, but pain had only made him more careful under Malachar's eye. Behind them came the lesser assistants now attached to the cult: grave salt bearers, bone counters, shroud cutters, corpse washers, thread boys, draft-stained novices, goblin haulers who tried not to look at faces, and 2 Rustmaw workers who had asked for corpse duty because they thought it would keep them away from the mines and had learned too late that Malachar considered disappointment educational. The first acolyte raised a hand when Valorian stepped into view. Every assistant froze. Then, together, quieter than before but sharper because the phrase had shortened into doctrine, they spoke. "Chainbinder, what bidding do you require?" The corpse wagons creaked in the pause that followed. Valorian looked at the last hold's message slate, then at the wagons. "Continue loading." The acolytes bowed. No one cheered. The dead began moving again. Aorian stood near the hall entrance and watched the order pass through living hands into dead weight. He had watched many things by then. He had watched Valeth die. He had watched the first crude chain-bind tear through his own will. He had watched Valorian learn the pain language of command. He had watched goblins fall, foxkin kneel, wolfkin break, sacred bells crack, corpse wards fail, dead hands rise, orcs kneel, armor learn obedience, and doth become chain corporal of a slave army that had begun teaching itself pride. But this was different. Not worse because it was more violent. Worse because no one needed to shout. The machine did not require frenzy anymore. Aorian looked across the ore hall and saw what Valorian had made in only months. Rustmaw miners collared and assigned by shaft skill. Goblin smiths separated by usefulness. Foxkin runners delivering surrender messages for the same empire that had destroyed their refuge. Dead miners walking into lower cuts. Corpse wagons being reloaded for the next hold. Rustmaw children being sorted by Perrin and Mother Kale because fear became quieter around them. Skava reading goblin whispers before they became knives. Doth correcting new files outside with a voice too much like Mars for comfort. Garen reviewing road positions, as if all of this were an army finally learning proper order. Malachar smiling at corpse usage reports. Valorian listening to the last hold's request for terms as if the world had finally begun speaking a sensible language. That was when Aorian broke. Not loudly, not at first. "Do you know what you are doing?" Valorian did not answer immediately. He handed the message slate to Talon, who took it in both dead hands. Aorian stepped farther into the hall. The movement drew eyes. Mother Kale looked up from a group of frightened Rustmaw children. Perrin's ears lifted. Skava turned from a ledger cord. Malachar's attention sharpened with amusement. Dusk, crouched in the shadow of an ore cart, opened her smoky eyes. Braca and Voron, standing beyond the outer door, looked in because anger in a room often meant something might become honest. Valorian turned. Aorian's face was pale but not weak. Not now. This was not a flinch. This was an accusation old enough to stand upright. "You know," Aorian said. "You know exactly what this is." Valorian looked at him. The chain stirred but did not strike. Not yet. Aorian's voice rose. "You have subjugated a people, not a den, not a band, a people. You have taken their largest city, their food, their roads, their ledgers, their children, their dead, their minds, their language of fear, and now even the way their soldiers imagine standing. You are raising armies from graves. You are turning corpses into siege engines. You are making dead miners carry your war to the next hold, and you know this is wrong." The last sentence entered the hall like a thrown blade. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Perrin looked at Valorian and then away, as if eye contact might make him a participant. Skava's mouth tightened. Malachar leaned slightly against his staff. Valorian was still for one breath. Then he laughed, not much, not fully. That would have been easier to hear. This was a short, sharp sound from a boy who had heard something so insulting he almost mistook it for stupidity. "You think that is news?" Aorian's jaw tightened. Valorian stepped down from the map platform. "You think I needed you to name it?" The chain darkened beneath his skin. Aorian stood his ground. "You need someone to say it." "No," Valorian's voice snapped harder than before. "You need to hear yourself say it because silence has made you feel like a coward." Aorian flinched. "Good," Valorian saw it and came closer. "Say it properly then." The hall went still. Valorian spread both hands. "Go on, use your education. Use the pretty words my father gave you while I rotted under his house. Say what I am doing. Say it better." Aorian's face changed at the word father. Valorian's eyes sharpened with young, wounded cruelty. "What? Too ugly when spoken aloud. Then I will help you." He turned, gesturing violently toward the corpse wagons outside the hall. "I am building armies from graves. I am chaining the living. I am spending the dead. I am making cities open because they learn dead bodies are cheaper than their courage. I am teaching goblins that fear survives longer in formation. I am teaching corpses to knock before soldiers bleed. I am turning hunger into a map, obedience into rank, and death into supply." His voice had risen, not out of lost control, out of something worse, control cracking around anger that had been there all along. There, named. Has naming it stopped anything? Aorian's mouth opened. No answer came. Valorian stepped closer. "Has your horror loosened one collar? Has Mother Kale's grief unraised one corpse? Has Perrin's trembling hidden one den from me? Has Skava's hatred given goblins back their dead?" Skava's eyes flashed. Mother Kale rose slowly. "That is enough." Valorian turned on her. The old woman stood with a rustmaw child half hidden behind her robe. The child's hands gripped the cloth so tightly the knuckles had whitened. Mother Kale did not move the child away. She did not use the child as a shield. She simply stood where mercy had always forced her to stand, between power and what power could spend. "No," Mother Kale said. "It is not enough. That is the sin of it. Nothing is ever enough for you." Valorian watched her. Mother Kale's voice shook but held. "The dead are not tools. They are not roadstone. They are not planks to lay across pits. They are not your answer to hunger and gates and fear. A body deserves more than usefulness. A grave deserves more than inventory. You drag them from rest, salt them, thread them, make them carry hooks, make them burn, make them choke doorways, and call it doctrine because doctrine sounds cleaner than desecration." Malachar tilted his head. "Desecration can be doctrinal." Mother Kale did not look at him. "Be silent, grave rat." Malachar's smile widened, gladly for now. Valorian's gaze remained on Mother Kale. "You think I am confused about what desecration means. I think you have made yourself proud of no longer caring." That reached him not as persuasion, as insult. His expression changed. For one moment he did not look like a lord or a conqueror or the growing center of a monstrous state. He looked 14, too young for the army around him, too young for the dead answering him, too young for the hatred in his own eyes, too young to have learned that power was the only answer the world could not ignore. Then the boy vanished behind the chain. "No," he said. The word was soft, then louder. "No." He stepped toward her. Dusk rose in the shadows. Perrin moved without thinking, placing himself half a step closer to Mother Kale and the child. It was useless. Everyone knew it. Perrin knew it most of all. Valorian saw, his mouth twisted. "Do not gather courage now, fox." Perrin froze. Valorian pointed toward the corpse wagons. Do you think I do not know the dead are dead? Do you think I look at them and mistake them for iron? I know what they were. I know they had names. I know they had mothers. I know because every time one of you whimpers, you tell me as if names are shields. Skava made a low sound. Valorian turned to her next. Her hands were clenched at her sides. Say yours, he said. Skava's jaw tightened. The chain stirred. Valorian's voice sharpened. Say it. Skava's eyes burned. Goblins used to fear becoming dead. Silence, her voice came rougher after that. Blacktooth made dead out of everything. Food, children, mothers, failed promises, old hunger, who owed blood, who owed a body, who could be sold because someone else ate. We thought that was the bottom. She looked toward the wagons, toward the dead Rustmall miners being stacked by use. Now goblins fear becoming material. Aorian closed his eyes. Mother Kale's face folded with pain. Skava looked at Valorian as if hatred were the last name she owned. You did not free us from Blacktooth. You took the ledger and wrote deeper. Valorian went very still. For a heartbeat, the hall seemed to wait for punishment. It did not come. That was almost worse. Valorian looked at her with a strange intensity. Good. Skava stared. Good. You understand. Her face twisted. Understand. Yes. He came closer, and the chain moved like shadow around his fingers. Goblins were not special. Skava's breath caught. They were reachable. The sentence struck harder than rage. Skava went pale. Valorian's voice did not soften. Do not comfort yourself with the idea that I hated goblins more than others. Do not pretend your people were chosen because the world had already judged them low enough. Goblins were near. Goblins were numerous. Goblins were useful. Goblins had dead beneath them, hunger inside them, roads around them, and enemies too proud to notice them properly. He leaned slightly toward her. You were first because you could be taken. Skava looked like she might be sick. Valorian turned, not last. Perrin made a sound before he could stop himself. Valorian's eyes found him. The foxskin went rigid, his ears flattened, his tail lowered. His whole body became the shape of someone trying not to be seen by something that had already counted him. Valorian smiled without warmth. There it is. Perrin whispered, no. You have been thinking it since Red Whisper. Perrin shook his head. Valorian took one step toward him. What happens when I no longer need you to guide me? Perrin did not answer. The chain tightened. Not hard enough, Perrin gasped. Valorian's voice lowered. You want the answer spoken aloud too. Mother Kale stepped forward. Leave him. Valorian did not look at her. Red Whisper was not the end of Foxskin. Perrin's eyes shone. No. Yes. No, please. That word moved through the room like something small being crushed slowly. Valorian's expression flickered. Not mercy. Memory, perhaps. Then rage burned through it because pity felt too much like weakness when it came near him. Do not beg as if begging is a wall. Once the orcs are mine, once I have bodies strong enough to break the forest's teeth, I will come for the rest if they remain useful. If your people hide behind trees, I will burn trees. If roots protect them, I will poison roots. If old vows bar me, I will find what those vows forgot to name. Perrin's face crumpled. He did not fall only because Skava caught his sleeve. Valorian saw that too. His gaze moved to Mother Kale. And do not think your antlered people are beyond my notice. The hall chilled in a way that had nothing to do with grave cold. Mother Kale's lips parted. Valorian kept going, and now the fury had a rhythm, the terrible rhythm of a child listing every wound he intended to return to the world with interest. Your bells, your thresholds, your mercy rites, your sanctuaries, I have seen them. I have watched where they bend. I have watched you bargain and call it vow. I have watched sacred ground fail to protect every door at once. I will come when I have strength enough to make coming useful. If your antlered courts stand in my way, I will teach them what Red Whisper learned. If mercy bars the road, mercy becomes terrain. Mother Kale went white, not because she had believed herself safe, because he had made the future specific. Aorian stepped in front of her before the old woman could answer. The movement was brave, foolish, both. Valorian's gaze snapped back to him. Aorian's voice shook, but he did not retreat. And my people. There it was, the question beneath every lesson Valorian had forced from him. The question Aorian had avoided giving shape because shape made it prophecy. Valorian smiled. This smile was worse than anger. It belonged to the boy under White Hollow Estate, the boy who had listened through stone, the boy who had known there were halls above him filled with light and education and names and family, all withheld. Do you think it changes when I go home? Aorian's face tightened. Valorian's voice became quieter. Dangerous because quieter meant the rage had found a blade. Do you think I become cleaner because the walls are silver and the voices are elven? Do you think I leave corpse wagons at the border because your people have better songs for graves? Do you think I forget what elven wards look like because you taught them with hatred in your mouth? Aorian's hands curled. Valorian stepped closer. I will use you. The words landed with intimate cruelty. Aorian did not flinch. That made Valorian angrier. I will use every ward you teach me, every road, every household code, every noble custom, every weakness you reveal while pretending to resist. I will use elven gates against elven cities if you teach me the hinge. I will throw fevered dead over your white walls if fever opens them faster than iron. I will starve your high valleys if hunger walks faster than siege. I will bind your court mages, your inspectors, your tutors, your pretty little heirs with clean hands and old names. I will drag your noble houses into the chain one by one, and when they kneel, you will know the hand that helped me shape the lock. Aorian's eyes filled with something too bright to be only fear, hatred, grief, guilt before the crime was finished. Valorian leaned close enough that the chain between them hummed. You think you are warning me that I have become a monster? His voice broke on the last word, not weakness, a fracture under pressure. You stupid, frightened things. The chain flared black, I know. The hall trembled, I know. Dusk lowered her head. I know exactly what I am building. No one spoke. Even Malachar did not smile. Valorian drew in a breath that sounded too young for him. Then his eyes moved over them all. Elf, Mercy Mother, Foxkin, Goblin, Necromancer, orcs in the doorway, dead commanders, frightened children, collared miners, corpse wagons beyond the hall. When I conduct war, do not come to me with sentiment and call it wisdom. Do not stand beside my roads and tell me the dead are dead. Do not watch me make soldiers out of cowards and complain that they begin to stand. Do not watch a city surrender because corpses knocked first and tell me, I should have spent living bodies to make you feel cleaner. Mother Kale whispered, clean. The word was almost disbelief. Valorian turned on it. Yes, clean, that is what you want. A version of this that lets you hate me without seeing why it works. A war with prettier wounds. A conquest that flatters the conquered. A grave left untouched while the living bleed beside it so everyone can agree the dead were respected. He struck his own chest with 2 fingers. Nothing respected me. The silence after that was the deepest of the scene. There was the boy. There was the pit beneath the Lord. He knew he had revealed too much. The rage came back at once to cover it. Nothing, not blood, not law, not family, not magic. Not gods, not mercy, not elven learning, not your ancient houses, not your sacred thresholds. The world wrote rules over me while I was under it. His hands shook, only slightly, enough for Aorian to see, enough for Mother Kale to see, enough for Skava to understand that Valorian's horror was not cold because he had no wound. It was cold because the wound had become architecture. Valorian's voice dropped. So now I write. Aorian's face went still. Valorian looked directly at him. The rules are written by the victor. If I have my way, I will be the only victor. No one answered. The words seemed to remain in the ore hall after he finished, hanging among chain marks, corpse salt, iron dust, and smoke. Then Aelrian said very softly, "Then they will stop you." Valorian turned his head. The rage was still there, but curiosity entered beside it. Who? Aelrian swallowed. His voice steadied as he spoke, not because fear left him, but because history entered him and gave his terror bones. Everyone. Malachar's smile faded. Garen, standing near the outer passage, looked toward Aelrian now. Mother Kael's eyes opened. Aelrian continued. In the oldest elven histories, when my people were still young enough to fear the dark honestly, there was a necromantic empire in these lands. Valorian watched him. Aelrian's voice carried through the hall. Not a cult, not a grave king in one ruined city, not a mad scholar with corpses at his back, an empire. It ruled by graves. It made provinces out of burial grounds. It took the dead of enemies and sent them home as armies. It salted bloodlines. It bought roads with plague. It crowned rulers who had not breath for generations. It made the living pay tax to the dead and made the dead collect. The corpse wagons creaked outside. No one moved to stop them. The elves were not what we became. The high towers were young. The first houses still fought over names. The dwarven vault kings had not sealed half their deeper gates. The old orc clans still carried histories and scars instead of iron books. There were other peoples too, some gone now. Some nameless because that empire taught the world how names could be taken after death. Aelrian's gaze sharpened, and the world united. Valorian said nothing. The young elven houses, the first dwarven vault kings, the old orc clans, shrine powers, beast hosts, human kingdoms that are dust now. Races whose names even our restricted libraries preserve only as broken marks. They united because they understood one thing. A necromantic empire does not stop at borders. It makes every grave behind every border into future territory. Malachar whispered, almost despite himself, "What was it called?" Aelrian did not look at him. "I will not give you another name to worship." Malachar's eyes narrowed. For once he did not mock. Aelrian looked back at Valorian. "You think goblin lands are hidden. You think the elves are slow. You think dwarves will stay behind gates, orcs behind clans, beast folk behind trees, shrines behind thresholds. You are right for now. For now, you are a goblin horror, a deep woods rumor, a chained story, a dead cart whisper. But when they understand what you are building, they will stop calling you rumor." His voice lowered. "They will call you recurrence." The word struck the room differently. Even Valorian felt it, not fear. Recognition of a battlefield larger than the one he had thought he was choosing. Aelrian stepped closer as far as the chain allowed. "And they will unite the world against you." Mother Kael whispered, "Aelrian." But he was not finished. "You will not face one house. You will not face one hold. You will not face one clan. You will face everyone who remembers why the dead were given boundaries. Every archive will open. Every old ward will be read again. Every dwarven gate will ask what lies beneath it. Every orc warchief who thinks Conquest belongs to the living will hear that a boy with black chains wants the grave to kneel. Every shrine that ever turned corpses from command will ring its bells. Every race that fears becoming material will find common cause." Valorian's eyes darkened. Aelrian's voice shook now, but he did not stop. "You are 14 years old and think because goblins broke, the world will break in order. It will not. The moment they understand you, they will stop fighting each other long enough to bury you." That line was a mistake. Everyone knew it as soon as he said it, not because it was wrong, because it had touched the boy beneath the chain too directly. Valorian moved, fast enough that Dusk lifted her head too late and Garen's hand shifted without deciding whether to intervene. The chain slammed Aelrian against the ore hall wall, not enough to kill. enough to make the stone crack behind his shoulders. Mother Kale cried out. Perrin recoiled. Skava flinched and hated herself for flinching. Aorian gasped, pinned by black links across throat, wrists, chest, and spine. Valorian crossed the distance between them. His face was no longer cold, it was furious, young, bright with all the humiliation of being seen and named. Do not call me boy. Aorian choked. Valorian's hand shook near his throat. Do not. The chain tightened. Aorian's eyes watered. For one breath, everyone in the hall thought Valorian might kill him. Even Malachar went still, not out of mercy, out of calculation, because Aorian dead would be a waste so large it might damage the future. Mother Kale spoke before anyone else could. Valorian. Her voice was not loud, it was old. That made it dangerous. Valorian did not turn. Mother Kale stepped closer, though every instinct in Perrin visibly begged her not to. He is not wrong because it hurts you. The chain around Aorian tightened again. Aorian made a strangled sound. Mother Kale kept walking. He is not wrong. Valorian turned his head slowly. The fury in his eyes found her. She stopped, not because she chose wisdom, because the child behind her had begun crying silently and she remembered what her body was for. Valorian looked from her to Perrin, to Skava, to the corpse wagons beyond the hall. To Aorian pinned against stone. His breathing slowed, not calming, forcing calm back into place like armor over a wound. He released Aorian. The elf fell to one knee, coughing hard. Mother Kale moved toward him. The chain stopped her after one step. No one was allowed comfort yet. Valorian looked down at Aorian. The hall waited for answer, for mockery, for denial. Valorian gave neither. Instead, he said, "Good." Aorian looked up through pain. What? Valorian's lip trembled once with the ghost of a smile that had nothing human left in it except the wound beneath. Let them remember. Aorian stared. Let them dig up every old terror they buried and give it my name. Let them open every archive. Let them ring every bell. Let the dwarves count gates and the orcs sharpen scars and the elves whisper recurrence in rooms where they still believe history obeys them. His voice steadied as it sharpened. That empire lost. Aorian forced himself upright against the cracked wall, because the world united. Valorian nodded once, yes. That admission chilled the room more than denial would have. Then I will learn why it was given time. Aorian's face went still. Valorian stepped back. The world united once. Good, then the world can agree when frightened enough. That is useful to know. Mara, listening from the passage beyond the hall, lowered her eyes slightly as if marking the lesson for later. Valorian looked toward the map table where the last goblin holds message slate waited. Blacktooth was too slow. Rustmaw was faster. The last hold asks terms before the wagons reach its mouths. He turned back to Aorian. You wanted to warn me, you have. Aorian's voice was hoarse. They will come. Yes. They will stop you. Valorian's eyes were black now, but not wild. That was almost disappointing. The boy had not vanished. He had learned from the wound. Then I will not give the world time to become brave together. Aorian closed his eyes. Valorian looked toward the corpse wagons. Load faster. The first acolyte, who had been kneeling frozen beside the nearest cart, bowed until his forehead struck the ore-dusted stone. Chainbender, what bidding do you require? Valorian's answer came without hesitation. Everything that can march, everything that can crawl, everything that can frighten a gate into opening before it must be broken. The acolyte rose with tears in his eyes. Yes, Chainbender. The wagons moved. That was the true answer to Aorian's warning. Not argument, acceleration. Mother Kale went to Aorian only after the chain permitted it. She helped him stand. He leaned on her for one breath and hated that he needed to. Perrin stayed near Skava, shaking so badly his tail would not still. Skava stared at Valorian with a new kind of horror, not because he had threatened goblins, not because he had threatened elves, because when Aurion told him the whole world might unite, Valorian had not heard doom. He had heard schedule. Outside the ore hall, Duth shouted at a raw file to clear the wagon road. Move, dead forward, living holds. The raw goblins moved, the corpse wagons passed. The last great goblin hold had not yet opened its mouths, but it had already learned the rule. The dead knocked first. The victor wrote after. And Valorian, still young enough to shake when old wounds were named, had decided the world would be given no time to agree on stopping him. Chain 7 Iron and Graves. Link 4 Mother Kale. The corpse wagons passed. The raw goblins moved. The old ore hall breathed again only because no one inside it dared forget how. Aurion stood with Mother Kale's hand under his arm, still coughing from where the chain had pinned him to stone. Skava stood near Perrin, one hand clenched in the foxskin sleeve. Perrin's ears were flat, his eyes fixed on the floor because looking at Valorian felt like offering his face to a blade. Malachar watched from beside the corpse carts with his head tilted slightly, not smiling now, only interested. Garen stood near the hall mouth, black armor still, sword sheathed, lesser hand quiet. Valorian had turned away. That was why everyone breathed. He had turned toward the wagons and the last hold, and the schedule Aurion's warning had sharpened in his mind. He had heard of ancient necromantic empires and world unions and old buried terror, and instead of fear he had taken urgency. Load faster. The order moved. The world obeyed. Then Mother Kale touched Aurion's cheek. It was a small thing. Too small for an army, too small for a war. Too small for the dead wagons and the surrendered mines and the last goblin hold waiting with its terms already trembling. She touched the bruise forming along his jaw where Valorian's chain had thrown him against stone, and her fingers moved with the same old care they had used in the Mercy House, in Stone Eater's Bend, in every ward and camp and blood-stinking corner Valorian had dragged her through. She did not ask permission. She did not look at Valorian. She simply saw pain and answered it. Valorian stopped. No one spoke. Dusk's head lifted first. The Duskstalker's smoky eyes narrowed toward Mother Kale, not with hunger this time, but recognition. Dusk remembered the Mercy House, remembered the word rest, remembered hitting snow as if sleep had become a wall, remembered humiliation. Valorian remembered too. His back remained turned for one breath, then another. Then he looked over his shoulder. Mother Kale's hand was still against Aurion's face. Aurion knew before she did. His eyes widened. Kale. She heard the warning and did not remove her hand quickly enough. Valorian turned fully. The hall tightened around him. You have been unbound too long. The words were soft. That was worse than shouting. Mother Kale's fingers stilled against Aurion's cheek. Perrin made a broken little sound. Skava whispered, no. Garen's helm turned a fraction. Malachar's eyes brightened despite himself. Mother Kale lowered her hand slowly. She did not step back. No, she said. It was the same word she had spoken outside the Mercy House when her bell lay cracked and her graves had dimmed and every patient behind her had become a witness. The same word, but older now, more tired, less protected by threshold and spring. No sanctified yard beneath her feet. No named graves answering around her. No mercy bell hanging above a door. No patience hidden inside a holy house Valorian had not yet been willing to break in front of the road. Only an ore hall, iron dust, corpse salt, chain marks, dead wagons, a frightened child behind her robe, a wounded elf beside her, a foxskin shaking near the wall, a goblin woman staring with hatred and terror mixed so deeply they had become one color. Mother Kale straightened. Her old necklace lay against her throat, not the bell that had cracked long ago. This was what remained of her vow after the Mercy House. Antler beads worn smooth by thumb and prayer, a little springstone bound in silver wire, a sliver of the old broken charm threaded through the center. She had kept it under her collar most days, not hidden from Valorian exactly, but protected from the eyes that thought every symbol was only material waiting to be seized. Valorian saw it now, his eyes fixed on it. Mother Kale's hand rose toward the necklace. Valorian's voice sharpened. Do not. She closed her fingers around it anyway. The chain came, not a lash, not yet. A black line snapped from Valorian's hand toward her throat, and Mother Kale spoke a word that made the ore dust lift from the floor in a pale ring around her feet. The word was not Elven. Arian knew that at once. Not goblin, not human. Older road law, antler vow, mercy speech. A language made for thresholds, spring water, wounded bodies, and the right of a healer to stand between a killer and a bed. The necklace flashed, not brightly. It was not the Mercy House bell. It was not a graveyard full of named dead. It was not a sanctuary threshold with vow and spring and patient witness braided into place. But it remembered those things. The chain struck the light and hissed. Valorian's hand jerked back half an inch. Blood opened across his palm. Mother Kale staggered but did not fall. Arian moved between them. The chain caught him by the ribs and threw him sideways, not hard enough to break, hard enough to remove. He hit the ore table and collapsed to one knee, gasping. Perrin lunged forward. Skava seized him with both hands. No, she hissed. No. She cannot. She can die with you watching if you move. Perrin froze. Mother Kale lifted the necklace higher. Her voice shook. By spring and named grave. By antler and threshold. By the road that carries the wounded and the door that will not ask who deserves mercy. The pale ring widened. Dead miners in the hall stopped. Not all. Enough. One corpse wagon lurched as the dead hauler pulling it froze mid-step. A shield dead near the entrance lowered its head. Dusk snarled and stepped backward, fighting the instinct the word rest had once driven into her bones. Valorian's eyes went black. There it was again, something else commanding what was his. No, he said. The chain lashed harder. Mother Kale turned the necklace toward him. Rest. This time Dusk did not fall. She shuddered, her claws scraped stone. The command struck her like remembered snow, but Valorian's bond slammed down around it before it could take her fully. The Duskstalker let out a sound between snarl and pain and dropped to one knee, then forced herself up with violet-black fur bristling. Valorian's lips peeled back from his teeth. He did not look like a lord. He looked like the boy who had watched an old woman's word take his beast from him once and had never forgiven the world for proving ownership could be interrupted. You do not command her. Mother Kale's eyes filled with tears. I command rest where rest is owed. Nothing is owed. Everything is owed. That is what you cannot bear. Valorian's face twisted. The chain struck the necklace. The springstone cracked. Mother Kale cried out and fell one step back, hand clamped around the beads. The pale ring faltered. Garen moved, not forward yet. His hand shifted toward his sword, not to draw, but because command had become uncertain enough that a soldier's body wanted a shape. My lord. Valorian did not hear him, or heard and chose not to. Another chain snapped out, then another. They came from his palm, wrist, collarbone, spine shadow, black links appearing in the smoky air and driving toward Mother Kale in angles too sharp for natural movement. She raised both hands. The old mercy vow answered in fragments. A thread of pale light caught one chain and forced it aside. Another wrapped around her forearm and burned through sleeve into skin. She hissed, not from weakness but pain denied the dignity of surprise. A third chain struck the floor at her feet and split stone. A fourth reached for the necklace. She spoke again. This time the word did not stop the chain, it stopped the dead. Every corpse in the hall that still had enough shape to hear mercy went still. Dead miners, shield dead, labor dead. A half-threaded ghoul on a cart whose jaw had been wired shut. The wagon team stiffened, corpse hands open. One dead goblin carrying a bundle of Rustmal bones lowered the bundle gently to the ground as if it had remembered the body had once been someone's child. The cult froze in horror. The first acolyte stared as if Mother Kale had reached into a shrine and stolen Valorian's answer. Malachar whispered, "Oh." Not amusement, recognition. Mother Kale swayed, blood ran from her nose. Her necklace glowed in broken pulses. "You see," she said, voice ragged. "Even now, even like this, some part of them remembers being given back." Valorian stared at the halted dead. The hall saw the moment his fury became decision. He lifted both hands, black chains erupted. The pale ring shattered, not vanished, shattered as if glass had been dropped across stone. Bits of white gold mercy light scattered in the air and went out before they touched the floor. The dead lurched back into obedience. Dusk lunged forward with a snarl, not at Mother Kale, between Valorian and everyone else, instinctively protecting the thing that owned her from interruption, even if the interruption was pity. Mother Kale's necklace flared one final time. Valorian caught it with the chain. He did not pull gently, the beads snapped. Antler pieces flew across the ore hall, the silver wire broke. The cracked springstone skidded across the floor and came to rest near Perrin's foot. Perrin stared down at it, his face empty. Mother Kale made a sound then, not a scream, something smaller and worse. The sound of a vow losing its last object. Valorian closed his fist. The chain around the broken necklace tightened until the remaining charm fragment split down the center. Mother Kale dropped to her knees. The hall broke around her. Aelrian tried to rise. The chain pinned him down by the shoulder before he gained his feet. Skava pulled Perrin back as he reached for the spring stone. "No." Perrin sobbed, "That is hers." Skava's voice shook, "And you are his." Mother Kale lifted her head. Her eyes found Valorian. No necklace now, no bell, no spring, no threshold, only vow. She stood anyway, slowly. Every inch cost her. Valorian watched, and for one heartbeat something like respect might have existed if he had ever allowed respect to remain unchained. Mother Kale raised one empty hand. "Then break me," she said. The hall went silent. Valorian stepped closer. "I will." The chain entered her, not around her, into her. Mother Kale arched as black links wrapped throat, wrists, ribs, spine, and the invisible places where vow rooted deeper than flesh. Her mouth opened, but no sound came at first. The chain found old mercy roads and tried to turn them into command roads. It found sanctuary law and struck it. It found healer's habit and bent it toward use. It found the place in her where a wounded body mattered before name, race, guilt, or usefulness, and tried to make that place answer Valorian before the wounded. Mother Kale screamed. Perrin screamed with her. Aelrian threw himself against the chain, pinning him, eyes wide with panic. "Stop." Valorian did not. Mother Kale's body lifted from the floor, only a little, enough that her toes dragged stone. Black chains tightened until the air around her seemed to buckle inward. Pale light flickered under her skin and died in pulses. Her hands clawed at nothing. Her back bent. Her eyes rolled white for one terrible instant, then found Valorian again. Still there. That made him tighten the chain. Aelrian's voice broke. "Valorian, stop." No answer. Skava moved before she could think. "Stop." The chain cracked across the floor at her feet. She froze. Valorian did not even look at her. Mother Kale screamed again, and this time something in the sound changed. Not pain. Pain was still pain. This was structure beginning to fail. Garen stepped forward. "My lord." The words struck harder because Garen did not plead. Valorian's eyes remained on Mother Kale. "She opposes me." "Yes." "She commands what is mine." "Yes." "She will not stop." Garen stopped 2 paces away. His voice remained level. "If you continue, she will cease being useful." Valorian's jaw tightened. "She will obey." "She may obey as a broken thing." Aelrian dragged air into his lungs. "She will be a husk," he said. "A shambling body with mercy burned out of it. Is that what you want? Another corpse that breathes badly?" Valorian's eyes snapped to him. The chain around Aelrian tightened. Aelrian cried out but kept speaking. "You need her alive. You need what she knows, her hands. Her vows, her understanding of sanctuary and sickness and children. If you crush that, you have not bound Mother Kale. You have destroyed the thing you wanted to own." Mother Kale's head lolled. Perrin sobbed openly now. Please, please, she helps them, she helps the children, please. Skava's voice came next, hoarse and furious. You said goblins were reachable. Valorian looked at her then. Skava's eyes were wet, but she did not lower them. You said we were first because we could be taken. Fine, take her then. But if you break her into nothing, you are not taking her. You are wasting her. The word reached him. Wasting, not mercy, not wrong, waste. Valorian looked back at Mother Kale. Her body trembled in the chain's grip. Blood ran from both nostrils now. One eye had gone unfocused. Her hands still made tiny movements as if trying to shape a healing sign no longer available to her. The broken necklace beads lay scattered at her feet like small bones. Garen spoke again. My lord, ease. The hall waited. Valorian breathed through his teeth. His hands shook, not with effort alone, with anger at being told to stop and knowing the warning was correct. He eased, barely. Mother Kale dropped to the floor. Perrin lurched toward her. The chain snapped around his throat and stopped him cold. Valorian did not look away from Mother Kale. No. Perrin choked. Skava grabbed him from behind, both arms wrapped around his chest. Stay. Mother Kale lay on one side, gasping. The black links did not vanish. They sank, not fully under the skin like Valorian's own marks, not visible enough for strangers to mistake her for armored or bound by metal. They became shadow lines at throat, wrist, sternum, spine, tight, too tight. Every breath she took moved against them. Aerion saw the binding with mage sight and went colder than he had been under the chain himself. Valorian had not merely bound obedience. He had bound opposition. He had wrapped the chain around the impulse to step between, around the refusal, around the word no, around the place where vow became movement. Mother Kale pushed herself up on shaking arms. She nearly collapsed. The chain tightened, not in punishment, in correction. Her body straightened because it had been ordered to remain useful. That was worse than if it had dragged her down. Valorian crouched before her. Mother Kale's eyes found him slowly. One pupil did not focus right away. Listen, he said. She listened. Not because she chose to, because the chain had made listening the only road left open. You will heal who I order healed. Her mouth trembled. You will organize the wounded. A tear slipped down one wrinkled cheek. You will keep children alive when I require them alive. Her fingers dug into stone. You will speak when asked. You will be silent when not. You will not obstruct movement. You will not command my dead. You will not command dusk. You will not raise vow, bell, spring, grave, antler, threshold, mercy, or sanctuary against me unless I permit it. Each word entered the binding. Aerion looked as if he might be sick. Mother Kale's lips parted. The chain waited. Valorian leaned closer. Answer. She fought it, everyone saw. The fight was not large. No light flared. No bell rang. No spring rose. The great battle was gone. What remained was an old woman trying to keep one word inside her own mouth. Her face twisted. Blood dripped onto the floor. Finally, barely audible, she said, yes. Perrin broke, not loudly. The sound tore out of him and folded inward like grief afraid of being punished. Skava held him tighter. Valorian stood. Mother Kale remained kneeling because no one had told her to rise. That too was understood. Garen looked at her, then at Valorian. My lord. Valorian turned. Garen's voice was careful now. She must be able to choose treatment in the moment. A healer who cannot judge severity will kill useful bodies by obedience to delay. Valorian's eyes narrowed. Garen did not retreat. It was not defiance. It was command function. Valorian looked back down at Mother Kale. She was still shaking. Aerion's voice came thinly. He is right. If she must ask for every cloth, every herb, every cut, every fever judgment, she becomes slower than death. Malachar, who had been silent far longer than usual, added softly, and slower than death is rarely useful. Valorian's gaze flicked toward him. Malachar bowed his head, no mockery. Valorian looked down at Mother Kale again. The chain shifted, not loosened, rewritten, barely. You may act to preserve life within assigned wards, caravans, pens, camps, and treatment grounds, unless such action obstructs command, escape prevention, military movement, corpse processing, or binding. Mother Kale flinched as the permission entered her like a blade turned sideways. You may speak necessary medical warning without waiting for invitation. Another flinch. You may not use warning as obstruction. Her breath hitched. You may touch the wounded. The hall held that one. Valorian's expression changed almost imperceptibly, as if the earlier small touch to Aorian's cheek still angered him. Under purpose. Aorian closed his eyes. Mother Kale swallowed. Valorian looked toward the broken beads. Your vow belongs to the chain now. Mother Kale made a sound that might have been a sob if the chain had allowed it to finish. Valorian turned away. Stand. She stood not smoothly, not fully. Her knees shook, her shoulders bent. Her face had gone gray-white beneath the lines of age and strain. The shadow chain at her throat pulsed once when she swayed, and her spine straightened again against her will. Perrin reached toward her. The chain around his own fear-bound obedience tightened before his hand crossed half the distance. Mother Kale looked at him. For one moment, something of the old woman remained clear enough to hurt everyone who saw it. Do not. She did not speak it. Perhaps she could not. Perrin lowered his hand. Skava's eyes were wet with rage. Aorian pushed himself to his feet, one hand braced against the oar table. You have done it now, he said. Valorian looked at him. Aorian's voice shook. You keep saying you need her useful. You keep saying use like the word protects you from what you are doing. But you have changed something you cannot unchange. Valorian's face was unreadable again, but only because he was forcing it so hard. Yes. Aorian stared at him. You know. Yes. And you did it anyway. Valorian looked toward the corpse wagons beyond the hall. She was beginning to believe opposition was still a place she could stand. Mother Kale's fingers twitched. The chain corrected them still. Valorian continued. I removed the place. Perrin whispered, monster. The word was too soft for survival. Valorian heard it. Everyone heard it. The hall stopped breathing again. Valorian turned slowly toward Perrin. Perrin went rigid. Skava stepped in front of him. No one expected that, not even Skava. Valorian looked at her. Skava's face was pale, furious, terrified, and set. Enough, she said. The word had no power. That made it brave. Valorian watched her for several long breaths. Then he looked past her to Perrin. The foxkin was shaking so hard he could barely stand. Valorian's mouth tightened. Perhaps he wanted to punish the word. Perhaps he wanted to prove that enough was not a command others could give him. Perhaps he saw the last thread of usefulness in the room and chose not to cut it merely because anger asked. He turned away. Prepare the wagons. The first acolyte, still kneeling near the corpse cart, swallowed. Chainbender, what bidding do you require? Valorian's eyes did not leave the road beyond Rustma. Everything useful moves before nightfall. The acolyte bowed. Yes, Chainbender. The hall began moving again because Valorian allowed movement to exist. Dead haulers pulled carts. Cult assistants gathered thread. Rustma miners lowered their eyes and pretended not to have seen an old mercy woman broken in the middle of their conquered hall. Garen gave quiet orders to clear space. Malachar moved near Mother Kale, stopped, and then, with rare wisdom, did not speak to her. Aorian reached for Mother Kale's arm. The chain in her throat pulsed. She flinched away before he touched her, not because she wished to, because comfort had not been assigned. Aorian's hand remained in the air. His face collapsed around the realization. Valorian saw. For one instant, the boy behind the conqueror saw too, then he buried him. Mother Kale bent slowly and picked up one broken antler bead from the floor. The chain tightened. She paused, waiting for punishment. None came. Valorian was looking toward the wagons now. She closed her fingers around the bead. Only one. The rest remained scattered. Perrin stared at that closed fist as if it were the last grave bell in the world. Skava kept herself between him and Valorian. Aorian lowered his hand. Garen watched the room with the stillness of a commander who had just seen discipline become something close to atrocity and understood that saying so would change nothing except timing. Outside, Duth's voice carried across the wagon road. Dead forward, living holds. The raw goblins answered with movement. The corpse wagons rolled. Mother Kale stood because she had been ordered capable of standing. Her necklace was broken. Her vow was chained. Her mercy still existed, but now it had to pass through Valorian's permission before it could reach the world. The last great goblin hold waited for terms. Valorian had terms for all living things, and in the ore hall behind him, those who had once believed they could oppose him by remaining unbound learned that even mercy could be taken if it stood too long in the road. Chain 8. The first bound lich. Link 1. The last hold opens. The last goblin hold opened before the dead arrived. That was how Valorian knew the goblin war was over. Not because every goblin knelt. Not because every den had been counted, every burrow emptied, every knife taken, every child named, every hidden mother dragged from under root and floor and old stone. There would be stragglers in the deep cracks. There would be starving bands in bad tunnels. There would be little family holes where grandmothers whispered old warnings, and children learned to bite their own hands rather than cry when boots passed overhead. There would be wild goblins beyond the roads, nameless dens beyond ledgers, knife boys and ash mothers and detrunners too small, too hidden or too broken to matter yet. But organized goblin power had ended. It did not end screaming. That was the lesson. It opened. The hold was called Grubnail by goblins who did not like it, and Old Rootgate by goblins who wished it sounded better than it was. Its 3 visible mouths opened into a low ridge of black stone and frozen root, with smoke holes scattered behind them like bad thoughts escaping. It had never been Blacktooth. It had never been Rustmaw. It had no great or wealth, no deep political weight, no old corpse ward strong enough to make Malachar smile, no ruler whose name frightened markets beyond his own firelight. It had survived by timing. When Blacktooth was strong, Grubnail sent bodies. When Rustmaw demanded ore tools, Grubnail sent badly forged hooks and pretended the iron had cracked during hauling. When Detrunners came from larger holds, Grubnail hid food in wet root pits and gave them children with coughs to make the counting unpleasant. When war passed nearby, it closed its lower mouths and became stone. It had survived because the powerful did not always have time to be thorough. Valorian had time now. That was what opened it. The first surrender sign was not a white cloth. Goblins did not use white for surrender. White was fungus death, blind eyes, old mold on food too precious to throw away. The first sign was a line of blackened cooking hooks laid outside the central mouth, handles outward, points buried in mud. Skava saw them from the road and went still. Perrin smelled the fear before anyone spoke. His ears flattened, his tail drew close. The runners beside him, Red Whisper Foxskin now wearing narrow black road bands at their wrists, kept their eyes lowered and their noses working. They had guided the vanguard by scent, silence, and the thin old paths goblin feet used when they wanted to avoid believing roads were roads. Duth, chain corporal of the old line, stood with the first living file behind the dead screen. He looked at the hooks, then at Skava. What is that? Skava's mouth tightened. They are asking not to be entered. Duth blinked once. Wrong question. Mar, standing behind him, barked a laugh. Good, you can still learn. Duth did not look proud. That would have been dangerous. He looked steadier. Dead forward, living holds. The old line goblins behind him repeated it under their breath because the phrase had become less order than spine. Dead forward, living holds. Valorian stood at the ridge road where Grubnail could see him. He had not brought the whole army to the front because he no longer needed to show everything. That was another kind of power. The hold could see enough. Shield dead in the first road hollow, living line-bound in ugly iron caps and throat collars, foxskin runners on the flanks. Dusk crouched on a root shelf, violet-black fur almost invisible against stone shadow. Garen in black plate beside Nightfall. Braca and Voron farther back, large enough that goblin watchers saw them and understood that even orc bodies now stood inside the chained shadow. Behind the visible line waited corpse wagons from Rustma, still half a day away and unnecessary. That was the insult. The dead that had broken Rustma had not even arrived. Grubnail opened anyway. 3 goblins emerged from the central mouth. One was old enough for his back to bend. One was a broad-jawed woman with a scar through one ear and no weapon visible. One was a child wearing an adult's belt twice around his waist. They stopped before the buried hooks and knelt, not all the way. Goblin knees did not like making promises before terms were named. Garen noticed, Mar noticed, Duth noticed last but before anyone told him. He struck the butt of his spear into the road, knees down. The old goblin flinched. The scarred woman's eyes moved to Duth with hatred. Duth stared back. He was small, filthy, iron-collared, not impressive by the measures Grubnail had once used for power, but behind him stood the old line. Behind the old line stood the dead. Behind the dead stood Valorian. The scarred woman lowered both knees. The old goblin followed. The child went too far and pressed his forehead into mud. Perrin made a small sound. Skava's fingers twitched. Mother Kale stood behind them with her satchel at her side and the shadow chain tight at her throat. She did not move toward the child. Everyone saw that. The child's shoulders shook. He had mud on his forehead, and the day was cold enough that wet earth clung to skin like punishment. Before Rustma, before the Ore Hall, before Valorian had broken her necklace and chained the vow beneath her ribs, Mother Kale would have stepped forward. She would have placed one hand beneath the child's chin. She would have lifted him enough to breathe. She would not have asked whether mercy had been assigned. Now she waited. Her eyes were on Valorian. The waiting hurt Perrin visibly. He looked from the child to Mother Kale, then to Valorian, then down. His hands clenched in his sleeves. Skava saw. "Do not," she whispered. "I am not." "You are thinking too loudly." Perrin's ears flattened harder. "I can smell him crying." Skava did not answer. Valorian looked at the child for a long moment, then at Mother Kale. "Lift him enough to breathe." The chain in her throat pulsed. Mother Kale moved at once. Not hurried, not slow, permitted. She crossed the mud and knelt before the child, her old knees cracking softly beneath the sound of banners and breathing dead. She placed 2 fingers beneath his chin and raised his face from the dirt. The child stared at her with wide yellow eyes, goblin eyes, frightened eyes, eyes that had been told the chain would make his dead grandparents crawl into the mouth if the hold did not open. Mother Kale wiped mud from his nose with her thumb, only once. The chain tightened. She stopped. Perrin closed his eyes. Valorian watched. The old goblin envoy began speaking. "We ask terms." His voice shook at the edges but did not break. Valorian did not answer. Garen did. Maps of all mouths, names of storekeepers, food pits opened under quarter authority, weapons placed in 3 piles, usable, repairable trash, runners counted, children gathered, wounded marked, dead listed by place and condition. Priests, witches, debt keepers, and old mouth law speakers separated for inspection. No fire in lower passages without permission. No corpse moved except under death worker order. No family tunnel sealed before counting. The old goblin swallowed. Terms. Garen's helm turned slightly. "Those are terms." The scarred woman lifted her head, and after. Valorian spoke then, the road quieted. "After you live if useful." The scarred woman's jaw tightened. "That is all." Valorian looked at her. "No, if you resist after opening, your dead will enter before my living. If you hide mouths, the mouths will be sealed with the bodies found behind them." If you poison stores, your food keepers will feed the next road as corpses. If you send runners, parents' foxskin will find where they went. If children are used as alarms, they will be counted as part of the defense. If a priest calls the old dead against me, Malachar will explain why that was ambition poorly housed. Malachar bowed with one hand over his chest. The old goblin trembled. Valorian continued. If you obey, Grubnail remains inhabited. Its children eat, its miners work, its dead serve, its living learn rank, its roads open. Its name remains in the ledger until it earns a better one or loses the need for one. The old goblin's face changed at that. Not relief, never relief, recognition of a smaller disaster than the one he had expected. He lowered his head. Grubnail opens. Garin lifted his lesser hand. The first dead moved, not fast, that was also a lesson. The shield dead advanced in a slow row toward the central mouth. They carried no torch. No horn sounded, no drum struck. Their feet pressed mud flat. Behind them came dead haulers with stakes and chalk boards. Behind those came living goblin files, doth among them, correcting the spacing of a raw Rustmore recruit who kept drifting too near the left wall. Not there, doth snap. The recruit flinched. That stone is Pool Stone. How do you know? Doth struck him behind the knee with the haft of his spear, because Skava looked at it. Skava heard and looked away. Mar grinned. Promote one goblin and they start growing brains. Doth did not answer. That too was learning. Grubnail opened. Its mouths were smaller than Blacktooth's and meaner than Rustmaw's. Smoke clung low. The first chambers were crowded with bodies pressed into silence. Mothers held children too tightly. Old goblins sat with empty hands visible. 3 young fighters had placed their knives on the floor and kept staring at them as if the knives might crawl back. A food keeper sobbed when Pike's quarter line reached the storage hollow and began measuring root mash by weight instead of bribe. 2 pit priests tried to argue that burial law forbade inventory of old bones until Malachar stepped through the mouth, orange robes bright as a wound in the dark, and asked them to repeat that with better confidence. They did not. Orvin entered the forge corner, looked once at Grubnail's ironwork and said, "No." The goblin smiths all flinched. He pointed with one dead finger. That breaks, that bends, that kills the hand before the enemy. Trash, trash, possible hinge, trash. That one did not embarrass its maker fully. Keep him. A smith burst into tears. No one knew whether from terror or pride. Seed Mother entered the lower food pits and struck one wall with her palm. Too wet. Pike, already writing, said, "Drainage." "Drainage," she answered. Voss arrived behind him with 2 dead laborers, looked at the slope and nodded. By afternoon, Grubnail had become stations. Mouth 1, soldiers and weapons. Mouth 2, stores and food. Mouth 3, children, wounded and usable noncombatants. Smoke holes, watched. Lower route path sealed until mapped. Punishment pit open. Old burial slit forbidden until Malachar inspected it. Priest corner empty. Forge seized. Food pits rationed. Road marks replaced. The hole did not fall, it was filed. Aorian stood inside the central chamber and watched the horror of efficiency. He had expected another battle because battles, however terrible, made moral sense to the part of him that wanted resistance to remain visible. A sword raised, a wall broken, a spell cast, a body falling where it chose to stand. Even atrocity had a shape when it happened in violence. This had almost no violence. That made it worse. Grubnail's people moved because Blacktooth had taught them what happened if they did not. Rustmaw had taught them what happened if they delayed. Mother Kale's binding had taught the inner circle what happened if mercy stood too long without permission. The dead wagons, still on the road behind them, had taught surrender before arrival. Aorian looked at Valorian. The boy stood near the old route post in the main chamber, listening to reports as if each fear had become a useful measurement. 14. That thought came to Aorian again. 14 years old, and already other peoples had begun opening gates before he knocked. Mother Kale worked among the wounded, not freely. That distinction had become the cruelest part of watching her. A goblin mother held out an infant with fever spots under one eye. Mother Kale reached, then stopped before her hands touched the child. The chain at her throat darkened. Her eyes flicked toward the nearest command mark, then to Valorian, then back to the child. Valorian did not look at her, but the chain listened. The permission already written into her binding allowed treatment within assigned wards and surrendered holds. Her hands moved. She took the infant. The goblin mother sobbed in relief, so sudden it seemed almost grateful. Mother Kale's face tightened, as if gratitude had become another kind of wound. Perrin helped beside her because children still came to him before they came to soldiers. He translated fear without words, crouching low, ears soft, tail still when he remembered to control it. He showed a grubnail child how to hold a cup without spilling. He coaxed two siblings away from a sealed smoke hole by telling them the dead outside could hear crying through cracks. That was not true exactly, but it worked, and Valorian had taught everyone that truth was not always the measure of usefulness. Saga watched him. She watched Mother Kale too. Whenever the old woman's hands paused, Saga noticed. Whenever the chain at her throat pulsed, Saga noticed. Whenever Perrin looked ready to ask if Mother Kale was hurting, Saga shifted closer and made him swallow the question. Aorian saw all of it. So did Valorian. That was the worst part. Nothing in the room escaped him except perhaps the mercy he had already chained. By dusk, Grubnail's old ruler was found. He had not come out with the envoys. He had hidden under a root store behind a false mushroom rack with two dead keepers, and a child who had been ordered to cry if anyone searched too close. The child cried before anyone touched the rack because Perrin smelled terror and pointed. Duth took 3 line-bound inside. Garen followed. No one else was needed. They dragged the old ruler into the central chamber by his ankles. He was fat by goblin standards, which meant the room hated him before Valorian bothered. His neck cords were heavy with old debt tokens. His hands were soft. His cheeks had not hollowed with the winter. He tried to speak 3 times before words came out. I opened. The scarred woman envoy spat on the floor. You hid. I am the mouth of Grubnail, he said. Mar snorted, not from under a mushroom rack. The old ruler looked at Valorian. I preserved the hold. Valorian studied him, then looked at Saga. She understood the question without needing the chain to make it explicit. He will have lower knives loyal to him, debt keepers, food thieves, maybe 2 tunnel bosses. If he lives unmarked, he becomes a pocket of rock. If he dies clean, some old-mouth fools call him last ruler and make songs. If he is dragged, they laugh first, fear after. If he is made to count food under Pike, everyone sees he was always just a stomach. Pike looked offended by the assignment. Mar looked delighted. Valorian said, useful. The old ruler blinked. No, I am. The chain struck him, not deeply. Not with the care used for important souls. A shallow binding, public, humiliating, enough to fold the knees, loosen the tongue, and make old authority leak out of his body in front of those who had feared him. He fell forward. Valorian looked down at him. You will count food. The old ruler whimpered. Pike sighed like a man given bad tools. I will need 2 guards to keep him from miscounting in his own favor. Take 4, Garen said. Mar added and remove his shoes. Pike looked at him. Mar shrugged. Soft feet teach humility badly, but they teach it. Valorian approved with silence. The old ruler was dragged to the stores. Grubnail watched. No one sang for him. By nightfall, the corpse wagons finally arrived. They rolled into a hold that had already opened. That image did more than a battle could have. The wagons came heavy with Rusmo dead. Miners, gate fighters, broken Sally bodies, pit finds, old bones wrapped in black cloth, 1 half-finished corpse not under a tarp, and 2 sealed carts marked by Malachar's own hand. The smell entered before the wheels did. Grubnail's children began crying. Adults did not tell them to stop. The first acolyte walked beside the lead wagon with grave salt hanging from his belt. At the sight of Valorian, he dropped to one knee. Behind him, the Deathworkers followed. "Chainbinder, what bidding do you require?" The words moved through Grubnail like cold water. Valorian looked at the open mouths, then the living hold, then the corpse wagons that had arrived too late to be necessary. Unload nothing. The first acolyte looked up. His face showed the briefest confusion before devotion smothered it. Chainbinder. Valorian turned toward the road east. "Keep them wagoned." Malachar emerged from behind the second cart. He had been riding with the sealed dead, which meant either the cargo was important or he had found the smell companionable. His orange robes were stained with ash, salt, black thread dust, and what might once have been someone's last argument. His bone mask hung at his belt. He looked at Grubnail's open mouths and smiled. Ah. Valorian did not look at him. You knew they would open. I suspected they might become sensible. Malachar glanced at the corpse wagons. Fear has a shorter road than wheels. The wagons remain loaded. For the next hold. There is no next goblin hold that matters. Malachar's smile changed. Slightly sharpening, the air between them shifted. Aelrian noticed. So did Mother Kale, though she was inside the healing station with a fevered infant in her lap and the chain at her throat. Her eyes lifted toward Valorian before she could stop them. Malachar stepped closer. Then we have reached the end of the lower work. Valorian looked at him now. The acolytes around the wagon seemed to stop breathing. Malachar bowed his head, not theatrically this time. He knew when ceremony should sharpen rather than decorate. Blacktooth has given you mouths, numbers, captives, and the first true body of a slave nation. Rustmaw has given ore, shafts, smiths, and dead fit for work. Grubnail gives compliance before pressure. The lesser holds will follow ledger, rumor, hunger, road, and example. He looked toward the wagons. The lower dead are arranged. Aelrian felt cold move through him, not grave cold, anticipation. Malachar lifted his eyes. Now, Chainbinder, we may begin the higher work. The words reached every important person in the chamber differently. Garen heard rank. Orvin, standing near the seized forge, heard construction. Pike heard stores and did not like the sound of it. Voss heard roads. Mara, near the entry with a slate in hand, heard a doctrine shift and stopped writing for one heartbeat. Mother Kale heard another grave being opened before she knew whose. Aelrian heard the door he had tried not to see. Valorian said one name, Elira Ven. Malachar went still. That was rare enough that even Mar noticed. The orange-robed necromancer lowered himself to both knees, not because the chain forced him, because ambition had found its chapel. Yes, he whispered. Valorian stepped toward him. The one you said should not be drafted. No. The one you said should be enthroned. Yes. The foundation stone. Malachar's smile trembled. Yes. Valorian's eyes moved to the corpse wagons. What remains? Enough. Aelrian's voice cut across the chamber before he could stop it. No. Valorian turned. Aelrian was already pale. He looked from Valorian to Malachar, then to the wagons, then to the open goblin mouths where frightened people watched a conversation they did not understand and feared anyway. No, Aelrian said again. You are not prepared for that. Malachar rose slowly. Prepared, no, worthy. Also no, capable enough to begin, perhaps. Aelrian ignored him. You do not understand what lichdom is. Valorian's expression did not change. Then you will teach what you know. I will not help you make one. The chain stirred, Aelrian's spine tightened. Mother Kale's head lowered over the fevered infant. Perrin turned away. Skava closed her eyes because she had heard this pattern too many times. Refusal, pressure, correction, use. Valorian walked toward Aelrian. The central chamber seemed to give him space. You warned me the world would unite. Aelrian's jaw clenched. Yes. You warned me the old histories, remember necromantic empires. Yes. You warned me I have little time. Aelrian's face went gray. Valorian stopped before him, so I will not waste it remaining crude. The sentence struck harder than threat. Aelrian looked at Malachar. You will kill everyone near the ritual. Malachar lifted one finger, some. Aelrian's eyes flashed. Malachar continued, unless we build properly, which is why your panic is almost useful. Lichdom is not corpse raising. Obviously. It is not ghoul work, not white work, not buried muster, not a soul hook tied to a corpse long enough to make it stand. It is a full soul anchored outside its body and returned with continuity of mind, spell memory, magical appetite, and deathless self-reference. If it wakes wrong, it does not crawl. It thinks. Malachar looked delighted. You do listen when I talk. Aelrian stepped toward Valorian. If she wakes whole, she will fight you. Valorian's eyes darkened. Good. Aelrian stared at him. You are not hearing me. I am. No, you are hearing challenge and mistaking it for permission. Valorian smiled slightly. That smile made Aelrian stop. Valorian said, I am hearing that the first true Lich of the Chain must be strong enough to make the title worth giving. Malachar bowed his head again, reverent. Elira Ven first bound Lich of the Chain. The title entered the chamber. It did not sound like a name. It sounded like a gate opening under the ground. Grubnail's goblins did not know who Elira Ven was, but they knew when a rune became afraid of a future. Mother Kale looked up from the infant. Her voice came thinly. Valorian. The chain allowed the warning because medical urgency was not in it, and perhaps because Valorian wished to hear what remained of her opposition when it had to crawl through permission. He looked at her. She swallowed. The shadow at her throat pulsed. Do not make another thing that cannot die. For a moment, no one moved. Then Valorian answered softly. I did not make the world afraid of death. Mother Kale's eyes shone. You are making death afraid of you. Malachar breathed in as if the sentence had perfume. Valorian looked back at the corpse wagons. Then it is learning. Aelrian's voice was harsh. You will need a phylactery. Orvan's head lifted. Valorian turned. Aelrian's mouth tightened as he realized what he had done. Malachar laughed softly. There, the door opens. Aelrian glared at him. I am telling him what makes it dangerous. You are telling him what makes it possible. Valorian looked toward Orvan. The dead smith stepped forward from the forge corner, blackened hands folding before him. What must hold it? Aelrian's face went tight with refusal. The chain touched his ribs. He closed his eyes. Not iron alone. Orvan nodded once. Good. It must hold soul without consuming spell memory. It must be able to anchor identity, not just bind residue. If the vessel is too crude, the soul tears itself trying to wake. If too open, she escapes into whatever death field is nearest. If too rigid, she wakes as a screaming object. If too soft, she devours it from inside. Orvan listened with absolute attention. What materials? I will not. The chain tightened. Aelrian's breath caught. Valorian did not speak. That made it worse. Aelrian forced the words through clenched teeth. Black iron if you insist on vulgar strength. Silvered ward channels, but not elven silver unless you want her to use it against you. Bone ash from her own remains if you have it. Cinder glass. Grave salt sealed under heat, a heart cavity. It needs a heart cavity not for blood, for return rhythm. Orvan looked at Malachar. Do we have her remains? Malachar's smile was no longer playful. Some ash, one rib fragment, 3 cinder tablets copied from her siege hand, a name seal damaged but legible, and a battlefield ember I was told was decorative by a man whose descendants I later poisoned for unrelated reasons. Aeorian whispered, "Gods." Valorian ignored the word. "Build it." Orvan bowed. "The vessel will not be beautiful." I did not ask for beautiful. It may become beautiful if she survives inside it. Valorian almost smiled, then make it strong enough to offend her. Orvan's dead mouth twitched, as ordered. Malachar turned toward the corpse wagons. The ritual field must not be here. Garen answered before Valorian did. No. Everyone looked at him. The black lance stood in the central chamber, helm under one arm, dark eyes steady beneath the shadow of dead flesh and borrowed purpose. Not inside a surrendered hold. Too many mouths, too many civilians, too many unknown tunnels. Too many bodies not yet sorted. If the Lich wakes hostile, this place becomes a trap around our own command. Aeorian stared at him with a mixture of hatred and relief. Garen continued. Open ground, controlled perimeter, dead reserves placed by category, living forces beyond first ring, orcs held at distance unless called, foxskin removed from ritual edge, Mother Kale away from the center but within treatment reach. Mother Kale's fingers tightened around the infant. Valorian looked at Garen. You assume failure. I assume resistance. Malachar said, that is wise. Aeorian snapped, that is obvious. Malachar smiled at him. Obvious things become wise when spoken before catastrophe. Garen did not look away from Valorian. If she is to be first bound Lich of the Chain, she must be bound in a place where the chain can afford to fight her. That settled it, not because Garen commanded Valorian, because he had given the ambition a battlefield. Valorian looked toward the eastern road beyond Grubnail's mouths. Where? Voss stepped forward, Old Gallows Field. Skava's eyes flicked sharply toward him. Voss noticed. Known. Skava's face tightened. Old human killing ground. Goblins avoided. Aeorian went pale. Human. Skava looked at him. Old bones, bad grass, no good mushrooms. Children dared each other to piss there, most would not. Malachar's face changed. Oh, that is promising. Mother Kale whispered, no. Valorian heard, of course he heard. What happened there? Skava's throat moved. I do not know, not goblin story. Older. Blacktooth said humans hanged prisoners there during the old wars. Rusmaw said elves burned human mages thereafter. Grubnail says the ground remembers both and hates everyone. Valorian's expression stilled. Human killing ground, old bones, bad grass, no good mushrooms. Ground that remembered, Aeorian spoke quietly. That is exactly the kind of place you should avoid. Valorian turned to him. Aeorian's eyes were hard now. It will answer too easily. Malachar's whisper came like prayer. Perfect. Valorian looked at Garen. The marshal bowed his head once. Defensible. Voss answered. Open field, low ridges, one dead oak line, marsh on the south, old road on the east. No deep settlement close enough to matter. Bad footing for living cavalry. Excellent visibility, hard to hide approach. Garen nodded. Acceptable. Valorian looked toward the wagons. The corpse wagons go to Old Gallows Field. The first acolyte trembled. Chainbinder, what bidding do you require? Valorian's eyes remained on the east, everything dead enough to answer. The acolyte bowed so hard his forehead hit stone. Yes, Chainbinder. Aeorian took one step forward. Valorian. The chain warned him. He continued anyway. If you do this, you are no longer raising dead to win a campaign. You are making a deathless office. A thinking undead archmage with a soul anchor and a reason to hate the hand that holds it. You think Elira Ven will wake and obey because everything else has eventually obeyed. She will not. Valorian looked at him. Aorian's voice lowered. She will be the first dead thing you raise that understands what you are before you finish binding her. That mattered. Valorian did not pretend otherwise. For a moment the chamber saw the boy think, not react, think. Then he said, then she will also be the first to understand why she must kneel. Aorian closed his eyes. Malachar bowed again. Orvin turned toward the forge. Garen began giving movement orders. Voss sent dead runners toward the eastern road. Pike protested about ration shifts and was ignored until Garen told him the ritual forces would need 3 days of separated supply, at which point he became too busy to complain with proper artistry. Duth shouted at raw goblins to clear space for the wagons. Dead forward, living holds. This time the phrase sounded different, not battlefield doctrine, procession. Grubnail watched the corpse wagons turn away from its opened mouths. It had surrendered to avoid the dead. Now the dead were leaving. That did not comfort anyone. Children stared from smoke-hole shadows. Old goblins touched door frames. The scarred woman envoy stood with both hands empty and watched Valorian prepare to take his horror somewhere else. The old ruler, barefoot and assigned to counting root mash under Pike, began weeping quietly when he realized survival had not made him important enough to witness the future closely. Mother Kale handed the fevered infant back to its mother. Her fingers lingered one heartbeat too long. The chain tightened at her throat. She stopped. The mother clutched the child and whispered thanks. Mother Kale looked as if the word had cut her. Perrin came to her side but did not touch her. He had learned. Skava saw that too. Aorian stood in the middle of the chamber, watching the corpse wagons roll toward Old Gallows Field, and understood that the Goblin War had ended without a climax because Valorian had outgrown it. Blacktooth had been a city. Rustmaw had been a lesson. Grubnail had been paperwork. The next thing would not be a hold. It would be a threshold. Valorian stepped out of Grubnail's central mouth as night settled over the road. The corpse wagons creaked ahead. The dead horses pulled without complaint. Dusk walked at his left, still uneasy with the direction of the wind. Malachar walked behind him like a priest following a god he hoped would become worse. Aorian followed because the chain required it. Mother Kale followed because mercy had been assigned to survive what Valorian was about to do. Skava followed because goblins still needed someone to understand what was being taken from them. Perrin followed because fear had become his road. Garen followed because empire required command. And behind them, from the open mouths of the last goblin hold, the living watched the dead depart toward a field where old human bones waited under bad grass. Valorian did not look back. The Goblin War was over. The higher work had begun. Chain 8. The First Bound Lich. Link 2. The Cinder Phylactery. Old Gallows Field did not welcome them. It remembered too much. That was Aorian's first thought when the corpse wagons crested the low eastern road and the field opened beneath a sky the color of old iron. Not resisted, not warm, not stirred with immediate spellwork or spirit shape or visible curse. Welcomed would have implied hospitality, and this place had none. It remembered. The grass was wrong. Even in winter, dead grass usually knew how to lie down. It bent under frost. It flattened under snow. It rotted into soil when time and weather had finished chewing it. But the grass of Old Gallows Field stood in thin, gray-black clumps, brittle as old hair, each blade leaning away from the center as if something beneath the ground had exhaled for centuries and never stopped. No healthy mushrooms grew there. No foxkin wanted to scent mark its edge. No goblin wanted to piss on the dead oak line, though Duth heard 2 raw Grubnail recruits whispering dare talk, and struck both before curiosity became stupidity. The dead oaks stood along the northern ridge. They had not fallen because nothing had eaten them. Their trunks were black, barkless, and twisted, with branches hooked against the sky like hands that had died asking one last question. Rope scars remained in some of them. Not rope, perhaps, not after so long, but lines cut into wood and healed badly before the trees died. Under the largest oak, stone blocks lay half sunk in the ground. Human cut, old, purposeful, too plain to be altered, too arranged to be accident. Aorian stopped when he saw them. Valorian noticed. Of course he noticed. What? Aorian did not answer quickly enough. The chain moved. He drew breath through his teeth. This was not only a gallows field. Malachar stepped beside him, already smiling. No. Aorian stared at the stones. No. Valorian waited. The corpse wagons rolled behind them, wheels groaning under Rustmaw dead, Grubnail dead, Blacktooth dead, sealed pit bones, bundled ash, old human fragments, and things Malachar had not permitted the lesser acolytes to catalog without him present. The field heard the wheels. Aorian hated that he thought that, but thought it anyway. Old Gallows Field heard the dead arriving. This was an execution school, Aorian said. Perrin's ears flattened. Skava looked at him sharply. What? Aorian's mouth tightened. Not a school for students. A field where methods were tested, recorded, repeated. Executions, counterward burnings, public punishment of captured mages. Interrogation of prisoners with magical training. Hanging, yes. Burning, yes. But also containment, suppression, oath-breaking, spirit denial. Mother Kale stood near the third wagon, one hand against the sideboard to steady herself. The shadow chain at her throat pulsed once when the word spirit entered the air. Garen looked across the field. Useful ground. Aorian turned on him. The anger came faster than prudence. To whom? Garen did not answer. He did not need to. Valorian stepped onto the gray grass. The field did not change. That was worse. Places that hated openly could be measured. This one waited. Dusk refused the first step. The Duskstalker stood at the field edge, violet black shoulders low, lips drawn back from her teeth. The wind moved against her fur in the wrong direction. Her ears shifted, searching for a sound no living throat made. Valorian looked at her. The bond between them tightened. Dusk lowered her head, offended by obedience, and entered. Her paws made no sound in the dead grass. Malachar followed with delight, held tightly enough to look almost professional. The acolytes came next, carrying grave salt, corpse thread, black bowls, bone knives, heat seals, ash vessels, chalk, iron stakes, and the reverent terror of men who believed they had been invited to watch history become blasphemy. Behind them came Orvin's forge cart, pulled by 4 dead haulers whose legs had been replaced below the knee with iron braces because their original bones had shattered under Rustmaw stone, and Orvin hated waste when reinforcement was simpler. Orvin walked beside the cart. He had brought 3 anvils. No one had asked why one ritual needed 3. No one wanted to ask Orvin questions when his hands were already planning. Garen ordered the field, not spiritually, militarily. First ring, dead. Shield dead in rows, placed with gaps wide enough for withdrawal and narrow enough to slow anything that tried to leave the center. Skeletons and lesser corpse stock behind them. Unfinished corpse knots covered under tarps to the south where the mud was worst and living troops would not stand well anyway. Second ring, living military. Old line files under Duff. Rustmaw and Grubnail, recruits behind them where panic could be corrected before it became contagious. Mar pacing the line with obvious pleasure. Braca and Voron on the eastern ridge, far enough back that no one could claim they had been used too early, close enough that anything crossing the first ring would meet Orc Iron. Third ring, specialists. Aorian, Malachar, Orvin the Acolytes, selected death workers, 2 forge assistants, 3 corpse counters, Mother Kale under guard with medical supplies, Perrin with the foxskin runners beyond her. Skava beside him because no one had ordered otherwise and because Valorian had noticed she kept him alive. Outer ring, roads. Voss controlled movement. Pike controlled food and water. Mara walked the ridge once, then stood beneath a dead oak and watched everything with a face that said the field was already arguing. Valorian stood in the center. The dead grass leaned away from him. Aorian saw it. So did Malachar. Malachar whispered, "It knows a colleague." Aorian said, "Do not call him that. I was speaking of the field. That is worse." Malachar smiled. Then Orvin opened the forge cart. No one spoke for a while after that. The phylactery components lay inside black cloth, each separated by iron dividers and salt lines. A rib fragment, a handful of white-gray ash sealed in a glass capsule clouded from the inside. 3 cinder tablets marked with human siege script. A broken name seal, blackened at the edges and cracked through the second line. A battlefield ember kept in a silverless cage, not burning, not dead, red at the core like an eye refusing sleep. And beside them, the vessel Orvin had already begun. It was not beautiful, not yet. It was roughly heart-shaped only because Aorian had said return rhythm required a heart cavity, and Orvin had interpreted this with a smith's contempt for metaphor. Black iron plates overlapped like ribs. Cinderglass veins ran between them. A central hollow waited behind an open sternum of dark metal. Around the outer edge, tiny channels had been cut for ward lines, grave salt, ash, and chain. The whole thing was larger than a human heart, smaller than a helm, heavy enough that 2 living goblins would have struggled to lift it, and precise enough that Orvin had forbidden living hands from touching it. Aorian stared at the vessel. His face lost color. Orvin saw, too crude. Aorian swallowed, no. Orvin's dead eyes settled on him. Then, Aorian's voice came quietly, "It might work." That frightened him more than failure would have. Valorian looked at the vessel. "This will hold her." Aorian said nothing. "The chain pressed," he answered. "If anything here can." Malachar bent over the phylactery with a hunger that was almost worship. The cinder phylactery of Elira Ven. The name entered the field. The dead grass bent lower. The battlefield ember brightened once. Every acolyte dropped to one knee. "Chainbinder, what bidding do you require?" Valorian did not take his eyes from the vessel. "Build the heart." Orvin lifted the phylactery. The field darkened, not the sky, the field, as if the ground itself had blinked. Aorian stepped back before he meant to. Valorian saw, "You know more." Aorian's jaw tightened. "Yes." "Say it." "No." The chain tightened. Aorian's shoulders locked. Valorian did not raise his voice. "Say it." Aorian closed his eyes. For a moment, all the anger left him. What remained was old academic fear, not personal fear, institutional fear, the kind taught in clean halls by people who spoke of dead humans as case studies and still lowered their voices around certain names. Elira Ven was not merely a battle mage. Malachar looked up sharply. Aorian opened his eyes. She was one of the reasons my people stopped using the phrase merely human in military instruction. The line moved across the field like a blade drawn slowly. Valorian's gaze fixed on him. Aorian continued because now the words had come, and some truths were worse when held in the mouth. When I studied at the academy, we were required to learn 3 human warcasters by name. Not many. Most were kept in restricted military history, sealed beyond ordinary noble education. But 3 names were considered necessary even for defensive theory. Malachar whispered, "Say them." Aorian ignored him. Elira Ven was one. Valorian did not blink. Aorian looked toward the cinder tablets. They taught us her methods the way physicians teach plague signs. Not to admire, not officially, to recognize, to survive. To understand why human magic terrified powers that were older, deeper, and cleaner. He looked toward the elven ward lines he had already begun marking on the ground. Elven magic is stronger in depth. I know that, you know that. The old archmages of my people could do things no human life had time to refine alone. But Elira did not need 6 centuries inside one school. She inherited 15 dead masters, stole from 4 living traditions, rewrote siege theory around battlefield ash, and made every burning wall into a spell component. Malachar's smile had vanished. Now he listened like a starving man hearing bread described. Aeorian's voice hardened. Her cinder methods are still taught. Mother Kale looked up. Aeorian swallowed, quietly, under other names. Sanitized, translated into elven geometry, folded into modern siege containment, but taught. Academy ward cadets still learn the Venn collapse angle when studying how to break field shelters filled with hostile casters. Border engineers learn ash distribution theory without being told whose tablets first recorded it. War colleges teach countercinder spacing, because she killed 3 elven companies by turning their own shield formation into a furnace. The field seemed to hold the words. 3 companies, Garen asked. Aeorian looked at him. 3 recorded. Garen absorbed that. Mar, who had been smiling earlier, stopped. Aeorian's eyes moved back to Valorian. She was not a mage who threw fire. She was a siege mind. She understood that burning was not destruction. Burning was transition. Wood became smoke. Bone became ash. Breath became panic. Blood became steam. Wards became pressure vessels if heated unevenly. Armor became ovens. Fort gates became chimneys. Shield walls became kettles. Burial grounds became fuel. Valorian listened with the stillness of a boy hearing the shape of a weapon made for his hand. Aeorian saw that and hated himself for every word. Elira Venn did not defeat armies by overpowering them. She taught battlefields to continue killing after the first spell ended. Malachar closed his eyes. Beautiful. Aeorian rounded on him. No, efficient, that is worse. Malachar opened his eyes. To you. To anyone sane. Sanity rarely survives first contact with proper scale. Valorian spoke. What did she do to elves? Aeorian's mouth tightened. The chain waited, he answered. At Sorneth Bridge, she burned the river. Perrin looked confused. Skava did too. Aeorian's voice remained cold. The bridge was warded against flame. The river beneath was not. She seeded the water with powdered lime, bone ash, and oil-binding sigils, then set the mist above it alight when the elven vanguard crossed. The bridge did not burn. The air did. Those who jumped died boiling. Those who stayed died breathing. No one spoke. At Kethvaro, she let an elven siege tower enter the outer wall before igniting the mortar behind it. The wall became a kiln. The tower crew died inside their own advance engine. When the gate opened to rescue them, she sent ash through the hinged channels and fused the inner doors half shut. The city had to break its own gate from within to escape. Valorian's eyes darkened with interest. Aeorian saw. His voice grew harsher. At Mournfield, she used cremation smoke from her own dead to mask counterspell geometry. Elven priests thought the humans were burning their fallen in surrender rites. It was a targeting grid. When the wind turned, every healing tent in the valley caught cinder fever, not ordinary fire. Spell fever, wounds reopened, bandages ignited, water steamed in bowls. The healers died first because she knew armies collapse faster when mercy burns. Mother Kale's hand tightened around her satchel. The chain at her throat pulsed. Valorian looked at her once, then back to Aeorian. You learned this in an academy. Aeorian's face went still. Yes. From elves? Yes. Who condemned her? Yes. And kept her methods. Aeorian said nothing. Valorian smiled faintly. There was no joy in it, only recognition. Elves perfected hypocrisy too. Aeorian flinched as if struck. Valorian turned to Orvin. Will the phylactery hold that? Orvin looked at the cinder tablets. No. The answer was immediate. Malachar's head snapped toward him. Aeorian gave a bitter laugh. Orvin continued. Not as built. Valorian's expression did not change. Then build what will. Orvin studied the phylactery. The dead smith's hands hovered above the black iron heart. "We need 3 cages, not 1. Aorian's eyes narrowed despite himself. Orvin pointed. "1 for soul, 1 for spell memory, 1 for office." Malachar's face lit. "Yes." Aorian whispered, "No." Orvin ignored both. If soul and spell memory share 1 cavity, she wakes fighting the walls and breaks them by knowing how they fail. If office is added after waking, she rejects it as foreign command. So office must be part of the return rhythm. She wakes into rank. Garen stepped closer. "Military rank." "No," Malachar said softly. "Metaphysical rank." Valorian looked at him. Malachar's voice became reverent. Not merely a Lyra Ven, not merely Lich, not merely bound dead, a seat, a function, a throne within the chain. First bound Lich is not decoration. It is the shape we force her soul to inhabit while it remembers itself. Aorian's voice came low. "You are building a prison and calling it office." Valorian looked at him. "Most offices are." Mara from the Northern Ridge said nothing, but she wrote that down. The work began. Orvin built the outer cage first. He set the black iron ribs into the phylactery with blows that did not ring properly in Old Gallows Field. Each hammer strike arrived dull, swallowed by ground too full of old sentences. The dead haulers held clamps. Forge assistants heated cinder glass in portable crucibles until the glass glowed red-black. Orvin folded the battlefield ember into the central cavity, with tongs made from rustmaw iron and old human nails. When the ember touched the vessel, every dead thing in the first ring turned its head. Malachar laid the grave salt, not in simple circles, in descending spirals broken by name hooks. He mixed blacktooth grave salt with rustmaw ash, grubnail burial dust, Old Gallows soil, and 1 pinch of powder from the cracked springstone Mother Kale's broken necklace had once held. Mother Kale saw, her face empty. Perrin saw her see. Skava took his wrist before he moved. Valorian watched Malachar place the powder. Aorian's face hardened. "You had no right to use that." Malachar said, "Rights are a living legal fiction. Ingredients are real." Mother Kale whispered, "Grave rat." The chain tightened at her throat. She stopped. Malachar, for once, did not smile at the insult. The second cage was Aorian's. That was the cruel part. Orvin could make iron hold. Malachar could make dead things answer. Valorian could make will submit. But spell memory needed geometry fine enough to return a mind without liquefying it into power. Aorian was forced to build the lines that might preserve Elira's genius. He knelt beside the phylactery and drew elven containment marks around human cinder script while Valorian watched. His hands shook once. The chain corrected the shake. Aorian hissed. "Do not," he said. Valorian's eyes narrowed. "You will make an error. If you force my hand still, I will make a worse one." The chain eased, barely. Aorian continued. He drew ward corridors narrow enough to cage flame and wide enough to let thought move. He inverted 3 elven anti-necromantic seals because the ritual needed not to repel death but keep it coherent. He made a memory lattice with 7 breaks in it so Elira's own spell forms could fill the gaps on waking. Malachar leaned over his shoulder until Aorian said, without looking up, "If you breathe grave salt on that line, I will stab you with your own bone knife." Malachar stepped back. Such passion, the Academy failed to remove everything worthwhile. Aorian ignored him. Valorian did not. You were taught her methods. Aorian kept drawing. Yes. Did they fear her? The charcoal stopped. Aorian looked up. The field waited. Elves do not call it fear when they put something on a curriculum. Valorian's mouth curved. What do they call it? Preparedness. And was the Academy prepared? Aorian looked at the phylactery. No. The answer was too quick to be strategy. He continued because truth had already opened. No one is prepared for her, not properly. That is why I am telling you this. Even dead, even bound, even if the phylactery holds, she will not be like your ghouls. She will not be like Garen. She will not be like Mother Kale. She will not be like the orcs. She will wake understanding war at a level most living commanders never reach. She will see your army once and begin correcting it. She will see your mistakes before your officers name them. She will see me, and she will know exactly which academy stains I carry. Valorian listened. Aelrian's voice lowered, and she will hate you. Valorian said, good. Aelrian slammed the charcoal down. No, not good. Stop saying good because danger flatters you. You are mistaking scale for loyalty. If she wakes whole, her hatred will be educated. Malachar whispered, exquisite phrase. Aelrian turned on him. You are all children playing with a dead son. Valorian stepped closer. Aelrian looked up. The chain did not need to tighten. Aelrian knew. Valorian said, then teach me how not to burn too soon. That was the first time Aelrian understood the worst possibility. Valorian was not ignoring the warning. He was using it correctly. The third cage was Valorian's. No one helped him at first, not because help was refused, because no one knew where to put their hands. The office cage had no shape in iron alone, no geometry in ward alone, no salt pattern in deathcraft alone. It required the chain, not chains as weapon, not chains as visible threat, the deeper thing, the command beneath command. The authority stolen from Valith, endured by Mara, perfected through Aelrian, broadened through goblins, strengthened through Blacktooth, sharpened through Rustmaw, and darkened by Mother Kale's broken vow. Valorian placed his bleeding palm against the open heart of the phylactery. The black iron drank the blood. The cinderglass veins lit. Every bound thing in the field felt the contact. Aelrian gasped. Mother Kale's knees nearly failed. Dusk snarled. Duth dropped to one knee before he understood why and then stared at his own body in fury and shame. Braca and Voron both gripped their weapons. Garen bowed his head, not deeply. Enough. The phylactery began to pull. Valorian did not move his hand. The pull deepened. It was not drinking blood now. It was asking for ownership. Aelrian saw the danger and stepped forward. Enough, if it takes command from you before the office is defined. Valorian's eyes snapped open. They were black. Continue. Aelrian stared. Valorian's voice came through clenched teeth. Define the office. Malachar dropped to his knees beside the phylactery. Suddenly all ceremony burned away. First seat beneath the chain. Deathless mage, bound sovereign of ash and siege, holder of cinder doctrine, keeper of war fire turned to obedience. Lich of office, not hunger, name preserved, will conquered, power retained, soul anchored, spell memory awake, command subordinate, authority derivative. The phylactery pulsed. Valorian's arm blackened to the wrist. He did not withdraw. More. Malachar's voice shook with ecstasy and terror. Not free dead, not common dead, not restless dead, not court guest, not honored ancestor, not equal, not ally, not master, not queen, not god. The phylactery pulled harder. Valorian's old slave marks lit beneath his skin. Aelrian's face tightened. The chain around him screamed without sound. Malachar bowed until his forehead nearly struck the dead grass. Elira Ven first bound Lich of the chain. The field answered, not loudly, deeply. The dead oaks cracked. One rope scar split open in old wood and bled black sap. The corpse wagons shifted though no hand touched them. The battlefield ember inside the phylactery flared red, and from somewhere under old Gallows Field something laughed. Not human, not goblin, not present enough to be named. Everyone heard it, even Valorian. Malachar froze. Aelrian went white. Mother Kale whispered, something beneath. Valorian's gaze lowered to the ground. The memory of Middle Blacktooth's buried knock crossed the minds of those who had heard it. Different place, different depth, same old law. Not everything that answered was his. Valorian kept his palm against the phylactery. Seal the lower ground. Malachar moved first. The acolytes followed, scrambling with salt and thread, chanting through trembling teeth. Chainbinder, what bidding do you require? Seal, Valorian said. They sealed, not perfectly. Enough. The laughter faded. The field remained awake. Aeorian's hands shook again, and this time Valorian did not correct them. The phylactery had begun to beat, slow, heavy, not like a heart, like a hammer striking from inside a tomb. Orvin stepped back. The vessel is not finished. Valorian's hand remained on the iron. It beats. It is learning the shape of return. That is not finished. Aeorian stared at the phylactery. The ward lines around it moved slightly when no one touched them. Human siege script from the cinder tablets had begun copying itself into the cinderglass veins, not exactly as written. Adapting, simplifying, correcting their corrections. Aeorian swallowed. She is not awake. Malachar whispered, no. She is not awake, Aeorian repeated, as if saying it again might make the next truth less terrible. Valorian looked at him. Aeorian's voice was barely audible, but the methods remember her. The phylactery beat again. Across the field, the dead grass leaned inward now. Not away, inward. The dead oaks creaked though no wind moved. The corpse wagons settled lower into mud. Banshee-thin shapes did not yet rise, but pale pressure gathered under the ground like breath trapped beneath ice. Mother Kale clutched her satchel with both hands. Perrin whispered, is she coming? No one answered. Skava's face was hard, but her eyes stayed fixed on the black iron heart. Duth stared from the first living line, jaw slack despite himself. Mar struck him on the back of the helmet without looking away from the phylactery. Close your mouth. Duth closed it, then the phylactery spoke. Not in a voice, not with words. A pulse passed through the field, and every ash particle in the ritual circle lifted half an inch from the ground. The cinder tablets glowed. The broken name seal cracked further, and the damaged second line repaired itself in red light. Aeorian read it before he meant to. His lips moved. Valorian saw. What does it say? Aeorian did not answer. The chain tightened. Still he resisted for one breath. Then the pain bent him. He whispered, Ven. Malachar exhaled like a man hearing scripture. The phylactery beat again. This time, in the red hollow of its unfinished heart, a single ember opened like an eye. Everyone on Old Gallows Field felt watched. Valorian removed his hand at last. Blood steamed on the black iron. His palm was burned in the pattern of a chain link wrapped around a heart. Orvin took the phylactery with both hands and placed it inside the open forge frame prepared for final sealing. Aeorian stared at Valorian's burned hand. You understand now. Valorian flexed his fingers. The skin split. He did not flinch. Aeorian's voice trembled. That is only the vessel. That is only what remembers her. The woman herself has not returned yet. Valorian looked at the embry in the phylactery. I know. No, you do not. You think the battle begins when she wakes. Valorian turned. Aeorian's face was tight with dread. The battle has already begun. The phylactery beat once more, slow, heavy, impatient. Old Gallows Field listened. The dead wagons waited. The first cage had been built. The second had begun to remember. The third had named an office under the chain. And somewhere beyond death, beyond ash, beyond 1,000 years of silence, Elira Ven heard the world making room for her return. Chain 8. The first bound lich. Link 3. The ash speaker rises. Old Gallows Field stopped pretending to be empty before dawn. It began with the grass. Gray-black blades that had stood brittle and dead for longer than any goblin memory bent inward during the last hour of night. Not under wind, not under frost, not under the weight of dew, but toward the ritual center where Orvin's forge frame had been sunk into killing ground, and the cinder phylactery waited in an iron cradle. Each blade leaned as if listening. Each clump pointed toward the heart of the field. The dead oaks along the northern ridge creaked without moving. The old rope scars in their bark split wider by finger widths, showing pale wood beneath black skin. No sap bled this time. The field had given that warning already. Now it only watched. The corpse wagons stood in rings. No one had slept well beside them. Even the dead seemed poorly arranged for rest. Shield dead stood in their first ring with heads lowered, weapons planted, and bodies too still beneath the gray dawn. Skeletons waited behind them in seated bundles, each tied by wrist, ankle, jaw, and purpose. Whites not yet properly made lay under black cloths with grave salt packed around their skulls. Corpse golems waited in pieces, torsos stitched to torsos, arms bundled by size, rib frames wired to heavy poles, heads arranged in covered baskets because Malachar claimed excessive faces encouraged theological distraction among lesser assistants. The first acolyte had spent the night vomiting behind the third wagon and returned each time with devotion brighter than illness. The second had tied corpse thread until his fingers bled through the black stains. The third had cataloged every dead thing within 300 paces by category, condition, name status, and probable usefulness. The fourth had not spoken since old Gallows Field laughed under the ground during the phylactery's making. He held a salt bowl in both hands and stared at the grass as if expecting it to open. Malachar walked among them before dawn, orange robes darkened by ash and damp, bone mask tied at his belt, eyes alive in a face that had forgotten how to sleep when history was near. He corrected a salt line here, a thread not there, a corpse angle with his boot, a prayer with visible irritation. Not worship, he snapped at a novice who had begun whispering over the black iron harp. Precision. Worship later if any of us are still shaped like ourselves. The novice bowed until his forehead touched dead grass. Forgive me, Master Grave Walker. Forgiveness is not a tool. Correct the third spiral. Yes, Master. Malachar turned and nearly collided with Aorian. The elf had not slept either. That was obvious from the eyes. Aorian's face had gone pale in a way that had nothing to do with elven fairness. He had spent the night walking the ward lines, checking them, revising them, hating them, strengthening them, weakening them where overstrength would give Elira a hinge to break, adding false stress points where she might strike, removing two of his own better protections because he knew from academy texts that Venkalap's theory loved beautiful symmetry. He had not told Valorian that last part. He did not need to. Valorian had watched him cut the lines away and understood enough to be interested. Aorian stood now beside the phylactery circle and stared at the place where the first cage, second cage, and office cage overlapped. The geometry was ugly. Elven hands had drawn it, human cinder script had begun rewriting it, Orvan's iron had given it ribs, Malachar's salt had given it a grave, and Valorian's chain had given it a throne. Aorian hated it because it might work. Malachar studied him. You look like a man watching his own hand open a forbidden door. Aorian did not look away from the circle. I am. Wonderful, honesty suits you poorly, but the fit improves under duress. If she wakes fully, this field may become a historical event. No one survives to record. Malachar smiled faintly. You say that as if recording requires survival. Aorian turned his head at last. His expression was tired enough to be honest. You are not afraid enough. Malachar's smile faded. There, Aorian saw it. The Grave Walker was afraid, not morally, never that. Not afraid of desecration, not afraid of sin, not afraid of crossing a line older civilizations had buried under law. Malachar feared smallness, failure, waste, imprecision. He feared the first true attempt at a bound lich collapsing into a screaming ash blister because the living had lacked the courage to build the prison large enough. He feared making something too small. I am afraid precisely enough, Malachar said. No, Aorian answered. You are afraid she will fail to rise. You should be afraid she will succeed. Malachar looked toward the cinder phylactery. Inside the black iron heart, the ember eye had not closed since the night before. It watched without waking. "Perhaps," he said softly. "But if she succeeds, then we will have witnessed the first proper sunrise in a dead art." Aelrian's lip curled. "Grave rat. Academy corpse." Aelrian almost struck him. The chain stirred across his spine before anger became movement. Both men looked toward the eastern ridge. Valorian had arrived. The field noticed before anyone bowed. The grass bent lower. The dead oaks ceased creaking. The shield dead lifted their heads in the first ring. Dusk stepped at his left, violet-black fur bristling from shoulder to tail, every instinct in the Duskstalker protesting the field, the phylactery, the ash, and the old human-killing ground. Garen followed at his right in black plate, helm under one arm, sword at his hip, the lesser hand marked and ready. Behind them came Mar, Duth, Braca, Voran, Mara, Voss, Pike, Orvin, and the tight cluster of those Valorian wanted near enough to witness and far enough to be protected if protection remained possible. Mother Kale came with Perrin and Skava. The old woman's steps were steady only because the chain allowed no collapse. Her necklace was gone. The shadow line at her throat remained, not a collar, not a bruise, but something worse than both. Permission made visible to those who knew how to look. In one hand, she carried her medical satchel. In the other, she held the single broken antler bead she had picked from the Ore Hall floor after Valorian broke her vow token. Her fingers never opened around it unless forced to work. Perrin walked near her but did not touch her. He had learned that lesson too well. Skava walked on Perrin's other side, close enough to seize him if fear became movement. Aelrian noticed all of this, then looked at Valorian and forgot it for a moment. Valorian wore no armor, no shirt, no cloak. No black noble coat stolen from dead halls, no war mask, no boots, no gloves, only the officer's oath-war kilt from Valar. The old human garment hung from his waist in layered dark cloth and weathered leather, belted by metal plates etched with dead military signs Aelrian had been forced to help him translate. The kilt reached just above his knees and moved with the cold morning air like a torn banner remembering formation. Everything else was bare. His feet were bare in the dead grass. His torso was bare. His arms were bare. His scars were bare. White Hollow had written itself across him in old lines. Whip marks, restraint scars, surgical thinness turned into hard survival, burns from the chain's first failures, blackened marks where Valeth's spell had once held him, newer wounds from Blacktooth, Rustmaw, Mother Kale's vow, the phylactery's first bite. His ribs showed faintly when he breathed. He was still young enough that the sight of him could have been pitiful if the field had not leaned away from his feet. 14. Aelrian hated that the thought returned now. 14, half-starved by history, scarred by slavery, standing almost naked in a dead human-killing ground to raise a lich feared by elven academies. Ethereal black chains coiled around him without touching cloth. They moved over his shoulders, along his arms, across his chest, down his spine, around his wrists, vanishing and reappearing through air like serpents made from command. Some were thin as wire, some thick as anchored chain. One lay across his throat like a noose that had chosen service. Another curled around his left hand, where the phylactery burn had marked his palm in the shape of a chain link wrapped around a heart. He looked too exposed. That made him look worse. No armor meant he had not come to withstand. He had come to claim. Malachar dropped to one knee. The acolytes followed. Chainbinder, what bidding do you require? The words traveled through the field. The dead heard. The living heard. Something under the ground heard and did not answer. Valorian looked toward the cinder phylactery. Begin. No one moved for one breath. Then everyone moved at once. Orvin opened the forge frame. The black iron ribs unfolded around the phylactery like a chest being cut open. Cinderglass channels glowed red along the heart vessel's sides. The battlefield ember inside brightened until the hollow looked wet with buried fire. Aelrian stepped into the second ring of war geometry and lifted both hands. Pale elven lines rose from the ground, not beautiful this time. Not clean enough to please any academy master, but strong in the way desperate things became strong when shame no longer mattered. Malachar poured grave salt into the outer spiral. The first and second acolytes drew corpse thread through iron loops. The third began naming categories of dead under his breath. The fourth shook so hard his salt bowl rattled, but did not spill. Garen began issuing orders to the lines. First ring holds, second ring loose. Living files maintain gaps. No one closes formation without my command. Mar repeated it louder and uglier. You heard the marshal. If I see anyone bunch up like frightened rats, I will throw you into the fire before it gets clever. Doth turn to the old line. Gaps stay open. Eyes on hands, not flame. If dead move wrong, report. If living panic, strike. Dead forward, living holds. The old line answered, dead forward, living holds. Their voices were rough, low, frightened, but steadier than raw goblins had any right to be. Aerion heard and almost laughed, not from humor, from horror. Even now, on the edge of a lich raising, Valorion's first living slave rank was becoming doctrine in goblin throats. Valorion stepped into the inner circle. The ward lines brightened around his bare feet. Aerion felt every line recognize him and recoil, not because he was outside the ritual, because he was too much inside it. Malachar looked at Valorion. Once begun, my lord, we may stop the waking, but not cheaply. Valorion did not look away from the phylactery. Cost is not refusal. No, Malachar said, voice almost tender. No, it is not. Aerion's hands tightened. This is the last moment before the door opens. Valorion turned slightly, then say what warning remains. Aerion stared at it. The chain did not tighten. That made the offer worse. The elf looked at the phylactery, then at the field, then at the dead rings and living files and Mother Kale standing with chained mercy and Perrin shaking under his own fur, and Skava holding hatred like a knife with no handle, and Garen waiting for a catastrophe he could command, and Malachar practically glowing before the grave. Then he looked back at Valorion. If she wakes, she may not understand weakness as an error. She may understand it as permission. If she wakes, she may see your chain not as a wall, but as a road. If she wakes, she will know warfare older than every commander here. She will know how to burn formation, how to read ward stress, how to use ash, breath, water, bone, fear, metal, and mercy as battlefield components. His voice lowered. She may wake and decide you are the nearest throne. Valorion's eyes did not change. Good. Aerion's face tightened with fury. No, do not say good as if the word makes danger obedient. She is not Braca. Not Voron, not a goblin ruler dragged from under mushrooms. Not a knight's soul misplaced in dead flesh. She is Elira Ven. She was feared by people who had already seen archmages. She was studied by elves because the dead could not teach us fast enough what she had done while living. Valorion listened. For once he did not interrupt. Aerion stepped closer to the ward edge. She burned rivers. She made healing tents into furnaces. She turned cremation smoke into targeting grids. She taught armies that ash was not aftermath. It was instruction. The academy did not teach her because she was quaint human barbarism. It taught her because some of her methods still work better than elven replacements. The cinder phylactery beat once. Every word seemed to feed it. Aerion heard the beat and knew it too late. He stopped speaking. Malachar smiled faintly. She likes her curriculum. Aerion looked sick. Valorion looked down at the phylactery, then let the teacher return. He placed both hands on the black iron heart. The phylactery opened, not physically. The opening occurred behind the world. The first sound was not thunder, flame, scream, or bell. It was chalk. Aerion heard it and went cold to the marrow. Chalk scratching on academy slate. Line by line, angle by angle, a lesson beginning. The cinder phylactery beat again. Ash rose from every corpse wagon in the field, not much. A breath from each covered body, a gray thread from every bundle, a pale smear from old bone. A black puff from sealed pit remains. The ash did not drift upward like smoke. It moved with purpose, curling toward the phylactery in thousands of thin lines. Dead mouths opened beneath their shrouds. teeth clicked. Skeletons strained against thread. Whites under black cloth groaned in voices too old for the bodies assigned to them. Mother Kale whispered, "No." The chain allowed it because no one could have called that word obstruction. Not in this moment, it was weather. Valorian did not look at her. His hands tightened on the phylactery. The burn in his palm reopened. Blood ran into the cinder-glass channels. The ash lines darkened. Malachar raised both arms. Name preserved. The first acolyte answered, shaking. Name preserved. Remains anchored. Remains anchored. Spell memory permitted. Aeorian flinched. The second acolyte repeated, spell memory permitted. Office prepared. Office prepared. Will subordinate. The fourth acolyte hesitated. Only half a breath, long enough for terror to show. Malachar's head snapped toward him. The fourth swallowed, will subordinate. The phylactery beat. This time the dead oaks shook. One branch broke from the northern ridge and fell soundlessly, landing in the dead grass without crack or bounce. The field swallowed the sound because it wanted the next one. Valorian closed his eyes. The black chains around his body lifted. One by one they rose into the air, no longer coiling around him but extending outward, some toward the corpse wagons, some toward the ward pylons, some toward the dead rings, some down into the soil beneath Old Gallows Field. His body stood exposed at the center, scarred and bare, the oath-war kilt snapping once in a wind no one else felt. He spoke in human. Aeorian understood some of it now. Enough, return, name, ash, office, chain. The phylactery answered in the same tongue, not aloud. The cinder tablets set into the heart's outer cage lit red, and letters began moving over the iron ribs. Human war script copied itself into the vessel, then changed, then corrected, then cut through the elven containment lines Aeorian had drawn. Aeorian shouted, "No." He lunged forward with both hands raised, pouring white gold ward force into the second cage. The lines bent back into place, for one breath. Then the phylactery corrected him again. Not broke, corrected. It changed the angle of one human cinder mark by the width of a fingernail, and Aeorian's entire upper ward lattice began to collapse inward. Aeorian hissed and cut his own palm across the ward line. Blood struck the geometry. Elven light flared. The collapse stopped. Malachar looked delighted. She is revising from inside. She is not awake, Aeorian snapped. No, Malachar whispered, but the methods remember her. The phylactery beat harder. Valorian's eyes opened. They were black from edge to edge. Continue. Aeorian looked at him as if he were insane. She is already attacking the containment. Continue. She is not even awake. Then she is worth raising. Aeorian wanted to refuse. The chain moved. He hated that he moved faster. His hands cut through ward geometry, closing gaps, building false exits, redirecting the human script into containment loops that would have been forbidden in any academy chamber not already burning. The phylactery kept adapting. Aeorian kept answering. The two magics met above the black iron heart. Elven moon geometry and human cinder logic, beauty and brutality, long refinement and practical theft, academy and battlefield, ward and siege. Then Valorian began to feed it. The corpse wagons screamed, not the bodies, the remains. Soul lights rose, some were nothing but sparks, some were faces, some came out as hands gripping the air. Some emerged as threads of memory, a goblin mother clutching a root bowl, a rustmaw miner coughing black dust, a blacktooth hookman dying under a chain ghoul, an old human fragment from the field itself that did not know what year it had been killed and did not care because pain had outlived calendar. They rose toward Valorian first, not the phylactery, him. The chain drank them through his hands, his body arched. Aeorian saw his ribs stand out, saw black light move beneath skin, saw old slave marks flare, saw scars become channels. Valorian's mouth opened, but the sound that emerged was not a scream. It was too full of voices to be only his, Mother Kale dropped to one knee. Perrin grabbed for her, then stopped before touch completed. Skava cursed and seized his wrist. "Stay. He is eating them." Perrin's voice had gone small. Aelrian heard. He wished he had not. Valorian was not merely feeding the phylactery. He was making himself the passage. Soul force, death echo, unfinished curse, name fragment, grief, oath, rot, old hatred. All of it rose through the corpse wagons and the gallows ground, struck the chain, and passed through the boy at the center before burning into the cinder phylactery. The black chains brightened. No, darkened. That was the wrong word and the right one. They became more visible because the light around them seemed to die. Malachar whispered, "Yes." Aelrian shouted, "You are taking too much." Valorian did not answer. Valorian. No answer. The phylactery beat faster. The ash in the air thickened until dawn became gray dusk. Human letters burned inside the cloud. Some were old teaching marks. Some were military abbreviations. Some were names. Aelrian saw Ven written and rewritten in red cinder light, saw Varos, saw words he did not know and feared anyway. The field beneath them began to steam, not from heat, from memory waking under cold soil. A voice spoke from the phylactery, not fully, not yet. A woman's voice buried under ash, layered under 1,000 years of silence, edged in command. Who? The field froze, every dead thing stopped. Even Valorian went still. The voice came again, clearer. Who is holding my name? Malachar sank to both knees. The acolytes collapsed around him. Aelrian's ward lines flickered. Garen drew his sword. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Perrin began to cry without sound. Valorian looked down into the embry of the phylactery. "I am." The field ignited. White, not red, not gold, not orange, not flame as living bodies knew flame. White, white so bright the world disappeared. Old Gallows Field became a sun laid flat against the earth. The dead grass vanished in a single breath. The first ring of shield dead became black silhouettes inside white fire. Iron glowed before men could shout. Corpse wagons erupted from within, not exploding outward, but lighting through every seam as if each body inside had become a lantern made of bone. Grave salt flashed into glass. The dead oaks along the northern ridge caught fire from the inside and burned without smoke. The old rope scars turned bright as molten wire. For half a heartbeat no one understood. Aelrian did. He saw the first cinder angle inside the light. He knew the lesson, not from memory alone, from fear old enough to have been taught properly. His head snapped toward Garen. "Scatter the first and second line. Now." Garen turned. Aelrian was already moving, hands cutting white gold arcs through the air with such speed the skin split across his knuckles. "Now, Marshal, they will die. I cannot ward formation density. Scatter them." Garen lifted the lesser hand. First line break by files, second line ridgeward. Living gaps, dead gaps, scatter. The chain took his order. The lines moved, not fast enough. Aelrian screamed, "Dead too. Anything with metal will cook." Garen's command changed before the sentence ended. Dead ring open, shields drop, metal away from bodies, move. Mar roared the same order with every curse he knew. Duth struck a raw goblin across the helm and dragged him sideways as the metal cap began to glow. The goblin screamed when Duth tore the cap from his head and threw it into the burning grass. Two shield dead failed to move before their own shields turned white at the rims and sank into their arms. A corpse golem under tarp began smoking. One of its sewn heads woke enough to scream before its throat burst steam. Aelrian threw both hands outward. "Behind me, now." No one argued, not because Aelrian had authority, because terror lent him command for one instant, and even Garen recognized useful terror. Aelrian's ward rose. This was not signal light, not a field lane, not a crude pressure-shaped throne against goblin gas. This was Academy spellcraft stripped of elegance and forced into survival. White gold geometry erupted around him in layered planes. Triangles folded into arcs, arcs into shields. shields into overlapping petals. Each petal caught white fire and turned it sideways. The ward became a half-dome around the central command group, then a second dome inside the first, then a third lattice only Aelrian could see because it existed partly in the space where spells decided how to behave. Garen stepped behind it with Valorian's command staff. Mother Kael was pulled through by Skava and Perrin together. The chain at Mother Kael's throat flared as she crossed the ward, and for one horrible breath Aelrian thought his own protection would reject her because Valorian's binding had made mercy part of the chain's architecture. He ripped the ward open with his left hand and let her through. The correction burned him from wrist to elbow. Perrin stumbled behind her. Skava shoved him down. Stay low. Braca and Voron did not retreat quickly enough. Orcs did not like retreating from fire. That lasted until Voron's shield rim began glowing and Braca's arm hair burned white without flame touching him. Voron snarled, "This is not fire." Aelrian shouted through the ward, "No." Braca laughed once, wild and furious. "Good." Then a white cinder line cut across the ridge between them and turned stone to red glass. Braca stopped laughing. Garen's sword smoked in his hand. He looked toward Aelrian. "What is this?" Aelrian held the ward with both hands and all the hatred in his body. Venfield ignition. Malachar, crouched behind the inner ward with eyes wide and ecstatic, whispered, "Already." Aelrian rounded on him. "This is her opening precaution." That silenced even Malachar. The white field roared. No, not roared. Aelrian realized with fresh horror that the fire made almost no sound. Heat silence, of course. The air above the field had been made too hot, too controlled, too violently shaped to carry noise properly. Shouts outside the ward stretched, bent, came through wrong. Mar's voice became a low, warped thing. Duth's orders arrived as broken syllables. Screams flattened into breathless pulses. Horns would have been useless. Drums would have cooked in their own skins. Garen understood as soon as he tried to shout another order and heard his command die 3 paces from his mouth. His jaw tightened. Command through the chain only. Aelrian did not answer. He could not, because the first ward layer cracked. A single red line appeared across the outer petal, thin as hair, then another, then a third. Aelrian stared at them. No, not cracks, cuts. Elira was reading the ward as it formed. From inside the white fire, the cinder phylactery opened its iron ribs. The ember eye widened. A figure stood within the light. At first, she was only the absence of flame. A woman-shaped darkness inside white fire. Then ash gathered around her. Not burned flesh. Not a corpse assembling from decay. She did not rise like the lesser dead, dragged upward by command and stitched into use. She stepped forward as if the world had remembered she had been expected. Elira Ven emerged whole. The field made room. Her body had been built from ash, bone, phylactery fire, cinder memory, spell continuity, and the office Valorian had forced around her soul. She looked human but not living. Her skin was pale beneath a drifting veil of soot, smooth in some places, cracked with ember lines in others. Her hair moved like smoke drawn upward through a chimney no one else could see. Her eyes burned white red, not like ordinary flame, but like the center of a furnace seen through slitted iron. The black iron phylactery cage glowed within her chest, visible through the sternum like a second heart imprisoned behind bone. Around her ribs, Orvan's dark metal had become cinder mail. Around her wrists and throat, black chain marks appeared and vanished, not settled yet not accepted. Human battle script unfolded behind her in 3 circles, one around her head, one around her hands, one beneath her feet. Aelrian saw the structure and nearly lost the war. Gods. Elira turned her head, not toward Valorian, toward him. Her gaze passed through white fire, through Aelrian's war, through every revision he had made in terror and found the Academy hand inside the geometry. She smiled. Aelrian's blood went cold. Her voice crossed the field without needing sound. Academy work. The outer ward layer cracked from edge to crown. Aelrian cried out and drove both palms into the light. The crack sealed badly. Elira tilted her head. Third revision. Aelrian's mouth opened. She lifted one hand, cowardly. The second ward layer folded inward. Not broke, folded. Aelrian threw himself sideways, dragging the inner geometry with him. The folded ward collapsed where he had been standing and turned the dead grass behind him into white glass. Heat struck his face. His hair smoked. He screamed and pulled the third layer up around the group before the white field entered. Garen stepped into the gap with his shield raised. The shield heated instantly. He did not move. Aelrian grabbed the back of his armor with one hand. Back. I can hold. No, you cannot. Garen looked at him. For once, Aelrian did not sound contemptuous. He sounded certain. Garen stepped back as the shield's outer face began to glow dull red. A heartbeat later, the shield would have cooked a living arm. Garen was not living. That did not make the armor immune to heat. Valorian stood beyond the ward. He had not retreated with the others. Aelrian saw him and felt something in his chest break open. Valorian. The boy stood inside the white field, bare torso lit like bone, Oathwar kilt snapping in the heat, black chains whipping around him as the fire tried to read them. His skin blistered at the shoulders. Blood ran from his palms. White flame touched him and recoiled where the chain darkened, then returned, learning. Elira turned toward him at last. The field between them burned clean. The corpses around Valorian ignited one by one. A shield dead fell beside him, armor glowing. A skeleton rose too early, burst into ash, reassembled badly and crawled burning until the fire wrote itself through its spine and froze it upright. A corpse wagon behind him blew open, bodies inside flashing into white silhouettes before collapsing into blackened bone. Valorian looked at Elira. She looked at him. Child, she said. The word entered every chain. Valorian's face changed, not because she had insulted his age, because her voice had found a shape in the chain and touched it deliberately. Aelrian saw it. So did Garen. Malachar whispered, "Oh." Elira stepped forward. The white fire bent away from her feet. Who built me this ugly heart? Orvin behind the ward stared with something close to pride. Valorian lifted one bloody hand. I did. No. Her gaze passed over him with surgical disdain. You commanded, others built. Valorian's hand closed. A black chain launched toward her. It crossed the white fire like ink through milk. Elira watched it come. Then she spoke one human word. The chain split, not shattered, split lengthwise, link by link, as if some hidden seam had always been waiting for the right instruction. The two halves whipped past her and buried themselves in the burning ground. Valorian's fingers twitched. Blood opened along the split in his palm. Aelrian felt the ward pulse with his own sudden terror. Elira's eyes sharpened. There. She looked almost pleased. Not ordinary binding. A second chain struck from Valorian's left. She caught it in her bare hand. The black links wrapped her wrist. Cinder flared. For one heartbeat, the chain held. Then her hand turned white-hot. The chain glowed red from inside. Valorian's old slave marks burned black across his ribs. He gritted his teeth. Elira looked down at the chain around her wrist. Better. She pulled. Valorian slid half a step forward across burning glass. Garen moved. Aelrian caught his arm. No. Garen did not look at him. My lord is exposed. If you step out, you die before you reach him. Garen's eyes remained on Valorian. He may require me. He requires you alive enough to command what survives. That reached him. Garen stopped, but his sword stayed bare. Elira pulled again. Valorian's bare feet cut against the glassed earth. Blood steamed under him. The Oathwar kilt smoked at the lower edge. The chains around his body flared, answering the one she held. Elira smiled. A chain is a question. Valorian's eyes blackened further. No. A road, then. She pulled the chain toward herself, not to escape it, but to study through it. Aelrian felt something brush the ward from the wrong side. Not fire, command. He turned toward Garen. The marshal had stiffened. The lesser hand on Garen's gauntlet pulsed once, black, then red, then black again. Garen's voice came low. "My lord." Valorian heard him. Elira did too, her smile widened. "Ah." Malachar scrambled backward on his hands like a man, suddenly realizing the altar might eat the priest. She found the office line. Aelrian snapped, "She is not even bound yet." "No," Malachar said, and now he was afraid enough. "But she knows what we meant to make." Elira's gaze moved across the field. To the shield dead, to the skeleton bundles, to the corpse golems, to the whites under black cloth, to Mother Kael, to Duth, to Garen, to every place where chain, rank, office, obedience, and usefulness braided through living and dead. The white fire lowered slightly, not weakened, focused. "You built me an office," she said. Valorian tore the chain free with a snarl and sent 3 more at her. This time she did not cut them, she let them strike. One wrapped her throat, one her left arm. One her chest, directly over the phylactery cage, glowing inside her sternum. The field buckled as Valorian poured authority into the links. Elira's body arched, the white fire faltered at the edges. Aelrian felt hope for one stupid heartbeat. Then Elira laughed. "Offices administer." The chain around her throat turned red, not from heat, from argument. Every bound thing on Old Gallows Field felt the words. Duth dropped to one knee so suddenly his spear clattered in the glassed grass. Mar rounded on him. "Up." Duth tried, his body did not obey. The old line staggered. Shield dead in the first ring turned their heads toward Elira. One corpse golem under tarp took a step toward the central fire without command. Mother Kael choked. The shadow chain at her throat flared white-red beneath its blackness, and for one breath the old woman's hands rose as if another power had found the mercy vow wound Valorian had made and inserted fingers into it. Perrin cried out, "Kael!" Skava grabbed Mother Kael before she fell, then nearly fell with her. Aelrian screamed through clenched teeth. "She is using it." Garen's lesser hand opened halfway, not by choice. The marshal looked down at it, then up at Valorian. "My lord, she has found command." The words cut through the white field. Valorian looked at Elira. For the first time since she had risen, his face showed something beyond rage, calculation. Elira saw that too. "A chain is a road, child," she said. Her eyes burned brighter. "Roads can be walked both ways." The white fire surged. Aelrian's ward cracked open from base to crown. Down. He threw himself over Mother Kael and Perrin as the outer layer shattered. Garen stepped in front of Valorian's command staff with shield raised, though the shield still glowed. Braca and Voron seized 2 raw goblins each and hurled them behind a ridge as white fire washed over the second line. Mar dragged Duth upright by the back of his collar. "Stand, you ugly little promotion." Duth screamed, not from heat, from the war inside his chain mark. "I can't." Mar struck him. Duth hit the ground, rolled, and came up on one knee. "I can't." Mar looked toward Elira and understood enough to stop wasting blows. Valorian understood too. The first binding had failed. No, worse, it had opened the road. Elira then stood in the heart of Old Gallows Field with 3 black chains on her body and a smile on her ash-pale face, and through those chains she was reaching for every servant Valorian owned. The battle had not begun when she woke. It had begun when she answered. Valorian lowered his hand. The chains on Elira did not vanish. They tightened. She watched him with interest. "You cannot outcommand what you do not understand." Valorian's burned fingers curled. The white field roared soundlessly. The dead struggled between 2 masters. The living tried not to die under heat, fear, and obedience. Aelrian pushed himself upright, blood running from one ear, and stared at Valorian through the broken wall. Valorian. The boy did not look back. Aelrian knew he heard. "You cannot bind her as a servant." Valorian's chains darkened. Aelrian's voice shook with terror and fury. She will turn the office against you. She will make your hierarchy hers. She will make all of them hers. Elira looked at Aelrian, academy boy. Aelrian froze. You learned better than I expected. Then she lifted one finger. A red cinder mark appeared beneath his feet. Aelrian had just enough time to recognize the Ven collapse angle. He threw his ward inward instead of outward. The ground where he stood became a white furnace. He vanished behind light. Mother Kael screamed his name. The chain at her throat punished the shape of the scream, but she screamed anyway. When the light cleared, Aelrian was on both knees inside a ring of melted glass, both arms burned to the elbow, his ward collapsed around him like broken crystal. Alive, barely. Elira turned back to Veilorian, one competent elf, a dead knight, a grave priest with ambition larger than discipline. Goblin soldiers learning posture, a chained healer, orcs held at distance, corpses badly categorized, a field with excellent memory. Her smile became cruel. And you? Veilorian breathed. Blood ran down his bare chest from the reopened marks along his ribs. Elira tilted her head. What are you, child of chains? The question moved through the field. For one moment, even the white fire seemed to wait for his answer. Veilorian looked around Old Gallows Field, at the dead buckling between masters, at Garen fighting his own lesser hand, at Duth on his knees, at Mother Kael choking beneath the pressure of a stolen command, at Aelrian burned because he had saved the others and been read for, at Malachar kneeling now not in worship but in fear of being owned by the thing he had helped wake, at Elira whole and burning first and not yet his. Then Veilorian smiled. It was not controlled. It was not polished. It was too young, too wounded, too delighted by the shape of a new kind of war. I am learning. He slammed both hands into the burning ground. Desecrate. The word entered Old Gallows Field like a grave opening under a temple. Blackness spread from his palms, not shadow, claim. The white fire recoiled where it touched the first circle of desecration. Grass already burned became black frost. Glass cracked. Old Gallows soil split open in veins. Grave salt melted, then reformed as dark crystals. Human bones beneath the field lit one by one below the surface, not white with Elira's fire, but blue-black with Veilorian's answering hunger. Aelrian looked up through pain. He had seen corpse raising. He had seen grave frost. He had seen chains. He had not seen this. The ground itself changed allegiance. The desecration did not extinguish Elira's white field. It created a second kingdom inside it, white siege fire above, black grave claim below. Elira's smile faded. Veilorian rose slowly from the center of the spreading dark. His bare skin smoked. His war kilt burned at one edge. Black chains rose behind him like a crown dragged from a pit. You made the field a city, he said. The ground cracked wider. I make it a grave. Under Old Gallows Field, the dead began knocking. Not corpses, not yet spirits. The restless dead heard desecration and came near. Elira's eyes narrowed. Veilorian lifted one hand. Rise. The first spirit broke through the blackened ground at his feet. White-gray fingers clawed upward through soil that had no room for bodies. A face followed, mouth stretched in silent accusation. Then another, then 10. Then 100 pale shapes pressed against the underside of the field as if the dead world had become a lake and something had cracked the ice from above. Veilorian's voice deepened. Rise, restless dead. The field answered. Old Gallows Field opened. Not like a graveyard. Graveyards had boundaries, names, stones, rituals, roads for mourners, places where the living came close to death and pretended proximity meant understanding. Old Gallows Field had none of that. It had been killing ground, burning ground, hanging ground, teaching ground, punishment ground. It had swallowed bodies without promise and kept pain because no one had given it permission to become memory cleanly. Now Veilorian gave it permission to become weapon. Desecration spread from his bare feet in black veins. The white siege fire did not die, it fought. For every strip of earth Valorian claimed, Elira's fire redoubled above it, turning air into furnace, glass into mirror, ash into script. The field became two hungers layered over one another. White heat pressed downward, black grave cold pushed up. Between them, the living crouched behind broken wards, and the dead tried to decide which command had the deeper right. Valorian stood at the center of the blackening ground with both palms raised. Blood ran from the split burns in his hands and fell onto glass that cracked when it touched him. The officer's oath-war kilt had begun to char at one edge. His bare chest rose and fell too quickly. White light burned along old scars, and black chain shadow answered through them, making his body look written over by two wars at once. He spoke again. Rise. The word went downward. The restless dead rose upward. Faces broke first, not bodies, faces. They pressed through the desecrated soil like pale masks surfacing under dark water. Human faces, goblin faces, some too old or too damaged by death to belong cleanly to one race. A woman with a rope mark around her throat. A man with half his skull cracked by a hammer. A child-shaped blur whose mouth was older than childhood. A soldier with no eyes and an elven arrow still remembered through his chest, though no body held it anymore. Goblin prisoners hanged under human law. Human war captives burned under elven law. Old murderers, old victims, old things that had outlived the difference. They did not rise in peace. They rose cursing. The sound came after their faces, a low pressure building under the white heat until even Elira's heat silence could not smother it. It was not speech at first. It was breath through dead throats. Then whispers, then accusations, then names, then screams. Perrin curled both hands over his ears. It did not help. Skava dragged him lower behind the broken wardridge. Do not listen for words. I can hear children. Then hear me louder. I can hear. Skava seized his face and forced him to look at her. Me, hear me. Perrin stared at her, shaking. Behind them, Mother Kale was on one knee with both hands pressed to the earth, not in prayer, not freely. The chain at her throat pulsed as the dead rose. Mercy inside her tried to answer the suffering in the field and found the path narrowed through Valorian's permission. Tears ran down her face. Her mouth moved around old prayers the chain would not allow her to complete, because some of those prayers included release. Aelrian forced himself upright inside the melted glass ring where Elira's cinder mark had nearly killed him. His arms were burned to the elbow. His fingers trembled. The ward light around him had broken into floating fragments that circled his body like shattered moons. Every breath hurt because the air still carried white heat and black grave pressure both. He looked at Valorian. Then at the dead rising, then at Elira. The Lich watched the spirits with narrowed eyes, not fear. Study that frightened him more. She is learning them, Aelrian rasped. Garen heard. The marshal stood just outside the half-collapsed inner ward, shield held low because the metal had become too hot even for dead hands to grip properly without damage. His lesser hand still flickered red at the edges where Elira had touched the command line. He flexed his fingers once slowly, as if reminding each digit who owned it. What does that mean? It means if he calls them badly, she will take them better. Garen looked toward Valorian. He must know. He is 14, Aelrian said, and there was no contempt in it this time. Only terror. Knowing is not the same as surviving the lesson. The ground split wider. Restless dead surged upward. Wraiths came next. They did not crawl. They unfolded from the black spaces between spirit faces and corpse shadows, long and thin, made of cold smoke, funeral cloth, and hatred stretched until it had almost become silence. Some wore the suggestion of old armor. Some had no legs. Some had hands too long and faces too empty. They turned toward Valorian with the hunger of things disturbed from grievance. Elira lifted her right hand. Cinder script flashed. The nearest wraith ignited white from within. It screamed without sound and became ash. Valorian's head snapped toward her. Elira's smile returned, unshaped. She flicked two fingers. 3 more wraiths burst into flame and curled into red symbols around her. Untrained. Another gesture. A line of skeletal dead that had begun climbing from the black ground collapsed as their bones turned to powder. Useful material, poorly declared. Valorian's jaw tightened. She stepped forward, white fire bending around her. You opened the field, good. You called what cursed you, better. But you command like a starving prince who has found a treasury and thinks grabbing gold is kingship. Valorian lifted his hand. The black chains around the wraith snapped tight. Mine. The wraiths shrieked. Some obeyed, some did not. One tore itself apart rather than answer. Another turned in circles, half pulled toward Valorian, half drawn by Elira's cinderscript that had learned the shape of its hatred faster than Valorian could give that hatred use. Elira's eyes brightened. See. Her voice cut across the field. Dead things do not become yours because you offend them. Valorian's chains cracked through the air. The first corpse exploded. It was one of the shield dead whose metal had fused into its arms under the white heat. Valorian's chain struck its spine, and the corpse burst outward in a black-blue flash. Bone shrapnel tore through the white fire in every direction. Rib fragments punched into 2 cinder whites forming near Elira's left side. A skull split open mid-air and sprayed grave frost across burning script, freezing a circle of red letters into brittle glass. Elira's head turned. Not surprised enough. Interested, Valorian's lips peeled back. Another chain struck a corpse wagon. Burst. This time he used the word deliberately. A cart full of Rustmore dead detonated. The explosion was not flame, it was bone. Femurs became spears, teeth became hail. Finger bones turned to needles. Jaw fragments spun through cinderlight and clattered against Elira's furnace crown. 3 ash soldiers were shredded before fully forming. A white wardring around Elira's feet cracked under the sudden pressure. Mar whooped despite the heat. That's better. Aeorian stared. Corpse explosion, Malachar whispered, and the reverence in his voice sounded almost offended. He did it without the full gutting rite. Valorian heard enough. He raised his other hand. Again. 3 corpses in the first ring burst one after another. Bone burst, grave frost burst, rot bloom. The first cut through ash soldiers. The second froze a strip of white fire into jagged blue-black crystal. The third spread a choking green-black mist that did not burn immediately because Valorian's desecration held it low against the ground and made it crawl toward Elira's feet like living filth. Elira stepped back, only 1 pace, but everyone saw it. Valorian smiled, too young, too triumphant. Then Elira inhaled. The rot mist turned white, not dissipated, repurposed. She wrote 1 symbol in the air. The mist flashed into caustic steam and rolled backward toward Valorian. Aeorian threw up a small ward, too late. The steam struck Valorian across the torso. His skin blistered instantly. He staggered, teeth clenched, one knee nearly touching blackened ground. The officer's oath-war kilt smoked harder. Blood from his palms hissed where it fell. Elira's voice was calm. Corpse detonation requires wind judgment. Valorian looked up through steam. His eyes were black and furious. I will remember. Assuming you remain someone who can. She opened both hands. The ash around her became soldiers. Cinderwhites rose in disciplined formation, not crawling out of dirt but assembling from burned air. Helmets first, then shoulders, then swords made of red siege script. Human wardead shaped through Elira's memory, each one carrying a little piece of old battlefield doctrine. They did not shamble, they stepped. They did not snarl, they formed ranks. Garen's face went still. Mar whispered, I hate that. Duth, still fighting his own chain mark, stared at the Cinderwhites with raw envy and horror. They stand wrong. Mar looked at him, Duth swallowed. No, not wrong, too right. The Cinderwhites advanced. Valorian sent skeletons to meet them. The skeletons rose in hundreds now, dragged from beneath old gallows field, pulled from carts, assembled from old pit bones and half-burned remains. They came with broken swords, ribbed shields, jawless skulls, and black chain light in their eye sockets. They slammed into the Cinderwhites and shattered. Not all. Enough. Elira's whites cut through them with practiced formation violence. Cinder blades broke bone at joints. Ash shields deflected skeletal claws. One Cinderwhite stepped inside a skeleton spear, cracked its skull with the pommel, and threw the body aside as if it remembered being trained by a better army than death. Garen watched every movement. Aorian saw him watching. "You are studying them." Garen did not look away. "They are studying us." Aorian followed his gaze. The Cinderwhites were adapting to the skeletons, adjusting spacing, learning which corpses exploded, avoiding black frost patches, shielding against banshee pressure not yet even fully called. They were not Elira's full mind, but they carried enough of her doctrine to improve mid-fight. Valorian saw it too. His smile vanished. He slammed one palm to the ground again. Bone. The field answered beneath the Cinderwhites. Bone eruption tore upward, not neat spikes, not clean magic, a grave made teeth. Ribs burst from the ground in cages. Femurs punched through glassed soil. Jawbones opened like traps around ankles. Fingers hooked upward and seized Cinderwhite greaves. One Ash soldier was impaled through the chest by a pillar made from fused spines and lifted screaming into the white fire. Another had both legs trapped by skeletal hands that kept growing from the soil, more and more, until the white was dragged waist-deep and torn apart by skeletons climbing up its own body. Elira's eyes narrowed. Crude. Valorian clenched his fist. The bone cage around 3 Cinderwhites collapsed inward. They shattered. Effective. For now. She turned her palm downward. The white fire entered the bone eruption. Bone became lime. Lime became powder. Powder became flash. A section of the battlefield erupted in a blinding white blast that threw skeletons, wraiths, dead shields, and living goblins backward. The ward fragments around Aorian rang like struck glass. Perrin cried out as a bone shard cut his cheek. Skava shoved him down and covered his head with her body before the second wave hit. Mother Kale moved toward them on instinct. The chain at her throat stopped her. She choked. Aorian saw. Let her move. Valorian did not look back. Aorian shouted through the heat. Valorian, let her move or Perrin bleeds blind. The chain allowed it. Mother Kale stumbled forward, caught herself, and reached Perrin. She pressed cloth against his cheek. Her hand shook until the permission settled more clearly. Perrin clutched her wrist and then froze, terrified he had done wrong. Mother Kale's eyes softened. For one heartbeat, the old mercy was there. Then the chain tightened. Her expression emptied just enough to continue treatment. Skava saw. Her hatred found another place to live. The white field surged again. Elira lifted both arms, and the burning air gathered above her into a crown of furnace-white arcs. Enough correction. The arcs fell. Aorian screamed down. This time his ward was not enough. The arcs did not strike like lightning. They descended like siege ladders made of heat, touching the ground at multiple points around Valorian's desecrated circle. Where they landed, white fire poured downward into the black claim and tried to burn the desecration out from beneath. The ground groaned, spirits shrieked, wraiths ignited. Skeletons collapsed into piles that kept twitching but could not stand. Valorian staggered, the desecration shrank. Elira stepped forward. Did you think ground was loyal? Valorian drove both hands downward, fingers clawed into black glass. Soul. The word changed the field. Chains shot from him, not toward Elira, but toward the restless dead he had raised. They struck wraiths, skeletons, half-formed spirits, corpse remnants, banshee shapes still beneath the soil, and soul lights trying to flee the heat. The dead screamed as the chains pulled essence from them into Valorian's body. Aorian recoiled. No. Malachar whispered, soul drained. No, Aorian said again louder. No, he is feeding mid-spell. Valorian's body arched. Black light poured through his scars. His eyes became pits of smoke. The blistered skin across his chest darkened but stopped worsening. His burned palms closed. The shrinking desecration pulsed outward again, stronger, blacker, fed by the souls of the very dead who cursed him. The restless dead hated him. He drank the hatred, then he used it. Rise. This time the command struck like a bell under the earth. Banshees rose. They came screaming before their mouths appeared. The first tore upward from a gallows patch where 3 women had been hanged together and buried apart. Their spirits had found each other anyway in death, and now Valorian's desecration ripped them into the white field as one braided shriek. Hair floated upward. Faces stretched long, throats glowed blue-black, rope marks burned around their necks. More followed, murdered mothers, broken healers, starved captives, goblin grandmothers dead in debt pits. Human prisoners burned after confession. Women whose names had been taken from them and replaced by the crimes of men. They rose in a crescent around Valorian, each one facing him first. The hatred in them was so pure the chain smoked where it touched them. Perrin sobbed. Mother Kale's hand stopped on his cheek. Skava whispered, "Do not look." But she looked. Valorian looked at the Banshees. They screamed at him. The sound struck his body and drove him back half a step. Blood burst from his nose. His chains whipped violently around him, some recoiling, some tightening, some plunging into the ground to anchor him against the force of dead grief. Elira watched with open interest now. Valorian smiled through blood. Yes. He lifted both hands. "Come claim your vengeance." The Banshees surged toward him. The chain opened, not to stop them, to catch the scream. The first Banshee's shriek entered Valorian's chest through the black links and came out through his right hand as a weapon. The second joined, the third. Then the crescent entire. Their hatred, grief, curse, accusation, and death scream braided into one black-blue wave that Valorian hurled at Elira's furnace arcs. The world screamed. Aelrian's ward shattered completely. Garen caught him before he fell. The Banshee wave struck Elira's white siege fire and cracked it across the sky. For the first time, the white field dimmed. The cinder whites faltered. The skeletons surged. Mar roared because sound had returned in patches. "Forward, you dead bastards." Garen lifted the lesser hand. "Hold living lines, do not close, dead pressure only." Duth, shaking, managed to stand. His collar still flickered red-black, but his eyes had cleared enough to hate both masters. "Old line," he rasped. The goblins looked at him. "Stay spread. If you bunch, you cook. If you run, Mar catches you. If you kneel to her, he catches you slower." Mar grinned, learning. Duth spat blood onto the glass. "Dead forward, living holds." The old line answered, weak but present. "Dead forward, living holds." Elira turned toward the Banshees. Her expression had changed. She was no longer teaching casually. Now she was fighting. Good. Valorian felt the word inside himself and knew it was his own. Good, he raised the dead against her. Wraiths swept low through the cracked white fire, black ribbons with hands. Skeletons climbed over broken cinder whites. Bone cages rose and collapsed. Corpse golems lumbered into formationless impact, one tearing its tarp away as 3 heads screamed in disharmony. It struck a line of ash soldiers with 6 arms at once and drove them backward through burning glass. White fire carved chunks from its flesh. It kept walking. Elira sent cinder lances through its chest. The first burned a hole through 3 torsos. The second severed 2 arms. The third pierced 1 head, which burst into steam. Valorian snapped his hand sideways. Burst. Corpse golem exploded, not by accident, by command. Its body became an expanding storm of flesh, bone, black frost, and rot fire. The blast swallowed 6 cinder whites and knocked Elira's furnace crown crook for 1 heartbeat. Rotten vapor caught in her ash script. Bone shards lodged in the circle behind her. 1 shard punched through her shoulder and came out burning red. The entire field paused. Elira looked at the bone shard, then at Valorian. A slow smile spread across her face. "There you are." Valorian was breathing hard now. He had spent too much. Everyone could see it. Aelrian forced himself upright beside Garen. He cannot keep matching her spell for spell. Garen's eyes did not leave the center. He is not. Aorian looked at him. Garen's voice was low. He is learning which wound she respects. Elira pulled the bone shard from her shoulder. Ash closed behind it. She crushed the shard in her hand. You are less disappointing when cornered. Valorian wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his wrist. You are less obedient than promised. Malachar, despite terror, raised one finger as if to object to the phrasing of promised. Aorian grabbed his sleeve. Not now. Elira lifted both hands, the cinder script behind her rearranged. Aorian saw it and felt his stomach drop. What is that? Garen asked. Aorian's burned hands trembled. Command combustion. Garen turned, meaning. She is going to burn the obedience links. Malachar's face went pale with joy and horror. She can do that. She can try. Elira spoke 3 human words. Every black chain on the field became visible, all of them. Not only the ones around Elira, not only Valorian's active chains. Every binding line, every collar authority, every lesser hand link, every corpse command thread, every death worker tether, every root between Valorian's will and the things he owned. The field filled with black geometry. The living saw it and cried out. Duth stared upward at the chain line passing from his throat to Valorian and understood his slavery as architecture for the first time. Perrin saw lines through himself, through his fear, through the road bands of the Foxskin runners, through old Red Whisper survivors, through places he had tried not to name inside his own will. Skava saw hers and went silent. Mother Kale saw the chains wound around her mercy. Garen saw the lesser hand line descending through him like command-made spine. Mar saw his own and laughed once. Ugly thing. Aorian saw too much and nearly lost consciousness. Then the chains turned red, not all, the parts nearest Elira. She was heeding command itself. Valorian shouted wordless and drove black power into the lines. Elira answered with cinder geometry. The chain around her chest flared white-red. She pulled, not away, through. A shock passed across the field. 3 skeleton files turned toward Valorian. A corpse hauler dropped its load and took 1 step toward Elira. A wraith split in half, one part screaming toward Valorian, the other toward her. The banshee's shrieks twisted. Mother Kale clutched her throat and collapsed. Perrin grabbed her despite Skava's warning. The chain struck him, but weakly because the command network itself was under attack. That weakness terrified him more than punishment. Kale. Mother Kale's eyes were open, but her voice was not hers when she whispered, "Office." Aorian understood. She is using the office. Elira's voice crossed the field. You built me first beneath the chain. Valorian stood rigid, both hands extended, chains pouring from him into the field. You are beneath. Beneath is not outside. The red glow raced along another command line. Garen's lesser hand opened. He closed it by force. The movement shook his entire body. Elira turned her burning eyes toward him. Dead Marshal. Garen froze. Valorian's face snapped toward her. Elira smiled. You have an office too. Garen lifted his sword toward himself. Not fully. An inch. Aorian screamed, Garen. Garen's hand stopped. The black chain down his spine flashed red, then black, then red. Valorian snarled. Mine. Elira's gaze sharpened, poorly phrased. The word struck like a spell. Mine, possession alone, not definition, not hierarchy, not limit. Elira used the simplicity of it against him. Her cinder script entered the word and expanded it into question. If mine, how held? If held, through what road? If road, who may walk? If office, who may administer? If first, what authority beneath? The chain shuddered. Valorian staggered. The entire field felt the tremor. For one breath, the dead were not sure who ruled them. That was when Elira reached for everyone. Not in separate lines, as one gesture. Her hand closed around the visible chain architecture of Old Gallows Field, and the red heat raced outward. Doth screamed, Skava dropped to one knee. Perrin's eyes went blank. Mother Kale arched, voiceless, as her mercy vow strained toward a new command. Mar cursed and drove his spear through his own foot to anchor himself. Braca and Voron roared in sudden fury as their newer orc bindings flared, not fully hers, not fully Valorian's for one terrible breath. Voron smashed his shield into the ground. Braca slammed his axe into his own thigh and laughed through pain because pain was at least his. Garen raised his sword another inch. Valorian looked at him. The marshal's eyes met his, not pleading. "Reporting, my lord," Garen said through clenched teeth. "Command is contested." Valorian's face changed. The boy vanished, not into the polished lord, into something rower, a thing that had once been owned and would rather burn the world than feel the hand shift on its collar. He turned toward Elira. "No." The word shook the chain. Elira's eyes brightened. "Yes." She pulled harder. The chain screamed. Valorian screamed with it, not in fear, in rage. He drove both hands into his own chest. Aelrian did not understand the movement until black chains burst from Valorian's back, through skin, through scars, through the old slave marks. They erupted outward like wings made of hooks and nooses, plunged into the desecrated ground and anchored him to old Gallows Field itself. Blood ran down his spine. Mother Kale saw and sobbed once. The chain punished the sound. She made it anyway. Valorian spoke through clenched teeth. "You are not first because you stand nearest me." Elira's expression sharpened. Valorian took one step forward. The ground cracked under his bare foot. "You are not first because you inherit command." The red in the chains flickered. Elira's smile thinned. Aelrian pushed himself higher, eyes widening. "He is defining office." Malachar whispered, "Yes." No joy now, only awe. Valorian took another step. White fire burned his skin. Black frost rose where his blood fell. "You are not my voice." The chain architecture trembled. Mother Kale gasped as the red light withdrew from one coil around her throat. "You are not my hand." Garen's sword lowered half an inch. "You are not regent." Duth collapsed forward, then caught himself with both hands. "You are not mistress." The banshees screamed as their divided shrieks slammed back toward Valorian's command. "You are not the road." Elira snarled for the first time. "Real anger, not instruction. You built the road." Valorian staggered but did not stop. He was close enough now that Elira's furnace crown began burning the edges of his hair. His bare chest blistered again. His kilt smoked. The chains in his back held him upright like a crucified thing walking. "I built a leash." Elira struck him, not with fire, with the phylactery. The cinder phylactery inside her chest flared, and every line Orvan, Aelrian, Malachar, and Valorian had built into it turned outward at once. Solanker, spell memory, office, name, ash, cage, chain. She used all of it as one weapon and drove it into Valorian's heart through the chains between them. Valorian stopped. His eyes went wide. For one breath, everyone saw Elira inside the chain. Not metaphor, not influence, presence. Her ash-white hand closed around the inner black road of Valorian's command and began to pull herself deeper. Aelrian screamed, "Cut the line." Malachar shouted, "No. If he cuts it, she remains unseated." "Better unseated than master. She will kill us unseated. She will own us seated." Garen started forward. The heat drove him back. Elira looked into Valorian's eyes from less than 10 paces away. Her voice was intimate now. "You are tired." Valorian shook. "You are wounded." Another step. "You are young." The word child no longer needed saying. It was worse without it. "You stole a throne from a spell and thought theft made kingship." Valorian's hands trembled. The red glow began creeping back along the chains. Elira smiled. "Kneel, chainbinder." The field fell silent. Even the banshees stopped screaming. Valorian's knees bent. Aelrian's face broke. Garen took one step into fire and began burning. Mother Kale screamed again. Skava, through tears she would later deny, whispered no. Perrin could not speak. Valorian's knee almost touched the blackened ground. Then something under old Gallows Field knocked. Once. The buried old thing from the field's lower memory, the thing Malachar had sealed away during the phylactery's making, answered the pressure of a contested chain in a half-open lich office. Not a voice, not yet. A knock. Elira heard it. Her eyes flicked downward. Mistake. Valorian's hand shot out, not toward Elira, toward the cinder phylactery visible inside her chest. His fingers closed through white fire and ash mail and black iron ribs. He grabbed the harp. Elira screamed. Valorian screamed louder. His hand burned black to the wrist instantly, then to the forearm. Cinderscript crawled up his skin, trying to enter him, trying to map him, trying to find every weakness in flesh, chain, soul, and scar. He held on. Elira drove both hands into his shoulders. White fire poured through him. The Oathwar kilt burst into flame at one side, then blackened without fully burning away because the chain wrapped it too, claiming even the garment's old war oath as part of the ritual witness. Valorian's bare feet sank into the desecrated glass. He leaned closer. "You are the first," he said. The phylactery bucked in his grip. "Because you are the first I conquered whole." Elira snarled. He tightened his burned hand. "You do not administer." The red vanished from Duth's collar. Duth collapsed, gasping. "You do not inherit." Garen's lesser hand snapped closed under his own authority again. The marshal lowered his sword and staggered one step, armor smoking. "You do not speak for the chain." Mother Kale inhaled sharply as the red light left her throat binding. "You do not hold command except where I place it." The corpse golem that had been turning toward Valorian stopped. "You burn where I point." Elira's face twisted. "You rise when I call." The banshees bowed, screaming. "You kneel when I close my hand." Valorian closed his hand. The cinder phylactery rang, not like a bell in air, like iron struck under the earth. The sound went down through old Gallows Field, through dead roots, buried bones, old ashes, gallows stones, sealed lower things, and every restless spirit Valorian had dragged screaming into the war. It went up through white fire, Cinderscript, elven ward fragments, black chains, corpse smoke, and the place where the Silver Mother had not yet looked but soon would. Elira Ven dropped to one knee. The white field collapsed inward, not extinguished, contained. The flames folded into her. Cinderscript shattered and rewrote itself along the black iron heart in Valorian's burned grip. The ash soldiers froze mid-stride. The Cinderwhites lowered their weapons. The banshees bent, still screaming, but now toward the ground. Wraiths sank into shadows. Skeletons collapsed to one knee if they had knees, and if not, simply lowered their skulls. The surviving corpse golems bowed like mountains learning humiliation. Silence returned, real silence, not heat silence, after. Valorian stood before Elira with his hand inside her phylactery cage and half his arm burned black. Blood ran from his nose, mouth, chest, back, and both palms. His body shook so hard the chains behind him rattled against the air. He looked impossibly young and impossibly terrible. Elira knelt. Her head remained lifted. Her eyes burned with hatred undimmed. "You are not my king," she said. Valorian's answer came raw. "No." The black chains sank into the phylactery. "I am your chain." Elira stared at him. Then slowly she smiled, not because she accepted, because she understood. "Then command carefully, chain binder." Valorian leaned close enough that her furnace breath burned the blood on his lips. "I did not raise you for caution." For one breath, something like approval moved through her hate. Then the chain tightened. Elira Ven, first bound lich of the chain, lowered her head. Submission passed through the field like thunder too deep for sound. Malachar fell fully prostrate. The acolytes wept. Orvin stared at the phylactery with the expression of a dead craftsman who had made a cage that hated him and survived. Aelrian sank to the ground, shaking. Garen remained standing only because Garen had forgotten how not to stand when commands still existed. Mother Kale held Perrin's bleeding face and whispered no prayer the chain allowed. Skava looked at Valorian with horror that had lost the ability to grow larger. Duth vomited black spit onto the glass. Mar clapped him once on the back. Still alive. Duth coughed, yes. Then learned something. Duth looked at the kneeling lich. I learned. The field remained ruined. Old Gallows Field was no longer gray. It was black glass, white ash, blue grave frost, bone fields, cinder scars, and rings of dead who had risen, fought, turned, been reclaimed, and knelt. The dead oaks burned with white coals inside black trunks. The corpse wagons were wrecked. The first and second lines had survived only because Aelrian had understood terror faster than pride and Garen had obeyed useful panic. The air stank of burned iron, ash, grave salt, blood, spirit cold, and something new. Lichdom. Valorian finally withdrew his hand from the phylactery. The burned arm hung useless for one moment. Mother Kale looked at it. The permission in her binding found treatment necessity. She rose, then stopped. Not because she chose to, because Valorian had not assigned the center yet. His head turned slightly. He did not look back, treat who is useful. The chain opened that road. Mother Kale moved. Aelrian watched her go and did not have strength left for rage. Elira remained on one knee, but her eyes followed everything. Every chain, every dead soldier, every commander, every flaw, every mercy constrained. Every line of the empire that had just forced her into office. You have corpses, she said. Valorian looked down at her. Her voice was quiet now, but it carried farther than shouted command. You have obedience, you have fear. You have crewed dead in useful numbers. You have one competent marshal, one damaged elf, one inspired grave rat, one smith with taste, and living goblins learning not to disgrace formation. Mar muttered, I like her less now. Elira continued, you do not yet have an army of the dead. Valorian's burned fingers twitched, then build one. Elira's smile sharpened. The chain tightened in warning. She bowed her head again just enough, as commanded. That was when the ash stopped falling. Not slowed, stopped. Every flake in the air froze where it hung. Every spirit fell silent. Every chain went still. Aelrian felt the change before light came. His burned eyes widened. No. Mother Kale turned toward the sky. Perrin lifted his head from her hands. Skava looked up because everyone else did. The clouds above Old Gallows Field parted without wind. Silver light descended, not moonlight, not sunlight, not elven spell light, though Aelrian's soul recognized the shape of it before his mind allowed the name. The silver light touched the field. Every black chain became visible, all of them. Valorian's chains, Garen's, Mar's, Duth's, Skava's, Perrin's fear-bound roads, Mother Kale's throat, wrist, sternum, mercy vow, Elira's phylactery chains, the corpse golems, skeletons, wraiths, banshees, wights, shield-dead acolytes, lesser deathworkers, foxkin runners, orc bindings, dusk's beast bond, every line of ownership, command, coercion, and death Valorian had pulled into the world. The silver light touched them, and the chains opened, not broke, opened, like hands unclenching. Valorian froze. The chain went silent. For the first time since he had become the chain binder, every road from him to what he owned emptied at once. Dead inhaled, Garen gasped. That sound was more terrible than any scream in the battle. The Black Lance staggered one step and looked down at his hands, not as a dead marshal. As a man, his posture changed. The borrowed corpse still wore black plate. The face was still dead flesh. But the eyes behind it cleared into someone who had once stood under banners not made of chain. Someone who had known oath before compulsion. Someone who had died in a world where commands still had names besides Valorian. Varos, Garen whispered. Mar dropped his spear. He stared at it on the glass as if he had never seen a weapon before, then looked at his own ruined hands. What? Duth collapsed fully, clutching his throat where the collar pressure had vanished. He did not run. He did not kneel. He simply shook because the absence of command was too large and he had no shape ready for it. Perrin sobbed and fell forward onto both hands. Skava took 3 steps back from Valorian before she realized she was moving freely. A knife appeared in her hand. No chain froze her wrist. She stared at the knife, then at Valorian. Mother Kale touched her own throat. The shadow chain was open. Not gone, open. Her mercy flooded back into her face so suddenly that she nearly broke from the returning weight of herself. She looked at Perrin first, then Aelrian, then the wounded, then Valorian. Aelrian rose unsteadily. No chain pulled his spine. No pain answered choice. For one impossible breath, he could run. He could attack. He could scream truth without correction. He could be only himself. Elira then slowly stood. The phylactery still burned in her chest. The silver light had not destroyed it. But Valorian's command over it had opened. For several heartbeats, the first bound lich of the chain was not bound by the chain. White fire stirred around her feet. Everyone saw, everyone understood. If the silver light allowed violence, they were all dead, but violence did not move. Not because of chains, because something holier and older than command had placed stillness over the field. Elira looked up. Her expression changed, not fear. Recognition edged with contempt and caution. "So," she said softly, "even your chain has a sky above it." Valorian turned in the silver light. For the first time he looked small, barefoot, bare-chested, burned, bleeding. Wearing only the officer's oath-war kilt from Valor, surrounded by every possession suddenly reminded it had once been other than his. His chains hung open in the air around him like broken cages. He looked at Garen, at Mar, at Mother Kale, at Skava with the knife, at Perrin free enough to crawl away and too stunned to do it, at Aelrian standing without pain, at Elira unbent. At Dusk, who crouched low with no bond forcing her posture, violet black eyes fixed on him with wild animal uncertainty. Then the voice spoke. It did not come from above. Above was too small a direction. It came from silver light on ash, from the stopped air, from the open chains. From old elven prayers Aelrian had heard sung in halls where no one believed gods listened closely anymore. Child of chains. Aelrian fell to his knees, not from compulsion, from recognition. His voice broke. Silver Mother. Mother Kale began to weep. Valorian did not kneel. The silver light deepened. The voice spoke again. You trouble the balance of the living world. Valorian's mouth opened. No sound came. That alone shook everyone who knew him. The Silver Mother continued. The dead are not forbidden to answer. The wounded are not forbidden to cry. The wronged are not forbidden to curse. But you are teaching the dead to rule, the curse to govern, and the wound to become law. Valorian looked at the open chains. His voice came quiet. You can open them. I can remind them they were never yours by right. His face changed. There it was, the wound under empire. Right did not protect me. Silver light moved through the field like sorrow. No. The answer was not argument, it was acknowledgement. That made it worse. But wrong will not crown you forever. Mother Kale, unbound for those few impossible breaths, stepped toward him. Valorian. He flinched, not visibly to everyone. Aelrian saw. Elira saw. Mother Kale's free voice struck him more deeply than her chained obedience ever could. She took another step. You poor damned child. His face twisted, not rage first. Pain, then rage, do not. Mother Kale stopped, not from command, from pity. That hurt him more. The Silver Mother's light brightened. Aelrian lifted his head, tears cutting through soot and ash on his face. Lady, stop him. Aelrian lifted his head, tears cutting through soot and ash on his face. The field held its breath. Valorian looked at Aelrian. Aelrian did not look away. For one impossible heartbeat, he was not bound. No chain bit his spine. No pressure shaped his throat. No command waited behind his teeth to punish the wrong word. He knelt in the silver light because recognition had broken him, not obedience. Please, Aelrian said, and the word was worse because it was free. Stop him. The Silver Mother's light deepened. Ash hung motionless in the air. Wraith stayed half-risen from blackened ground. Banshees bowed in silent grief. Skeletons froze with skulls turned upward. The corpse golems stood like unfinished hills. Elira Ven, first bound Lich of the Chain, remained still beneath the silver radiance, phylactery burning in her chest, no longer held by Valorian's command and yet unable to strike. The god answered, "I cannot." Aorian stared upward. The words did not make sense to him at first. Cannot belong to mortals. Cannot belong to broken wards, exhausted mages, soldiers at gates, mothers with no herbs left, children behind locked doors. Cannot did not belong in the mouth of the Silver Mother. Valorian heard it differently. His head turned slowly toward the light. He stood barefoot in the ruined field, bare chest burned, blackened arm hanging at his side, Oathwar kilt torn and charred at one edge. Every chain around him hung open. Every possession had been reminded it had once been something else. He should have looked diminished. Instead, he looked wounded, and the wound made him dangerous. Cannot. The word came out soft. Mother Kale's face tightened. Aorian closed his eyes because he heard the edge before the blade moved. Valorian lifted his burned face toward the silver sky. Cannot. The second time the word cracked, not with fear, with contempt. Where was Cannot when humanity burned? The field changed, not visibly, deeper than visible. Even Elira's eyes shifted. Even Malachar, still on the ground, slowly lifted his head. Valorian took one step through the silver light. No chain forced anyone to move aside. No one needed to. Something in his voice made space as surely as command ever had. Where was the vaunted Silver Mother when the last human cities were erased? The silver light did not answer, so he kept speaking. Where were you when their children were hunted under other names? Where were you when their language was broken, their graves salted, their books stolen, their bloodlines cut, bought, hidden, bred, buried, and called extinct by the people who survived them? Aorian's face went pale beneath ash. Valorian turned his head toward him for one breath, then back to the light. Where were you when elven halls kept human spellbooks under lock and called it containment? Where were you when dwarven vaults sealed human craft and called it preservation? Where were you when every race that feared mankind took what it wanted from the corpse and left the name to rot? The Silver Mother remained silent. That silence fed him. Valorian's voice lowered. Are you mother to the world? He looked upward with black eyes under silver light. Or only to elves when elves become afraid. The word struck Aorian harder than any chain. He bowed his head, not because Valorian had commanded it, because he could not deny the wound inside the accusation. Mother Kale whispered, Valorian. Her voice was free, too gentle. It almost stopped him, almost. He did not look at her. No, he said, let her answer. The silver light moved over the broken field like sorrow passing over water. When the Silver Mother spoke, her voice was quieter. I was already bound. Valorian's eyes narrowed. What? Long before mankind's last war, long before the last human cities became ash, long before your blood was hidden under elven stone, long before the final hunters learned to call extinction peace, there was an older calamity. The field listened, even the dead listened. The dry land trembled toward ruin, not one kingdom, not one people, not one war, the land itself. Root, stone, river, plain, mountain, field, forest, and the roads by which mortals knew the world. The gods of the peoples went to the world spine. Aorian looked up slowly. He had heard pieces. All elves had heard pieces. World-spine hymns, old dragon oaths, children's warnings about gods who would not answer twice, Academy footnotes dismissed as theological compression, shrine fragments describing the first land nexus and the power beneath the dragons. None had sounded like this. The Silver Mother continued. We went to the Lord of Dragons. The name entered Old Gallows Field and made even Elira then lower her burning gaze by a fraction. Dusk flattened herself against the glassed ground, not bound now, not commanded, but animal enough to know when the sky had named a greater predator. Garen's human-clear eyes lifted. War stories moved through them. The Silver Mother spoke on. Elf, dwarf, orc, beast, river, root, storm, shrine, grave, harvest, hearth, moon, blood. Many powers whose names are no longer carried by mortal tongues. We came before the Lord in Worldspine and begged him to place his strength between the dry land and its ending. Valorian did not interrupt. His face had gone very still. He answered. The silver light dimmed at the edges, as if memory itself carried cost. The dry land endured. Aelrian whispered, "The pact." The Silver Mother's voice touched him. "You know a child's version." He flinched and yes. Aelrian of the Silver Veil, you were taught that the gods withdrew out of wisdom, restraint, and sorrow. You were taught that the old powers learned not to trample mortal choice. You were taught that the divine hand must not overturn the living road. Aelrian's throat moved. Yes. That is what children may be told. Valorian's eyes sharpened, and the truth. The silver light held. The truth is oath. The words seemed to place weight on every open chain. The Lord of Dragons spared the dry land. In payment, we bound ourselves, not as slaves. Not as prisoners dragged unwilling. As powers who had begged intervention and received it at a price we could not refuse. From that hour we could guide, we could warn, we could bless narrow roads, thresholds, springs, births, graves, and vows where the pact permitted breath. We could answer prayer in small places. We could strengthen hands already raised. We could appear in dream, omen, song, and sign. The Silver Mother's voice lowered. But we could not place our full hands into the mortal realm and decide the ending of mortal war. Valorian stared up at her. For once, no answer came immediately. The Silver Mother continued. When mankind's last war came, the oath already held us. When cities burned, the pact held. When bloodlines vanished, the pact held. When victors lied over graves and called silence peace, the pact held. We watched through prayers we could not answer fully. We wept through shrines whose doors we could not step beyond. We moved where the oath allowed and nowhere it did not. Mother Kale had begun crying, not loudly, not freely enough for grief to become comfort. Even unbound for those heartbeats, she cried like someone who understood vows that protected and destroyed in the same breath. Valorian's face did not soften, so mankind died under an old bargain. The silver light did not flinch. Yes. Aelrian closed his eyes. That single word did more damage than any excuse would have. Valorian breathed once, twice. An old bargain. His voice was almost calm now, which made it worse. The dry land was spared. Yes. Mankind was not. No. And now you come. His burned hand trembled at his side. Not when humanity ended. Not when the last cities fell. Not when human children were hunted like rot under the floorboards of the world. Not when my mother was chained beneath an honored elven house. Not when I was born property under silver law. His voice rose, now. The silver light remained on him. Now, because I have become large enough to frighten what survived. The Silver Mother answered with sorrow, not denial. I came because the dead are being taught to rule. No. Valorian stepped closer to the center of the light. You came because I survived long enough to become a problem your pact can no longer ignore. The words rang against the open chains. Aelrian looked at him. Mother Kale looked at him. Garen looked at him with living horror still briefly his own. Elira watched him with the first true silence she had given anything since waking. The Silver Mother did not answer quickly. When she did, her voice was very soft. Both things may be true. Valorian laughed. One sound, broken, bitter, 14 years old, ancient with pain. Balance, he said. The word came out like something spat from a wound. You speak to me of balance. His eyes lifted again. Balance is what survivors call the arrangement that let them keep breathing. The silver light flickered, not because it was weakened, because the truth had weight even when spoken by a monster. Valorian pointed toward the dead around him. Humanity died. Elves inherited silver halls. Dwarves locked human craft in vaults. Orcs kept trophies. Goblins picked bones from roads. Necromancers hid scraps in graves. Gods kept oaths. Dragons slept on the world's first root. And I was born under a house that called my mother property. He lowered his hand. So do not come to me draped in moonlight and tell me the world has a balance. Mother Kale whispered, it has wounds. Valorian turned toward her. For one instant, her free voice reached him again. He looked at the old woman who had been unbound by silver light, whose mercy had returned to her eyes, whose hand wanted to heal the very boy who had chained her vow. His face twisted. Yes, he said. Then he looked back toward the silver mother. And now wounds learned to answer. The silver mother's light grew colder. Wounds may answer without becoming law. The living made law. And failed. The admission was quiet. Valorian stared. The silver mother continued. The living failed you. Elves failed you. Houses failed you. Law failed you. Blood failed you. Memory failed you. Even gods, bound before your birth by choices older than your grief, failed to save what should have been saved. The words entered him one by one. No defense, no denial, no clean innocence. That should have disarmed him. It did not. It made the wound larger because now there was nowhere easy to put the blame. Valorian's voice came low. Then why should I preserve anything they made? The question hung over Old Gallows Field. Aorian looked at him. Garen looked at him. Mother Kale wept. Elira smiled faintly, not with mockery now, but recognition. The Silver Mother answered, because if pain is given a throne, it does not become justice. It becomes hunger with a crown. Valorian's chains, still open in the silver light, trembled. The Silver Mother's voice turned toward Aorian. And you, bound son of the Silver Veil, ask me to stop him. Aorian bowed his head. Yes. I cannot intervene further. Aorian looked up, desperate. Lady, even this much has cost me. The ash around the silver light trembled. The Lord in Worldspan will know I have bent the pact. He will be displeased that I opened chains in the mortal field, even for warning. The old oath is not a curtain one may lift without moving the house that hangs from it. Aorian's eyes widened. You broke the pact. Bent, the Silver Mother said. Not broken. Pray you never learn the difference in full. Valorian's eyes sharpened with terrible interest. The Lord of Dragons bound gods. The Silver Mother's light shifted toward him. The Lord of Dragons bound what the gods swore. Valorian's mouth curved. It was not happiness, it was discovery. Then gods can be chained. A silence followed, deep, old. The kind of silence that made even Elira's phylactery burn more quietly. The Silver Mother answered, yes. Valorian's smile sharpened, and some chains hold the world together. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Valorian's expression changed. For a breath, he looked again like the boy who had torn his own chain loose beneath White Hollow, who had stood in a burning study holding a book too heavy for one arm, who had learned freedom first as terror because absence of command felt like the sky falling. Chains held me together too, he said. His voice was almost a whisper. I still learned to hate them. The silver light moved across his burned body, across scars, across slave marks, across the oath-war kilt from Valor, across the blackened arm that had seized a lich's phylactery. across the open chains waiting to close. The Silver Mother spoke very gently. That is why I fear what you will become. Valorian lifted his head. Fear is late. Yes. Again, no denial. He hated her for that too. Aelrian crawled one step forward. Lady, what can we do? The Silver Mother's answer came slowly. Remember this moment. Aelrian stared. That is all. For now. He shook his head. No, please. The chains will close, she said. I cannot hold them open without breaking more than bondage. But memory is not nothing. Every soul here has remembered itself beneath the chain. Every dead commander, every slave soldier, every frightened child, every mercy vow, every beast, every lich, every witness. Even he has remembered that his authority can be silenced. Valorian's face hardened. The Silver Mother continued. That knowledge will remain, buried, punished, denied, but not erased. Elira then looked at Valorian. Her smile was thin, useful. Valorian did not look at her. The Silver Mother's light touched Elira then. And you, Ash Speaker. Elira's expression altered, only slightly, but everyone saw. You were not returned for vengeance alone. Elira's eyes burned. I was not returned by you. No, the Silver Mother said. But you are awake beneath a sky that remembers you. Elira went still. Whatever answer she might have given did not come. The light began to fade. Mother Kale moved first. She reached for Perrin and touched his face freely, only once. Her thumb crossed the cut on his cheek, mercy without permission. The touch lasted less than a heartbeat, and it was enough to make Perrin break. Aelrian looked at Garen. Garen looked back with human horror in dead eyes. What have I been made to lead? Garen whispered. Aelrian had no answer. Skava stood with the knife still free in her hand. She looked at Valorian. Then at the knife, then at Perrin, then at Mother Kale. Choice existed for one more breath, and it was too large to use. Valorian looked at the fading silver light. The pact spared the land, he said. The Silver Mother's presence thinned. Yes. It did not spare humanity. No. His chains stirred, still open but eager. Then do not mistake me for the first thing the old bargains failed to contain. The Silver Mother's final answer fell like silver ash. I do not. Then the light vanished. The chains closed all at once. The sound was not metal. It was ownership remembering itself. Garen's eyes went still. Mar's hand seized his spear. Duth's collar burned black and he choked. Skava's knife hand froze, then lowered against her will. Perrin collapsed as fear-bound pressure returned. Mother Kale's throat chain closed, cutting off the second touch before it could become comfort. Aelrian cried out as the chain found his spine again. Dusk snarled and then lowered her head to Valorian's bond. Elira's phylactery flared black. The first bound lich staggered half a step, then stood straight under Valorian's command again. Her eyes remained on the fading sky. The last silver ash fell. Valorian stood unmoving. No one spoke, not even Malachar. The field had gained a lich, received a god's warning, and learned that even gods had oaths they could not break cleanly before the ash touched ground. Valorian looked at the place where the Silver Mother's light had been. His chains moved around him again, closed, but now everyone had seen them open, and he had heard the shape of an older chain. He flexed his burned hand. The blackened fingers curled slowly. Prepare the dead. Garen's voice answered at once, as commanded. Aelrian bowed his head, shaking. Mother Kale held the broken antler bead so tightly blood seeped between her fingers. Elira then looked at Valorian with hatred, intelligence, and the memory of freedom measured in heartbeats. Valorian did not look back at her. His eyes remained on the horizon. The world has noticed. The chain darkened around him, and its gods wear chains. Aelrian's breath caught. Valorian looked once toward the unseen heart of the deep woods, where the worldspine rose beyond map, root, storm, and dragonwing. Then he turned east. Then we move before they decide what their chains permit. Above Old Gallows Field, the silver light was gone. Below it, the first bound lich remained standing in the chain's shadow. And everyone who had felt freedom for one impossible breath understood the same truth. Valorian's power was not absolute, not yet, but now he knew there was a sky above the chain. He knew there were older chains above the sky. And one day, if the wound in him kept growing, he would try to reach both.